ones that are going to be contending for the championship, they could be hindering some performances at the top.
Absolutely. Indonesia also trying to run for it, make a gambit for that top place. Let's check in with Alter Ego and see how they're doing and what they're lining up for today.
Kalau ditanya tentang konsistensi, mau kita sisa berapa orang pun, ya itu tentang kepercayaan diri lagi sih, sama mental satu sama lain. Jadi kayak ya udah, kalau mental lu bagus, lu bakalan dapat hasil yang bagus juga.
Alter Ego Enes.
Kalau ditanya untuk perasaan saya sih, jujur ya seneng banget lah dengan hasil yang kita dapat, karena kita benar-benar nggak nyangka juga bisa mendapatkan hashtag 1. Jadi kita harap semoga positive vibe-nya terus berlanjut lah sampai di final nanti.
Personally, I'm very excited to see Alter Ego take home the first place in the group stage because it's been a hot minute since we've seen an SEA team be so dominant on the global stage ever since Vampire Esports in PMWI 2 years ago. So the fact that they were already into the grand finals with their slot is very exciting to see if they can maybe bring home a global trophy back to SEA.
Alter Ego's mowing down 4 Thrives, pushing forward, looking to take down APG, and they will do exactly that.
A beautiful chicken dinner coming through from Alter Ego.
Jujur kalau dari aku pribadi pasti ada meningkatnya, karena di mana kita pasti banyak fans yang mengharapkan hal yang lebih kan daripada kita kan buat membuktikan itu semua. Cuman kembali lagi dari diri sendiri gimana cara mendakapinya. Cuman gue harap sih kita nggak bakalan kepressure banget sih dengan itu. Malahan jadi motivasi lah kalau bisa.
Alter Ego and 4 Thrive, the major threats in this lobby.
Oh, wow, but getting that knock is huge. Maybe Alter Egos can start to push up, mind you.
When it comes to the reason why they were so successful in the group stage, I'd have to put it down to 3 players, Krypton and also the side of Rosemary in terms of fragging power. They've been very efficient when it comes to just eliminating everyone in the lobby. There's a chance that they could do really well at that stage.
5,000 damage by himself? Yo! What?
It is going to be incredibly rough to make it out of those matches alive.
Wow, look at how active Alter Egos are getting. They are taking the fight to everybody and they are winning.
Kalau ditanya untuk strategi khusus atau apapun itu di final, sebenarnya nggak ada. Jadi kita ngelakuin hal yang sama aja kayak di group stage. Cuman mungkin ada beberapa yang random mungkin yang bakal kita lakuin. Cuman itu kita nggak tahu, kita bakal lihat nanti tentang keputusan coach aja nanti paling.
It would mean everything to Indonesia if they can finally claim another global trophy, because the last time that happened was back in Malaysia in 2019 with Bigatron. So of course, if anyone can make it happen this time around, it would have to be Alter Ego.
Untuk fans Alter Champs dan fans gua pribadi, mau dari manapun itu, tetap support gua, doain kita juga, mau kita lagi di atas atau di bawah. Ya intinya support dari kalian tuh kita butuh banget, dan doa dari kalian juga kita benar-benar butuh. Dan jangan lupa untuk ya bangunin mental kita lah dengan komenan kalian atau apapun itu yang kalian buat ke kita. Pasti kita sangat happy gitu dengan itu. Thank you.
A moment that will live throughout the entire history of PUBG Mobile Esports, as we now have 2 teams sat at the precipice, just about reaching the position of Olympus to join the gods. But will anybody challenge them at number 1? Yangon Galacticos, Alpha Gaming. These 2 teams are about to reach immortality for our grand finals. Day number 3 here for PMWC. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kalaris. Joining me to my left-hand side, it's Seven Worlds Gaming, it's Neptura, it's Maxman. This is the Jamil Motorsports arrival as these teams are leaving the hotel, making their way here to the stage, and one of them will become gods. Seven, it's a big day here for PUBG Mobile Esports.
It is. I want to see which teams are going to be shining, which teams are going to be crumbling. We've seen it happen in the past in finals. I'm hoping that it's not going to happen here on the final day of PMWC at EWC.
Neptura?
I just really want to see a Smash rule come into play. We tried. We almost were there in PMGO. We've seen it a couple of times in the regional tournaments. But at a global, we want to see it happen. It's looking like there's a very good chance of it happening today, so I want to see it.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm also excited, of course, for who's going to be crowned the champions at the end of today, but also the prize pool increases significantly even in the middle of the pack.
Correct.
So just increasing 3, 4, 5 extra rankings, you could be bringing home a lot of extra moolah.
Let's take a look at the Gadir top players here from our current days from the grand final and see exactly how all of this has gone down. Obviously, we start things off with Alpha Gaming because 7, it looked like Yangon Galacticos was going to run away with this tournament. Hands down, we had very few hopes for a lot of these teams, but they've stepped up. They are challenging their position.
And even though Yangon is currently one of the favorite teams for a lot of people, a lot of viewers, I have been super impressed with what APG has been able to achieve throughout this finals. Even from day one, they have been able to fix the mistakes. Doc is now staying with the team. They're playing a lot more compact, and it's something that I want to continue to see coming into today. Coming into today, though, there's one player that definitely needs to step it up for APG, and it's going to be none other than Top.
Yeah.
If we look at anybody throughout that squad, you see Doc with 27, Ilims, Rifas with 21, Seal with 18. Once you get to Top, he only has 12. And for a player of that caliber, Max, he needs to step it up.
He needs to step it up big time. But you know, of course, Yola has already won a PMGC in the past. We're looking at Top, we're looking at Doc, 2 players that you know are hungry to win one of these big global events, and this might be their one opportunity in a long time.
Well, I'll get your thoughts in a moment here, Neptura, as we are ready for a lovely surprise before we begin day number 3 here of PMWC. So let's head over to the stage.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in Riyadh and all around the world. My name is James Yang, Senior Director of Global Esports Center at Level Infinite. 2025 is shaping up to be our most exciting year yet, and I'm thrilled to announce what's ahead for PUBG Mobile Esports this year, starting with the biggest event, PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year's PMGC will feature 39 world's best teams battling for the glorious champion. 16 slots for grand finals will be decided through 3 stages. The Gauntlet. 16 top teams will fight for 6 slots. This new stage will provide more excitement and opportunities. Group stage. 32 teams including bottom top teams from the Gauntlet and 22 teams from each region will fight for 8 slots. There are 2 groups, so top 4 of each group will take the slot. Last chance. 16 teams from group stage will fight, and only the winner take 1 grand final slot. The last slot will be given to the host region invite. Then, who will be invited to the Gauntlet stage, and who will be for the group stage? The Gauntlet includes the top 2 to 3 teams from each region based on fall ranking. The group stage welcomes the next best performers by PMGC point. Let's see the top teams of current PMGC point leaderboards. I'm sure you will recognize some familiar logos, but it's still all to play for, and anyone can be on top. Okay, here is the eye-opening news for you. We are updating the map pool starting from 2025 PMSL Fall. Sanho will be replaced by Londo, joining the map pool with Erangel and Miramar. In response to player feedback, we are keeping the record system in Londo, letting teammates revive in match, bringing esports gameplay closer to the authentic PUBG Mobile experience. Only Londo will have the record system, others not. While the Blue Zone stage standard, some key changes such as Sentry Guard and drops will make the change the course of fight. The sharp system remains disabled to ensure balance. These all changes will bring a more exciting strategy and action-packed highlights to keep us at the edge of our seats. Now, besides tournaments, let's talk about PUBG Mobile esports story that involves everyone, including players, teams, everyone, and you. Take part in this amazing community with their own PUBG Mobile story. Southeast Asia fans may recognize Glue Squad from the community team to the top of PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. Fans in Africa may have heard about the name Memohito, the first female player reached top 3 in Kenya series. In Nepal, with Hora Esports celebrate to play PMWC Grand Finals for the first time. This all proves anyone can be the one. Also, I'd like to share more personal stories. Team Nile's 11011 enemy, who, despite managing limited mobility due to sickle cell disease, pushes past his limit and even earned an MVP and represented Nigeria in the 2024 competition in Saudi Arabia. The representatives from the Turkey community of gamers without disabilities have also shared their stories of how PUBG Mobile helped them create a supportive group of 50 players, bring them together to form genuine connections. We also saw the soccer celebrity Rick Carlson finding love through PUBG Mobile, and our pro player fathers stood proudly to give all their love and support to their son, just like Silas and El Haya's dad, as their #1 fans. We'll be sharing more of this touching story, and one day, your story will shine too. That's all from me. We can't wait for the next chapter of PUBG Mobile Esports. See you on the battleground. Be the one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. And so, hi everyone. Have you heard about Next Star? This is PUBG Mobile's official program for content creators. Whether you have followers or not, if you love the game, you're welcome to join. Since 2021, Next Star has helped thousands of creators, help grow them with funding, in-game perks, and of course, official partnerships. Anyone can be a star. The program offers a total annual prize pool of over $6 million, plus exclusive in-game rewards and collaborations. The best creators will even get official annual awards. And now, it is going global, because starting August the 3rd, Next Star is officially open in MENA, Western Europe, North America, Eastern Europe, Southeast Asia, South America, LATAM, and Africa. So, if you've ever wanted to share your PUBG Mobile moments and build your own community, now is your chance. All you need is passion, and we will help with the rest. So if you want in, just scan the QR code to apply, and of course follow all of our channels for the latest updates. We can't wait to see you there. Good luck, and we'll see you on the battleground.
Thank you very much, James Yang and Barney Banks as well. In the face-off between the two, though, I think James Yang was able to win out there in those presentations. And interesting, exciting news coming in. Seven Neptura as well as Maxman joining me here to talk about this. Neptura, Rondo coming to esports properly. Sandhawk gone, stricken against the rocks.
Rondo, let's go.
Oh, yeah.
We have been playing this map for ages. We love it. I'm so excited to see it coming into esports. I'm slightly sad because Sandhawk's my favorite. I'm sad.
Seven's too.
But, hey, Seven.
Yep.
Okay, so, yeah,
Unreal.
Rondo. I love Rondo. It's really, really good. I can't believe that just happened.
No, it's
but,
fine.
you know, the recall system as well is going to be really, really interesting to see how that comes into fruition with all these esports players, you know, all the professionals coming in, getting those strategies involved as well. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how this evolves that strategy, how it evolves the meta, and what kind of changes we'll see from the other maps.
Very different tools, Max. We got to cast it yesterday, had a great time with that, and also we now also know how the road to PMGC is going to unfold. unfold as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really fun to see how the teams are going to try and qualify going into PMGC, especially because now Rondo's going to be there, so I know that Horror Esport are going to be loving the new map rotation this time around because, of course, they did get the win yesterday on the show matches. But no, Rondo in particular, I think I've been waiting for a big change in PUBG Mobile Esport in the map rotation, and we're finally getting it here in the later stage of 2025, so I'm beyond excited to see what the meta is going to be on that map.
As much as I love Sandhawk, I'm actually excited with the way that we're going to be seeing Rondo being able to revive your teammates. We saw it happen yesterday during the show match as well. APG, I think it was Doc, the last one alive. He ended up reviving 3 of his teammates. And as long as you don't predict Hora, I'm pretty sure they'll continue to win.
Okay. Sure, I won't do that.
We're going to have to bake it into our contracts, Max. So only we're allowed to cast Rondo from now on.
I like that.
I wouldn't hate that. You guys were great, actually. I learned about Rondo hearing you guys talking about it.
He's been nice to me on... Oh, it's weird.
If you had to equate how much you learned from me versus Max, man, what would you say? Me,
I would say a solid 99 and 1.
Jeez Louise.
Okay, I take
He said I was being too nice, though.
James Yang did say you could be the one. There you go.
I am the... No, I'm the #1.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, let's move on then. A lot of things to be excited for PUBG Mobile Esports here, but we've got to talk about PMWC, of course, because we've got the Crunchyroll reactions coming in from everything that was going on Neptura throughout these last 2 days. Emotions were riding high for some of these teams, but Yangon looking fantastic.
They really are. Just 10 points left until they hit that match cutoff, right? Or the cutoff point, rather. So Sandhawk, if they can just do that, that's not even a hard threshold to reach, right? 10 points in one game for these teams, the way they've been going at least, not all that difficult. I would like to see them do that thing again. I think the way the zones have been going, the way they've been able to handle the zones over the last 2 days, if we see those same zones today, they have an excellent chance of actually making it and smashing.
Honestly, even if we don't see the same zones, the way that this team plays, I was talking with Blank and we've kind of both agree that this team just plays to win. They let everybody else fight it out. They don't really worry about anything that's going on. And yesterday, they showcased that perfectly, being able to third party. One thing I am looking forward to seeing the most, Max, is seeing if they get the 10 points here in Sandhawk, if they can finish it on the second match, because this team has gotten back-to-back wins on the second game every single day of the finals.
It's going to be really a tough one going into this one, how they're going to be playing it out. I mean, Yangon Galacticos are the quintessential wide-rotating team. I even talked to Falcons, like, how are you guys feeling about Yangon? They're like, they wide-rotate, and they just keep getting the circle. It's because the rotates are good. They find the path of least resistance every single time in the circle, and so far as you can see on the leaderboard, it's been working out.
All right, so here we are. Let's spell it out for you. If Yangon Galacticos gets 10 points, they are then eligible to move into the Smash Zone, correct?
Exactly.
Likewise, Alpha Gaming, 11 points, able to move into the Smash Zone. Those two teams are head and shoulders above the rest. If they smash, the tournament is over 7, and there's a very real possibility with how they're playing that it could occur here today.
It is. I honestly, going into the second game, I think both of these teams might end up passing that threshold with the day that they've been playing. We saw what Alpha Gaming was able to do yesterday, Neptura.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how they've been playing that yesterday in particular, right? They tend to get into a mid or center position, and then as the zone moves closer to them and pushes them further out to edge, they start sweeping other teams. It's a really effective strategy. It's why they have so many eliminations on the board. It is a lot more eliminations than placement. Could that end up being a problem for them if they're trying to reach that smash point, if they're trying to get that win? That could be a factor, but the way they've been going, obviously they've done enough to get into second place. They could easily get the win as well.
For sure. I mean, look, of course, we know the main storyline, Yangon Galacticos, Alpha Gaming. The teams below them, they would need to get 50 points before even getting into the Smash Zone to then be eligible to actually win the entire thing. 50 points, that realistically you can achieve it by the end of the day. Depending on how quickly Alpha Gaming and Yangon Galacticos get those 10 points, they're not going to have a lot of time. Are they going to try and target them, though? Knowing that they need to get 50 points, that's a massive risk. Is anyone going to be willing to go and take that risk?
One team that I'm going to be looking at targeting, especially if they don't start off hot in Sandhawk, is going to be Alter Ego. Because after Sandhawk, Alter Ego, keep in mind, we're going to be playing 3 Erangels. This team has been absolutely awful when it comes down to Erangel. Day 1, 11th place average. Day 2, 13th place average. This is not what you want to see out of Alter Ego. So if you were asking anybody anybody's going to target them, Natura, I think maybe Alter Ego will try to target them in Erangel.
Exactly. I really would like to see also for Alter Ego for them to go back to the angles and the splits that we were seeing from them in the group stage as well, right? Because they had some really, really good controlling angles, particularly in Erangel. But since the finals have started, we just haven't seen that from them. So if they go back to that, again, yeah, they start trying to control other teams, they start trying to control the zones, they have a real good chance.
Here's our 9th through 16th as well. And do not forget, yes, of course, we're focusing a lot on who will become the champion here at the World Cup. But there is still a lot of money on the line here for every single one of these placements, Max, to try and scramble above your competitors.
Thunder Talk in particular, at the bottom of the rankings, right? They've had so many limbs, very little placement points. If we can see them have a decent day today, maybe they could just able to jump up onto the first page, and that prize point increase would be huge for the side of Thunder Talk. So even if you're at the bottom, you still have a lot to play for in this final day.
And the question all the way at the top from me, Seven, is what do these teams prefer? Do they prefer to try and go for the crazy glory of trying to knock these teams off the pedestal because you constantly have to target them if you want to try it? Or do you protect what you currently have in terms of prize pool? Because it's still a lot of money for 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, etc., etc.
I think the tone will be set after Sandhawk, depending on where the top 5, depending on where they end up in Sandhawk, what the gap is going to be looking like going into the later matches. Then we might start seeing a little bit of targeting, especially if we end up seeing a little bit of gaps here and there. One thing though is that all the other teams from 3rd, I think, to 14th place, technically they're still close. So it's along the lines of what you're saying, Max. They are going to be fighting for that prize pool.
Yeah.
Well, this is Jamil Motorsports' arrival here for all of these teams to get ready and good to go. You can see the tension rising here for some of these teams again, especially for those two towards the top. Max, you were saying?
No, I was going to say, actually, if we see one of the 2 top teams actually make it in a Smash Zone in the first game, the entire lobby is going to be an absolute shambles because the tournament could end the very next game. Do you want to try and go for Hail Mary send, hot drop the top team so they can't get the smash? Do you want to try and slow down your main competition just above you? Do you just want to play it safe and get points so you can hopefully get high in the rankings? This is why I love Smash rules so much. It changes the whole dynamic of how your last day really goes down, what the strategy is for these teams. In CSA, it was all over the place, and I think we might have something very similar here for PMWC.
And with that, what you're saying is I'm starting to think about Yangon Galacticos. They need to make sure that they actually get within the Smash Zone, Neptura, because if they don't, this is a team, we just mentioned it, they tend to just play their game, they tend to just play for the win, and if for some reason APG is able to cross that Smash Zone, I don't see Yangon Galacticos being aggressive enough to try to hunt down APG.
Yeah, I think that they're very they take advantage of the opportunities that they're given, right? And I think they do that very well, but I do see your point as well, where it's like when they're actually confronted in a very aggressive way, like some of these teams are bound to want to do, Yangon might just falter a little bit, and that's a bit of a concern for today.
I don't think they're going to falter. Like, look at their graph here. It's so consistently just going up. Every point, they bring in points on the board, every single battleground. And the thing is, because of their wide rotates, they always get into the circle. They always get into that middle to late game section, meaning they're getting a few limbs, a few placement points. 10 points is not even a win. It's like a podium, maybe even a top 5 with a few eliminations. That could be very easily achievable for Yangon Galacticos.
Very rarely do we see the graph like that. Very rarely do we see 2 teams being able to just protrude over the other teams, dwarf the other teams at an international tournament like this. And it does concern me, Seven, especially when it comes to the pressure that will start mounting on those 2 teams in particular today. But I think there's a different dynamic for the pressure for those 2 teams, because I think Yangon Galacticos may crumble to the pressure a bit harder than Alpha Gaming. Alpha Gaming is absolutely a veteran roster that I think might have the perseverance today to be able to overcome that pressure. What do you think?
I was over here smirking because I was just waiting for you to say the words. I was waiting for you to say, yeah, Alpha Gaming is full of MVPs. Alpha Gaming is full of PMGC MVPs as well. They've been here. They have that experience. And to be honest, I don't see them crumbling. And this is why I just continue to pick this team. I don't see Alpha Gaming letting off the gas, especially with the way they're playing.
It's kind of crazy because I think for a lot of us, having watched PUBG Mobile Esports for so long, it's kind of destiny against the dream, right? The fact that Alpha Gaming on one side has the destiny laid out before them. We always think that they're going to win an international tournament, Max, but then the dream of Yangon Galacticos, this young kids coming from Myanmar, nobody really expected them to be able to take this position, but here they are, potentially going to win one of the big ones.
You would ask anyone if they predicted Yangon Galacticos before this tournament. I could tell you that number is extremely low. The dream is alive right now, 118 points, creating currently a massive gap between themselves and third place. And then you have Alpha Gaming. We've been supporting Star Wars back in the day, Collage, for ages, never winning a global event. This tournament would mean so much to especially Top and Doc to join up onto Zyol, and Zyol could also confirm his second global trophy. This would be a massive achievement if they can make it happen, but again, the pressure is going to be high.
Let's take a look at the power rankings here and boil everything down. You were saying, Neptura?
I was indeed saying something that I want to see. I'm curious to see, because Alpha Gaming, right, they played so well, and as A7 mentioned, Top was not on his best form, right? This is a star-studded roster, and if APG win like that, play like that with Top not being his best, if he comes in today at the top of his game, APG are just going to fly through everybody.
Champions potentially here, Yangon Galacticos and Alpha. Villains in who could upset the balance here, 7. And maybe they're really outside comebacks, but I think a lot of eyes might be on some of those villains to upset the balance for today.
My favorite role when it comes down to finals day, championship Sunday, it comes down to those teams that just have absolutely nothing to lose. Now you're going to be seeing all the way to the right of villains, Power. The reason why I want to see what Power is going to be doing in regards to villains is because this team has just been so aggressive. Remember, at one point in day 1, Neptura, they ended up with 30 eliminations, 0 placement points. So for those teams at the top, maybe trying to hunt them down, they better watch out for those villains.
Absolutely. I think them and also 4 Thrives are 2 teams that I think would definitely hot drop one of the top 2 teams if they get the chance. I could see them doing that. We've seen 4 Thrives hot drop all the time, even when we don't want them to. So for them, they're in the top 8. They're not too far behind. This could be very advantageous for both of those teams to actually do that.
I just want China back on top, man. I've been waiting ever since Nova Esports has got back-to-back PMGC. But since then, except maybe Tiamba got relatively close at one point, I want a Chinese team here to dominate. Weibo, you know what, Sook? Maybe drop the explosive bow. Maybe pick up a DBS on S12K. Maybe then it will be enough to climb back into the top 2.
Quick predictions then. Who's taking it?
APG.
APG.
I'm staying quiet. I'm not touching.
You're not allowed.
I'm not touching that with a 10-feet pole. I'm getting it away from this.
That is fair. That is fair. It's an exciting time. It's an exciting day. And it's an exciting road that we've been on here for PMWC, because we now have an opportunity to crown a new PMWC champion. We have either the dream, the destiny, or destruction here for day number 3 of the grand finals. Let's do this.
The defending champions will not be going through to the finals.
Absolutely insanity.
This is a sad sight for Alpha 7.
Four Thrives on top again and again. Power has more control over the circle. Alter Egos are looking like the top dogs here.
It all comes down to this. 16 teams, $3 million, and 1 trophy. This isn't just any tournament. This is a legacy in the making. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host for the PMWC at the 2025 Esports World Cup. We've seen unbelievable plays. We've seen heartbreaks, and we've seen comebacks. But now only one thing changes. Today, Smash Rule comes into play. So get loud and get ready as we introduce your teams to the main stage for one final time, starting with the next generation of players from Turkey. They are IDA Esports. Of the PMWC, battling their way to the finals, they are Team Secret! Your hometown heroes, and the last MENA team standing, it is Power Esports! On paper, they stand out above the rest. A team with 3 global MVPs. Alpha Gaming! Their player, Silas, has the chance to secure the global Grand Slam right here. They are the reigning PMGO champions. It's Regnum Carrier Esports. The all-star lineup of PEL with 2 PMGC MVPs on the roster. It's Weibo Gaming! The team who smashed their way through the survival stage, they are Hora Esports! The champions of the PUBG Mobile Pro Series, and currently in 5th place on our leaderboard from Korea, DRX! Finally, can the veterans secure a global title at the PMWC? Turkey's very own Fire Flux Esports. Each of these teams began their journey with the same dream, to become champions. And now, 6 maps, 6 efforts, 6 chances at glory. Some were favorites, some were underdogs, but all of them gave us unforgettable moments that reminded us of why we love this game. And so, we come to the final chapter of a truly incredible story, and we want to see how this will end. So, to the players, this is your moment. And to the fans around the world, welcome to Smash Sunday!
There were so many good teams entering the group stage here at PMWC 2025. We had 4 Thrives, Alpha Gaming, the side of Horror Esports. All of the CSA teams were looking so incredibly good at the start. And of course, Weibo with Order and Sogda had a lot of hope behind this team as to could they possibly make it into the finals. And to make it into the top 8 was always going to be incredibly rough at that stage. When it comes to a team that impressed me during the group stage here at PMWC, one team instantly comes to mind, and that is going to be 4 Thrives. Every player performed exceptionally well. You're looking at T24OP, Faluk, IQSD, IGL, but especially Noki stepped up big time, able to secure some really key chicken dinners in the group stage, and able to secure themselves a 2nd place to move on into the final. For my favorite moment in the group stage, I think it would have to be the almost 1v3 clutch from Noki on 4 Thrives against Alpha 7 and Miramar. That clutch would have just been absolutely historical for the Pakistani region as a whole. And it didn't quite work out for him, but it highlights again how good Noki is as a fragger and how he can clutch up in really key moments just like this.
Survival stage was full of opportunities for teams that weren't able to qualify to grand finals via group stages, especially with the top dogs from group stages not being there. Opportunity, that's pretty much what it came down to. One of the teams that surprised me the most was actually Power Esports. This team was a completely different team from what we saw during group stages, being able to be more aggressive, on top of that getting those chicken dinners. Hopefully, this kind of game style that we saw out of them in survival stage will translate going to the grand finals. When you think about dreams being crushed, there's only one team that comes to mind, and that is none other than the defending champions, Alpha 7. Coming into PMWC at EWC 25 this year, Alpha 7 was one of the favorite teams, being the defending champions. But what we saw out of this team was not champion caliber gameplay. It was actually very lackluster gameplay, indecisions, and just calls that this team had never made before. And this has been a pattern for this team when it came down to global events. It is a big wake-up call for Alpha 7. For me, the best moment, as much as it pains me to say this, it came down actually after the last match, when Horror Esports, a team that nobody has been counting, especially when you think about it from last year, they just look over towards Alpha 7 and they did this.
For the grand finals, I expect nothing less than the best that these teams have to offer. They have proven to us that they deserve to be here, and so now we want to see them perform one last time. The stakes have never been higher at PMWC. Not only do we have a $3 million prize pool, an epic trophy, and the all-important key, we also no longer have Alpha 7, which means we are guaranteed a new champion to both claim those prizes and crush every other team's key.
All right, it's time to rev up those engines because we have one final day here for PMWC as all of these players get ready to head on into Sandhawk to determine who is going to become our champion live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have Seven, we have Neptura, we have Maxman. Maxman did enough talking in that segment. So, Seven, the analyst, what do you think coming into our first Sandhawk?
I mean, we already said anything there is to say in regards to some of these top teams. I think we got to look at the middle of the pack, Maxman. You even said there's just so much money at stake. You're going to be looking at DRX. You're going to be looking at EDA Esports. One team that was able to step it up yesterday, 4 Thrives. They're looking to move up on the leaderboard and trying to see if they can possibly get a top 5.
We had a glimpse of the group stage again here yesterday in their matches. Definitely a lot more presence on the Miramar in particular, leaving Picardo, able to get so many extra points on that chicken dinner. Very impressive from Pakistan. Again, the first time ever we we've seen a Pakistani team here in a global finals. Can they jump way high in the leaderboard? That is going to be their main goal for today.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see them not only be the first, but to be the first that's so strong as well. 4 Thrives coming in, showing what they're made of, making other teams respect them. A little bit of a falter in day 1, day 2, but coming back really, really good into day 3. I'm very excited to see if they can contend that top 2 position.
You've got so many storylines that are just going to be colliding in all of these matches. Possibly 6 matches, maybe way less, we'll have to see. But also, MVP. Who could it be? So far, there's so many contenders at the top. You're looking at Alpha Gaming. Doc is currently leading, followed up by Reefus, which is a big surprise. Zion is currently in 4th position. There's a high chance Alpha Gaming could be taking at least 1 award at the end of today.
That is true. That Sony Grand Finals MVP will be focused on towards the very end. There are some big names, 7, that could be taking that spot.
Yeah, I think right now, you mentioned it, Max, top. Doc, I mean, Top actually needs to be able to improve with what we were saying earlier. Doc, with the way that he's been able to just continue to play, continue to improve on the performance, and at times, a player that would usually be the one that gets first eliminated for his squad, that's not the case anymore coming into this grand finals.
He's kind of been saving the day, actually, surviving at the solo in these matches and able to get extra placement points, as we see right now, was very, very impactful to allow them to just stay just behind Yangon Galacticos. But I think one player we were talking about quite a bit for Alpha Gaming, Nuptura, was Reefus, the player that's been way more silent in PMSL CSA, but he's really, just like Noki for 4 Thrive, just risen up to glory.
Yeah, it's really nice to see a lot of those players that you can kind of call support players, right? They're the ones that are making the things work for those fraggers to come in and sweep the lobby. But it's so nice to see them come into their own limelight as well. You've got Reefus coming in, some really good angles, some really good hits, great shots. He's doing very well. He's getting into that MVP position, and that's just making Alpha Gaming that much stronger.
Let's get to it then. Sanhok is on the cards for our first game of the day. Will the Assassins come at the 2 Kings at the top here for our first match? Let's head over to the commentators.
The bookend map for the PMWC here live in Saudi Arabia at the Esports World Cup. We started so long ago on Sanhok, and of course this will be the beginning of the end for these teams today. So close to that Smash rule coming into effect, and as Barney Banks said down on the stage, it's gonna be Smash Sunday. There's gonna be intensity, action, blood, sweat and tears. 15 of these keys will be crushed blank, and only 1 squad will walk away champions.
15 teams battling it out to dismount Yangon Galacticos from the top. The 2 Kings in APG and Yangon Galacticos sitting high upon those thrones. Can those teams underneath dismount them? Like Kale says, it's a wonder here, but we're getting Sanhok to start things off in just a short moment. No Smash ruling will come effect on this first match. It's all about getting over that match point.
That's what we're working with. We'll keep you up to date as things flow, as the teams start to show us what they're made of today. But all you can do, if you're watching at home or in the arena here live, give these teams your energy. Make some noise in that building and show us how excited you are for these games.
We're cutting across Sanhok, directly horizontal, like a slice from a katana. Which one of these teams will be sharp enough in this game to get above of that match point at 128 and take this whole tournament home? Or will we go all 6 maps today? We can only wait and see as all the teams get out the plane and situated on this match. It looks like Power and 4 Thrives are not done on their duel up towards Hattin.
It's been a fitting name for Power because it has been a power struggle between these 2 teams. It's happened again and again. We'll see if they actually learn and have some reservations. Obviously, the first time it was Power that pulled it off. Second game, it was 4 Thrives that came out on top. And this time, they both call it quits on the adjustment drops.
Smart move from Power here. They know they're in 10th place. They're going to push this further. Surprisingly, 4 Thrives are actually over the top of them with 68, but middle portion of these points is so interchangeable, and the interchangeability does mean massive swings in cash and glory as you head further and further up those tables. We're going to sit ourselves over towards the eastern side, which does, surprisingly, or not so surprisingly with the circle look that we've seen from them, Yangon Galacticos in a great position in Paradise Resort.
A team that has proved so much in such a short space of time. Tons of talent, very exciting to watch, and I think it's been quite an amazing storyline with how obviously some of us were looking at this thinking, yeah, okay, you're kind of making it work, but is the consistency there? Is this sustainable? Is this repeatable? And I mean, all we've had from the playoffs has been a big resounding yes again and again and again.
It's been more of that, please, the entire time. For Yangon Galacticos, their maneuvers have been sound. It has been smart when it needs to be. Some god grenades been sent over the top from this team. No individual player really strikes out either over on Yangon Galacticos. There has been some moments of absolute domination from some of those players in key moments, but it's a different player each time stepping up to the plate to deliver for that squad. And I think that's what makes them so great, is that the players all can perform at such a high level. No one's lagging behind on that team. Everyone's running in lockstep with one another. But there's a couple of teams we'll be focusing on this match, and this is one of them right here. It's Weibo Gaming. Currently in third place on 82 points, having a real standout here for their region, with some legendary names on board, such as Order right here.
For Order, he's quite consistently been bringing the gavel down on teams inside of these lobbies. We've seen his impact time and time again, but this whole squad goes explosive like the bow that Sook likes to play with so consistently. And right now they're thrown into a clash versus Aura. First tag's good. Able to knock the opening man here into the last day of action. Takes down Jiggle. Backline for No Fear.
Order goes down pretty quickly as well, playing behind the stairways, but Aura's taking a sideswipe angle here. I think Team Secret starts to get slightly involved. Sky moves up, but he's in the grass, waiting like a blade of grass to stab and strike from the back.
He's getting these audio cues as well. All about timing for this one. Slowly makes his move forward. The jump up from Sky might have given the game away, but the periphery wasn't spotted. He instantly engages. Angle peek as well. Good tag from Sleepy. The bite back. It's a hefty hit. Looking for more.
33Z steps up though, will find him on a beautiful DBS shot. And Weibo, they've been taking knocks here and there, but this is a resounding success from this team. And again, it's a real fast start here for Weibo Gaming. They know that they need big elims on these matches if they hope to catch up to APG as well as Yangon Galacticos.
No Fear. The opposite of his name at the minute, man. You are going to be sweating bullets. Head down. Hope to avoid being just an additional point on that markup, because like you say, they'll be grabbing those with both hands. Already some more action from the squads that are at the top. It's Alpha that are back on screen. Looking for a bit of a drive-by. A couple establishing shots that were thrown out towards Fireflux.
Weibo Gaming get themselves back up on their feet now, all four players. Alpha Gaming on our screens, down towards the southwest side, coming in contact with Ida probably quite soon, alongside with their Turkish brethren in Fireflux, who are just off towards the east. This is around Quarry. Not an easy position to play, honestly. Will siphon a lot of teams down towards the south side. And they'll have to break fast on either the east or the west. Yangon Galacticos, though, targeted. And why not? Give yourself extra time if you're Regnum Kaya, who've had some okay games, honestly, currently at 74 points, but they'd like to bit further up the leaderboards after such success over towards PMGO and overall from this team. They want to extend these playoffs as much as possible.
They would need to climb. And like you say, that's starving out these teams from being able to get themselves into a position to win off of that smash rule. The longer the day goes on, the better. Here, opportunities could present themselves. It's Loxing that's hoping to lock in with the barrage of bullets, but the instant response, that was so quick.
The 180 off that one, what was that? If you're Regnum Kaya, you're thinking to yourself, I'm working against a reaction speed machine. That's terrifying. That would scare me. That would really scare me. It's like Regnum Kaya now realize that they need to be instantaneous on a knock. They need to get this team shot on board quickly now. because they know they can't take any of these quick stabs in the dark. If they're not successful, immediately Yangon Galacticos is going to know the position.
If that's not a good litmus test of what their form's looking like today, I don't know what is. That was absolutely balmy, mate.
They're wired right now. They are wired.
They know it's at their fingertips. The trophy, the title, the lion's share of the prize money. Oh boy, you talk Alliance, and maybe there's a couple looking for an opportunity to pounce 4 Thrives on a bit of a rotate around.
From the north side, coming down towards the south now. We'll see if they just wrap around. Yangon Galacticos actually sets themselves up nicely on this eastern edge. There's a very, very good area of escape here for them, but the circle will center up on the eastern island, giving both Regnum Kai and Yangon Galacticos a nice springboard here from Paradise Resort. 4 Thrives are going to make their way down, though. It looks like they're heading towards the southern arena here, just on the northern precipice of Paradise Resort. In the meantime, Alter Ego, who we spoke about a lot, not so much in this game so far, as we were focused over towards Weibo and APG slightly earlier, but another team in 4th place, 78 points. They're slightly further away, but they are the top of the middle of the pack, I would say, in terms of point scoring.
Alpha Gaming. They move bit by bit here. Quick scan from Doc up on the elevated angle. We'll see if he can catch whiff of anyone's positions and get a read on this. Alter Ego not far out, just over towards boot camp.
It's a weird one for us as well, Jackie. With the announcement from James Yang earlier, this is likely the final ever Sandhawk will cast.
Kind of crazy, man. It's always a fun map. Provides for some very interesting games. But hey, Rondo's looking exciting.
That it is. So we'll make the most of this one. I know it's not any secret, as I say it multiple times, especially to the audience at home, that Sandhawk has always been one of my favorite maps and holds a special place in my heart for the chaotic action. And that's what I'm looking for towards the end of this map. To look to secure those match points for certain teams towards the top to set themselves up nicely, to tee themselves off into match 2 and 3.
Weibo, the shots down range. It's the RX that are on screen now. We get their POV. Nades over the top. Nice. So good. Right on top of order. And look at the follow-up. The downtime on that is pinpoint. Great communication to get that opening conversion instantly blank. No opportunity to reply.
Yeah, Order wasn't getting away from that no matter what. Even if he tried to crawl inside the rock, those nades would have still done the trick. So Weibo Gaming are forced off of this one, and 3 elims is not enough so far. They need more off the back of this one, and right now they're sandwiched between 4 Thrives, DRX, Horrors underneath them, Team Secrets guarding out towards the west. Smile did move down from Yangon Galacticos over towards a small shack on the south side, which gives them a comfortable position, an anchor point for the rest of the team to drag themselves over towards. But Weibo, they lose Order, they lose Sook. 2 very prominent players on the team are now down. He and 33Z will now need to move off. This is not the game they wanted to start off things with, and like we said, there were so many teams around them.
You're just being pushed from pillar to post as well. It was 4 Thrives that found the stab onto the second player, with Sook being taken out of commission. They try to bail on it. Team Secret catch vision, fire shots their way, soften them up. And ahead of them, it's Alter Ego. So no matter where you go, you are terrified at this point.
Next circle coming in fairly shortly now over towards stage 3, and we'll see where this bad boy ends up, because I think a lot of teams would prefer it not to go down towards Quarry side, where Ida, E-Arena, as well as Fireflux currently are placed. Much easier prospects over towards this area of the map. A lot of nice little bits of high ground to play around outside of boot camp. APG currently just guarding though for Thunder Talks, who are coming in from that western side. Falcons haven't found a home. Still in the blue, down towards Cave. They have to wait things out. There's a lot of teams that move through Camp Charlie.
looks like we're getting some Rondo gameplay early, because those bird cages are going to be startled when they make their move over towards the zone. Nonshin Red Force ready for the clash, but we're already thrown into one. There's Falak's unloading. The DBS rattles back over though, and 4 Thrives might come unstuck. You think you finished the job, and T24 has to do it himself from the backline. A messy engagement. Noki's gone. You can at least get that pick-me-up play back over onto Falak. Unless another squad pulls up. Regnum Karia as well, being headhunted by SayCloud. That's another point to the tally for Yangon.
Bad start for some of these teams though, Jackie. Weibo down to 1 player on a sliver of HP. DRX out with all 4 players down. Not a lot of eliminations to speak of. The 2 Terrors towards the top, towering over the rest of the lobby. It is the twins in Yangon Galacticos and APG, just 1 point apart.
You can feel a bit of a different air with how these teams are approaching it today as well. The importance on each of these points. And for Yangon, the path ahead of them could be found with resistance from Power. A team that have been no strangers to picking up big elimination games here on Sanhok.
APG playing this out very slow at the moment. They know they need to. This game's about getting over match point. And I think for APG, it's a slightly different story for them because it's quite an aggressive team. For Yangon Galacticos, they sort of just need to play their own game. Don't have to switch things up too much playing on the outer edge. But for APG, this is where they'd go to die right now if they're not able to get over that match point early in the day. Yangon Galacticos is able to fix that one for themselves. Right now, I'd say APG is playing a smart game. They're not trying to push too far. They're securing that location on the western side. They do not want to be backstabbed. And this is nice. This is nice. They can certainly play this one. They're keeping it all nice and calm, which is kind of uncharacteristic for that team, but they have been making these adjustments where it's required during these playoffs, and it has been so fantastic to see a more controlled approach for Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to watch. And they've been running those more passive games. We've seen that on Sanhok from them. Placements have been huge, and especially at this point, getting those placements, getting into that smash zone, that could be a whole different story. We get the shift on the zone as well. Team Secret not in a bad spot whatsoever, centered up with some cover to play with.
Emre taking down Redox as Falcons made a quick rotate towards the center of the circle, going for a lot more of these recently. APG trying to move through the circle. This is slightly late. They cleared the western side, but they were bold on their push towards the east. Zhor's already down. Reefus is knocked out the vehicle. Oh, it's a dangerous gambit, Jackie.
It's a very deadly game they're playing. Trying to focus on so many different angles because of where they found themselves trapped. Limited cover to play with. Shots in the backline still coming in from Doxy. Ahead of them, it's he that's also trying to take peaks back over. In the meantime, Hora go out. Seems like Power have kicked off the fight versus Yangon as well. And SayCloud, that one gets stolen away from Regnum Karia, whilst 4 Thrives continue the fight versus E-Arena, and Alpha Gaming just try and find some form of cover.
SayCloud going down. It's very dangerous for Yangon Galacticos considering how strong he's been for the squad. They do get a re-knock, but now Yangon Galacticos down to 2 versus the 3 coming through from Power. Al-Haji is fully flushed out there. So a 3v3 effectively, unless another player goes down, dropping Yangon to just 2. In a similar boat with APG in those moments. Smile gets taken down by Ragnar. A match point might just not be found in this match as Yangon Galacticos are out.
A sigh of relief for many other teams in the lobby with Power pulling off that play. Their eyes lighting up as they see the Elim feed starting to fill with Yangon's name. But for Alpha, the journey continues. Fragmented though, down to the 2 players, just Doc and Reefus that are trapped apart from one another. Bullets out from Reefus onto the back of Doc C. He's trying to take the peaks on this.
Tough game now for Alpha Gaming, just the 2 players. This is really rough. Reefus hits the deck also. This is Alter Ego, almost about to lose Krypton at distance from Tizzy. out in the blue. You'd be furious. If you're Alter Ego, this was a very, very good opportunity for them to catch up in the rankings.
For Nonshin, I don't think this will be a Dr. Dre play. They won't forget about Doc trapped in behind the rocks. Fireflux taking the head-to-head versus Regnum Karia with a third party from Team Secret as well. Tizzy has already shown us how much turmoil he can cause in this lobby with the shots over onto Krypton of Alter Ego. You get the replay here of a very important fight as well. That was Power versus Yangon that resulted in them going out.
Alter Ego's doing great work. Moana with a big nade. Hits the double. Alva's been taking some nice shots from Alter Ego, and that's outside in the blue, making the most of this zone, but he knows he's got to get back in because just like that, the play zone was doing a huge amount of damage. I think he just about made it through, but that's another great nade from Tizzy over towards Rosemary, leaving them down to just the one player. Where is that nade going? Got no more left now, wasn't able to confirm over towards Rosemary. Alva's back up on his feet. Moana's dropping the smokes.
Tizzy's trying to get in close range. Wants to put the shot into good use. Tag from the side. Alva gets the visual on him. Nade up from the teammate. Good peek back in. It's Binny in the back that hits heavy with the DBS. You're going for the pickup. The car drives by. Moana runs into the barrel and goes down. See you later, Alter Ego.
Almost all of our big ticket teams are down now. Regnum Kaya, DRX, Alter Ego, Weibo. But it's Alpha Gaming surprisingly getting Reefus back up on their feet. This game's not done yet for this squad.
It seems like they smell blood in the water off the fight from Alter Ego. The bounce on the nade. That one's going to arc you back up and get you a little bit clammy in the hands. Reefus has 4 nades of his own to reply with. Cast one in close. Binny rocks over. They can play off one another. That's the manpower advantage they have. And Reefus, he's on an island. The nade bouncing over the top as well. Reply with the molly to force him out of position. He's being burnt, cooked in position. They just need to get close to finish him.
Gets tagged by the flames as well, and that will be Reefus going down here. Now just Doc, the big man himself. 27 elims during the playoffs. It is a massive result for a singular player here. Can he hold his own? At least get themselves some more points going into the next match to make that match point slightly easier. For Yangon Galacticos, it's 8 that they'd need to breach in our first angle of the day, and Doc's out, and it's Power of all the teams to make it happen. Making these games interesting, taking down both Yangon and APG, the Giant Slayers.
Heavy is the hand from Power today, as they are running through these teams. They take the fight to 4 thrives from distance as well. Confidence to split. It's easy that was able to strip Falak out of the competition.
4 thrives not doing too badly on this match. 9 eliminations. Good result for them. Nice shot through from IQ. Once again over towards Easy, being left behind as Vahiden has to wrap back round again to wrap Vahiden with bandages. Get Easy back up on his feet as quickly as possible because this blue is starting to push in and it hits hard. That might be both of them going down. In fact, Vahiden's very lucky to get out of there as quickly as he did.
Had me scared, man. The drive through the blue, the wide turning circle. The play zone still going to nip at the heels of Easy as well. So it's starting to go south for Power bit by bit. 4 thrives taken to pieces as well. Team Secret engage on top of them. Nonshin Red Force just watching. Biding their time. You've got the 2-player push-up close towards the Falcons that are catching whiff of this.
Cole and Ralph. Deadly duo here. The IGL. And the slayer of squads, Koa himself. Good nade up from Zizzy. More Molotovs thrown through, just delaying what Falcons can do here. The blue's going to force them out into unfavorable engagement between them. There's a car coming in.
Nice Team Secret having a bit of a scout on that one. See if they want to commit to it. Zizzy on the peek up, only able to grab one. The boa constrictor himself poises. Hits back. No. Oh, straight into the nade. And goodbye, Falcons, as Team Secret shut them down. Power are still in play, but of course, it's only that duo that remains alive right now.
Team Secret whispering death in the ears of these other teams. A nade over the top, it looks to go fairly long, bounces over the top, a huge amount of damage off the back of that one. No team is inside the circle. Nongshim Red Force taking this time to move out towards the south side and get some big angles. Another nade up towards the backside of Power there, should be going down now. Ragnar attempts to deny the points, but it's slightly late. It's Team Secret up against Nongshim, a 3v3.
So many wide open sight lines to work with. Zizzy realizes he's got to get up close and provide some cover for himself, but it's an instant connection. First man falls, leaving only two. They can't play to get him back up. They've got to focus on the crosshairs instead.
That will be Nongshim Red Force taking the first chicken dinner of the day. What a fantastic result for them. I mean, to be quite frank, from their region, Nongshim Red Force plays extremely strange throughout this entire tournament. It's a whole different style because we're used to very defensive kind of plays from that region overall. But Nongshim Red Force shows us a completely different, deadly, angry side from that team.
We've seen them running headfirst into danger time and time again. This is another one of these games where they come out swinging. Exciting stuff though, with Power causing that struggle in the lobby, taking the fight to the teams that are so close to that point barrier and making it uncomfortable, giving other squads a chance now.
They've just painted a target on their back.
Oh yeah.
Power's made some very powerful enemies in this game. But I don't think they'll be stopping anytime soon. I like that they're just playing these games out with not a care in the world. They just want more points on board. But the same can be said for a lot more teams. Getting towards their angle. No team on match point just yet.
Cybertron's future is near.
Autobots, roll out!
Reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of cyber Victory for all sentient beings.
Well, Nongshim Red Force here gets a big Sandhawk win to get them into day number 3 of the grand final here for PMWC, but also those top teams shut down to start off day number 3. Joining me, Neptura, as well as Maxman, to talk about this one. Max, Nongshim Red Force, actually, we spoke about it at the beginning of the day. These wins for these teams, even if they're not able to challenge for number 1 by the end of the day, this is still big wins potentially for these teams.
If you get in the top 5 at the end of today, you're going to make big money at the end of this one. So, of course, they had a ton of eliminations, get the 10 placement points. We'll have to see when the leaderboards pop up to see how much of an increase they really got. But Nongshim Red Force, if there's any point in time you want to get a win, it's right now, especially on the very last Sandhawk of this year currently when it comes to globals. So that's going to be a very impactful one for their team.
21 points go their way. Team Secret gets 13. 4 Thrives has come alive once again. But Nongshim Red Force here, Neptura, to focus on the winners here for a moment. They had the compound and they had some great transitions afterwards.
Yeah, I really liked how they played this, actually. You saw them take advantage of, in that zone, in the mid-game, one of the only easy entry points that circle had to offer. They actually had a split down onto the southwest side, blocking that entry point. You know, APG do come through a little bit, but those other teams, they had to actually fight to get into the zone. And so actually Nongshim were able to just farm eliminations after that.
I mean, the compound is quite good, though. You're looking at this first page of the leaderboards for this match. Guess who we're not seeing? No Yangon Galacticos, no Alpha Gaming.
Hooray!
They're not in the Smash Run just yet.
I want more games.
I want 6 games if we can. Going on to the second page, here you go. Yangon Galacticos, 2 eliminations. Alpha Gaming, 1 placement point. There's still enough time for these teams to try and play catch-up.
No, definitely. Only the 2, only the 1. So we will see a little bit of an opportunity here for the rest of this lobby to really do something about it. Again, it's an almost insurmountable try and catch up to where they are currently here, Neptura. But we've seen crazier things, like, for example, Alter Ego in a group stage day, right? 78 points on a day. So some of these teams are very capable of huge point gains.
Right, they are. And Alter Ego actually didn't have too bad of a game in that Sandhawk. So it is going to be interesting to see what they can do in the bigger maps in those Orangles, right?
Yep.
But yeah, Nongshim for Thrives, Team Secret as well, able to just push through those points, get as many eliminations as possible. It is nice to see that as we look over at the top damage dealers, we're seeing those names coming in, but none of them are the top teams.
You know what I'm seeing, Maxman?
Which one? What are you looking at?
Sandhawk numbers right now. This is...
Oh, I waited for that. That's been a while.
It's been a while, hasn't it? There's not, some decent limbs here and there, but nothing huge coming out from our Sandhawk.
It's all over the place. Yeah. These numbers are going to be very consistent between all the teams. Actually, I was talking about Nongshim Red Force. They're fighting, which is not quite what we see. Nongshim Red Force like to have a central compound. We wait, we chill, we get the points, we get a few eliminations that just naturally come our direction. No, here, actually, you mentioned it a little bit earlier here, Niptro. Sweeping the western side, getting involved versus Alpha Gaming, versus the side of Alter Ego, trying to also third-party fights on the southern side. I think it was against Falcons. They were so involved. They're hungry for that massive prize pool increase in the leaderboards.
They're actually being proactive for once, which so far we have not seen from them at all. But you're right. You know, they're sweeping that southwest side. They're moving on to Alter Ego. They're clearing that team. They're moving back down to the south side. It did get a little bit hairy. I thought they took a little bit too long. They slowed right down up against Falcons. But once that was cleared, They were able to take advantage of this fight happening to regroup and then spread out again over the south side and able to take that chicken.
Yeah, I was going through the replays. I think one very important thing that needs to be stated about Nongshim Red Force is they were using the rocks to their full advantage. They were getting so many angles, and of course, when you're looking at Team Secret, you're looking at Power. They're going downhill. They only have a few trees. If you have the off angles, there's really not much these teams can do against you. So Nongshim Red Force had a great map knowledge here at the end of this match.
Also a little bit of a dichotomy between a lot of their previous wins and this one, right? Because this one wasn't just sitting in a compound and waiting for the game to come to you. This was a bit more proactive from Nongshim Red Force.
It was really nice that they took the zone rather than have the zone handed and still do something or not, as we've seen before. It was really nice that they were like, hey, that zone over there, it's ours. But here we go. Overall. 4th place coming into this one game.
Okay, Max, they came in at what, 11th today?
They were in 11th position before this one. 11th place is $50,000 if you stay in that position at the end of today. If you're in 4th position and they remain there, that's $120,000. That's possibly a $70,000 chicken dinner that's just been secured by Nongshim Red Force.
That's terrifying. That is terrifying. I don't know if I could keep up with that kind of pressure. That's crazy stuff coming in from them. But again, look how close it is between all of those teams. Now again, to get this over the barrier here, Yangon and Alpha did not have a good start to today, so their points are barely shifted. Maybe an opportunity to try and catch up with them, but still all eyes will be focused on that position.
Yeah,
wait, so I want to jump on this one. 4th Rise also jumping up. They were initially in 8th position, if I'm not mistaken, with 68 points. So also pretty big jump. We said it, top 5.
Nice.
Prize point increase is significant for Pakistan. This first game was an absolute banger.
That'll be 100,000 or 110. I'm not quite sure. I'm not, without me checking it right now, but yeah, big jumps are still very much available here for PMWC. One question, whilst we take a look at our 9th through 16th as well here, Neptura, is that the last time we get to see Sanhok for a while? Now that Rondo's coming in.
I'm so sad. Hey, it was a great Sanhok to end on. Hey, yo.
I prefer Rondo. I'm happy.
No, it was a good one to end on. I think it was a really nice Sanhok to end on. Yeah. The thing I want to mention, though, just very quickly, is that if I was APG, if I was Yangon after that game, I would be concerned because those 3rd to 6th teams all placed there, they were the ones who stepped up massively in this game. 4 Thrives, WBG were there. You had Nongshim Red Force as well, right? All those teams right behind starting to step up. What can we see in Erangel?
Well, let's look at it. Well, let's see who's been able to perform so far. Yangon Galacticos up at number 1 here for our Erangel so far. Weibo, though, Max, you've had your eyes on them to be able to do something?
Oh, yeah, their angles have been so good, but they just get a little bit too hyper-focused on specific fights. If they can see the bigger picture, possibly here, they can try and rise up to the occasion, actually start breaching that top 2 position. The prize point increase would also be quite significant getting into that top 2. But Weibo, I said it earlier, Suk, we love you with the explosive bow. Maybe it's time for the S12K. Maybe that change of weapon can actually give them an opportunity to have even more team fighting capabilities to rise up in the leaderboards.
For them, I'd also like to see them actually take a few better angles. I think they split up quite effectively, but I want to see a few more alter ego angles coming into that. I want to see that influence because I think those angles are so beneficial for certain teams that I think that actually Weibo would actually do well to be influenced by that.
Let's get to it then. We have 3 Erangels potentially here for the last day of PMWC as we head over to the grassy pastures for game number 2 of the day here with our commentators.
Thank you very much. Kale and everyone on the desk. It's been exciting and you can feel the anticipation at the storyline starting to build. But we appreciate you switching over to us so we can give you the breakdown. Of course, if you want to stay up to date in your own way and follow all of the action, head on over to the official map feed so you can check it out and follow it exactly how you'd want to with a full lay of the land. And you'd need it, Blank, because we are at the precipice of greatness for so many teams. Of course, though, because of that man on your screens and the incredible power roster taking the fight to our top dogs, they were starved out from being able to break into that 128 barrier.
I want to keep tabs on these teams 100% because right now there is certain jump ups which, like Max says, are worth a whole lot of money. Nongshim Red Force, they can stay up towards the top of those tables. Might have just salvaged their performance here in the playoffs.
They very well might have. But it's time once again. Glue your eyes to your screen, strap yourself in with those seat belts that you're going to need, and keep your arms inside of this vehicle at all times as we're going back in to those beautiful, lush pastures that come before us. Let's get into this one, Blank, and see how things are going to start to shape up once again here today.
Right now, we're at the vertical drop, just waiting for this ride to get underway as we're in the plane heading down from Kameshki all the way through to the western side in Quarry. While teams get themselves out in action, Weibo going to be out a little bit later down towards Primorsk unless they go for a slightly different drop here. Oh, but look at the drop in points right now, Jackie. 85 points down to 77 in 10th place. We've got triple 77s across the board from Regnum, Kaya, Power, and Ida here. Oh, it's nasty. Real nasty.
Whole lot of 7s, but will they be lucky? That's the question. Or will it be the wrath of some of our top players back out, proving they're the top dogs in the lobby again today? Doc has been living up to the name. It has been surgically clean.
3 players that we talked about a lot here, Doc, Rosemary, Falak, all putting on a performance of a lifetime in this one. Davot with a 405 meters. I think that's breaking the record. Crazy stuff coming through. Nongshim Red 4 straight down towards the south side, looting around yellows. Falcons, as per usual, in Pochinki. But check out this circle, heading directly southeast into the uncomfortable trees, the dead woods. Will these teams be able to get themselves out alive, though? And across that match point barrier, not possible for teams in 3rd and 4th place at the moment. All eyes on Yangon and APG.
See them parachuting in here. The Alpha squad that have shown us that they mean business. An uncomfortable rotate for them back on Sandhawk that resulted in a fragmentation of that team, Blank. Starved down just to Doc before they were taken out of the runnings.
But a comfortable rotate here, actually, if they can head down towards Sosnovka military base. They're fully committed for this one. I think that maybe in different times they wouldn't go for it. 4th Rise are at their back, though, so they need to get a move on, get sprinting at the moment. But if they can get down towards Sosnovka, they can make a comfortable rotate over towards that eastern bridge. We'll see if anyone tries to hold them out, but likely Thundertorps are going to hold in Milta. Some nice shots over towards Top, who does have to drop down, takes a bit of damage from that leap as well. This is a slightly sad start, but it should get better, unless 4th Rise tries to get involved in this one.
It'd be a risky maneuver for him to full commit, full send, hop behind the wheel, put the pedal to the metal and chase them down. But they're still raining out shots. IQ is the tool for the job as well.
QSS, not the best weapon in the world, but when you've got no vest, no helmet, it will hurt, and comes pre-installed with that scope. Just like acrobatics on display right now from APG.
The outlines.
Yeah, parkour in the entire time.
Oh, it's good.
Leaping over railings, getting through the girders. A bit of a
terrifying, man.
Yeah, a bit of a jungle gym for them.
Just constantly trying to get out of there, keep their noses clean, but already some obscene plays thrown into the mix. Nongshim Red Force up against Fire Flux there. Mancat being able to find one of those for free.
I'll tell you what, as much as some of the players from Nongshim Red Force have very much frustrated me in the past, I do respect that no matter what, they're just going to keep giving it. They're going to keep being aggressive. They're not changing anything. And I think that's a mindset that can really affect you going into the finals, where you want to play passive, you want to get those points, you want to get placements on board. But for Nongshim Red Force, fair enough. Some of these engagements, some of these fights, you're going to mess up. You're going to do something a little insane. But here in the playoffs, I welcome a bit of insanity.
Now's the time to pull it out. This was the opening knock onto Doc C. From distance, Mancat being able to spot onto that one and restrict him. Alter Ego as well. A little establishing shot of that rotate round from Regnum Karia, but one man's trapped amongst it. Oh, Loxy, you have been left hung out to dry as the rest of the team realized they had to commit to the getaway, so they find that one for free.
Ultra started off pretty quickly on that last game, looking to do it again here. They get themselves down into a nice position on that southeast side. Sadly, Regnum Kaya will lose a player off the back of that. But they're no strangers to these types of circles. Usually do have a fair amount of success on them. Losing a player at this stage of the game does hurt them, though.
Power versus Thundertalks. Okay, Power. Let's see if the energy levels are still carrying on from the prior game. They were forming a fist and punching their way through this lobby pretty convincingly. They find Jin getting knocked down immediately. No one else really around to assist as well.
Power pushing up. This is not a bad spot for Power either. They can play this. Regnum Kaya do move up. Bumper cars in play, easy, attempting to get out of there. Bullets raining on the vehicle, but not quite hitting their mark.
I'm surprised he was actually able to get out there so confidently. I mean, you've just crashed straight into him, no follow-up from it. He gets away, and obviously for Regnum Kaya, you're at a disadvantaged fight. That would have at least been an equalization in the battle of attrition. If they took down easy, it would have been a 3 versus 3.
They could have probably pulled that game out a little bit longer. I think for Yangon Galacticos, though, as well as APG, they're one of the few teams out on the western side and down towards the south that just have not found a home here over towards that southeast side, where most teams are confirming their position. There have been a couple of times where we've seen more teams spread out over towards Mansion and around Shelter, and likely on this circle it does center up around Mini Milter as well as Milter itself. I think this is the smart choice from all sending central. Does give some more time for squads on the outer edge to play this game slowly, though.
DRX back on screen here as well. DRX, again, another team that was looking relatively impressive. Whenever we've seen them in terms of those later circles, the communication's been really good. Hyunbin's had some huge pop-off plays as well. It's always fun to watch. On this one, they get a lot of time to ponder and think. Team Secret, of course, you had that late finish, coming second in the previous game. See what they can do here. It's Saycloud that's just off in the distance, and Murnat that gets contact. Few shots fired in towards the vehicles, trying to trace them down. Hefty chip.
It's not a bad shot towards Jake. He has to switch vehicles, though, knows that that buggy is not long for this world. We'll just heal up using the bandies. Yangon Galacticos similarly in a rough scenario where we're heading over towards stage 2. They've not quite found themselves over towards the circle just yet. We're waiting for that shift, because if it is down towards Milter Power or Milter Way, suddenly becomes very, very hard for a lot of these teams that are rotating in late to get too much success off the back of it. APG's just been sitting pretty down towards military base this entire time. Oh, okay. That is a big one. That's going to create a real traffic jam down that southeast side. Hard to rotate up on the east around the crates here, Jackie. Oh, dear, dear me. Not a bad opportunity for the boys over on APG, though, to sidle in over towards that eastern bridge and get a loot crate delivered to them on the way.
Yeah, potential as well, with all the team's focus being turned ahead of them with the swift rotations that now have to be made. They could backdoor into it. Fireflux straight in versus Power as well. Seems like Al-Haji has swiftly been handled. And you get the follow-up onto Fahidan. So already you're able to strip them down to just 2 players on Power. Easy sprints into the building. Oh, good for the first with the DBS, but Ketch replies straight back.
Easy was locked in there. You see the way he was moving? See if he was inside the match itself. Power is now forced to send away with just Ragnar on side. This was a horrible shift on the circle back up towards the northwest, but gives a great opportunity now for Yangon to play out a smooth game.
Yeah, a lot that can be done for this team. And for Fireflux, she'll take all the bells and whistles that come with that nice crash over onto Power as well. Steal away all the additional supplies, reset yourself and focus up. This is DRX that have been ushered further around with the readjustment on the zone, just inches away from Nongxin Red Force. The Peek out through the window, seeing if they can find anything from this. Better be careful though, Tizzy and Binny have been very lethal today.
I mean, Doxy is a nice long-range player, quite good in the close quarters combat as well, but the Tizzy, Zizzy, Binny show fair few times. Does sound almost like a cartoon, to be honest with you.
They get some solid reviews though. Ratings would be through the roof with how they've been playing.
On at prime time. It is exciting watching Nongshim Red Force. APG finally making this move. Like I said, they got a loot crate delivered to them, which was awesome. Ida is holding though. It's a smart maneuver from Ida. One that might just pay off, especially if they are confident that APG is going to be moving through late, which possibly means here that APG is going to have to wait on the outer edges. Top goes for something very aggressive. They're going to try and swipe right over towards the beachhead and deny those sight lines, and Ida has absolutely nothing to say about it.
Yeah, it looked like they were clued into the situation. We're going to hold this in a nice crossfire, but instead you kind of leave one man out. Oh, and it's Lonesome and Darkin. To jump in the back of the buggy and try and make a quick getaway from it, link up with the rest of the squads. They're not at a disadvantage, but you get over the bridge and back onto the mainland now.
Back over towards the east. Prison as well as Shelter. Limited cover in some of these areas. Prison does set yourself up nicely up towards the rocky outcrops and the high ground, but no one's really sending into Prison unless it's a absolute desperate maneuver. So that cuts out a little bit of playing space. I can't imagine we're going to have 16 teams going into Zone 4 though.
Something will start to change soon. Top offering up the short back and sides to Ida, trying to trim them down from a distance on the coastline. Meanwhile, DRX thrown into a third-person fight as well there versus Fireflux.
Yangon Galacticos going for a wide wrap towards Prison side. I think it's a smart maneuver as well, Jackie, all things considered, because they know a lot of teams must have shifted back up over towards the northwest and might have left those areas a little bit more dry in terms of players. It's a bit of a bold maneuver, but with the information you have, it's probably the best informational play you can go for at this stage of the game, especially if you're just trying to stay quiet and get over that 128-point mark. How is he not down?
Damn. Tries to get the quick connection off. Rapid peek in. Great follow-up, and that's how Thunder Talks get removed. So that's that first squad falling now. We get our answer.
Yeah, Thunder Talks out. I mean, they've just not had the greatest of playoffs, really. In 36 points. The bottom of the tables. DRX, though, comfortably will hold on to that one around Milter, but they've got further to go. And here's APG, in fact, looking to get the toothpick out and clean out the remainder of DRX inside of Milton. If they can do that, they will control nicely down towards the south edge, and they know that DRX has been forced in an uncomfortable spot now.
Ooh, this is problematic though. Top further ahead. They're able to find that angle into the building and get the knock on him. That's from way back up on the hillside with Fireflux.
Doc, why are we faking that? That's a crazy maneuver. I get that, you know, he has teammates that can come in, but what are we going to do? Another teammate comes through, get peaks, almost goes down. Potentially might have had 3 players going down there, losing durability on helmets and vests. Just get your boy up, all right? Top's probably shouting at him, like, just res me. Like, that's all I need right now.
Rufus on the drive-by inside of that hovercraft. All the bullets smashing into it. He's getting torn to shreds as well. So many squads having vision onto him.
Very, very overzealous maneuver. I don't quite know what was going on in his head at that moment in time. I know they want to get into the circle, but you've got bare information going into it. There's plenty of players that can sit around those hilltops as well. I suppose he thought he could get further in the hovercraft, but there was some serious team shots onto that vehicle, and I know that a lot of players hate how that hovercraft can get players and teams into pretty notable areas of the map, so as soon as they see it, they see red.
this to me is starting to look a little bit like Alpha coming into this one, maybe quite antsy today. Some of the decision making, the way they're jittering a little bit. Feels like the nerves might be there, the pressure that could potentially be put on them and from the environment we're in here on Smash Sunday.
It's always so uncomfortable not hitting match point game 1. Because then it sends you in a bit of a spiral where every single game, therefore, if you're like, well, we just need a passive game, just need 10 points. That's all we need to grab in these matches. Let's kind of pull this back. Let's reassess the scenario going forward. Most of the time, you should just play your own game. Don't think about Smash ruling, especially for Yangon as well as APG. Not sure what happened there with T24 and IQ, but especially for Yangon and APG, they were so far ahead, it doesn't matter. They just need to play out a regular match of PUBG Mobile for themselves, eventually hit that marker. What is happening?
What on earth has gone on there?
T24 nades.
Double team knock.
Is it Reaper? That's like Max's nade of the day right there.
Yeah. Max a minimum on that one. We'll forget about that. Focus up on this. Nonshin Red Force versus Fireflux. Throwing out fists inside of the building. Close quarters engagements with that third party of DRX trying to get a look in as well and see if they can snatch points from this. As we do lose out on Scarface, Matcap goes down, so the Fireflux cleaned out on this one. Alter Ego with the read over on the side. It's Krypton that's quick to the hit. So with Hyunbin falling, DRX starting to lose some manpower as well.
Yeah, more shots going through. Great rotate from APG, by the way. They saw this fight break out between DRX, Nongtron Red Force, and Fireflux. That was their direct competition on that north side. They used that moment to swing round to the west. So I really enjoyed that coming through from APG. Don't even want to think about what happened in the Four Thrives camp. I think they're quite frustrated with what just occurred.
Yeah, that is a comedy of errors that you will be very quickly clambering to forget. Meanwhile, though, you're going to be having your eyes light up if you're a fan for Yangon as they're in with 3 eliminations off the back of that.
Oh, getting a replay. Don't show us the replay. Oh, no. I'm glad they at least didn't show us the Molotov as well. Dear me. Yangon, though, that is 3 separate teams they've been involved on. It was Team Secret, Ida, as well as Alter Ego. And they just keep going. They just keep going on that one.
At this point, even just off elims alone, I mean, only 4 more to find now. You've already grabbed yourself so much stock inside of this game, and it's very early doors. We're already 17 minutes in.
Yangon Galacticos down towards plenty of teams. And they took advantage of that high ground that Prison affords you on that eastern side. They knew they were lacking information when they're coming in from that northwest, so they change up the game and they use the plane map as well as the circle that came through to identify an area on the map that might be a little bit more open. They can start to develop that intel.
The Arena Gladiators swinging and showing us they're handy with steel up against Team Secret, but the clap back from the hillside is Yangon that try and get a spot down and see if it's worth committing to this one. You know, there's been a fair amount of chip damage, and there's even more follow-up coming in as well.
I think when you look over towards E-Arena as well, the fact that they delay them here almost certainly should count them out because the circle is going to push them in. They are on the short side of it, so it will take a little bit more time, but all Yangon Galacticos really need to do now is just send a couple of shots, a couple of bee stings down towards E-Arena and keep them locked down.
It's not just that Yangon are playing well, it's that Alpha are obviously having a real struggle of a game as well. I mean, it's just Shoal now. You have the sideline shots that came in from Falcons as they were trying to make their way over, so it's just down to the solo man.
Again, another game where likely APG is not making it over the match point. Rests on the shoulders of Yangon. Should get at least 4 points off the back, or at maximum 4 points off the back of E-Arena. This moment will be stolen away by Horror. That could have been right there, right then. If they took out the entirety of E-Arena, Yangon would have made it. Need to get themselves into placements range now, though.
I honestly think that's what they were debating as well. You could see kind of the difference in the two players that were further up, almost feeling like if they went for that one, it would have been worth the risk and reward potential. Falcons back over onto Alter Ego, giving as good as they get, with Nonshin also looking to see if they can snatch away some points from this.
Falcons actually not playing a terrible game right now over towards the south side. They are roaming, they are making sure they keep track of a lot of the players coming through. The circle will start to push E-Arena in. Now for Yangon Galacticos, this is less of a matter about battling against E-Arena and more of a case of battling against Horror, stealing away these eliminations.
It's Murna and SayCloud that have basically just had to prevent anyone sneaking in from the backline, whilst the raw focus from Romeo and co is just thrown down the hill onto E-Arena. They're finally getting what they were building into on this one and converting those knocks into full eliminations, take down the squad, mop them up, and keep those elims building. 7 elims, 1 single point away from beating the 128 barrier now.
So Yangon Galacticos just need to get themselves into 8. That's all they need. Krypton tries to take it up towards the Falcons, but they will swing back with the wings, blast them away with the Air Force. Now just Regnum Kaya up topside. Can Falcons make a push through 2 teams? It will be a good result for them and something we've not seen for quite some time.
So many nades thrown at Toshbik. Had to give up the cover he had to play, the cover he had to play with. He's trying to see if he can get an angle. Oh, if you got the shot back over, it's that backline with Narvalo and Koa. You could completely fragment the Falcons, leave them in a position where potentially they can start to take the fight to them. Silas rocks over as well, makes his rotate in the back of the buggy, looks for the peek up. They might have got the pick-me-up, sure, but can they still hold on to this ground?
Falcons looking over towards Silas, who backs straight back in towards the buggy, hits the deck. Smile with 4 elims on the side of Yangon Galacticos and looking not to let that kind of pace let up anytime soon. He wants to keep on pedaling. Murna now setting his sights over towards Wild. It's a bit more chip damage here.
It's kind of a 3-1 split with how they're playing it as well. I mean, Murna is going in towards Regnam, whereas you've got Smile still just looking for the vision back over on towards Horror, with 2 players in the center there for the quick rotate depending on where the favored fight goes. Meanwhile, Zol, the last man from Alpha, is spotted with a wrap over from 4 Thrives. Oh, Toshbik goes for the peek out, but it doesn't work. Narvalo, quick, hits that one back.
Falcons with 9 eliminations, Jackie. This is a big step up in performance from them today. Weibo as well, getting some good results in over towards 4 Thrives, who have not been thriving on that southwest side. The Falcons, they see weakness, and they'll send in.
Narvalo unloads. The Hailstorm hits onto Falak T24. Trying to scrap back, but not much that can be done, as Koa will restrict and remove the potential for any comeback for T24 and Koa on that one. So goodbye 4 Thrives. Unfortunately, the Falcons might have finally come unstuck. Shots down on the 3 of the players. Only 1 man remains alive. Meanwhile, Jiggle looking for the head-to-head versus Yangon.
Gigantic game for Falcons, honestly. 11 elims, very, very nice. They won't go any further than that. Weibo Gaming looking to catch up to the Titans at the top of the lobby. Another nade sent through in the Molotov, as well as a nade towards the back, but Romeo will at least hit Jiggle with that molly. Burns him out. In the meantime, Murnat will pick up Silas. Sleepy gets lucky there on that bounce, didn't he?
For Yangon, the job is done of all they wanted to establish on this one, pushing past that 128 barrier and making it to the match point for the smash rule. They're focused now on how far can they go in this game. Strike fear into the other squads with how they've been playing.
Yangon, Romeo's down, and they're going to send in with SayCloud. No fear will be taken out. But they need another game after this one with a chicken dinner. Sky, though, from Horror, putting in the work, and Weibo still holding on that south side, Jackie. Good shot from Sky, dear me.
Really crisp stuff. Yangon have finally met their match in Aura with how they've been able to play. Wide open angles and quick shots from Sky. Mernat, though, frustrated, wants to grab even more points for them, push further up the standings, and leave these squads knowing that if you come to the best, you better be able to strike them down.
Weibo needs to get moving, though. Like, this is a fight that they could capitalize off the back of. Yangon needs to push up the hill, and Weibo's had no influence here. Order finally looks over. SayCloud is down, and do the boys want to move over towards his way? He's gathering as much information as possible. Now with the big weapons in the back pocket, looks to put the hurt in. Ragnar with an off angle towards the back. Order jump spotting. SayCloud's still down. Might have just not seen him there.
They've both got so much utility to work with here as well. In a position to provide themselves some better sight lines, get those smokes down. Nades for the engage as well. A good range of different placements in terms of where these players are. If the fight kicks off, they can get angles onto you, even if you only slightly peek back into it. Mernat inside of the vehicle, hit heavy by Order. There goes the first man.
It's good timing as well as the circle starts to push in. Brilliant timing, in fact. They can delay as much as possible, will make life very hard for Yangon.
And Power. Of course, it was Ragnar that was left as the solo so long ago. The last man representing the organization, trapped in position with he just guarding his only exit.
Yeah, just needs to worry about the blue, essentially, and that'll do the trick. Now Weibo can set their sights completely over towards Yangon Galacticos. They have a man advantage, but positioning is not great for them.
Surprised SayCloud was able to keep himself alive. He dived in behind the tree in the loot crate. There's a nade that's going to be cast towards his position, but he's topped himself back up. The heal comes through in the nick of time. Meanwhile, the shots uphill are good for damage, but the knock is confirmed onto SayCloud.
Really important knock there coming through from he on a side swipe. Mernat tries to make his way across. But very important game, not only for Yangon Galacticos, but also Weibo. 91 points. And if they win this game, they'll shoot themselves up towards the century mark, over into the 100, set themselves up for later on in the day.
So much riding on this for that team. We've been singing the praises of Order, but him and he are a lethal unit. And at the minute, with that knock that came over onto Romeo as well, they've got a great advantage into this one. That's the full confirmation. Burn them down to just 2 players. Still, so much utility left to work with. That's been a difference maker for this team.
Smart plays here from 33Zs. He takes down Mernat, slowly pushing up, and another goes down. And Weibo will find themselves the second chicken dinner of the day. But the big storyline is Yangon Galacticos. They have crossed the line.
That match point, smash rule coming into effect. That's what they were hoping for on this outing. And Weibo, it is huge for them, like you said. The difference of being able to vacuum up these points, put themselves into a position where if they keep playing stalwart throughout this day, they could have a chance at the title. It's all to play for, but the intensity that will be building going into Game 3, Blank, the action is going to be palpable in that arena.
The bowstring is pulled taut right now for Weibo, and they're hoping to keep that tension in place to accentuate that gameplay. You look towards this team, they're pretty strong, but I think Yangon probably quite happy they didn't get the chicken dinner. It feels bad, hard trying to get the second. Let's wait for the third match today over Arundel. In the meantime, we'll be heading back over to the desk.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
One of the only teams that could potentially challenge the top 2 coming into day number 3 here of our grand finals. Weibo is able to get themselves even more points to try and make that catch-up a reality here for the grand final. Joining me to talk about this one, Seven as well. So not Seven, he's backstage. Go away, Seven. I've got him on the brain. Max, he's behind the couch. Maxman as well as Neptura to talk about this one. Neptura, good to see this team be able to step up here on Erangel to try and make that catch-up happen.
This game was so classic WBG. I feel like they go center, they go mid, and then as the zone pushes them to the edge, they end up starting to sweep teams. They kind of wait for other teams actually to sweep each other before coming in the final few moments, and that's exactly what we saw them do here, right? Landing, or not landing, but going to shelter, rotating to shelter, being able to get elim after elim, and now 10 points. That's going to be a 20-point game, and when we look at that leaderboard, Max, we are looking at being basically halfway to that smash point.
I mean, yeah, but okay, Yangon Galacticos, they breached the threshold. We saw it this match. That's the issue now. They are the only team that could smash next game. That's going to be, of course, bringing up the question. Big target on their back. Are any teams going to want to do anything about it? But 17 points here. Again, so successful when it comes to wide rotations, making it up north, waiting for the circle. It goes back to the east. All of the teams are going to be highly concentrated south and west, meaning northeast next to prison is open. They take control. They get the elims. They get their ticket in the smash zone.
So we got to focus on that a little bit more, because now there is a world where if they win the next game or any subsequent game with no other team in that smash zone here, Neptura, Galacticos, Yangon Galacticos will be our champions here. And after putting up 17 points, as soon as they realize, I think, that they're over the hurdle, they know that that game is just, well, let's just get a limb here or there. Let's just try and set ourselves apart from APG even a little bit more. So big stuff here for the tournament.
So far it's working, right? APG just not able to get the points that they need to make sure that they're closer to Yangon than they are. So for Yangon, they're like, hey, we're actually sitting really, really pretty. I do want to say they got a second place, not a win. They didn't get the win curse before the smash point coming in. So they didn't win this one. Maybe they'll win the next one.
The other team, though, up at the top, obviously APG. I initially want to make the point, Max, and then you can continue on, because I am of the belief if you're a military-based team, you have to have a drop-up spot. And to watch them try and run over the bridge and dodge bullets and all this stuff, it's not enough when you're on the hunt to try and make something happen. What do you make of it?
It's like talking to a wall, Kalaris. We've been doing it during PMSL CSA. You drop in a military base, you should have a secondary drop, but they've never done it now over the course of a year and a half since I've known this team, and especially since the brand new iteration of this team for Alpha Gaming. They're just so committed, and they almost lost players against 4 Thrives with a VSS from IQ across the bridge. It was rough, but here, as we can see on this graphic, they only jump up 1 point per game. 119, they started off with 117. Alpha Gaming, you still need 8 points. It is achievable, but the way they're playing, they might take 2, maybe 3 matches before they even get there.
I think with Weibo getting this win, it couldn't have happened in a more perfect way here, Neptura, because now we came into today thinking 2-horse race, absolutely. However, if Weibo suddenly just pops off once again, we're right there. 3-horse race here for day number 3.
I mean, it is crazy that Alpha Gaming could look directly behind them and then watch as Weibo Gaming actually surpass them in that race. Because they're performing far better than Alpha Gaming are. And I slightly hate that there's a world where Alpha Gaming could get this close again and only get the MVP.
That's the second place curse for some of their players. Top is well acquainted with that position. He loves the second place. But it's unfortunate for me, when you look at Smash Roll, it forces team in a situation they're just not comfortable with. And here, I think Alpha Gaming are just completely crumbling under that pressure. Not really sure how to make that ascent at the top.
Weird, because especially considering what we were talking about in the pre-show, right? Technically, this team should be able to handle the pressure. Again, if you have a backup drop, Yangon Galacticos has gone for backup drops on Erangel. Well, technically, right? Because obviously, they had a lot of Novo drops throughout the tournament so far, but they've gone to those Georgia Paul crates, Neptura. They've been able to capitalize on that. The wide wraps have looked fantastic for them, and they get beyond the smash zone.
Yes, they do. It's really, really nice to see them be able to do that. They seem to just have this knack for knowing what is the best entry point in a zone, right? They have really, really good map knowledge, really good team knowledge as well. We were talking about it where the zones were popping back and forth, so they knew which side of the zone was most likely to be open. Just taking full advantage of that, not overextending, not being too reckless, just very careful, but aggressive. And I think that's something that in the last 2 days, we've not seen the aggressive side of Yangon too much because they've been been able to have a compound in the zone, kind of just take on the last couple of 2 stragglers that are there at the end of the game. But for this game, they were able to just take team after team after team and take advantage of them.
You said they're very good at understanding the circle and everything. For me, the mark of a champion team is how they understand a lobby reacts to a circle. And I think Yangon Galacticos have that nailed down to the absolute limits of how you could be on that kind of macro approach to the game. They see the circle going west, they're going back northeast, meaning all of the teams are focused on the western and southern side. Entry point northwest, northeast is going to be completely open for them. They know how the lobby reacts to that kind of situation. Free entry point, they get into the circle, they play off the back of that. They are so smart on that aspect of the game that for me, that is the main reason why they made it so far in PMWC.
At this level, there's a very hive mind mentality of okay, we're all going to be in this certain area, we're going to be moved. A lot of these best teams that you see come along, Neptura, are teams that are already in their vehicles as the circle's popping. Okay, we need to be moving right now in order to be able to, because if you are going for wide rotates, you need to be the one moving first. Otherwise, other teams could leapfrog you. As we take a look now at the overall leaderboards, 137 points, but that point number won't matter for the moment. All Yangon Galacticos has to do is win a game. If they do, they become our PMWC champions.
Please be in the next game.
You're
that
excited?
Would be so cool.
That would be kind of cool.
That would be so cool. They've ended on a 2nd place. They've got that smash point threshold done, dusted, out of the way, surpassed by almost 10 points there. If they could come in with that momentum going, heck yeah, we've got it under the belt. We're good to go. Let's go for it. Game number 3 could be our final game here.
So, okay, we know where Yangon Galacticos drop, right? They go crates George Pulse.
Yes.
Question for you, Niptura.
Oh, no.
Are they going to be in danger? Is anyone coming for the Yangon Galacticos?
Or do they go elsewhere?
They could do that too, actually.
Yeah.
We have seen that before. I think it was it CSA? They were like, nah, we're not going to get hot dropped in the final game. No chance. And they actually changed their drop spot without telling anybody. And they did end up almost getting hot dropped there, so they avoided that. So could we see something similar from Yangon? I'm wondering. It's not going to be anybody in the top 5, though. 100% not going to be.
I mean, the thing is, you have Zaki available. GMX is not here anymore. If you want to play it ultra safe, just avoid an early fight skirmish. Zaki could be an option, which is, I didn't think I would ever say that.
Yeah, I'd hate that. That's not what I want to hear, Max.
Yeah, but same rotation path, right? It's nearby crates. It would make sense.
So
drop on Everest. No, maybe not. That's even worse. But actually,
pull an RPG where there's no weapons when you drop. Yeah, great. Yeah.
Actually, we were looking at the second page of the leaderboards. You were talking about Falcons that, again, increasing your rankings, you could get an extra bit of money.
Yeah.
Of course, here now it's match point. We are in Smash Zone. Yangon Galacticos is the one team to currently breach across that. The question on my mind is, how will they play it out? It is very, very high likely that they have never been in this position before. Will they keep their cool? It's time to go to the commentators here for our next Erangel of the day.
A position they've never been in before is a sentence that can describe so much about this team. But all they have been doing is playing to their strengths, pushing further for placements, for eliminations, for the pride of their own home nation. This team has shown that age and experience does not matter. All that counts is what you bring to the grand stage here live at the PMWC. And blank, Yangon Galacticos have been delivering in droves. With the Smash rule now in effect, they have the opportunity to walk away as not only the victor of this game, but the victor and new champion of this entire tournament.
So let's shatter, let's smash here on Sunday. Over towards Erangel, match 3 of the day, 137. We're above the marker now. From Severny down towards Primos. We're getting into it. We're getting loud in the arena. Alpha Gaming watching as Yangon Galacticos gets further and further ahead towards the horizon. This is their chance. This is their moment on a map that they are known for.
It was great heads-up decision-making in the prior game with how they split off into 2 duos, maximized eliminations to get themselves over that threshold. But now we'll see how they play when that Smash rule's in effect. If things start to change, if other teams target them, or if they're able to play their own game. And of course, if some of our other squads can take them down early, build for themselves, as there is a few challengers nipping at their heels.
This is where you got to solidify the knees, no weakness allowed. The nerves need to be cut short. And you need to be solid on this battleground. The adrenaline must be pumping. They have to keep it quiet, keep it calm. Like you say, play their game, play their style. Out on the edge. And certainly will be living on the edge for Yangon Galacticos. Over towards South George at the moment, a very, very central circle. It's anyone's game. But Yangon Galacticos have set their sights on it.
Zeroed in and ready to take that chicken dinner. But it all comes down to the action in the lobby. And we'll keep you updated with how it develops here.
Issue is, Romeo's pulling a classic here. Starting out in Ruins. They revealed that position though, to one team in particular. That was Regnum Karya from yesterday. This might not have the same effects as Yangon Galacticos are hoping for, especially if Regnum pulls out early and will look over towards Romeo, take him down, leaving Yangon on just the 3. It's a nice position for Romeo to have. It's a good anchor for the team to refold over towards. But it is known.
That's the interesting talking point, right? Obviously from yesterday's set of games when they rotated through Ruins and Romeo bided his time until it was one final player. I believe it was Loxy that was the last man to go through. He took shots at him. So like you say, they're aware of this. It wouldn't catch them off entirely.
Weibo Gaming, another team trying to catch up right now. APG not over the match point just yet at 119 points. Still shy by 11. Weibo much further behind, 23 points required. So probably a chicken dinner and a fair few elims to make that one happen. But at this stage of the game, with only one team on Smash ruling, it's where things get a little bit more spicy, where teams might even just try and dogpile on Yangon. They're elusive. They're in the night, in the shadows. They're hard to find a lot of times. Great team when it comes to hide and seek. And a lot of teams will be seeking. And we just got the countdown down to 0 here on our match 3.
For Power today, seeking fights has been something they are no strangers to whatsoever. Feels like they have been throwing carnage at so many teams and causing issues for some of our top squads. And that very central position right now up against some other teams that love an early scrap. We'll see if they can find an opportunity. For Joker, maybe there's an opportunity just over this ridge, down on his belly right now, looking for the sight line with the AUG to play with.
6x as well, so he's got the distance, he's got the range. Cloud sends out, leaving just one player behind. Smile already rotated back across to Romeo. Bernat's still looting, but might just be a casualty for Yangon. Finally gets in the buggy, and by the time Joker is moving out, he may just be long Yangon.
Saved by the bell. They didn't even realize was ringing. Mernat's rotate will keep him at play. He can link up with the rest of the squad, and the advanced position from Romeo has not been forced out either. So they can link back up with a loop to play with. Look at how many teams are bustling towards one another as well. A lot of squads that love those fights. Alter Ego, no strangers as well, to throw in their hat into the middle.
Longshin Red Force, a little bit of a wild card inside of this circle. Never sure when they're about to strike, when they're about to send a blazing wide swing at you. A real haymaker of a team is that squad. When they come a knocking, you've got to be ready to open that door, or at least bar it shut.
Barricade would be preferable. How Nongxin have been playing. They'll throw the C4 on the door, and anyone in the building won't be breathing no more if you give an opportunity to Doxy. Vinny and Tizzy as well have been a very lethal duo, and lethality is shown here from Hora. The first punch is thrown out. Hyunbin gets an opportunity to strike back versus the Falcons again as well.
An aggressive rollout here from DRX over towards Pachinki early, and I don't think the Falcons were quite prepped for it. A lot of times people just leave them alone inside of Pachinki, but with points being so close to one another and big jumps meaning big money, you'll take the advantage from wherever you can, especially on the last day where this is the penultimate Erangel match that we have for ourselves. You're going to pull out all the stops going forward. See Yangon on our screens, the picture in picture. You can see how focused these players are.
I think that's been the interesting thing, right? You know, we were talking about the reaction times way back at the start of the day today, but just the laser focus you see from the body language, that human element of PUBG Mobile. This team have looked like they are here to play. They have been limiting mistakes, focused up mechanically and with communication. That's what's setting them further away. That's what's bringing that skill ceiling higher and higher.
Slightly weird one, because the way the circle sits at the moment, it does force Yangon into a different style of gameplay, where usually they would be out on the edge here, but the circle favors them, so they have to play something a little bit more different. Hold their angles on the side. They know E-Arena plays over towards the western area of crates, so they'll have to be prepared for when that team starts to push on in, and they're not in the most defensible positions, playing out in the fields. No compound found as of yet. Heading over towards Zone 2 in just 30 seconds now, which will define the main playing area of the game.
It was fitting, obviously, the Joker was the man that was looking for an opening knock over onto Yangon with the trap that E-Arena had sprung upon them in the previous matchup. So we'll see if they're out to attempt to upset and get revenge here on their rotation.
All right, we got a game on our hands here. Yangon Galacticos get a little bit of that spicy circle look that they have been known for in this playoffs. They've had 2 chicken dinners a day averaging. There's no reason why that statistic should go up or down, but we're expecting at least 1 today. But will it come soon enough to shut this one down early? Have to wait for that. Murnat finding Ralph on the rotate. Falcons now down to 2, and Yangon further solidified their position out in the open.
Playing against Murnat must be so frustrating as well. Feels like he's always buzzing around, stinging at all these squads in the lobby. Quick reaction times. It's been hard to hold him back. And immediately Falcons realize we don't want to mess with the beast.
Yeah, the boys on Yangon obviously playing out here. There's been no opportunity for more loot, so absolutely dropping that smoke to secure some more of that utility on side. Here's APG down towards the southern edge around the hay bales. Chasing over towards Nongxin Red Force. APG probably one of the only other aggressive teams to match Nongxin Red Force. T24 finding Koa, and Falcons again now down to just 1.
Topsy-turvy day for 4-Thrives. And a couple of uncontested eliminations there will at least get them perked up into this game. Weibo on screens. Suk, a human explosive bow that has been ripping and tearing. This is again another talented squad that we've got here. Obviously 3rd place right now, 105 points to play with for them.
Weibo went fairly central on this one, almost immediately. Was not really stopped at all on this push either. A lot of other teams concerned with their placement, with their points. It's a hidden blessing, really, where most teams are just looking to get towards that end game, because they know that even 3 or 4 placement points could be the difference between tens of thousands of dollars. here at the PMWC. So Weibo was able to send in towards that center area of the map with little to no contest.
Potential for that might change though, with teams looking to steal away some of these superior positions. It's the arena that slowly move forward. Of course, just Redux that's left for Falcons as well. That's Solo, the only one that remains alive.
Circle about to shrink. See where it heads. If it heads back over towards Ruins, Yangon Galacticos know roughly that position is okay to play in. They may just send back that way, but it's Regnum Kaya moving out from Sunken down towards the southwest, which might be a deadly team to come up against. The Talks sending directly from that south side, as are DRX, and it starts to get a little bit crowded inside of this circle here, Jackie.
Space is at a premium. Shoulder to shoulder gameplay between these squads. Ego taking pot shots over towards Alpha. Meanwhile, Regnum Karia on the drive-by, seeing power all on top of one another. Doc out on his own, a little bit of backup now to play with. The buddy system in effect. They take the opening shots towards power and have them pinned.
Team Secret able to get across from the rivers on that north side down towards Ruins. A bad play there. APG taking down Krypton from Alter Ego. Not quite flushed out just yet though, and this is a freeway engagement between teams that are not out of the circle yet. There's a shot from Redox over towards Wild, in fact. And Frankie will happily pick up that elimination, dropping Regnum Kaya down to 3 on a rollout from Sunken, which, to be honest, they had a lot of real estate to work with.
I didn't expect Falcons to still be flapping their wings on this one. Knock Regnum Karia off kilter. They suffer because of it. Oh, Reefus with 7 nades in the backpack, and they are so closely grouped. A big nade on target. Al-Haji will not be happy with that one as his legs get blown away. And they've still got more to follow up with.
It's a massive nade coming through from APG, but no follow-up just yet. They know how crowded this zone is. Another shot from Zol over towards Alter Ego in Rosemary. Zol will return back to the rest of the squad here. Alter Ego not finding a very fun marker over in this match as they attempt to come through on that eastern side. Longshin Red Force down towards the southwest side of Gatka at the moment in the fields. Yangon Galacticos currently holding a, let's say, a 2-2 split at the moment. Players down towards the south side watching the roads. Romeo inside a compound on the north. Looks like they are going to regroup on top of it now, though, as Loxy starts to get a little bit closer over towards power.
Danger close at the minute. Nades on top. Again, the follow-up explosions are good to try and restrict power. But that one does more than just chip damage. The whole roster getting hit heavy by the mortar strike from Alpha. And even Loxy realizes he wants nothing to deal with this. Tries to get away whilst they crash in to clean up onto the down squad. Shots are clean.
Even Maxman would agree that some of the arcs on those nades were better than arcs from One Piece. Unfortunately, APG fall fairly quickly afterwards as Regnum Kaya continue to put on the pain. They're going to try and get themselves back up on their feet. A bit of triage coming through from Reefus.
It's Murnat that had the quick intuition to make the backstab here as well. It's a good tag, bit of an opening knock to give them some room to play with, but do they want to run the risk of over-egging the pudding on this one? Letting the infighting continue between Regnum Karia and Alpha. It only benefits them at the minute.
Yangon Galacticos can cleanly clear out both teams in Regnum Kaya and APG. It's a massive result for them. Moana even getting involved alongside with Alva from Alter Ego, who are still up and kicking, and a massive long-range shot over towards Loxy makes Regnum Kaya all the more uncomfortable, and another nade over the top will do the justice from APG.
and steal-aways from Moana. But Alpha, even with this trial and tribulation of a fight that they've had going on for quite some time, they're able to keep all 4 players alive, and you can see that they're taking the fight to these other squads now. The DRX pulling up. Oh, Maria arrives and instantly hits from the sidelines. Goodbye, Reefus.
Top now in an uncomfortable position. Murnak could even peek over the top, but looks like he's going to send back up towards the rest of the team, realizing that things are about to look not so pretty on the eastern side of the map.
Oh, nades on target. Good connections here. Softening up DRX. It's been huge from Alpha, but they're about to be crashed on up close and personal. If they can handle DRX, they could push themselves up towards that match point, enter the smash zone alongside Yangon. Doc, good with the moves, hits the first, but look who's here. It's Murnat, peeking in over the ridge, looking to clean up on this one. As DRX go down, they are handled by Alpha, but the nades are still rolling on through.
An APG will hit match point on this game, prepping themselves for the next if Yangon cannot finish this one out. Nades over the top, it's a long one over towards top, and it hits pretty.
Murnat is looking magical with these nades, making Alpha disappear before his eyes, and now he wants to split them in half like a bad magician. Pushes up with Big Papa Pump, unload, but it's a miss. Uncomfortable as they lose a player. One goes down, Murnat removed, but Yangon live on.
Murnat, who had been such a force in this game, to lose him off what felt like a botched engagement. Not able even to pull the trigger. We saw the reticle over the top of top. Dear, dear me.
Yangon instantly on the move. Rotation from fight to fight. Hearts must be pounding in their chests right now. It's T24. The 4 Thrives representative trapped just apart from the Alter Ego duo and that last man, Redox, that's been causing curveballs for some of our teams here as a solo.
Yeah, Redox just does not slow down inside of Ruins. The area around him broken and fragmented. Redox's spirit unharmed. Romeo, another nade over the top to T24, and it is on target. Surprisingly, somehow T24 is able to sidestep it, or at least side crawl it.
I am shocked that he's been able to stay alive off the back of that one. Looked like it was a hell of a slam dunk from Yangon. T24 keeps his head clean, tucks down, tries to stay out of dodge with Redox. Similarly, just slowly crawling around, trying to find some semblance of cover to work with. Still good amounts of utility to work with, though, over on the side of Yangon. He casts another nade back in, and more chip damage follows through.
Weibo, 105 points at the moment, 4 players alive. One of the big hitters here over in the playoffs. They needed a big chicken dinner on this one if they want to get themselves over towards match point. No elims yet. Means it might be quite difficult. It's 13 eliminations, I believe, that they'd need on this game.
There is never a second where Yangon are not looking for the next opportunity to fight. Oh my, Fire Flux. Seems like the fire's going to be going out off the damage done from Yangon, but they at least reply for a single knock back onto them. It's Saycloud with very little HP to play with here. He goes down. They lose another man, down to just the duo now. Romeo and Smile is all that remains for the team.
Trying to clear out as much of this southeast side. I think they understood that as soon as they took down APG, they lost one of their key players in Murnat. Looking for some more eliminations on this game. It will be hard to win this one with just the 2 players. Weibo looking so formidable down towards that south side, not to mention Thunder Talks and E-Arena still living at large. Sighting got down to Adidas players.
Ida being able to put the Bazone to good use. Bit of a push-up on the reshuffle round here, still looking to confirm onto T24. Obviously his position was compromised quite some time ago. Smile could lose his teeth off the back of that, and there's other squads that could dive onto you the second they see weakness here.
Smile's got to move forward, man. Drops the smokes. The Blues pushing him in. Shots coming through, I imagine, from Alter Ego. Currently still in ruins. Giving Yangon on just the one. Will finally take down Redox. Just one man alive now in Romeo. Not a love story on this game. There's been plenty of bouts between these teams. Zyol, 6 elims on this match. I mean, Alpha Gaming put up a real result here.
Alpha on the move up. T24 can have a position to actually backstab onto that, cause some issues. That's when you can still take the fight if you're Romeo in a spot like this. And remember, it's not just about trying to close it out with the smash rule. You could still just look to gain additional points for the side, make the differential even further. They could just win it on the long con. Even if it goes all the way to game 6, as long as they're in that top spot, they're going to be happy and walk away crowned.
Yeah, the big thing here is that Yangon just really hasn't changed up their play style, and Yangon will go out. No chance at a chicken dinner, a surprise one at that with a one player as we play on. For Weibo, they're looking for as many points as possible. A truly gigantic game needed, but they're in good position to make it happen.
You saw the frustration as well, how focused Romeo was. The slam of the fist down onto the desk, but the brawl in the lobby continues. Alva could not withstand the might of T24. 4 thrives, even when it's just a solo, they cause issues. Ida being hit heavy as well, thinning the herd now.
Irina looking up, Weibo took a big hit there up towards He, not quite down just yet though, but he's on life support. Trying to control this ridge side. Irina do not have to move as of yet though, but it's Weibo who would love to control this ground.
How good this team's looked. Late circle with them having good manpower, 4 of them still being alive. There's so much that could be done. You get the replay here of the takedown onto Romeo. It was a nice nade from Moana that blew him out of the runnings of ending it right here, right now. So the fight continues. And on our very screens, it's Horror that are being pushed in by Thunder Talks. Quick peeks, more damage done. Jiggle out of commission. Sleepy hit from the side of the arena. Sky looking to handle it all on his lonesome now.
Sky hitting some good shots, but it's the Arena looking down this way. 18 bullets in the M4. Not a lot of ammunition to take this game further for E-Arena. A nade goes through, Sky's not done yet. But AJ finally put him down there. 4 Thunder Talks down to 2 players. 1 player could be res back up again, but E-Arena keep peeking.
I know there's chances. Seeing if they can grab onto this. Quick peeks in, trying to keep their focus on either side though, with the rotation in for the backline of Weibo. We got Suk scouting out in the vehicle to get a read on the lay of the land as well, but not overextending too far. He can still get back to the squad.
Unfortunately, for Weibo now, there is just not enough players in the lobby to even get the eliminations that they need to hit a match point. So good game from Weibo to catch up, but you're still opening the door now for APG and Yangon in that next game. But I respect that Weibo was more looking here for a strong game. They didn't over-egg the pudding. They didn't push too far out. They're just trying to catch up. And this is a difficult scenario a lot of teams get themselves into, is to play scared, to play under pressure and make mistakes in these final moments. But Weibo's playing it calm. They know that even a podium finish is fantastic for them here in the playoffs.
And it's no guarantee, even with those 2 teams being in the smash zone, that they will just end it early. So for Weibo, walking away with another chicken dinner and getting as close to the margin as possible, it would be unreal to set them up for an opportunity to be another horse in that race.
There's absolutely time for this team. 10K continuing to
100% shots bringing down towards E-Arena's position. Get further towards this endgame. Team Secret been very quiet over towards the castle, but they'll have to leave those ramparts soon.
Undertalks in the arena, that's been what's taking so much of the attention, but for Weibo, is it finally time to go? They've got the vehicles to work with. Focus back over from Joker. He's a man that's done so much time and time again for this team. He's got backup and the nades are raining over. Chip damage in from Order, looking for the prime on the follow-ups as well. Mormon got to cast further back, find any kind of cover to play with here, top himself up. Order taking a bit of chip damage of his own though. Low at the minute, hops in the vehicle, playing with his mates.
Team Secret send the soldiers out the drawbridge. But let's see if Weibo can draw this fight to an end, or will it be E-Arena standing tall over the top? A lot of damage going through. 33Z has to back this off. Sakura just trying to give that information back, but Team Secret gets ever closer to Weibo. Sook's able to run down T24. Sakura is directly in the sightlines. What is this?
Oh, Sakura! He saw the opportunity to crash with the bonnet and shut down Order, but the damage is coming back from Sook up close and personal. They go for the commit, but it doesn't work how they wanted it to. It's fragmented either squad, yes, but no one's walked away the winner yet.
Weibo needs to quickly get back up on their feet. They're healing right now. Order being dropped back up into position. Sook makes a quick swing by, a drift, but it is Tourniquet to stay alive. Two nades that could be dastardly, and Team Secret yet to make a mark on this engagement.
So closely grouped, the difference of that nade being on target could be incredibly influential for him. One left to play with. They're starting to spread themselves out. Good decision making. Pulls out the primary, bullets down range. Connections are clean, but 33Z tries to zip back in from the side.
A fight on two fronts, but now Team Secret has to take the fight over towards Thundertalks, who have stormed the castle.
And the siege looks good so far. But the problem is, Secret clash back. The thunder is gone, and Weibo is here, trying to keep this intensity going whilst they know that Secret are weakened, and they are finding what they need.
Inside the church, the bars on the window, a prison cell for Team Secret as more bullets rain through. Tourniquet, the final player now here for E-Arena, but Weibo looking to finish strong.
Inches away from another chicken dinner, and Order looks to command respect, runs in with the DBS, fires out the shots, the paranoia kicking in, and E-Arena are going down as Weibo stands strong in the lobby and in the arena. This team is back for blood and proving that they've still got the fight in them.
Weibo, once again, what a win from them. They are not giving up today. It has been a gigantic performance from them, and they are catching up. These teams in the front better breathe heavy right now, because they need to get a move on.
The eruption from this team. The knock-on effect of the crowd going wild. The support is here in droves. The fans at home will be ecstatic with this result, but it is the first step. More to be done for them, Blank. They are close, but there are teams that are even closer. The intensity keeps on building. Do not go anywhere as the action reaches its climax.
This land is calling.
New Pulsar Legionnaire available now. First outfit with special head animations and voice lines. The Pulsar Legionnaire set comes with its own super cute voice lines that can be toggled on or off.
What happened? Bye, friend. Hello, Earth. I'm here.
It also features the upgradable Hyperion ship DSR and Jet Reaver glider with special animations. Experience parachuting like never before. That's not all. Even more rewards await. Event period, July 25th, 2025 through August 26th, 2025. What are you waiting for? Get the new guild set now.
쪽으로 뛸게 나는. 나 오른쪽 위로 같이 해줄게. 준비다. 천천히 해. 피킹 안 해도 돼. 앞에 라인 기는 거 조심.
둘 바위랑 이거. 그냥 받아먹으면 돼.
앞에
받아먹으면 돼. 바위
안 내밀어도 돼.
형만 내밀지 마.
삼각바위 하나.
이제 나온다.
삼각바위 하나. 삼각바위 하나 더.
나이스. 야.
나이스 준호 형. 아. 나이스 동이 형.
我的意思是说，加着我们俩去左下，懂吗？
可以，知道可以打，知道可以打，再看他。
我们可以顶着。我打这个知道。别急。有个人要守，我看到一个。我看到一个。
打，你们别担心。
他叫我，你们冲，他只叫我。
牛逼！还就一个，
翻上来，
就在眼里边。
两边，带他。
牛逼！
对了，哎。
Are we witnessing one of the greatest comebacks in PUBG Mobile history? A back-to-back chicken dinner when they needed it the most here to try and claim that trophy right there. Weibo with another win to get things rolling. They are so close to putting themselves in the smash zone here. Joining me, actually 7 this time, alongside Neptura to talk about this one. Neptura, a back-to-back at this point, in this moment, in this tournament is insane.
Especially the way they've been able to do it. They're not just sneaking in a win here and there. They are taking control of these games, doing what they need to do, and saying, we are here. We are actually that third team that will make that smash point. We are here to actually play. It's so nice to see. 8 points coming in, 18 coming into the third game here. 7. Are we looking at next game, them making that point?
Oh, they're definitely going to do it, especially with the way that we're playing. We got to talk about it. This team was just sitting in a compound for the longest time. Whenever they actually realized that we have to move out, that's when they started spreading their wings. So when you talk about they're doing what they need to do, that's exactly what they did. Talking about a team that needs to actually get into the smash zone, Alpha Gaming being able to do that, and you can tell all coming from eliminations.
Oh, yeah.
One thing that I will have to nitpick with this team, and I'm going to be talking about it for a long time if they continue to do this, is they are not playing like how they have done the previous 2 days. They have just been playing way too split, and those rotations are not early. I don't know what's going on with this team, Neptura.
Yeah, it is unfortunate to see. It feels like under the pressure, they're kind of defaulting to a previous strategy that was not really working for them. They've tweaked, they've adjusted. In the last 2 days, they've looked really good, but now as things start to fall apart, they're going back to those old mistakes. What I will say for them, though, they handled that fight with Regnum Karya and Power really well. DRX in the end as well, right? They were able to balance those teams against each other, get those nades, get those knocks, but not full commit, not full send, because they knew Regnum would just third party that. So really well played against both of those teams to actually get those points.
And who would have thought? We would have seen first place going up against second place. Yangon Galacticos. let me talk a little bit about you, because Mermat was scouting APG for the longest time, especially as soon as they saw DRX go towards them. Great scouting and great time to pounce on APG when they were down.
You can see Weibo here. They know that there is an opportunity that has arisen off of them being excellent in the last 2 games. You could see the elation on their faces as well, Neptura, as they realize once again, another win under the belt. Yes, just inches away from that smash zone. So they're going to have to do something in this next game. But as Seven said, with the way that they're playing, I think it's a likelihood.
Yeah, I haven't seen Order smile like that in a very long time. He was very pleased with how the team's been performing. And with a back-to-back on Erangel, it's really nice that we have another Erangel coming up. So that is really boding well for them as well. I will say zones have been kind to them, not necessarily given, but a little bit kinder to them versus an APG, which have struggled to be on that edge constantly, always having to rotate. But in these last zones, that's where it really matters. That's where that strategy comes into play. And WBG have just been able to have that patience, that control, and most importantly, the decision-making. If they want to go for something, they do it wholeheartedly. If they decide, actually, this is not a good idea, we need to go back, they do that wholeheartedly and quickly as well.
You talk about decision-making. One decision that was kind of scratching my head there early on was Yangon Galacticos. We're saying this team might not end up crumbling under the pressure. I think they're starting to feel that pressure because we saw something a little bit different out of them. Max and I, and you too, were discussing behind the scenes while we're watching the game. We never see this team go to the center of the circle early on. They've been playing the edge for the longest time. For me to be able to see this squad go towards center in a situation where they're more than likely trying to win the game, yes, that might have ended up working out, but that's going away from what they've been doing for the previous 2 days.
Do you think that they should fall back on what they've been doing? It's been successful, Neptura. Do you think that adjustments here is really not worth it?
I think especially in that last zone, it might not have been the play, because in the center of where it ended up, it's very low ground, very open, where the edges where everybody else was playing had a little bit more cover. There was a little bit more of that high ground, that scopeability as well there. So I think in that case, yeah, Seven's right. They should have stuck to the edge, but I do understand what they were trying to go for, because for very good reason, the center was very open and no one was there, where the edges were very busy.
Overall rankings time. All right, with potentially 3 more games remaining here, Yangon Galacticos and Alpha Gaming are currently in the smash zone. However, if Weibo Gaming gets themselves 5 points in this one, they will join them as well. And after rolling a chicken dinner into chicken dinner, who can potentially stop them? I am very concerned here, Seven. Either we get one of those 2 kings that coming in from the previous 2 days being able to take a victory, but it very clearly seems like both of them are either feeling the pressure or adjusting their strategies to the point where they're not exactly comfortable where they need to be to win PMWC.
I'm going to be looking at Alpha Gaming. I got to call them out real quick. I feel like if they want to get a chance at actually winning via Smash Roll, this next Erangel would be the one. We've seen Yangon Galacticos win in Miramar. Weibo, I mean, we know what they showcase, especially in PMHI, getting the championship there, wanting to continue on a trend here. But I'm also looking at some of the other teams. I'm looking at some of the other teams trying to stop their squads from getting the points. We saw Turning K from E-Arena stealing those elimination points towards the end. And I mean, these are teams that even though they are towards the bottom, they are fighting for that prize pool.
Yeah, it's really nice to see them, because even though they're not in contention for those top 3 spots, right, at this point, they're just not. But they're able to take those placement points away from a team. They're able to push those teams further down in that game, and they're able to steal elimination points, as you said. So they are still making a massive game for themselves.
All right, and you guys at home, of course, can be involved in everything that's also going on around the game here, or for also PMWC. Starting from August the 1st, which was 2 days ago, the PDP Global Fashion Icon Contest officially has kicked off and is currently ongoing. This competition accepts both in-game outfit design submissions and participating by showcasing real-life outfits for you to wear. Use your sense of fashion to influence the world, and the total prize pool reaches up to $120,000. And with that, we are going over to the commentators. One final Erangel. Let's see who can take it.
One final Erangel, one final chance potentially to play during PMWC 2025. 2 eligible teams currently on Smash Points. Of course, we're talking APG, who just makes it off the back of that game number 3 Erangel, and for the other top dog, Yangon Galacticos, who's been here now for a couple of maps, but they haven't been able to seal the deal. But now is their opportunity. If you want to stay up to date with everything that's happening on the map, go ahead and check us out on YouTube. Have that up so you can follow each and every route of our potential championship match. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by John. We'll be calling the action over the next 3. It's going to be a lot of fun. John, things are getting serious, and Weibo is looking to also be on Smash Point after this very map.
I mean, you say we're covering the next 3. We just don't know how many we're covering.
That's right.
It could end at any moment, although it will have to be the end of the match. But Weibo with a back-to-back have made a monumental ascent up the tables to be in the contest. They are just on the doorstep right now of getting into that Smash zone to potentially take it away from Yangon Galacticos, who have been cruising at the top of the tables. You know, I said earlier on for one of my hot takes, and I'm going to keep bragging about this one, is that I felt like a Smash ruling was going to come through, but it wouldn't be from the point leader. It is not out of the question that that is occurring here. If we get to a match 5, if Weibo are able to get past that boundary, they could really take this one away and not be on top of those tables when it comes to those points, because it's all about that Smash. And an APG gonna let that happen either.
Ooh, I don't know, we'll see. The thing about Yangon Galacticos is they've been getting blessed by zones, and they also have been playing very aggressively, which has been pretty much their undoing. You know, the question is, why aren't they parking the bus? Why don't they slow things down? Start playing in a methodical way that led them to this very moment. Now, points still matter. If we do go to game number 6, of course, if a team is on Smash Point, they win game 6, they then take the championship. But let's say a team outside of the running of Smash Point takes it, well, then it would default to the points winner. In this case, right now as it stands, it would be Yangon Galacticos. So points still matter, but if I'm Yangon Galacticos, if I'm APG, I'm going for it all. I'm trying to win this right here and now and shut everybody down, because the reality is, John, the longer these games go, there's more chances for other teams to be on Smash Point themselves and potentially for them to steal the championship away despite them not having the point lead.
It is, of course, that outside chance, that title, and not to mention the cash that goes along with it. It's going to be looming overhead, a bit of a threat here. $500,000 for first place is up for grabs. You drop down to second place, you will allow that to sneak. You slash that number in half. Down to 250K, that is a big, big drop-off. You don't want to let that happen. And Yangon Galacticos, Alpha Gaming, both of them essentially neck and neck as we go into our final Erangel match. Match number 16, coming through from Sosnovka military base up towards Stalva on the northeast side. Let's get stuck in.
Let's get it going. Predictions in chat, predictions in the arena. Who we supporting? Get loud, support your favorite team. They need your energy over the next 3 potential matches. For Weibo, 5 points away from reaching that Smash Point threshold. Very close, but could also be infinitely far away, depending on how these drops go. Now, my prediction for this specific map, theoretically, for Yangon Galacticos, this is their best chance to win this tournament on a Smash Point rule set. The reason why I say that, Erangel, in my opinion, from what I've been observing, tends to be where they feel most at home. Then you flip the script, we go to our last 2 Miramars. I look at APG to then be the favorite. So if I'm Yangon Galacticos, I'm locking it in right here and now. Map number 4, I don't want to see Miramar because my chances of winning might have just gone down the drain. APG's on fire, but one of the things that's been hurting them is they only land military. They don't have a secondary drop, and because of that, they ran into issues a couple of maps ago. It took them a little bit longer to get to Smash Point, but yet here they are. Now, military is going to be quite active. We've talked about it. 3 teams on military, things start to get crowded. APG is now one of them.
They are going to get involved on military. They get to drop out early for the first time today over towards their drop spot, but the circle sends up towards the northwest side, so teams moving over towards Georgia Pole. That's normally Yangon Galacticos, going to have potentially a little bit of a better time, but on that north side, you've got those vehicle drops that could potentially get a little bit messy and get involved with other teams, but it seems like they're extricating themselves effectively for the time being. No one getting too close to one another. And no knocks being seen just yet. Of course, we're looking at Weibo as well. Down in Primorsk, going to split up towards Quarry as well. Nobody really contesting on that spot. Again, early on that plane path, they should be looted nice and quickly. And that west side rotate, very available for them.
Very available indeed. And Well, for Yangon Galacticos, they land a little bit short. Normally, they're up towards Georgia Pole, which would be phenomenal for them, being dead center. This time around, they will land a bit more to the eastern side of things. For E-Arena, already running into some issues. What a Sky getting the knife, and the moment is down. But Sky needs to get out of here, stay alive as long as possible.
Good news for Ora towards the bottom of these tables. E-Arena trying to defend. To be honest, no one's really paying attention to these teams down low. And it is 4 players to a vehicle for Yangon Galacticos, which we hate. But it does mean that they are going to have to grab a couple more vehicles on the road. And the buggy we first picked up by Smile. There's a monster truck there as well, but they don't want to go for that. Yeah, they're just going to draw up into those buildings.
This is a great opportunity for Yangon Galacticos to play for in-game. Not get too antsy. Let's not try to overexpose ourselves and go for eliminations. Let's tone back the aggressiveness. Again, I feel like they got way too aggressive in that last game. Would they still have won? I don't know. It would have been tough, but they were getting blessed by zones. Here, they have the best chance. This is quite literally the most perfect opportunity as it currently stands for Yangon Galacticos to hold it down, center zone, play for late game, and just stay quiet. That's my game plan if I'm them. Now, you do have teams moving in. Team Secret's going to be on the other side of the river towards Georgia Pole, and then, of course, E-Arena starts to come in as well. Maybe tempting fate to go into where Yangon Galacticos is currently at. They might go where Team Secret is. But we also shift our attention to APG. Once again, center of military, and they've got to make a decision. Eastern Bridge, Western Bridge. Where do they decide to go? Well, they've got 4 Thrives or Ida potentially to deal with them.
Could be problematic as time goes on. Team Secret have a position now against Joker, who's actually taking the fight fairly effectively here. Went down very, very low fast, but Frankie wasn't quite able to connect those final rounds. And now Frankie is in danger with Tony K and Sakura on the bottom floor. They will need to call for reinforcement, and in they come. Team Secret rallying around their high ground player. Sakura on the windowsill, looking for the shots, pre-fires the angle, and actually catches Zerus on the crossing. Beautifully found. Now Tony K has a turn up the staircase.
He's going to go ahead and camp up here, Frankie. Holding it down, nades cooking. Don't think it's going to have any impact. I'd like him to pull it back if I was him. Sakura, though, very limited health. Ooh. And finally taken down. Team Secret taking this fight in stride, and an opportunity to get their down player is here, and they will be successful. Tony K will fall. E-Arena starts to run on fumes. Joker last alive. And I just don't know if he's going to have what it takes to take down the 4-man unit of Team Secret.
This is an important fight to have concluded early. With the circle as it sits, teams are going to start to move towards the northern shore. E-Arena not being there opens the door for teams like Yangon Galacticos, like Power at the moment, to potentially try and sweep on through. It also leaves a little bit of an opening for Weibo on the west flank to maybe move over that long Georgia Pole bridge.
Notice Ida starts to move across the Western Bridge. APG to follow suit. Thundertalk most likely going to go across Eastern. They won't have anybody there. APG's going to have to fight really hard to continue their way to center zone. That's why Yangon Galacticos is in such a great spot. Although Smile, I do feel he's a bit spread out from his roster, and that gives me a little bit of concern. I understand you want to lock down these bridges, and that's great for eliminations, that's great for points, but stay with your boys. Stay together. There's no reason to get too antsy here.
Taking a shot on the stairs. I mean, that kind of feels antsy to me.
I would say so.
A little bit of a pop there. Maybe a signal of things to come. They weren't able to close down, getting a little bit too over-aggressive. They've taken some damage, but they're establishing control on both sides of the river now for Yangon Galacticos. So a lot of overlooked positions, and that's the danger that you play into crates, right? It's so open around the edge. Getting out of there, if you overcommit early, is really, really difficult once teams start to move in. We're on board with APG, though, now, and they are being careful on their bridge crossing, but they needn't be. Oh, maybe. Okay, no, he's fine. He's around the edge of that blockade. They're zigzagging, they're going left, they're going right, and they are fighting ghosts right now.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We had, I know you would, we have a situation with Yangon Galacticos who were in this very spot when they won a game on Erangel. What, a couple days back, right? It was Team Secret who ended up crashing in on a roster on the ridgeline, or maybe was it Yangon Galacticos who? Yes, and then remember, then they crashed in, and they ended up taking a victory, and it was very, very close to where they currently are. So
it was APG.
And so they've won a game in this very spot, basically, or at least close to it. So familiar territory. They've already got a W here. Maybe they can replicate it.
Oh, well, they'll definitely be trying to, that's for certain. They would love to take home that chicken dinner and that title.
The $500,000 in prize money. It's weighing heavily on the mind. And Weibo trying to weigh up to them. 5 points short of the match point boundary right now. They do need to earn 5 more. You can see they're posted up right now close to the west bridge on Georgia Pole. A long rotate across that bridge. It can get pretty dangerous, but at the moment there's only one team on the northern shore. That is Team Secret. That will change pretty quickly though. We've got teams starting to move in from the north. You've got Alter Ego, you've got Aura. Yangon Galacticos unlikely to go to North George, but potential for this area to get a little bit more packed.
For Alter Egos, maybe even fourth rise, but focused on Alter Egos, who I feel have been doing decently well today. They can have a good game here. There is a big chance potentially they can start to do what Weibo's been doing, right? Rallying back, breaking in to Smash Point. This game is critical to get close to that narrative, and then the next Miramar, maybe they surpass it, game 6, they can steal the whole tournament away, which would be insane, right, from Alter Egos and how well they've been playing. You look at Krypton yesterday, his clutch against Regnum Caria was incredible. So that would cap off a wonderful storyline we've been developing for this Alter Ego roster. Now, let's see where this next zone ends up going. And it's going to go straight towards Alter Ego up top. And Yangon Galacticos, who do make the audible, they follow Smile up ahead. Seems to have paid off because they're now well within the next zone.
That is a crazy hard shift up towards the north side. Yangon Galacticos immediately go to the northern shore. Power under pressure. Weibo on the western side, moving over that west Georgia Pole bridge. APG, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them following Thunder Talk all the way out to the east, play that Roshok bridge, insert over to the east-hand side of this next circle, but it's all on what Yangon Galacticos can do with the control that they've got over this river crossing.
Pushing Falcons back, Narvalo saying, okay, let me go ahead and scout out and see if that house is available. Well, it's simply not. He doubles back in, takes a couple more shots, and Renat says, look, you gotta stay away, brother. I'm not playing around with you. Falcons getting testing the waters just a little bit, but Yangon Galacticos hold it down. Regnum Caria also in the area, and we're still moving. Yangon Galacticos going forward, potentially challenging that of Falcons.
Oh, Mernat looking to try and clock Koa as he spins out the buggy or tries to connect on the tire, maybe. Ralph in danger, but he's pushed back. Yangon Galacticos have allowed about 4 teams through their position now for no benefit. They've got such a blockade that now sits to their north that was all southwards of them before. They retreat and they fold back.
This is interesting, and now APG getting relatively close over at Roshok. There is a chance maybe they clash depending on the route APG decides to take. I assume they're going to go more east and then go up north towards where Thunder Talk is currently at. But I agree with you. Yangon Galacticos letting Falcons get through along with a multitude of other rosters now puts them in a tough spot because you guarantee, well, I can't guarantee, but I at least think they're going to have to go north.
This is the thing, right? They didn't do either of the things that position was good for. 1, hold teams out towards the south. Take aggressive fights, force a blockade, force a traffic jam on that south side, and choke those rotations out. 2, head north before everyone else. You already have that advantage in terms of the pacing, and they've done neither. They took a little peek here and there, and they played it timid. They folded back into their compound, and now they're on the edge of the circle. They can still do something from here, right? There is still that opportunity, but I feel like they may have made a mistake in this situation. We'll have to wait and see if it's going to pan out that way. I also spotted Weibo tilting teams towards the top, right? They rotated up that West Georgia Pole bridge. They've gone now wrapped around up towards the shooting range hill on the north side. They have a nice spread on the west side of this circle.
Yes.
I like what Weibo has done on this match, a lot more certainly than Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, Weibo, Alter Egos, I think are in prime positions to have a deep run in this game, and 2 rosters, you know, Weibo obviously 5 points away. I mean, they could get that with placement points depending on how they play this. For Alter Egos, a good game here puts them closer and closer to the smash points, loving where they're currently at. They can just hold their ground. They look strong. APG finally starts to get up towards the top. They rotated up through Roshok. We have another shift, which surprisingly still has Yangon Galacticos in it on the southern portion, and they are relatively uncontested, so another deep run potential. But for that narrative against Alter Egos, they now have to go down south towards shooting range for Weibo, still relatively strong opposite of Team Secret.
It's a non-zero possibility that Alpha Gaming crash into Yangon Galacticos' position here, and we get a fight for the smash point early in this game. We're still waiting for teams to start to drop here. We have already lost 1, but there's still 14 more to go. As of course, we do have to have a chicken dinner winner at the end of it all. Fireflux, they've been busted down to 3 right now. They're playing on the northeast side. Gonna stop a little bit short. Can't stay in this compound. and they will have to get on the road. Alpha Gaming, same story for them, a little bit more south though.
So 4 Thrives will pass just north of them. Ballot catches one off guard. Fireflux Solish, yeah, just pumping gas over there, unfortunately, instead of moving forward. And that will take, of course, they will take advantage of that situation. 4 Thrives, a team that played so well throughout the group stages, now find themselves knocking on the door, potentially reaching Smash Point. Another roster that needs a solid game here in map number 4. It's a possibility. And that's what makes this grand finals great. We've got 2 teams who are already on Smash Point, but we've got teams who are definitely looking to make their way. We get to game 6, I'm expecting maybe 4 or 5.
I mean, it could go that way. It depends what teams like Alter Ego, what 4 Thrives are able to do here. It feels like those are the 2 teams who are, well, they are most likely to join, right? Especially with 4 Thrives already getting 3 points. They're up to 95 now. It's still quite a way to go. I think it's safe to say it is still very much a way to go. Unless you're just going to do back-to-back chicken dinners a la Weibo, it's going to be very, very difficult to make that one work. With where 4 Thrives are right now out in the east, it's going to be pretty tricky for them to enact that.
So before Yangon Galacticus had Smile go as a solo across the bridge, this time around 3 go up. Team Secret gets close, but they leave Renat down low on the shoreline, potentially closing that in if they do need to rotate back depending on where the zone ends up shifting. But I get so nervous when I see those solos out in the open like that. I really hope Renat does not get caught off guard with a third party.
At the moment though, we're on board with Alpha Gaming. They are circling around the south side of Falcons, who are crunched in the middle of a bit of a standoff here that is sort of concluding towards their north, and I imagine the Falcons going to want to get stuck in. Alpha Gaming, they're rolling around these hills, they're not peeking, they're getting information. They can hold out here for a little bit longer. Yangon Galacticos in the meantime have got a player from Team Secret now playing to the ridge, to the west of their north point. See if they can do a little bit more from there. 4 Thrives still fighting on Alpha. They've lost IQ. Noki is down and exposed from the rest of these rosters. Alter Ego as well on the north side. Got to make this rotate very, very tricky.
Got Fireflux in this area. Alter Egos. Noxium Red Force also moving in. If I'm T24, I'm trying to get Noki back up, take the hovercraft, and potentially disengage if he can. But they've got to go through multiple rosters, so it might not be a possibility. Phallic, the smoke's going to help a little bit. He'll get behind the car. And is Noki getting picked up? Well, is this nade going to connect? It gets close, and it will knock Noki once again, and that's going to leave 1 4 Thrives member to still try and none as they're fully eliminated. That narrative, we said they needed a good game 4, going to have to wait until the next game potentially, but we still have Yangon Galacticus, APG, 4-man units, and they are deep into this game so far.
It's going to take at least 2 matches for 4 Thrives to get up into the Smash Point boundary, which means match 6, their only hope to maybe sneak in and get a chicken dinner there. But again, it's on back-to-back chicken dinners at this point. Eyes on the top 3 right now. Rosters on the table. The circle went up northwest. That's going to help Weibo potentially. Yangon as well, bolstering their position on the northwest side. So we'll see if they're able to find it. With Alter Ego stuck in this scrap on the northeast side, I don't think they're getting out of this one unscathed, especially with Alva already down. Fireflux are right next to them. Falcons are to the south of that. Thundertalk and APG beyond them on the horizon there. I don't think Alter Ego are going to be able to push through this one in a healthy way to take that chicken dinner on this match that they would so desperately need to get up to that boundary.
Well, one thing we know about Alter Egos is they know how to fight. They know how to get scrappy, and that was represented in Game 6 on Miramar just yesterday. With all 4 still up, well, maybe 1 down at least currently. I think Alter Egos might have a chance, but you're right. It's not going to be easy, and with Koa knocking down Rosemary, John, I'm starting to believe in what you're saying. This fight on the eastern side has been taking place for quite some time now, and it's still going to be probably another minute or 2 minutes before it's concluded.
Falcons picking up a few points there, picking up their teammate too, as they take the fight and they draw it away. Fireflux will fall in their face, but Yangon Galacticos versus APG. This is the fight for the top side of the tables. Hang on a minute, on the ridgeline, Yangon Galacticos have position, but Alpha Gaming rock on up. They swing from the east side and they're pushing in. First player to go down is Burner from Yangon Galacticos. Nades over in, and there's no equalizer.
Smile starts to back away, reposition. Top's going to try and get his teammate back up into the play. Smile, though, he's not going to relinquish that pressure. He's going to continue to push up. Doc does have a great angle if Smile overexposes himself. This is a critical fight. You have two Smash Point teams facing off against each other, and arguably, you could say whoever wins this, and especially if they win it in dominating fashion, most likely could, in fact, win this game and win the tournament.
Doc gets clocked from the sidelines there, and it's Regnum Kaya to try and take him down. The SLR finds the angle. Doc potentially reservoir behind this tree. Regnum Kaya will come under fire from teams like Hora, from teams like Team Secret as well. And Zjol has an answer. Over towards Wild, he'll get that knock, and Regnum Kaya's sightlines will start to get diminished here. Playing that forward position towards that north side hold, it's going to work out well. And Regnum Kaya now playing only as two. They only have one active sightline that allows the res to come through for APG, and Yangon Galacticos, they're not going to continue to lock horns with them.
No, not at all, and they also have a hardcover POI, which is wonderful for them. So when APG, if they do decide to push forward, APG is going to be in a tough spot. So the question is, will the third party from Regnum Kaya truly put APG into the dirt? Well, for Silas, he's worried about Noxium Red Force. You also have Weibo, who's going to be up ahead. We've lost Ragnar from Power, Ida fighting off against him from a distance. You also got DRX joining in as well. Fights galore taking place, and well, for every player that gets taken down, for every team that's eliminated, that puts other rosters closer to Smash Point or closer to a victory.
Power eating lead right now as Ida taking them to task, but they have had their fair share of punishment here, with Eren going down as just Emre left standing, trying to flex those big muscles that we've seen on him. The size of that lad, indomitable, but right now cowering behind this ridgeline with a blue zone at his back.
DRX, Haji from Power. DRX holding it down, not wanting to overcommit in this moment. By the way, the Alter Ego's Horde fight still underway. That eastern side has yet to slow down. Nice shot from Yudbin up ahead. That's on Smile. That is a critical down, and for YG, they have to make a big decision. Leave their hard cover and go get the pickup. They're going to commit for it.
The difficulty here is that Yangon Galacticos have to leave their hard cover. Al-Haji giving a good attempt at holding against DRX, but you've got to imagine his number is up. Will go down as they cut through him. DRX managed that one cleanly. Ida going down as well, leaves 9 teams remaining. Placement points coming in soon, which remember is important for Weibo. They need 5 points this match to find that one. Smile did get res for Yangon Galacticos, but they still have to move north, and APG have 4 players alive. Moving north is so tricky against where Regnum Kaya are playing, and it might get even harder with DRX trying to backfill.
Here they go, and YG was firing a couple of shots. Sides is going to go up top and try and challenge the YG boys. This is going to get tense. Smile back on his feet. Nade cooking. It's thrown. Hyunbin manages to dodge. Another one thrown on Soez, but he dodges it as well. DRX continues to progress. Smile, he is dropped off for the second time in just a short amount of time.
APG grinning ear to ear right now. The main threat from the south side taken down, but DRX may just sidle in to take their place, usurp that position on the south edge and play as 4 rather than the 3 that Yangon Galacticos were playing around with before. Hyunbin nade over the top play cloud, sidesteps another, a Smile finally bleeds out. He's staying alive on a sliver of HP, and Scissors cut along from the sidelines. Romeo steps into the fight. The nade finally takes him down, but Romeo now pressured out by the blue zone.
Romeo, like you said, he's got to move, he's got to go, and he's pretty much the last hope and chance for the opportunity of Yangon Galacticos to close this out in Smash Point, but Reefus from APG guns him down, and APG now staying alive. A 4-man unit have a real chance to close the tournament out.
4 players alive, but look at the open field that sits before them. There are so many angles up the top of the hill that can take shots out this way. It's a question of keeping your head down, finding those later game rotates. We're in stage 5 right now, which means there's a lot of variability. And again, Regnum Kaya get the knock over to Doc on the tree line. It's resible, but do they have the smokes? Do they have the time to go for it? Because DRX are right behind them.
That's right, they're about to get pincered. DRX from the flank, Regnum Kaya up ahead, potentially Thunder Talk with the line of sight from the east. APG's job is not going to be easy. easy, but let's face it, it's not easy to be a PMWC champion. So Alpha Gaming has to fight through. Weibo on the top. They're fighting. It's getting scrappy, but they're losing forces quickly. The question is, were they even able to get 5 points? I don't think so.
I don't know if they've managed to break that boundary. They are just short of it. Goodness me, they have fallen short of the mark. And again, it's going to be into the next match, unless APG win it, with 2 teams potentially in that smash zone. As we refocus, Doc gets res. He's now playing all the way on the west side, and the teams up the top of the hill gonna have to move.
Team Secret, Hora, they've got to go in. For Tien, he's gone. ThunderTalk's forces are now down to 2. That alleviates a little bit of pressure off of APG, but maybe even focuses more from Regnum Karya up ahead, because now they don't have to worry as much about ThunderTalk. Doc, watch your back! Silas is taking you down!
It felt like he was slow on the trigger there for Silas. He spotted a player from Team Secret as well. What are you doing stood up there, my man? A broadside found, and Doc again has to get rezzed for APG. They have to commit forwards, but they are so open to these sidelines. And DRX could rule them out of this match. Reapus is low. The 2 players from APG committed onto the res onto Doc. DRX, it's go time.
This is the time for Regnum Karya to up the pressure, to up the ante onto APG. This is a beautiful opportunity to take them out and continue this tournament. When DRX starts to push up, you have a real opportunity. A nice shot. Yunbin will drop 1. That's going to be Reapus. Fully finished off, but Doc fights back. Doc gets a knock onto 1.
He needs to give something back to his team here. He's been picked up plenty. Now he needs to pick up the slack where his backline is starting to fall. They're playing as 3, and DRX have 3 players bearing down upon them, and he's down again. It's now all up to 2 players for APG to maybe take this one home. They'll get points, but I don't think they're getting the chicken dinner here with top falling. It's only Zeol left.
Zeol, the last hope and chance. Will the tournament end now? Will the solo make a heroic run? Well, he's surrounded. DRX, Team Secret now starting to crash in where DRX was just fighting against APG. Regnum Karya now forced to watch their back against Hora. Sleepy falls. Regnum Karya controlling center zone. The last one from Hora, last alive, is going to be No Fear. Down to a solo. Regnum Karya starts to push onto him. ThunderTalk with 2. Zeus moving in. Jaiki up ahead. Wild taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Zeol still stands.
Only just, though. It seems like he is not long for this one. As soon as Team Secret start to extend control, or DRX on the flip side, he's gonna go down here. Regnum Karya can't quite peek onto him right now because of Team Secret, who are still moving, still trying to settle into their next position. Silas wants the angles, he wants these shots, but he can't quite find them just yet. Wild is down, and the last player from Hora is right behind them. No Fear, nade over the top. That's Zeol going out, and APG laps on the south side, meaning we're going into Miramar.
Yes, we are, which is good news for APG, a great Miramar team. More on that in just a bit. For other rosters like DRX, Regnum Karya, a chance to elevate themselves up the standing, a chance to potentially make Smash Point, I would say, by game number 6. Their job not done just yet. I mentioned Hora earlier with No Fear, last alive. They've been fighting off against Regnum Karya, who now start to push up. And the question is now for Team Secret, can they take DRX out? The answer is undeniably yes, as only 1 more player remains, and now none. We're down to our top 3.
Team Secret losing their forward position with Regnum Karya trying to hold this high ground. They have a lot of pressure onto the south side. They've had it for a long, long time. They've been taking shots at that hillside for the last 7 minutes. And they have been finding points, but, well, actually they've been finding knocks, but not that many points to convert. They've been snuck away from the other teams playing on that hillside. But now, 3 players alive for Regnum Karya. They need to move south and potentially down the hill. ThunderTalk with 2 playing on the east side of this circle. They've got a couple of sporadic pieces of cover that sit before them. I think the hardest time here is Team Secret with 2. They have to make a mad dash.
The thing about Team Secret, they've had some deep runs today as it stands, but they have yet to be able to finally get over the hump, finally close out a game. Is this their opportunity? Well, I love the line of sight from sitting up from a distance. Thunder Talk most likely going to mow down Xeris, but you do have Regnum Karia starting to get active, starting to move just a little bit, and they're pushing where Thunder Talk is currently at, and they have the high ground.
They've moved into this one. They know that Team Secret unlikely to push super far into this and backfill them on the high ground. Thunder Talk would cut across them, which means that they do have the freedom to move laterally on this. Unfortunately, Team Secret up on these rocks do have an angle or two onto this high ground, so they may have just pushed themselves into a little bit of a corner here. However, they don't have to take this fight. They can allow Team Secret to take care of Thunder Talk and try and put pressure on the north side.
Wanting to make the first move. A lot of utility's been thrown, mind you, especially from Thunder Talk's perspective. I don't know how many they still have in the backpack, but they're gonna have to face up. Sitting, overexposed a little bit. Xeris takes the shot, Sitting back behind the tree, goes for the transition, he's down.
Gets sat behind the tree there. The spray down on the cross is good, and that should be a flush nice and quickly. Team Secret under pressure, and Silas able to rain down the hill, and maybe they can start to rack up a few elim points for this power position that they've been playing for the longest time.
You got Team Secret, Thunder Talk now running on fumes. Jing so weak, Wild just needs to hit one bullet. Well, now a little couple more, but either way, you got to favor Regnum Karia. Loxy starts to push up. Frankie is going to drop Xeris as well. Now it's just up to one member from Thunder Talk. It's seeing from a distance. Only a tree to hide behind, and it's not enough. Regnum Karia control the pacing of the game, eliminate some heavy hitters, and they put themselves closer to smash points.
Weibo falls short of the mark of the smash boundary in that match. I think that's one of the biggest storylines here, other than, of course, no finish of the tournament.
That's right.
But Weibo not making that 128 is huge. They needed 5 points. They got 2, maybe 3, I think, with the placements that they were able to earn. That is not going to be enough. So they can only get a smash victory in match number 6.
That's right.
Moving into match number 5, only 2 teams can win it before we would end our tournament anyway. However, it could upset the point standings. If a team is able to sneak in match number 5 into that boundary, things can get messy over towards the top.
Well, there it is. Map number 4 is done. The tournament will continue, and coming up next is going to be Miramar. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 5 coming your way.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
anticipated addition to the Mummy Series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Feed set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Well, that's Erangel all done and dusted. Regnum carry here towards the very end, looking strong. But for all of these teams here, they are just fighting for a little bit more prize pool because this game went off the rails. We saw those northern shifts. Joining me, we have Seven, Neptura, as well as Maxman to talk about this. Neptura, a lot of these teams that are now in the Smash Zone or close to, Weibo up the north, trying to get something done. They don't enter the Smash Zone. Oh, I'm going crazy.
Heartache. It really is heartache coming in here. They tried so hard and got so far, but so far it doesn't really matter because they don't come into that smash point, right? Just a couple of points away, and they tried so hard. I already said that, but they did try so hard. They got a lot of points coming in there. They tried to get a lot of those teams waiting for the right time, trying to recreate what happened in the third game of the day, but it just didn't work out. That zone was just not going to be going their way, and we go over the match ranking. We see 7 elimination points coming in for Regnum, stealing a lot of those points away from other teams.
For Weibo, just way too passive. You can't play the same way that you were able to play it in the past. You're going to have to make sure you attack those teams, especially if you're trying to get there within the Smash Zone. It's not going to be enough, and I mean, it wasn't even enough to get into the first page. I do got to give some props, though, to Alpha Gaming. Somehow they were able to find a way into those circles. I will get a chance to talk about them a little bit later, but yeah, for Weibo, more aggression, Max.
They had literally the perfect setup because Alpha Gaming were fighting against Jangon Galacticos. That was like the perfect setup for them to enter the Smash Zone, and those two main teams you're going up against not being able to actually convert that chicken dinner was so important. Unfortunately, not quite able to get as many eliminations as you just said, Seth.
Yeah, Yangon gone, but then, of course, Alpha in those kinds of dips. Neptura, it's as if they were there too early, right? With a team eventually coming from the high ground, as well as Team Secret eventually coming in from the west. It's not the easiest place to survive there at all.
It's really not. I never loved that position coming in for them. I understood why they did it. We were discussing it backstage, weren't we? Like, there's a lot of dips. You can just hold for a while, just wait for other teams to do something. But for me, I was like, it's too center in that zone because it's way too open. All those teams on that hillside can look down on you. You had Yangon in front of you as well. I think it was Romeo in the compound there as well with a different angle. So for me, it was a very, very risky play.
Mr. Seven.
I'm just going to be looking at some of these teams. I mean, top damage dealers, Arctic Eagle. That's a team that's currently trying to fight for the top 4. I thought with 4 tribes going out early on, I thought maybe they were going to try to make a push there. Just sadly, it doesn't end up going their way. And with Regnum, they're also trying to get in there. They're trying to get into the money. And with that performance, it definitely pushes them closer.
I mean, they were in 6th position at the start of the day, 7, and they've been slipping, not really able to get any results in the first 3 matches of the day. This chicken dinner, just like we saw at the very start of the day, can bring you a lot of money, possibly. So I think that is definitely going to be the case. I'm very excited to see where they are in the rankings. They might be in the top 5 because that was actually a big 17-point match.
Yeah, you're already talking about those huge potential leaps that do come along. The fact that we started with a leap of from 50k to 120k, so there's still so much to play for these teams as we continue things on. And now moving into Miramar as well, it does make me wonder because, Seven, you were questioning if Alpha Gaming doesn't get it done here and then going on to Miramar, this might be Yangon territory for sure.
I mean, for Alpha Gaming, they've been able to get a third place. They've been able to get a second place. So the performance is there. They just haven't gotten the win.
Yeah.
You know who has gotten a win? YG, Yangon Galacticos. That's what I want to see out of them. But they're continuing to just mess up their gameplay style. Yeah. I'm not enjoying what I'm seeing out of them. This team used to play edge, but they keep going center of the circle for some reason. Yangon, go back to what was working the past 2 days. Stop worrying so much about center of the circle. That was one of your greatest advantages.
One thing about Smash 4 is that teams will try and change their playstyle to try and hopefully convert a win, but they've converted wins before, Seven. You said it early on Miramar by playing edge. It was successful in the past, and here they're trying to play center, as we saw Niptro here. Unfortunately for Yangon Galacticos, they might be throwing this tournament at the very last hurdle. They need to go back to playing edge, what was successful for them in the past.
Yeah, but the other thing is, as well, as while they struggle to get those wins, we saw on that board there, you actually had APG with an average of 8 elims on Miramar.
Yeah.
So purely by points, APG could take the win while Yangon are struggling.
Right, well, we have everybody's second favorite segment. It's 7 winning with 7. No, not you.
That's right. That's right. There's one thing that's been really pissing me off today, and that is none other than just Doc being so far away from his squad and just causing his team to just make mistakes, especially in this scenario. I love the way that APG was winning. I love the positioning that they were able to get, but every single time that Doc kept getting knocked, it kept forcing Top to go pick him up, Refits to go pick him up, and that was ultimately what broke the camel's back. As soon as Top decided to back up and go pick up Doc, guess what? The next team was moving up, and he gave the disadvantage to them. If they would have just been able to manage themselves, stay more compact like they have done in the past 2 days, I think we would have had a new champion by now.
Maybe it is tough stuff here. Let's take a look at those overalls and see what's going on so far, because we still have only 2 teams in the Smash Zone. Weibo was just 2 points away, Max, from joining.
Oh, if they win their fight versus Horror Esports, they'd be in the Smash Zone. They could try and convert the win now, despite being so far behind at the start of the day. Weibo, I think they're going to look back on this game and just that is the worst possible time for them to possibly miss out on the Smash Zone. But Alpha Gaming, Yangon Galacticos still going up there, currently a 10-point difference. So even if we don't end on a Smash, any of those 2 top teams could be the ones to take the trophy.
The other thing as well is you've got a lot of other teams actually catching up to them now. Regnan with 100, Alter Ego with 96, DRX with 96, Fourth Thrives with 95. I mean, all of a sudden, not only are they no longer, or they are close to that Smash point, they don't get it, but they've now got 4 other teams nipping at their heels.
Imagine if someone like Regnum Carrier then suddenly joins the Smash Zone as well. I would lose my mind, which would be kind of crazy stuff. But of course, you guys at home can get involved in everything that's going on as well, because the Airdrop Carnival, you've only got 1 day left, I believe, on it overall. You can go log in and summon a surprise airdrop, collect 2025 airdrop vouchers for your chance to win official merch, smartphones, BD partner rewards, permanent in-game items, and more. Every participant is guaranteed to win. So make sure you get all that going on here, as we are now ready for our half-time as a whole, because we're heading over to Barney and Veracity, who are on the stage before our next game.
Kadia Esports Arena, are we ready for some more PUBG Mobile? That's what I like to hear now, Barney. Let me tell you now, Weibo Gaming, they can smell it. They can smell it in the air. They can smell the chicken dinner's getting ready to cook.
Yes, they can, but they're only a few points off that threshold of getting into Smash points, so unfortunately it won't happen in this game. But we still have 2 teams currently in the Smash Zone, so it could all end right here, right now, Veracity.
I'll tell you what I've been loving, though. The Weibo Gaming fans are here in full force. They've been showing their support. And just before we went live, I saw Regnum Carrier giving us a little bit of energy as well. I'm loving this. I'm loving the energy.
They did indeed. Right, we'll test it a little bit. Weibo Gaming, how you feeling?
No. I think you guys can do better than that. Weibo Gaming, are you here?
Okay, things are starting to heat up here. We are about to go into our Miramar matches. Like we've already said, it could end right here, right now, or we could go the distance. It's going to get spicy. So make sure you stay locked in and get comfortable, because we are heading in to Miramar. Woo!
Thank you very much, Barney and Veracity, hyping up the Weibo fans because they need a little bit of a pick-me-up after that last match. That fight on the north side did not go their way, Bo, and they are going to not quite make it to that Smash boundary to join Alpha Gaming and Yangon Galacticos with a chance to take it all here and to take it all now.
There it is, and now things start to get scary for the Yangon Galacticos roster, which they don't look too scared as they're waving to the camera. They actually look quite happy and content where they're currently at. But for APG, this is a real opportunity for them to take this tournament. They are phenomenal when it comes to Miramar. We looked at the stats just before heading into this game, and, well, they were the #1 team, averaging the most eliminations, but also placings as well. I think it could end here, but you did bring up a good potential narrative for the team of Weibo before we went live. Let's discuss it.
So, I'm thinking, do Weibo go in and try and hot drop one of these two teams?
So two teams being Yangon
Galacticos and Alpha Gaming.
Okay.
Do they want to try and sit on a single player, target, focus just one of those players? They get 1 point towards it. I say hot drop, maybe not in the sense that of all going for a 4v4 fight.
Sure.
I feel like it may not be a terrible play to just drop on one single player from either Alpha Gaming or Yangon Galacticos, reduce their chances of winning, get 1 point closer towards that match point boundary. Sure. I think it might be an option. I think it's fairly unlikely. I think it's more likely that we see them just try and play by the book, play for the later game. But it's not out of the question, and so I'll be looking out for that. At the moment, though, it doesn't look like we're going to see that coming on through because both Yangon Galacticos and APG are out early.
That's interesting. Yangon Galacticos typically go up towards the El Pozo side of things up north. This time they're going south, maybe to throw off the scent of Hora and Falcons, who they have typically been trying to avoid. Remember, everybody, Yangon Galacticos, when it comes to Miramar, they are a team that plays in blue for the longest time. You typically do not see them within the zone until stage 3. That's when they start to move up. Granted, if the zone pops on them right now, it could be great. If we get an island finish, I'm ecstatic. I want chaos, especially in our potential final map. But we won't get that. We'll get a standard zone, which means, once again, the narrative for Yangon Galacticos most likely going to stay on the outskirts until about stage 3 when they start to move into the zone. Now, for the other rosters, APG, they are a bit split. And Zeal does get a vehicle. He's going to go ahead and join top and go up ahead. But Seven did bring up a good narrative, man. Doc, the Dockening, right? Where is Doc always going, leaving his roster? He needs to stay put. And the same thing could be said for Mernat. The same thing could be said for Sleepy on Yangon Galacticos, because you go back to the previous Erangels, and they were just splitting off left and right. Solos do not win championships.
Yeah, but Doc's got 10 AD limbs, so, you know.
Sure.
Kind of cool, right?
It's a cool stat. You know what's cooler? $500,000 in a championship win.
I think you might be right, actually. I'll run the numbers and get back to you. But either way, we are on board with Hora right now, who did beat Weibo in that fight on the northern side in the last match, preventing them from potentially being able to convert a Smash victory here in match number 17 of our final set here in Riyadh. And they will not be happy if they have to come into contact with them once more. All the way towards Bayademar. On the south side here, Yangon Galacticos getting on looting. Nice and happy for themselves. They'll be chilled. I'm looking at where they could potentially be rotating through. You imagine that they're going to roll up potentially towards Monte Nuevo, coming through around Power Grid, potentially San Martin. There's always the option to go further north on this one. But I think it's fairly unlikely that they go the other direction and come into contact with APG, because that's really what I'm sort of looking out for here. Are those two teams going to come into contact with one another at some point during this match?
Yeah, Regnum Karia, big win on Erangel, puts them exactly at 100 points for map number 5. Game number 6, Smash point opportunity, maybe. 28 points, though, would be one of the biggest games we have seen to date throughout the entirety of our tournament. So, highly unlikely, but for Regnum Karia, I think they've got to commit. I really do. But there is value, and there is an argument that just staying in top 5, that's a lot of money, right? And that's the question that always has to be answered for the rosters when it comes to a Smash point rule set is it worth committing to try and silence a team to continue to tournament forward? For example, challenge Yangon Galacticos, challenge Alpha Gaming to continue the tournament. But you do that, and you have the chance of potentially dropping half your roster. Doing that means another team who is a 4-stack has a chance to then pass you up, and you potentially lose out on thousands and thousands of dollars. So you've got to weigh the pros and cons, and you have to question, is it worth it truly to challenge the top rosters, or is it more worth it just to play your game and maintain your positioning and not necessarily go for gold?
I mean, that is the question, right? You can't really fault a team for thinking either way. I feel like if you're here to win the tournament, if you ignore the money, the plays are a little bit different. Sure. And I think that once you add in the profitability, the longevity of a team, of an organization investing in you as a team, it can start to change how you're thinking about this one. I know a lot of coaches will come out and say, no, we're just trying to play the game. We're not worried about the prize money. They're worried about the prize money. Like they're worried about the prize money. What they're doing there is lying. And they will be much more focused on getting towards those spots, climbing that ladder, more so potentially than going for that top spot when it's a really outside chance.
So Alter Egos, you can talk about an outside chance even further down the standings than Regnum Karya. Huge pop-up game needed for them, but they want a sliver of a chance to take Smash Point. Because the reality is they're just a little bit too far away in the points category to catch up to first place currently, which is Yangon Galacticos, who still have a valuable lead in the point standings. Even if none of our Smash Point teams gets a win, let's say we go to Game 6, nobody gets a win, Yangon Galacticos being in first place still wins PMWC 2025. But for Alpha Gaming, they are still on their heels. And again, my favorite team to close the tournament out in map number 5. But they're going to have to fight tooth and nail into the zone. And Fourth Thrive's going to be just above them, Alter Egos to the right. And you also got to think, Yangon Galacticos, Weibo are also going to be coming behind you. So you've got some competition all around you.
In terms of teams that can steal this first place spot, on these tables right now, I think from Alter Ego downwards, there's no chance ever that they are going to be able to make this one.
Fair.
As it stands, Regnum Karya, to be able to win via Smash, would have to get 28 points in this match, which is an 18 Elim chicken dinner.
The biggest game we've seen.
Biggest game we've seen so far in this tournament, so even they are an outside chance. Here. So it is really a three-part story in this final set of matches. These final goes at the desert, and we are with only 2 out ahead by a leg. For Gaming, they already rotated in. They're a little bit behind Four Thrives, a little bit behind Regnum Karya with Alter Ego parallel to them. DRX moving up past Impala, the team to actually do a lot of damage to APG and Yangon Galacticos in that last game to deny a Smash victory in the final Erangel of the day.
DRX traveling across the coastline. They stay on the outskirts of the zone. That's going to be great for them because they can go all the way up towards Truckstop if they decide to go north. Hora Falcons starting to get relatively close to each other. That's a narrative we've had throughout the entirety of this tournament. Falcons, Hora, and typically Yangon Galacticos, who normally are up in the north side with them, but again, they choose to avoid all of that nonsense and drop down south. Of course, playing in the blue zone as they typically do. A couple of shots are fired off, but overall everybody is going to be okay. Falcons, Hora still have their 4 members up. But as they do start to condense, they get closer to Ida, who is going to be in that vicinity as well. The north side not as congested as the center, obviously, or even the southern portion, because the southern portion is about to get pretty active, but it still is something to watch. APG getting some damage taken onto them because up ahead is Fourth Thrives.
They're taking shots out their way. Zyol, though, he's going to be chilled out a little bit over here. Just going to pop that adrenaline. He's going to turn around, not really want to get stuck in too much to this one. They're in this circle, they've got plenty more options to go for. Yangon Galacticos are on the road as well. They have just started their rotation from Valle de Mar. They went a little bit slowly past Minas del Valle on that south edge, and now they are moving on the south coast here, potentially towards Weibo.
Right on, yeah. That brings that not hot drop narrative we were talking about, but still for Weibo, I think there is value in challenging YG. We have a shift over to the right-hand side. That means Falcons, Ida, Hora, Noxium Red Force, DRX have to drop down, and that makes the job a little bit harder for APG, who now have to go into at least a culmination of 3 rosters.
Ooh, Order right next to Smile here. Order, of course, one of the most decorated players in PUBG Mobile. 2 global titles under his belt. Wants to try and make it a 3rd here. unfortunately, he is the outside chance with the rest of Weibo, so we'll see if they can pick up their feet. They don't come into contact with Smile. They don't want to stop off and go for the fight. Getting ahead of this one, I think, is it definitely is the right call here for Weibo, getting into the circle as teams collapse.
Ooh, APG's dropping south. They didn't want to head straight into the zone. They didn't want to challenge E-Arena, Power, Fireflux, Regnum Karya, Falcons, Thunder Talk, who are all in that vicinity. They drop down, and we might see a back-to-back map repeat of YG versus APG. Weibo also there, 2 points away. Surely they reach the threshold this game. I would be shocked if they don't, but you've got three, literally our top three about to converge in the same location.
On the south side of the circle to the east of Los Leones. Weibo get the mountains first, and that may be the difference maker. We get a replay of the first Elim in this game. Oh no, maybe it was a later one on actually, because that was clocked over towards Fireflux. So a scrap between Ida and Ora on the northern side.
Nuts, dude.
Weibo continues, so they don't stop off at the cliffs to try and hold the teams behind them.
Well, I don't know. He starts to back up. I think they are going to decide to park the bus and potentially gatekeep Yangon Galactica. So APG not far behind. They go a little bit deeper in towards Alter Egos. Power fighting for center control. They've got Fireflux, Falcons, and Regnum Karya all around them. But for Power, they have a great spot where they currently are at. Even if they do get dropped down, I don't expect anybody to crash in on them. So most likely they're going to be just fine. Still, my eyes on Yangon Galacticus now starting to get to the southern portion of Weibo, where they're currently at. For APG, they veer off to the left-hand side. They're going in where E-Arena is currently at.
They have diverged from Yangon Galacticos' rotation. The east side of Los Leones a little bit too treacherous for them to fully commit. They're still out in the blue zone, stage 2, so it's okay for now. Yangon Galacticos, they are behind Weibo still, who've committed down to a compound that is surrounded by hillsides. I'm not sure about this one from Weibo. It's right on the edge. You imagine that they're trying to get further up towards the Impala Hills in this scenario, but I feel like holding in this location is certainly an interesting choice.
He, from Weibo, has been kind of the tip of the spear. He's been stopping right before Yangon Galacticus, and where he currently stands, if he hops out, he might be able to get some shots. Bernats has, in fact, hopped out, potentially firing on Order, firing on He, who now goes up. We have a northern shift. Weibo will continue forward. DRX most likely to crash into them on their rotate, since they're getting a little bit active themselves. APG still keeping their distance from E-Arena, and for YG, well, now getting pincered in between Weibo and potentially Alter Egos to the left.
Weibo leading the charge, Yangon right behind them, Murnat hopping out, trying to take those shots. E-Arena losing another there on the southwest side. Now the rest of them close up. Fairly central, well, comparatively to a lot of teams here, fairly central on this circle. Weibo get a longhouse on the south side of it, and the Falcons actually have lots of control over the road that splits the center of this circle.
Oh yeah, they can play spoiler without question. Team Falcons roster that could jump up potentially to top 5 off these next 2 maps if we continue to tournaments. E-Arena stuck in a bowl, and that's not good for them. Already have lost a player. The question is, will they lose more? Falcons in a very familiar spot. Remember, Falcons was in this very house trying to rotate out before they got gate kept by Yangon Galacticus, as well as a couple of other rosters just the previous day.
If Regnum Karya want to make magic happen, they do need to start to rack up these points. They've got the first, so they're out of the gates, and they've got APG to guard on the western side. And what better team to do it against, right? Against a team that could potentially smash if you're hoping to get a match 6 smash here. For Regnum Karya, this is how you do it. Again, I talked about Order before being one of the most decorated players in PUBG Mobile esports. Silas, another representative of that accolade. He has got multiple global titles under his belt. He's got that PMGO title. He's got that PMGC title. And he wants the 3-peat, but they are a real underdog here. I talk about Weibo in this scenario as an outside chance. Regnum Karya, they're not even in the same town right now. They're so far outside.
And they are outside, actually, ironically, of APG's current positioning, and they do split. They've got a 2-2 split. Regnum Karya could take a distinct advantage of this, because they've got 4 players who are split themselves. However, they can move in onto top and Zeal if they decide to. Regnum Karya, a team that was putting the pressure on APG once we lost Yangon Galacticus in the previous map on Erangel. Regnum Karya ended that. And in fact, they're getting dangerously close to each other. For APG, they've been hovering around rosters, but they've stayed relatively quiet up until now.
Oh, Doc with the nades. We know how dangerous he is with those, but we know how dangerous he is to himself as well. If he gets overexposed, he's in a 1v2 right now. Sure, he's got top just over the way, but it looks like he's rotating back up towards the north. More nades being cooked. And Doc over the top with the overarm. Again, Silas may be in danger. Takes half his health bar, but not more than that. Top still negotiating the terrain around him and will bolster this position on the south point for APG.
Oh, but they might get pincered. Regnum Karya swinging wildly to the left-hand side with Wild and Co. They need to watch out for those off angles, and there's Wild on your very screen with Loxy. Loxy loves the off angles, and they're going to continue to try and pressure around to put APG into this vice script. They've got to be very careful here. And let's not forget, Reefus has totally separated from his roster. He's all the way up north, and in fact, I believe he's down. So for APG, the troubles will continue. I'm starting to get worried.
This is looking dangerous. Scarface from Fireflux as well. Now with a chance to take Zyol out here. Close range with the auto shotty. The SK-12, no match for Zyol with the pump action. Takes Scarface down at a distance. Madcap can't do anything about it. But Top falls in the meantime. And he's going to go down to Wild from Regnum Karya.
It's 2 down. See, you gotta stay up here. Regnum Karya once again looking to silence the team of APG in back-to-back games. They're so close to doing it, and Toshbik is pushing up. Doc by himself, forced to hold his ground, retreats to the hard cover. That's all he can do.
That sentence seems to ring in my ears. Doc by himself. And he is now facing against Toshbik on this ridge line. Doesn't quite have the backup close enough, and the damage is starting to pour on through. 3 players survive for Regnum Karya. The Molotov to slow down a retreat. Doc is trapped up on this building. Zyol marching forwards to get the assist here, but Madcap has other ideas. More damage sent over towards Toshbik, and APG still going to be fighting for this one.
CR thinks in trouble though. Madcap cooking the nade. Go ahead and throw it. Pull out your weapon and take the shot. He's right in front of you, right for the picking. But as he does pull the weapon out, Seal backs him up with the damage. He has no choice but to continue to push up. Doc has finally joined into the mix, and they've left the hard cover because of the blue zone. Regnum Karya, I don't think know where Alpha Gaming has gone as of yet. But again, the story on Madcap up ahead for Fireflux.
Oh, it's starting to get dicey for Alpha Gaming. And they are down to 2. They're going to push up towards Madcap. A solo on Fireflux. His ridgeline is getting suppressed by power across the way. And Zyol's down as well, leaving a solo for Alpha Gaming. Now, I'm going to reframe this one over towards Yangon Galacticos because Alpha are out of the running. They went for a wide sweep out the east side of Impala. They rotated up. Then it was a hard west shift on the circle in the previous circle. It's been that long that Alpha Gaming have been fighting. They're now up on the north side, near to Nongshim Red Force, near to Team Secret on the east edge, and they're going to crash down south towards Team Secret.
They've got to. This is a perfect opportunity. If they can win this fight in sensational fashion, it would put them in such a distinct advantage, and it is looking good, at least off the rip. Cloud's going to drop one. Smile's going to get the finish on the drop player. You've got a couple more to deal with up ahead. If Yangon Galacticus could win this spot, they can gatekeep Hora, they can gatekeep DRX, but it is imperative they do not lose a single player.
Trang moves back. Team Secret giving ground again in the face of Yangon Galacticos. A nade as they fade away, but they will not find the knock, and Trang goes down. Now they're looking for Frankie. Team Secret on 2 players standing, trying to keep things going, but the nades pour on in, and Yangon Galacticos lose 2. They have to slow down, but Team Secret will not be able to take this fight. In the meantime, though, DRX looking to put pressure on.
Yeah, here they come. DRX, Hora might be in hot pursuit as well. That's something to keep our eyes on. But for the reset, well, Yangon Galacticus go for it. Jaiki takes a little bit of damage. That gives enough time to get the members from Yangon Galacticus potentially up, but they're still 2 down, and they don't have the chance just yet. And slowly but surely, Team Secret starts to get it. A nade comes out. Frankie on the outskirts. That's a dangerous off angle, and as he backs away, he wants to at least maintain his tournament life. A chance is still here, but again, you brought up DRX. They're just on the outskirts.
And Falcons are taking shots over this way as well. Stabilization now for Yangon Galacticos. All 4 players are there, and Team Secret are starting to fold back. Have to fall away to the wayside as the circle moves away from them.
Frankie's been dropped. Romeo manages to get the pickup. Team Secret. It was a wonderful fight, but now they are left down to just one solo. We take a look once again at Yangon Galacticus, this time forced to focus on the remaining members, not only from Team Secret, but also DRX. And they do have a chance, if they want to go north, potentially to third party, this Thunder Talk Noxium Red Force fight to control the entirety of the north-hand side. That might be an option. And we got Romeo. He's in a vehicle and he might be moving.
I've just seen on the Elim feed, Order getting knocked there, and Weibo, remember, needs 2 points. They only need 2 points. 2 placements would do it, 2 Elims would do it, 1 placement, 1 Elim would do it. Those are the only 3 ways that you can organize those point scoring systems. But the fact remains that they will have to move north on this one. They will have to move from under the sightlines of Falcons, who are dead center on this circle. They've got so much control.
Yangon Galactica staying alive. It got a bit hairy. The nades were almost their undoing. Luckily for them, Team Secret could not collapse in time to get the finishes, and therefore, Yangon Galacticus, the dream still alive on Smash Point. The chance to close this tournament out on map number 5 still exists. And with DRX backing away, they leave the solo from Team Secret in Trang, and they do in fact go up north where Noxium Red Force is currently standing.
Gonna try and sideline over. Weibo going for a crash as well. Remember, 2 points. 2 points is all they need. And into power they go. 2 players close by and out into the ground floor fight. Alhaji first to face. Easy on the top floor. They're gonna try and play up and down the stairs, establish a crossfire, and it's good for 1. Easy is able to close the jaws on the first pickup, but Weibo still have 3 more players going.
You also have Yangon Galacticus crashing in on Noxium Red Force. 2 critical fights taking place between 2 critical teams. SaintCloud is going to manage to take down Duck. You also have Easy falling. Weibo manages to get 1 elimination plus the finish, but they're still 1 point away. 2 big fights. Who's going to come out ahead?
Weibo find that 2nd point on a flush, and they're into the smash zone now. It doesn't really matter what they do for the rest of it, as we want to head over towards Yangon Galacticus. There are 3 players on the north, with Noxium Red Force fighting on the inside, and Falcons are flexing out to the north to third party this.
That's right. Yangon Galacticus need to stay up. They unfortunately lost a player. Noxium Red Force manages to hold their ground against the roster who's been on Smash Point for the longest time. As you also said, Falcons start to roll up. An identical situation they were in against Team Secret and DRX just moments before. But Noxium Red Force, they're out for blood. They want to feast, and Yangon Galacticus might be the mill.
Trying to jump off that plate. Murnat holding first. Close to Beanie. The nades don't seem to be coming through. You've got to wonder how many are left in the back pocket. The next circle comes in, and this fight needs to conclude because of it. Falcons happy about the shift. Yangon Galacticus less so. They need this fight to end. They need to end it fairly quickly too.
Yes, they do. And then you have to deal with Falcons right after that. So the task is not going to be easy. SaintCloud falls out of nowhere. Aaron, the solo, managed to hit a shot from I don't know how many meters away. And this only helps Noxium Red Force as they start to push up. Murnat will also fall. And now it's up to a solo unless they can get back up to a duo, which they manage to finally do.
SaintCloud back to his feet, looking to try and heal. Nades in hand now, 5 for Romeo. A lot of ordnance to put down here, and they need to expend it now. Doesn't connect a lot there. Romeo dashes forwards, the DBS in hand. Binny chases him down and catches his heel as it tries to go through. A 1-for-1 trade, but SaintCloud has 2 more to deal with, and it will not be a smash here in match number 5. You can see the Weibo fans are happy about that one.
That's right, Weibo has a chance to win PMWC 2025. They put themselves in a winning spot. The question is, can they close it out? It's going to be a 3-horse race going into map number 60, guaranteed final map of PMWC 2025. But now we focus our attention on the remaining players. Let's not forget, points still matter. And for Weibo, yes, they're on Smash Point, but they also have a chance to go up into 2nd place, pass up APG, and potentially even get close enough to take down YG in game number 6 in the points category.
There are still technically enough points left in the lobby for Regnum Kaya to join them as well.
That's
towards the top side, but that's not really very likely at all, especially with Noxium going down here. I think if these 3 points don't go to Regnum Kaya, then it's impossible for them to ladder up and get into that Smash Point boundary. And of course, it's very, very likely that that's not going to be the case, with Falcons having a chokehold on this circle in a way that we haven't seen from them at all, actually, in this tournament. It's really been a bit of a disappointment from the Falcons roster, but maybe they can go out with a bang.
Let's find out. All by himself. We've seen him clutch up many times, but Kix is going to be watching from a distance from DRX. All eyes on Reglamcaria, really, as far as I'm concerned. Again, the roster who might be able to get to that point threshold, it's not going to be easy, maybe not even mathematically possible, but they've got to give it a good effort. They crash in on Ida Aaron, a guy that dismantled YG from a distance. This time now he has to stand his ground in a shed against Loxy. Great nade to take him down half health, but still, Wild has the angle. You can't jump, you can't really move. You just pray and hope the utility works, and it will on Loxy.
That is nasty business from Aaron, and another one over the top. The fire's not going to bother him, and that's a flush. Reglamcaria getting dismantled. The solo in the shack. Aaron, the young firecracker on the roster. His rookie season last year, he had an impact.
He can do this.
He wants to have a little bit more here against Reglamcaria. Tries to thread through the vehicle on the hop in, hop out, sidestep, but is eventually taken down. Meanwhile, Weibo with a chance.
There it is. Weibo has a chance, but Four Thrives are looking to take it away. They're fighting hard. They are fighting tooth and nail. IQ gets a finish onto one. Weibo's numbers will start to dwindle away. Now 2 players, but Zook says, I'm not done just yet. He'll get a clean up on one. Naki will also drop order, but for Weibo, they stand with a solo, and Four Thrives are out.
Rez onto 33Z, onto order as well. It will be able to come through. Alva is close by to them, so could be a little bit dangerous. Oh, there's a nade. Doesn't quite connect, so they're going to know there's a player close by. This should be a Falcons chicken dinner.
Absolutely.
If they don't win it, Falcons back.
Well, Falcons still very close, potentially breaking up in the top 5. That is a narrative. Alva, great shots. Hold up a second. Alter Egos becoming a narrative once again. Alva has been the clutch master oftentimes, and well, now he has a chance to do just that. I mean, he is working these angles masterfully, and for order up ahead, question is, can he take down Alva? I don't know. It's going to be, of course, solo versus solo. Winner stays alive, a chance to get more placement points, and Alva is moving, but not for long. Orta gets it, a couple of shots in celebration. Weibo, no, they are going into Game 6 with the chance.
They've got 7 elims, 4th place. They may have actually overtaken Alpha Gaming, depending on how many placement points they're able to earn here. So 2nd place is up for grabs, a nice little pay bump for them if they can find it. Of course, coming up into 2nd place from 3rd place goes from 150 grand to $250,000. That is 100,000.
Yeah, and from what I'm hearing, 1 elim will tie Alpha Gaming. Just 1. If they can get it, my oh my, is it going to be on a Reglamcaria member, or maybe even on Kix up ahead from order? He's got options, but he's got to pick and choose properly for Reglamcaria. If he chooses to go into Toshpik, well, Wild might be able to help. Actually, no, I take that back. Wild is fully focused on Falcons up ahead, so Toshpik is going to be the one to potentially ruin the chances from Weibo to catch up to APG.
For my money, the smartest play Order can make is staying quiet here. Not getting engaged. DRX are, I believe, just about in this circle. I think it is Shaq. I thought he might have been outside of the circle here on the south side, but he's going to be right up and against it. Falcons know where he is. Order should know where he is. He's going to be locked into this one, especially with the circle shifting out as it does. DRX is going to have to go out first, but Order hops back into the vehicle. He's repositioning. He wants to get a little bit of a different angle on this one as Falcons start to extend their influence over this circle.
Yes, they do, but one of the things that's done Falcons in previous games is getting overly aggressive. This time, I think it is going to be the off angles from the solo. Now, Kix dropping here would be wonderful for Falcons. They get him off of that side angle, and they can focus on everybody up just to the north-hand side. But I do not want to discredit the power of where Order is currently at. He truly could be instrumental once he finally does get active, especially when all these fights end up taking place. I don't know, maybe he can steal this game. It would be insanity, but it is a possibility.
He's not going to have to move before DRX have to move, before the last player from DRX has to step out into the open and get lit up by the Falcons. Well, everybody, really, because you can see Narvalos is waiting. Okay, deny it to the blue zone as well. This is a placement point for Weibo. That does the same thing.
Oh.
They ladder up into 3rd. That's another point.
The Narvalo hit the shot needed to take him down before Blue did, but Blue was successful. Well, they know where Order is at. Again, Toshpik on that off angle. I just don't think they're ready for it. Shots are going to come through. Ralph is going to fire upon him. Toshpik is going to renegotiate his position. Wild will maintain his ground. Falcons start to move up. This is their game to take. Toshpik will fall. Wild behind the vehicle. If a good nade is thrown, it might just drop him or at least get rid of the vehicle. Wild's gone. Now, you've got the solo from Weibo. It's Order. He's looking down on Falcons. He's going to manage to drop Ralph. Like I said, Order might be able to do it, but it's not going to happen. The crowd favorite team, Falcons, finally back in the winner's circle.
They find the elims, they find the shutdown. Team Falcons able to get a chicken dinner right towards the end. Weibo, they are into the smash point zone as well at the top of the tables, and 3 teams now stand atop the pack.
And Weibo is officially 1 point ahead of Alpha Gaming, putting them in second place. It's been a 2-horse race for the majority of this tournament, for the majority of grand finals, but finally Weibo has put themselves in a position to become champions themselves. But it comes down to one more map, one more Miramar to decide our new champion, PMWC 2025. A lot riding on the line and only one more opportunity to achieve greatness. We're going to take another break. When we come back, the final game of PMWC 2025 will be upon us.
Dear PUBG Mobile fans, we are delighted to invite you to the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, KSA. This exciting event will take place from July 25th to August 3rd at the Boulevard City. We've prepared tons of event perks, such as the PMWC Avatar Frame, Esports Passion Set, Esports Passion Parachute, and tons more items. Let's check out how you can get all these rewards. During the tournament, go to the Pandora event page via Lobby, Event Center, Esports to join the event. Mormon from SEA, Top from CSA, Pedrinho from the Americas, Silas from the EU, and Prestige from MENA will guide you through the 5 major parts of the event. They consist of tournament celebration, prediction rewards, esports shop, themed outfit, and champion challenge. Join these activities to earn rewards and collect esports tokens to redeem even more gifts in the esports shop. The more esports tokens you collect, the better rewards you'll get. You can get up to 2,870 esports tokens from the prediction event. It takes place from July 23rd to August 5th and consists of 3 stages that coincide with the tournament: group stage, survival stage, and grand finals. During the group stage, get 20 esports tokens by predicting the 8 teams you think will advance directly to the grand finals. Each correct prediction will grant you an additional 60 tokens. Make a total of 3, 6, and 8 correct predictions to get 300, 680, and 720 tokens, respectively. You'll get another chance during the survival stage to guess the other 8 teams that will make it to the grand finals. The rewards are the same as the group stage. During the grand finals, you must try and predict the ultimate champion. Just predicting will grant 30 tokens, and a correct prediction will grant 400 tokens. If you're unsure about your predictions, you can let your friends' predictions guide you. Find someone reliable, copy their predictions, and wait to be rewarded. The 3 prediction rounds take place on July 27th, July 30th, and August 3rd at 10:45 UTC 0. Rewards are issued the second day after each stage ends at 4 a.m. UTC 0. You'll receive esports tokens based on your prediction results. Note, esports tokens don't expire and can be used in future esports events. Who do you think will be the ultimate champion? Join the 2025 PMWC event and share your predictions. Invite your friends to join the predictions and watch the tournament unfold.
Falcons holds down the road west of Impala and is able to get themselves a very important victory to try and push themselves up the leaderboard, up for a more prize pool here at PMWC. But at the same time as well, whilst you're watching these games go on, you can also check out the EWC app, which is obviously over on their app stores, and keep up with everything that's going on here for EWC as a whole. Not only this tournament, but the other tournaments that are going on throughout all of the festivities here. Now, let's talk about Falcons, of course, here. 7, Neptura, Maxman joining me. 7, an important win for Falcons to try and push themselves into those higher prize pool brackets.
Once again, a team that just really haven't done much the past 3 days. They ended up getting a win. I felt like this one was kind of gifted as well. They were having some 2-2 splits, but overall, it's Team Falcons pretty much getting themselves into more money in Neptura.
Yeah, and it's really well played from them as well. They have that, 2-2 split, I think it was, in the middle of that ravine where the road goes down. That position is really, really good, particularly in that zone. However, you need to use splits if you want to use it effectively, if you don't want to get taken out. So they actually played that really, really well with those splits and then transferred over into a more of a 1-1-1-1 spread across the end of zone to actually take a lot more control. So for them, it was actually very, very well played, and they got the win for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, we just went on the second page. We have to talk about Weibo Gaming, right? They just entered the Smash with that game. They just got in, Order clutching it up at the end. I was thinking, actually, if they maybe got a few more points earlier, maybe Order can clutch it. Unfortunately, they don't get the entirety of that match. They do lose at the end to Falcons, but that fight versus Power, I was not sure how that was going to go down because that was a risky push, but luckily enough, they get the full reset, allowing them to then take a fight against 4 Thrives, against the side of even Alvov or Trigo. Yeah. It was a risky one, but now they're in the Smash Zone, meaning they could snatch it away in this very last upcoming game.
Right, that's an important thing to actually talk about here, right? Because we are down to the last game now. That technically, if one of these 3 teams could smash and be able to get themselves the victory here. However, if that doesn't happen, 7, the one with the most points will be the champion here at PMWC.
Yeah, with the way the Yangon has been playing throughout the whole day, we got to wait and see what the overall is going to be looking like, because this team has been consistent. They just haven't been able to get the win. Remember what happened yesterday, though? This was a team that did end up getting a win with 12 eliminations, so it could happen here. And they went back to playing how they usually play. They went back to playing Edge and also hunting down teams. That is the YG I want to see going into this last game.
I mean, we're getting so hyped here, 7 Neptura during that game. It's like, actually, they're going back to playing the Edge instead of the center. This is what rewarded you with so many wins in these finals at PMWC. They're going back to the basics that were so successful in the past. Yangon Galacticos here on Miramar, they had a really good rotate. Unfortunately, I think you mentioned it, Kalaris, a little bit earlier. Lack of scouting. Maybe they could have a little bit of a better entry point on the eastern side of the circle. Maybe go entirely up north. But here didn't quite work out. And Nongshim Red Force were able to actually put an end to the reign of dominance here of Yangon Galacticos.
I actually also like their push onto Nongshim for a different reason, Max. Is because Nongshim and Thundertalk were fighting it out. And actually, Nongshim is the more dangerous team to win out of that situation. If Thundertalk had won over Nongshim, historically speaking, over the last 2 days, 3 days nearly now, we haven't seen anything else from them. So for the rest of the lobby, they're not really looking like a very dangerous team to go up against. Nongshim, on the other hand, particularly today, have been doing really, really well. So if a team like Yangon want a chance at actually winning the game, they had to take out Nongshim. So for them, going up to that north side was a great play.
Well, as you can see, the rest of the teams here are getting ready for our final game, trying to figure out exactly how they're going to approach things. Let's take a look at the overalls. Let's get a lay of the land here. Oh my days. Weibo moves into second place as well as being able to move into the Smash Zone. Alpha Gaming is hot on their heels, but that takeover is huge. And now, Yangon, 150 points. It would be poetic, Max, if we saw them get a win and win on points overall, but we will see how this goes.
The dream is still alive for Yangon Galacticos. But actually, I want to take our attention to Weibo Gaming and Alpha Gaming. They don't need to smash to win this. All you need is an early elimination onto Yangon Galacticos. Weibo would need 11 points, 12 points for Alpha Gaming to at least tie, maybe try and overtake, because you can't win the tiebreaker because they have 4 chicken dinners. So you would need technically 12 and 13 points respectively. So we could have a new champion here without the smash rules actually being in full effect.
That's right. I mean, and also take a look at all those teams towards the bottom. They are going to be fighting for that money as well, for that prize pool. Everything is so close by, but going back to the top, this is all these teams throughout the finals have been able to achieve at least a minimum top 3. Some even a win with Yangon Galacticos. It's going to come down to that final match, and it's going to come down to seeing if Weibo Gaming and Alpha Gaming can get a win.
I don't think Alpha Gaming like this turn of events at all. I mean, we've seen it too many times, right, across global events. It just keeps happening. They keep slipping on that final day. At least it's only by 1 point. So with the final game, maybe they can actually go, actually, we've well had enough of this. It's time to get back into second place, maybe even that first rather. And maybe that's just the fire they need underneath them to get them going.
Weibo Gaming, I'm looking back at the Hong Kong Invitational. This team got saved because Influence Rage got eliminated in last second. Here, no one is coming to save you. If you are going to climb up to that first place, Weibo, it's all relying on your efforts to take this win.
And I'm going to be looking at APG going into this last match. They need to take a fight and focus on that fight, not just be taking multiple fights, because earlier they were fighting Fireflux. On top of that, they were fighting Regnum and Karia, and they just weren't focusing. You got to focus on the fight, and you got to make sure you do the right rotation as well.
Well, let's take a look at the top teams on Miramar once again. Our 3 teams that are able to smash or move into the point lead are right there. And whilst we're taking a look at that, before we go into our last game, let's do some predictions for the champion. We're going to start with Maxman.
Oh, can I go last?
Oh.
No,
Does
you
he
can't.
dare?
I can't pick APG. I've done it too many. I'm going Weibo. I'm going Weibo on this one. China, let's go.
APG, yeah. It's got to be.
I started with them. I'm going to finish with them for the final day. APG.
All right, and I never give predictions, but we've got to give some Yangon love as well here. Let's get this a-rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one final game. You can see all of these players getting ready to go. He's going to elbow drop them into oblivion here for this one. Those are the predictions coming out from the desk as all these teams are getting ready to go. I'm not sure that they're ready to jump straight into this game just yet, Seven. So we do have a few moments before we get to this, but it's always nice to get some predictions out of there just before what is a bit of an insane situation here, Nepturo.
Can I just how bad would it be if I changed my prediction to Falcons?
What?
Championship.
Nope, stop you. Stop.
I had to throw it out one last time. They did win the last match, but I know it's not going to happen.
What?
Oh, what?
Cool, if you want.
I mean, one that you ended up picking, Max, Weibo Gaming, something that I did enjoy out of that last match from them. Remember, throughout the whole day, this team was playing slow. We were saying at one time it was a little bit too slow. With the fight that they took against Power, that aggression was there, and I feel like that's something that they need to have here. They need to have that switch coming into this last game.
That's been something that has been just switched up to 11 for today. Their aggression, they're looking to take fights. They knew especially how many points they needed to get into the smash zone. They know now you don't take unnecessary fights. You need to get into the late game, get into the top 8, your top 5, your top 3, get into the late game scenario and get the actual win. If they can also just get high elimination game, maybe it could work out, but all the teams can make it work in the end of this match.
I started the day asking if it was going to be the destiny, if it was going to be the dream, or will it be destruction? It turns out Weeaboo is about to potentially cause destruction here as we have the volcanic conclusion of PMWC underway for 2025.
Seismic shifts on the table to close down our penultimate match. Weibo break into that smash zone. They will join Yangon Galacticos and Alpha Gaming with a chance here in the final match of the PMWC. It's all to play for.
Here it is, the last chance, the last dance, our guaranteed final map. 3 teams have fought tooth and nail. They have given it their all to end up in this very spot, to become champions, to cement their names in PUBG Mobile history. The question is, who has it in them to close it out? All that work to not be for nothing, all that work to gain something you can never lose, to be a champion. Yangon Galacticos, Weibo, Alpha Gaming, all 3 of those rosters are going for gold. and it's only going to be one of them as champions. We also had a chance to ask our talent managers who they were predicting to take this game, and it was Alpha Gaming. So Alpha Gaming pretty much across the board, not only from a talent perspective, but also from our talent managers. Now the question is, Arena, who's winning it? Is it Weibo Gaming? I think so, maybe. Alpha Gaming have a chance. Yangon Galacticus, everybody's got their fan base. Everybody's got the opportunity to cheer and get loud. They need your energy. Get loud in the arena, because it's time to get our final game started.
What a way to close down the tournament. A 3-team chance, a shot at that trophy. It's been glittering and glimmering before their very eyes for the last few days. They now have a chance to raise it. Or will their key drop into the key crusher along with 14 others? It will have to remain to be seen as we take a look at where our drops are coming on through. At the moment, I'm seeing Weibo. They're out over the center part of this playing path, which has a fairly northern situation. Alpha Gaming on the south side.
Okay, so for Yangon Galacticus, they changed it up before. Do they go up north, where they've been so familiar, and it looks as if they will, which again puts that narrative. Hora, Falcons potentially gatekeeping them, and this is scary. You change it up last game, yes, you go towards the south, but this time around for Hora and Falcons, maybe a bit personal. Keep them at bay, shut them down. You have to be expecting them to rotate into you. So for Yangon Galacticus, they've got to get creative, and one thing they love to do again is stay in blue and then drop down south. So most likely going to see them making their way into stage 2, stage 3. For APG, however, they are within zone, but they've got company all around them.
Hey, look at that. 1 point immediately earned. Tiebreaker back on in action. And I think that means that Weibo do win the tiebreaker. I believe they've got one more chicken dinner than Alpha Gaming, if I'm not mistaken, having earned the back-to-back that they've been able to find today. So they are sat on 2 chicken dinners. 139, of course, that will be the tiebreaker, unless Alpha Gaming win. But then it's a non-factor because they win via the smash ruling. Oh, there's so many interlocking rules. I love logistical, bureaucratic nightmares on points tables. It's what I live for.
And just to confirm, it is Weibo with 2 wins, Alpha Gaming with 1. So something to take effect a little bit later on, but all eyes, of course, on these 3 great rosters. You know, you got one starting off relatively hot, of course, being Weibo, APG getting a first shot, but that also puts a target on their back, right? Shots are fired, teams are getting active, which might be in the back of the mind of the other rosters thinking, I want to third party this because this is our last chance to elevate ourselves up the leaderboard.
Absolutely. There's a lot of money that's mixed in the middle of the tables. Obviously, the 3 teams at the top have taken a lot of points, but the points gap between teams like Regnum Karya all the way down to Team Secret, right? So 4th to 12th. That drop-off could be there, right? And that is a pretty sizable chunk. 4th place is $120,000, and then you go down to 12th at 45. With a single game, they can change things around, earn more, drop down. It's a lot of wiggle room here.
Without a doubt. And for Regnum Karya, they have been the boogeyman of, well, APG over the past couple of maps. This time around, they take down Krypton from Alter Egos. A guy that clutches up, a guy that you want to stay alive. Does it impact his standings? Well, potentially. Alter Egos could pass DRX, 4th Thrives, maybe even Regnum Karya themselves. So for Regnum Karya, taking down one from Alter Egos, and in my opinion, the tip of the spear, albeit outside of Rosemary, that puts Regnum Karya in an even safer spot.
Absolutely. They're going to feel a little bit safer as time goes on. Behind them, of course, the Falcons coming off of a chicken dinner. You know what? I was kind of surprised that Neptura decided to predict them for the tournament win. Not because they're so far down the tables, but because they're not Team Spirit. And of course, Neptura loves Team Spirit. Favorite team. Unfortunately, they didn't even make it out of CSA.
That's right. Team Spirit, rest in peace. Neptura, keep sending your love to them. Maybe they'll come back next year.
Absolutely.
I do want to point out Weibo, however, have pretty centralized in the zone. DRX do start to move in relatively close to them. That's going to be a fun one to potentially watch. But for Weibo, they're going to try and stay as quiet as possible, but they can also gatekeep a couple of rosters. Noxian Red Force, DRX, Ida, maybe Thunder Talk, who's a little bit further away. For Yangon Galacticus, again, staying up towards Trailer Park, they're going to stay there for a long time. They're going to play it slow. They're not going to get too antsy because, again, you've got Falcons and Aura, which Fourth Rise, are they maybe thinking about challenging Falcons? You do have T24s getting relatively close.
Could potentially be just scouting out, trying to navigate those rotations out east. In the meantime, though, in the center of this circle, just around Hacienda del Patron, around San Martin, Weibo Game. Currently looking for position. We know what's on the line for this team. The tiebreaker order goes Yangon Galacticos, followed by Weibo, followed by Alpha Gaming. That will not change because with the chicken dinners sitting as they are, that's the order of the tiebreakers. And of course, if any one of them increases their chicken dinner score, they win the tournament by the smash rule.
That's right.
So that tiebreaker order will be in effect throughout the course of this one. And it could very much come down to those chicken dinner differences.
Right. So T24 still close, but not close enough to really have an effect on this Falcons rotation. And for Team Falcons, you know, we've been talking about them dropping the ball and struggling, and yes, they will not be champions today, but this final game, if it's good enough, could elevate them up in the top 5. So that still is a storyline. They're not too far away. It's not impossible for Team Falcons to get a top 5 finish, which, by the way, again, in regards to the club championship race, Falcons need a top 8 finish. They're currently in 9th place. So this is a big moment for Falcons in the overall scale of things for the club championship race to have a good performance.
Adding to that tally is great. They can keep contributing to their team to be able to try and pick that one up. You hope that they can do it. I'm sure there's plenty of fans at the arena who want the Falcons to do it as well, to help out on that club championship tally.
Love seeing the fans. Hey, peace to you. Great to see you. Getting excited, getting happy. Some of them getting loud. Yes, let's get it going. The final game. Yangon Galacticos start to move in. This is very typical of their style, but again, you've got Falcons who might keep them at bay, and if they choose to drop south, which is their typical game plan, Fourth Rive's right in front of them.
They're moving on in on the west side towards San Martin for the Falcons. We're still waiting on Alpha Gaming and Yangon Galacticos to make their appearances. Of course, Yangon Galacticos, they're in the blue zone. Currently, actually, fairly close to it, all things considered, for them, certainly. They're quite close to this zone. Yangon Galacticos playing out on the south side of El Pozo, and will navigate the bubbly terrain there. He bobbles his way forwards. It's difficult. I hate driving over this terrain. It's so confusing. You never know if you're going to flip your vehicle or not.
From now on, when I'm driving down a bumpy road, I'm just going to bubble over the piles. That's right. That's my strategy. Yep. John, I like it. New terminology. They decide to go up north, that's great for them. And north really has no competition if they decide to commit towards water treatment, which could be a great spot depending on how quickly they get over there. But there's a lot of terrain and a lot of distance between them and that. APG also staying south. They're going to be in blue currently, and they have a free route towards the north. Both rosters, I believe, currently waiting for this next stage to pop, and it does encompass water treatment, which again opens that up maybe for Hora, who's going to be the closest. They can overtake that. YG might be able to move up, but for APG, I mean, so tightly contested. Yes, a free route in, but they've got to go in between Fourth Rives, E-Arena, and then ultimately, of course, Noxian Red Force, Fireflux, so many rosters, and the same thing can be said for Yangon Galacticos. This is great for Weibo. Weibo's still dead center. They're established. They don't have to move, but is Order by himself?
Maybe. I mean, they are fairly split right now. The question is, how long can Weibo hold this split in the center of this circle? Falcons are going to push in on the north. Regnum Kaya from the other side as well. They're looking to try and move on in. Oda on that northern edge could get in the middle of it, get stuck in there. Thunder Talk, everybody trying to get closer towards the east side of San Martin, towards Hacienda del Patron.
Alter Egos also started moving in from the northern side. Curious where Yangon Galacticos choose to go. For APG, this is going to be a tough rotate for them. I'm genuinely getting worried at this moment because going up north, there's so many teams playing Edge, Fourth Rives, Ida that they'll have to run through. Any of those fights taking place, again, this is the final game, and so many teams are very close to catching up in the top 5 or even bettering their spot. You move up one spot in the standings, that's potential thousands and thousands of dollars in differences when it comes to the prize money. A very real reason to win a third party and fire some shots safely from a distance. And for APG, I don't know. They've got to go up north, but it's still a long rotate for them. For me, I'm putting them on alert.
There's a lot of danger in this final match here of the PMWC. The grand finals continue to deliver on the excitement towards this final match as Yangon Galacticos navigate their way up the west side, over the top of San Martin, up and into the hills. It looks like Weibo are going to try and hold on the Manor House as well, play in the center of Hacienda.
Still, that split worries me, especially if the team decides to go in between them. That's going to get quite awkward, but for Weibo, still all 4 up. Not ringing the alarm bells just yet for them. Yangon Galacticos starting to move in. They're going to be just opposite of Falcons again, who are all split.
Alpha on the west side. Look at this rotate. Right. They're swinging out and could potentially backfill on towards Yangon Galacticos here around the west side of San Martin. This fight feels inevitable. We could remove one of our 3 teams here and now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? You go back, what, several maps now, and it's been Yangon Galacticos fighting against APG. The 2 teams cannot stay away from each other. Like magnets, they're drawn, but we do see maybe a bit of an audible as they start to rotate right towards Noxium Red Force. But the good news is for them, they avoid 4 thrives, and they now have clearance to now get in to the next zone. But as they just get here, the next zone is about to shift. The question is, where does it go? But that's not too bad. That's not too bad. But Noxium Red Force is gatekeeping the outer edge, and APG still needs to go forward. They go north, they go into YG. If they go south, they go into 4th Rise. If they go east, it's straight into Noxium Red Force. And Smile is scouting, but I hope he doesn't get too carried away. He's jumped out.
Oh, Doc has been spotted, I believe, out on this western side. Gonna have to be careful, and Smile gets Doc down. He's going to find that knock, and it is just time and time again that he has dropped the ball for APG. And finally, it may be the death blow dealt towards Alpha Gaming.
Said I was ringing the alarm bells, and now they are sounding as loud as they possibly can. Losing Doc hurts. But for Alpha Gaming, a chance still remains with 3 players up, but you just gave an elimination to the team you're fighting against. For Hora, they start to push in for Team Secret, trying to hold on tight. They cannot, and they will be eliminated in the final game of the tournament.
Hora able to stay alive with 2 players down. The reses will come through. This circle is giving Weibo a massive in on this match. The 2-2 split that they have right now should be fairly trivial to hold as it stands in this circle. The teams that surround them, that are creating this buffer zone, not super likely to want to crash right now. So they will definitely be solid to hold this 2-2 split into the next zone. Let's take a look at this replay. Doc hops out, and I mean,
yeah, hit and run. Hit and run.
It's disappointing.
Backs away, gets away, and it is. It is so disappointing. I know Seven is fuming right now because he's been setting this narrative, the Doc getting Doc going up by himself. I know doing the research coming into the global stage, that was one of the things he made sure that I remember. Doc loves to go up by himself, but one of the things they improved on is Doc started joining his roster once again, and that made them strong. But this time around, old habits refuse to die, and maybe the chances now for Alpha Gaming to win this championship have in fact gone to the grave. But again, with 3 members up, there still is a chance for them to take this, but they're going to have to work even harder.
Smile's just gone down from Yangon Galacticos. There's only 3 players now for Yangon Galacticos. They tried to move through San Martin, but the Falcons extract a toll on the road from them. And now from the north side, potentially could move down towards Hacienda, a decent spot that Weibo have to abandon to hold this 2-2 split. So potential space there. Alpha Gaming with potentially their last rotate on this tournament. As Reefus gets spotted. Off now in the firing line. He's loading up to take these shots. And Weibo across the way, taking down more players from Alpha Gaming. Seoul, the last bastion here for the team from Mongolia.
Seoul once again last alive. You go back a couple of maps on Erangel, our map number 4, Zeal was the last hope and dream for this APG roster, and once again the pressure falls on his shoulders to try and carry the torch for Alpha Gaming to take this championship, but he's surrounded by everybody. Luckily there's a little bit of space, but his chances of winning this are now slim to none. However, it would be one of the most miraculous comebacks in PUBG Mobile history if Zial can somehow take this victory. For Alpha Gaming fans, I know you want to keep the hope alive, so I'll at least say that narrative for you.
Okay, I think it is very much an outside chance here. I like this regroup from Weibo. Remember, I was talking about how you can hold that 2-2 split because the teams around you aren't likely to move. With this circle shifting down, they regroup from that east side because they know teams like DRX on their position, Thundertalk, Alter Ego, Aura on that north side, likely to want to try and take that compound on the corner from them. So they regroup, recoalesce, and play on As4, the only team in the top 3 with a chance of smashing that has 4 players alive. But Yangon Galacticos, 3 players on their side, they also still have a chance.
Yes, that's right. SaintCloud will take the advanced position on the compound. That will give free reign to Romeo and Renat to potentially move up. The only team around them is Hora. Depending on how this zone ends up rotating, maybe we do see a clash between Yangon Galacticos as well as the Weibo roster, but you still got to appreciate where Weibo is at. 4 members still alive. They now are joined together. There is no more of a split, and they're staying tried and true to what has worked for them, taking center zone. 4 Thrives versus Power. What's at stake with this fight? Well, 4 Thrives are currently 5 points away from catching up to Regnum Karya, which would put them in a better spot for more money, knocking them down. But it's not a guarantee. 4 Thrives are currently at 0 eliminations. They need to silence Power and take down the remaining 3 members. That would put them within striking distance of apexing Regnum Karya. But if they don't and they fall short, Regnum Karya will stay in 4th place, but they're only going to be just there because the solo is last alive. Hora starts to rotate over. Regnum Karya has Loxy just up ahead, but Hora, all eyes on them as they're taking advantage.
On the east flank here against Loxy, but Yangon Galacticos are moving in on the north side towards potentially Weibo Gaming's compound. Another fight that could dictate the pace of this tournament. On the north edge, they could wipe each other out. Oh, Loxy does go down. Regnum Karya taken down with 112 points on the tables. 4 Thrives could definitely leapfrog that.
That's it. 4 Thrives can do this. Fireflux have fought hard throughout the entirety of this tournament, but I believe everything is starting to come to an end as 2 players are last alive. DRX starts to push up. Solus taken down as well, I believe, through the smoke. No, excuse me, he gets full back up. I thought the shots connected well. He'll continue to fight hard, but Kix wants to take him down. For Fireflux, a chance maybe to pass Team Secret, get up into top 12. As here in Solus does hit a nice shot needed, but he drops down as a nade takes him out. Scarface, the last hope and dream to move Team Secret up.
A flush onto Solus there, and now Scarface looking to try and hold it for Fireflux on that south side. It's unlikely that he gets too much further into this one, and the tournament is starting to close down for teams left and right. We've dropped 3 now. Their final performance is done and dusted. Next circle pops, and it keeps Weibo in, but it forces Yangon Galacticos out.
Yes, it does. Yangon Galacticos now have to push in, potentially pass Weibo. The question is, will they choose to challenge? They've been highly aggressive during the finals. Scarface, though, all eyes on him as he continues to stay up for a little bit longer, but I don't know if Fireflux did what they needed to do to pass up Team Secret. That taking damage. Hora with the third party. Yangon Galacticos might be getting taken down relatively soon. They've got to play this carefully.
Ooh, 4 Thrives on the inside, looking to try and overtake as DRX are going neck and neck with them, bouncing back and forth on those tables, both trying to overtake Regnum Karya here.
Let's talk about scenarios. Alpha Gaming has a solo live with Zeal. Still within zone, he's staying quiet. Yangon Galacticos, obviously a chance to win this game with 3 members, but they got a tall task ahead of them with Weibo just up ahead. Hora off to their off angle, Falcons obviously still around. Now, for Weibo, let's say Yangon Galacticos does get taken down, Weibo could win in 2 ways. A winner-winner chicken dinner, or just getting enough points to surpass the point threshold, which is currently at the moment around 150, 152 for Yangon Galacticos. So for Weibo Gaming, they need 14 points. That's what's going to be needed to surpass Yangon Galacticos as it currently stands. Let's not forget YG is still alive.
The last time the PEL team were able to win a global title was back in 2021, and that was with Order over on Nova. If they can take it back here, what a story for the player. A 3rd global title, a resurgence for the PEL onto the world stage. Plenty of fans waiting for that to happen. Murnat under pressure. But Sleepy takes a toll over him. He's trapped behind a burned out tree, but he has a sliver of HP left, and they don't quite have the angles to squeak the bullets around the edge there. The heal comes through, and Yangon Galacticos stay as 3.
Still a tough spot, though. Falcons start to move closer and closer to Noxium Red Force. Maybe a fight breaking out between the two rosters there. Remember, for Falcons, top 8 for the club championship race is important. They're 5 points away, and the team in front of them is the one they are trying to surpass. They beat them, they have a very real chance to elevating themselves up into the top 8. That's going to be a close one we have to watch. Another zone shift is about to occur in just about 50 or so seconds. DRX getting taken out. 4 Thrives, another roster that is looking to elevate themselves up to top 4. The chances here, they're hitting the shots needed, but they do have a down player. 4 Thrives is putting up a wonderful fight, but DRX is fighting back as well. IQ and Co need to buck up and obviously play this well. With only a solo left, 4 Thrives' job becomes even harder. IQ has such a tall task, and he's down, and 4 Thrives did not do enough to break in to the top 5.
And with that, DRX need 1 more point. The placements haven't kicked in, but they will jump up to be drawn with Regnum Kaya. I'm not too sure who will win that tiebreaker, but if they get 2 more points, they will be free and clear. However, let's reframe over on this northern side of the circle. Pops very, very shortly here. Of course, 4 players alive for Weibo, 3 for Yangon Galacticos. Aura have an off angle onto the Yangon Galacticos position, and everybody has to move. It is a mad dash to the south, and Ida sits slap bang in the middle.
That's right. Ida have such a great position here. Such a great opportunity with 3 players last alive. Maybe even break into top 8 themselves. A big game is needed, but the possibility is there. Remember, winner chicken dinner is 10 points. That would put them at 94. They already have 2 eliminations to their name, so a very real chance Ida can break into top 8 over everybody else. Narvalo has fallen. Narvalo has fallen. Ralph will fight once again. Narvalo fully down and out now. Falcons down to 3. Such a pivotal fight between Falcons and Noxium Red Force, and potentially the final fight for both rosters.
Yangon Galacticos maybe trying to third party this as well, as the Falcons go down to 3, but Noxium Red Force seem to be bleeding as well. E-Arena across the way could try and have an impact here with 2 players looking to heal on up. It's up to Doc to hold the corner, but Koa wins the day. Another frag around the edge, and it's going to be Noxium Red Force continuing their bleed out. Koa drops down and away from danger. Yangon Galacticos wasting time here, not going to be allowed to approach, as TZ, the last
got the high
on
ground.
the high ground to find Ralph, will get 1. Redox now with a chance to hold it down for the Falcons, as Koa's fallen as well. Last player for the Falcons alive, and they cannot make it. Top 8 denied. Noxium Red Force with 2 stand too fast in their way.
Noxium Red Force, not the healthiest team, but still top 8. We look over now, and Hoarder starting to crash in. Weibo are getting broken apart. Sook has moved deeper in. Yangon Galacticos are also taking damage, but they can still third party Noxium Red Force. Question is for Sook, all by himself. What's going to happen here?
The placement points are kicking in now as well, so for DRX, they're looking good to overtake Regnum Kaya. Sook moves fast and out into the open. A pivotal position here for Weibo Gaming right now. Yangon Galacticos could potentially take the hillsides away from Falcons, who are gone already. Noxium Red Force from E-Arena as well. That western side could get dangerous, but Zyol is still playing, by the way, as solo, and he's in the circle.
St. Cloud's down. He can't get picked back up. Burnett has to move forward. Order is starting to go in on to Yangon Galacticos. They're collapsing in. Weibo wants to silence the Yangon Galacticos roster right here and now. But can they get their teammate back into the fight? They need to be as healthy as possible to try and catch up in the points category. Order taking a lot of damage, sleeping from a distance, might be able to mow it down.
He goes forwards, but he meets a wall of bullets sent out his way. And Weibo are throwing away their position on the northern side. They try and mad dash up towards Yangon, but it is not enough. They were 11 points behind at the start of this match. They are now 13 points behind. And the placements are starting to add up. They need a lot more than they can get with only 2 players alive. This may be the close down of the tournament.
I think so, brother. 33Z. I don't know, does he have a chance to get heat? He has crawled for the longest possible time, and 33Z is now in a vehicle, and he is going forward. Now, the narrative for Sook, I mean, Horda's got him pinned up. He's taken over this shack, and from one thing that I know, brother, from watching all these tournaments, once you have to go into the shack, it then becomes a death shack. I'm worried for Weibo Gaming.
Yangon Galacticos surviving is a nightmare for Sook right now. Oh, there's 4 players from Aura. You've bet they've got an aid, and they are going to post it right through the window here. For PEL, their hopes may be dashed. That three-peat for Order slipping through their fingers. APG finally go down, which means that Weibo are locked in at second at a minimum.
This is it. Yangon Galacticos can lock in the tournament right here and now. This is their opportunity. The only thing that stands before them is Sook the solo from Weibo Gaming, the championship in their fingertips. Can Sook clutch it up? If he does so, he would be stealing the championship away. Hora continues to push up. Hora wants Sook dead to rights, but the nades can't connect, and Sook stays alive.
It's only a matter of time. He's taking coin flip after coin flip, and the Molotov is burning at his feet. It's not connecting, though. The spread's not there, but they've got nades pouring on in. No, they're not connecting. Are you kidding me? Sook is weathering the storm that is battering down this shack.
Right, Sook trying his best to stay alive, but all it takes is one good connection. Another nade goes in. Is this going to be good? Is it going to be good? Yes, it is! And Weibo will fall. APG already out, and Yangon Galacticos will take PMWC 2025 in sensational fashion.
The madman from Myanmar able to take the top spot here in Riyadh. PMWC sent over to East Asia once again, and they will be happy to receive it. They go down, but they have done the work. It is over. It's done and dusted. We just need to lock it in. They're already celebrating. They know what they've done, and they need to be proud of themselves.
History has been made. Yangon Galacticos, the champions. They worked hard to get here. They hug it out, and rightly so. What a relief it is to be champions, to cement your name in PUBG Mobile history. That's exactly what they did. And for the remainder of the points, we still have something up for grabs for DRX. Maybe they can pass Ragnar Karia and break in to top 4. But just like that, they get eliminated, but it comes down, of course, to the placement points. We're now down to our top 2.
They should have been able to leapfrog Ragnar Karia there, jump up to 4th place. But that is a beautiful result for Yangon Galacticos. They do not need a chicken dinner. They'll take it home on the points. Weibo with a misstep, a wide flank out towards Yangon Galacticos, and that allows the Yangon Galacticos boys to hold their nerve on the hillside. They play up on the ridgeline. They keep their heads down, and they allow the mistakes to unfold around them, and that seems to be the story of the grand finals. Let everyone else make the mistakes.
That's right.
Play it sensible. Play it smart.
With their early point lead, they were able to just play good old-fashioned PUBG Mobile. They didn't have to do anything fancy. They didn't have to go out of their way to do anything extraordinary. They left that up to the other rosters, and like you said, that led to plenty of mistakes. Yangon Galacticos dominating the tournament without question. They refused to relinquish first place. Once they grabbed it, nobody was able to overtake it. The dominating performance in PMWC 2025. The final 2 teams fight. The only thing that's up for grabs is a potential elevation to the top 10. Ida moves up. Horna starts to fire the shots. I love the off angle from Jiggle, who's going to be just up to the north. Darkin might be able to mow him down. We already know our champion, but we still need to crown a winner-winner chicken dinner.
One more to be earned. That meal may be a little bit ashen, but it'll be nice nonetheless. We've also got things like MVP to consider coming on afterwards as well. Some nice prizes for plenty of players to try and chow down on to boot. Azora looked to try and close the jaws here. Ida had the compound for the longest time. They were this bastion in the middle of this circle, and now Ora may be able to claim the final map here. And you can see the elation is sinking in for the boys on Yangon Galacticos. They are smiling ear to ear, and they have earned it.
Insane. And I want to say, Yangon Galacticos, we took note of them, right? We respected them coming into this tournament. But I don't think we put them as the favorite to take over the win, to actually be in first place, yet they took it by storm. They saw the opportunity, and they did not waste it. Darkin starts to move up. Blue most likely takes him out. If not, he's going to be very low health. Orda, Ida fighting it out. Jiggle from a distance. Another one will fall. There's Darkin finally out of the way. And Orda looks to be going towards a victory. very, very soon. Rita tries to clutch up, can't do it. Hora will take our final game of the tournament. But of course, the narrative has to go to Yangon Galacticos, the winners of PMWC 2025. Well done, boys.
Riyadh bows their heads in awe of Yangon Galacticos, for Smile, for Murnat, for Romeo, for Say Cloud. This is their moment. They have done it. That trophy sits in the middle of the stage. It's only a moment before they'll be able to ascend and lift it in the face of everybody who would take it away from them. Those keys crushed, and only one will be locked into that trophy.
16 keys started for this championship in the grand finals. 15 are going to be crushed. Yangon Galacticos, the only one to maintain their position, to maintain and save their key from destruction. An amazing performance. Again, a team that worked so hard throughout every single stage. Yangon Galacticos earning their spots, refusing to relinquish first place all the way to the very end.
As they take towards the Crusher, you can see they will be dropping those keys. They will be picking up their own to rise above the rest, to be the one. It is Yangon Galacticos.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have found our champions. Sorry, I'm stepping on your flag. The team, they persevered, they climbed the mountain, they survived the gauntlet that was Smash Sunday. Incredible. Congratulations, gentlemen. Emotions are, of course, running high. We could all see from your faces, you knew midway through that game that you managed to secure the win. But for now, let's start things slow. Let's start things easy, okay? First and foremost, I would like to invite our key master, Dominic. He's going to come out and present you with your Esports World Cup key. There you have it. Look at that. And so you know what you have to do now, don't you, gentlemen? We have to send your opponents down from the grand finals, okay? We are going to crush these keys. Say, Cloud, would you like to start us off? Why don't you turn the key and start those engines? Right, the engines are started. You'll feel it underneath the feet. Hold up. Okay. Hold up. Okay, Marnet, you can. Marnet, you can flick that switch. Push forward. There we go. Reveal that iris. We've opened it up. Look at those teeth. They are menacing. Okay. Master Smile, would you like to wave? Well, hold on. I'm going to give you a count. In 3, in 2, 1. Send them down. All those keys destroyed in the Crusher. Your enemies have been defeated. 15 teams' keys have been sent down into the depths. And now that your key is the only one that is left intact, I would like you to take your PMWC trophy key and place that into the center of the trophy and go and claim your prize. Walk that golden road, cement your legacy. Yangon Galacticos as our champions of PMWC. Congratulations. Gentlemen, that must have felt good. We're going to get Coach Marco over as well so that he can do some translating for us. But wow, what a day. There's a lot of emotions that you guys are feeling right now. Please try to put into words how you're feeling at this moment, Romeo.
ကျွန်တော်အရန်စိတ်လှုပ်ရှားတာပေါ့နော်ဘာလို့လဲဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အရန်စိတ်ပူရတယ်ရှေ့ပွဲဆိုနည်းနည်းအမားလေးရဖြစ်သွားတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ဆုံးပွဲမှာကျွန်တော်လုံနိုင်တယ်ဆိုတာအကုန်လုံးကိုယုံကြည်တယ်ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ကတာနေတယ်အဲ့ဒါကျွန်တော်တို့အမားမခံဘူးတစ်ဖက်တင်းမားပဲကျွန်တော်တို့စောင့်တယ်အဲ့ဒါနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်တို့နောက်ဆုံးထိကျွန်တော်တို့စောင့်နိုင်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်ချန်ပီယံကြီးကိုယူခဲ့တာပါ
Yes, what Romeo is saying is, of course we are nervous. We are top of the league, you know. We just like did some mistakes the previous rounds, but you know, like we just wait. Like we just play our own game and then wait their mistakes, and then we know that we can do it. We have a confidence to make it happen. Yeah.
Well, you definitely proved it up here. Say, Cloud, I'm going to come to you now because I want to ask you. We've heard some information that the teams that you would like to place in the base of your trophy, the crushed keys, are Alpha Gaming, Alter Ego, Erez, and Weibo Gaming. Can you tell us why you decided to choose those teams?
မင်းဘာလို့အဲ့လိုအတင်းနေဘလို့ရွေးခဲ့လဲပေါ့ဟိုမင်းတို့ငါတို့ခက်ခဲတဲ့အတွက်လား
Eva Gaming ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဘာလို့ဆိုတော့ဒီ day 1 day 2ထိနောက်ဆုံးထိကျွန်တော်တို့လိုက်ပြီးတော့ pressure ပေးတဲ့အတင်းပေါ့နော် Alter Ego ကတော့ဒါစီမှာဘယ်လိုပြောမလဲ PMGC တော့နှစ်တင်စက်ရထားတဲ့အတင်းဆိုတော့ respect
So what he say oh sorry keep going
Weibo ကတော့တည့်ရတိုင်းပါပဲအခုနောက်ဆုံးချိန်ထိသူတို့ကဘာလဲဆိုတာရပါတယ်အတွက် so yeah
So actually, of course, like APG is a very good team, and then they gave us good pressure previous game before. Of course, Alter Ego, we respect Alter Ego because they are top level team. Of course, also Weibo Gaming. Everyone know Weibo Gaming. They are top of the league all the time. So we respect everything. Thank you.
That's good, showing your respect. Thank you so much. I'm going to come around here. Master Smile, we had a few opportunities to speak throughout the week, and you had some great performances, of course. You know, the crowd's been brilliant, haven't they? And you've got so many fans, you know, supporting you guys online, from home, family as well. Is there anything that you would like to say to them?
Thank you so much, everyone.
That is so kind of you. Thank you so much. Would you like to say anything as well, Marnet? I feel like I'm leaving you out. What would you like to say?
အခုလို champion ရသွားတဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်ရန်လဲပျော်တယ်ရန်လဲစိတ်လို့ရတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီညီကိုရင်းနဲ့ champion ရတဲ့အတွက်ရန်ပြီးဂုဏ်ယူတယ်ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အားပေးနေတဲ့ fan တွေကိုလည်းကြမ်းကျေးဇူးတင်တယ်နောက်ပြီးတော့မောင်ပြီးကြရောနောက်လည်းဆက်ပြီးအားပေးကြပါအောင်လို့အားလုံးပြောချင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုစောင့်နိုင်တဲ့အတွက်ရန်ကိုဂုဏ်ယူပါတယ်
So what he's saying is like, of course, yes, he nervous, but he very happy at the same time. And then because he make it happen with these players, he's so proud of that. Of course, proud of our country, of course. So he want to say something to the fans who watching online. That's keep cheering for us. Thank you for the cheerings. For the next game, we were waiting. We're coming for the next game too. Next time again.
I love that. That's good. Thinking into the future already. Well, congratulations. Stay right here. I will be right back because what would a tournament be without some standout performances that we have had? Be careful. Walk your way over here because we have our Sony MVP of the PMWC here standing next to me. It is Doc from Alpha Gaming, everybody. Congratulations, Doc. You are absolutely phenomenal. Okay, I'm going to head back over here because for one final time, Gidea Esports Arena, make some noise for your 2025 PMWC champions at the Esports World Cup. It is Yangon Galacticos!
A dream come true, written in gold. Yangon Galacticos becomes the champions of PMWC 2025. What a moment for those four boys here, being able to conquer adversity, launch themselves into the stratosphere as Yangon Galacticos is your champions. Joining me here to talk about everything that has gone down, Seven, Neptura, Maxman. Seven, this is their moment, a moment that they will remember for a lifetime.
A moment that nobody expected them to be here. This is a team that qualified through PUBG Mobile Challenger South Asia Cup. For them to be able to go that route and not really have that much global experience. Only 3 of their players had PMGC experience in PNWI, and that was back in 2023. What an amazing performance, Neptura.
Fantastic coming in from them. It's so nice to see some fresh faces in here, faces we've not seen in a while, coming in onto the international stage and absolutely dominating.
Taking down giants here at PMWC, outliving Alpha 7, taking down Weibo Gaming, Alpha Gaming at the very end here, at this very last match. Truly just making a statement that anyone can dominate in PUBG Mobile Esports, and here Myanmar is the one to take it home.
It's a true underdog story, and you don't get them often in esports, which is so exciting for me to watch, for us to witness, for everybody at home to see as this team can rise to the occasion. And as you say, Max, the fact that anybody can do it, if they persevere, if they're able to put it on the ground, get win after win against all of these teams. And here is your confirmation here. Number 1, 157 points at the very end 7. They take PMWC.
They take it, and the eliminations were there. The placement points were there. This team definitely deserved this championship, but we got to give some credit to Weibo Gaming. Nobody was expecting them to be in second place. Today on the final day, Max, they decided to show up, and boy did they with the second place finish.
Weibo Gaming, I am begging you, keep this roster. You have so much potential. If you can re-qualify to PMGC with this team, and you just play the way you did today in your next tournament from the get-go, I really believe this squad could be taking home so many trophies.
Winning Hong Kong, coming into today, us thinking it's only ever going to be a 2-horse race, Neptura, and yet Weibo comes along, gets back-to-back chicken dinners, and then continues to make it happen as well. The meteoric rise we saw from Weibo today gave me chills.
Absolutely, same here. I mean, it's so nice to see. Even when they weren't winning, they were getting those second places. They were getting those top 5 performances with a decent amount of elims as well, right? So I wholeheartedly echo what you were saying, Max. Keep this roster, keep it together, re-qualify, and we're going to see. This is definitely not the last we've seen of them.
How about APG? We got to give this team some credit too. As much as I've been hating on what happened today, amazing performance, especially in the finals. It came down crumbling at the end. And once again, guess who's the one getting that Sony MVP award?
No.
That's right, Doc.
Doc, he just keeps doing it, man. He just keeps being MVP after MVP, and the team just can't win a bloody trophy. It's just not happening. Look at this guy.
Wow.
31 eliminations on his lonesome here in these grand finals over the course of 18 matches. Doc is truly a legend, and the only thing that could really get over the fact of being an MVP would be possibly winning a tournament, but that has not happened today.
But at least now the hopes are open, Max, that we could possibly get one player just winning all the global MVPs for the year. If this team is able to qualify for PMGC, even if they don't win the championship, we know one thing's for sure, Doc will be contending for that MVP award.
I'm actually very excited about one cool thing. East was talked about to possibly be joining the squad, replacing Reefus, who might be a sub, and Baron becoming an actually a content creator. If that happens, this squad might be that might just be the one extra change they need to go and win one of these international events.
Neptura?
No, I agree. I think it's going to be interesting to see how that roster evolves. I really hope that they don't kind of split up or disintegrate completely for me, because I still really like them. We've been very frustrated with them over the last couple of weeks, like very frustrated. But at its core, this is a very good team who knows what they're doing. I just want to see them not crack under the pressure, because I think today at least, as soon as they got close to actually being able to get that win, they went back to old habits. They started splitting up too much. They were way too slow to rotate, too timid to take, decisive plays that would have won them games. They just fell back on old habits.
Well, let's take a look at those individual awards coming in here from PMWC as well at the Esports World Cup 2025. And we have, of course, Doc being the grenade master. Is there anybody else that's going to take that? Doc being the field medic. All right, he can't do everything here, guys. What's going on, Max?
How is he field medic when he's always away from his team?
I don't know. He's never there.
This guy, I genuinely mean this. I think that Doc has been the most enigmatic player we've ever had in PUBG Mobile Esports. Despite us being been so critical. He keeps performing and getting these awards.
But of course, Smile will be taking best in-game leader here. Is there really too much surprise? 7. Yangon Galacticos was able to push them through to the absolute forefront.
And an aggressive IGL as well, right? 29 eliminations. That's, what, 4 less than Doc got? So while everybody sings Doc's praises for being such a massive eliminator, you've also got Smile there with 29. That's not bad either.
I gotta harp down on the point that I made for Yangon Galacticos. The way that this team played here on their first global event, especially for Smile, in 2 years, and being able to become one of these amazing players, being able to win an award as well, that is just so impressive, and I'm hoping that they kind of continue on with the performance that they had. They show us adaptability, and when we talk about championship teams, that is one thing we always bring up. You gotta be able to adapt to what the lobby is giving you, and you gotta take advantage to what it gives you.
Let's take a look at the Honor dominations as well coming in from today, because I can only imagine... Oh, yeah, of course. Actually, this is, I think, across the entirety of the grand finals here. So Doc with 6 triple elims here. Ketch for Fireflux. We saw him early on in the grand finals, Neptura being able to position himself, and he kept on going.
It's one of those things where it's like, well, at least there's some representation somewhere, right? We think everybody expected a lot more from that team. There's a lot of big names on that team, so it's nice that they're able to be on a leaderboard somewhere.
Well, we've still got to talk, though, a little bit more about our champions here for PMWC. As Yangon Galacticos, you can see every single win, every single emotion etched on these players' faces, Max. Just fantastic stuff for them.
And we heard it during the interview. They said, we'll be back. They've got a taste of glory, a taste of success. Right side of my screen, Hot Jukes, and it's pretty damn good for literally every team in this lobby.
Well, let's just take a look and see just how good as we get into Aaron Gale. That is right, match number 2. Let's get it going here for the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational 2026 Grand Finals. All right, the playing path looks like it's going to be going from south to north as we have Aurora top, currently the MVP contender. QZZ right behind him, and Aurora are going to be heading to Sosnovka.
That is going to be the plan. Decent playing path for most of these teams, as I already mentioned. Thundertalk, though, going to go for a southern stretch down south of military base just to avoid Aurora, make their way over to Novoretnoye, which is their main drop location. And again, we've been talking for a period of time now, Hodrix, about winning the tournament. Thundertalk, it's still not game over when it comes to the race for PMWC, even though they're solo on the rankings. Luckily enough, LGD and Weibo are even lower than their position on the leaderboard, so there's still an opportunity for Thundertalk to do well. They're just got to remain consistent and keep LGD and Weibo at bay. If they do so, I feel like Paris is definitely achievable for them to secure their plane ticket. So Thundertalk, I feel like that's why they're playing a bit more passive, because they just want to outlive LGD and Weibo. By doing so, that will get them to one of the biggest events of the year, so they cannot afford to go out in the early stage.
Got to be able to make it towards the end game if you want to win this tournament. Tianba, now we're going to see them heading towards Yasnaya. And they've been taking full advantage of this position here, especially with that new loot truck. They have been getting well set up and have been putting in the work when it comes to Aaron Gale. Now, the first zone does come on over. It looks like a very typical circle here, as the center of the zone is going to be in that ruins area. So, man, it's time to make it happen, Max. It's time to make it happen. Let's see who's going to be able to do it. Let me ask you this. Well, it's honestly going to be a really tough question, because, like, RRQ's comeback is just legendary, right? We got to talk about it. 46 points in 2 games is wild. I personally don't think that we're going to see another team down low on the leaderboards pull something like that off. Like, what do you think?
I mean, we've kind of seen it from D+, that last game, right? Got himself a bunch of eliminations. I feel like they're kind of pulling a similar play. It's just not 2 wins back-to-back, right? Which is kind of an extreme case scenario. But no, I feel like D+, especially with Nolbu, has a lot of potential of doing something similar. Then I feel like anyone below D+ Kia, I've seen enough where I can say quite confidently now that a comeback would have to be a miraculous run. D+ and above, those are the teams that really, for me, I am hopeful that they can bring a big game here throughout today's now remaining potential 5 matches, depending on how the Smash Zone really takes into effect. So yeah, I would say top 8 and above, only teams that really have a chance to do it. Even though you could say Al Ula is only, what is that, 1 point away, All Gamers 3 points away. sure, but I'm just not sold. I'm a little bit uncertain right now, Hodrick. So yeah, top 8 above for me. Those are the big names that we need to pay attention to when it comes to that first place conversation. What do you agree?
Absolutely. Oh no, yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's obviously top 8. It's just always good to kind of keep those random thoughts in place here because it's still early, right? I mean, it is match number 2. I think this game is going to pretty much end those conversations, like about us, even if I'm talking about mathematically possible, right? Because it is right now with 4 games left to go. If a team like Al Ula wins it again with 20 points, but yeah, if they don't get it here, in my opinion, it's 100% done.
Yeah. I mean, actually, we're looking at these positions on the rankings. Gotta be careful there, KRX. You have a bit of an encounter with the RRQ. It's not going to result in any shots being taken just yet. It's just GemForce also proactively scouting ahead of this team, seeing where KRX are going, just so in Circle 2, they know where KRX could be located to avoid a potential crash by mistake. So that's some good information. But I'm actually wondering, because we see this circle, right? It's mainland. It's literally cutting off the bridge on the western side. I was wondering if we were going to see RRQ try and hold off Aurora. But no, they're not going for it, and I feel like that makes sense. I feel like some people wanted to see that happen, Hodrix, but the reason why I'm saying it makes no sense is because by doing so, you're taking a gamble early game. RRQ are literally tied with Aurora in 2nd place. You don't want to give an opportunity for Aurora to get in the smasher in this game because give them 4 points, they're up to 110. That would be a massive throw. So in this particular situation, I think it's a good idea that RRQ don't commit to the bridge camp. If it was a team maybe low on the rankings that hasn't got anything to lose, like Weibo that dropped Promos, then maybe. But otherwise, I feel like that bridge camp is just not the best idea at this point of the game.
Yeah, not the best idea for sure. And I got to agree with you on that one.
But what if it was 4 Thrives?
Yeah, yeah. If it was 4 Thrives, it's a whole different story at this point.
Oh,
I wonder, man, what do you think, Max? Just guessing. What do you think if 4 Thrives were here? Where would they be on the leaderboards?
Bro, you want to get me in some drama right now?
Yeah.
RRQ, by the way, looking for a bit of a push on KRX. I would recommend to disengage. Just not worth it.
So about 4 Thrives.
Before we talk, well, I forgot what we said. No, okay, 4 Thrives. I feel like I was very scared on their day 2 of the finals, and because of that, I feel like they would be in this top 5 conversation, right? I feel like they would be top 5. Though when it comes to encountering the smash rolling, it was looking very scary against Ulf in PMGO Season 1. They would be top 5 right now. There you go. That's my answer.
Top 5.
Would they actually win it, though? I don't know. And I would even go and say maybe not, because it is a bit of a longer finals, and I feel like they might actually lose out on a few nice games. So yeah, but top 5 right now. What would you say?
I'd say 1st place. I think they're the best team in the world, right? They won the last game. They could win this one, right? But they're not here, so 0th place. That's what
0th.
0th, unfortunately.
With Weibo.
Yeah, with Weibo. Oh man, you hate to see it. I can't believe Weibo. I did not expect that at all. I expected big things from them, but yeah, 16th place in the finals. Way too much red at the bottom of the leaderboards here, but with a crazy lobby like this, you never know what's going to happen. And I'm proud of the teams that we have on top here. I mean, we've seen some great, consistent gameplay from all of them. RRQ just came out of nowhere. And who knows who's going to win this next game. Influence Rage there and Pachinki going to get that loot truck. They are all set up. Look at that. Level 3 out of their mind.
Did they get 2 loot trucks? I feel because we were seeing some crates on the ground in front of the loot truck. I feel like they got 2 loot truck spawns. Which multiple loot trucks can spawn on the same pathway. I feel like they got 2. So they might have P90s and stuff. So they were just waiting for the second one to come through. So, and the loot must be kind of insane. I want to see the POV of all the players. Top 6, 6x scope on the org, S12K, so Federal doesn't have it. It would be very unlucky you have 2 loot trucks and you don't get an airdrop weapon. That's a feels bad man moment.
Yeah. Those loot trucks, man, they really just make things happen for your squad. I'm just looking at this migration on this map as teams are just starting to center up big time here. 64 teams remaining, and this is going to be very typical. When you're in the final day, everybody is just playing this so careful. That's why we're not even seeing a lot of shots on teams while they're rotating. Just everybody just trying to find their position in this next circle and getting ready for it. Everybody, look at this. Everybody moved super quickly. So we're not seeing teams take any time here. Where is this next zone going to go? Almost all the spots in the center of it are already taken, but are we going to get a crazy hard shift? We're going to go to the northwestern side. Okay, so Al-Ula are in it. Aurora are going to have to find a cheeky rotation on in, possibly hugging the shoreline, going all the way up to South George, as all gamers are going to be coming in from north. But now shots are ringing out as Al-Ula are getting peppered.
Yep, it's going to be looking pretty good for LGD. They want to overtake Thunder Talk. That's going to be their main goal in these games. But Al-Ula just really, since their first day, I know I keep saying this as a negative, and it really is, but it goes to show their first day was just such an outlandish performance. And they just were unable to replicate it as Claws gets taken out, one of the bigger names that we got really hyped up on day one, right, Hodgix? Like Claws, Quick, oh my goodness, these guys are just completely crackling. Quick did great early on Rondo up against D+, but when it comes to team-wide performances, they're just not really hitting that same level in the PMMI finals. But you know what? At least it gives them experience for the next time we've seen a global event. Hopefully they can come a little bit more prepared, as we have now a hovercraft that spawns on water, literally on the tippy top of the world. It's on top of Everest. This is not their natural condition. They play around. This is not their natural environment. But yeah, the hovercraft is up here. This is a fun position to see it in.
It do be hovering. It do be hovering, and it is going to be keeping an eye on RRQ. Oh my gosh, there's 2 hovercrafts on Everest.
I mean, generally, if you're a team that's looking at Everest and you see the hovercraft, I beg you, just take one-tap shots and damage it and destroy it. The best way to get rid of a hovercraft is the moment you spot it, just spray it down. It doesn't matter if you're not going to get the elimination, just damage it as much as possible. And if they don't have the welding gun, that hovercraft is as good as gone in that game. So please eliminate it, because that hovercraft meta is very powerful in 2026.
Yes, it is. Suk gonna get a knock there onto RRQ. All right, and he's gonna get Lapar. Actually, Al-Ula is gonna steal that. Okay, so RRQ down to 3 players. Nongshim Red Force are down to 3 as well. So 2 teams in the top 5 hunting down that smash point are gonna be wounded going into this one. There's Aurora. Yeah, okay, yeah. So they are going to be able to get into this next zone, but they're going to try to find their spot, and everything is pretty much taken at this point.
It's a good play from RRQ, right? They see Wave on the mountain. You know what? Not really worth it. Let's quickly reposition. I don't see that hovercraft anymore. I don't know if it was abandoned on the mountainside. If they did do that, unfortunately, that's one hovercraft pretty much out of the entirety of this map from a angle. As Fury, you can see on the minimap doing a little bit of a leapfrog maneuver, trying to jump ahead of RRQ and even the entirety of Everest, though getting close to Ruins. There's going to be Influence Rage, and I also believe Nongshim Red Force. So they're just going to try and jump ahead. But the thing is, you've got to be careful. There's not many compounds nearby. So Furia, you've got to commit to a push here or retreat back to Silence and Chief as the circle about to shift. Is it going to be south or north of the river? It's going to be right on the river once again. LGD's compound in particular, Hodgix, is looking so powerful, meaning teams are very committed to going for the breach if they have to.
This circle's so tough here. What is going on? Ayala doing a little bit of a backslide there with his vehicle. Mormon getting knocked there. We're starting to see the shots ring out. Yeah, Furia just trying to find a way to hold on, possibly this bridge side, but that's what everybody wants. Oh, there's like squads all over the place. Nongshim Red Force getting beat up. All gamers, what is happening? The chaos ringed out immediately with the zone shift.
It makes sense, right? This is going to be a very valuable position. Oh, it's going to be the explosive bow used up. Are we going to see a pop up in the elimination feed very soon? Could be happening.
Come on.
Nongshim. Oh, this is not the way you want things to go down after such a strong last game here. The chicken dinner locked in almost on Rondo, and yet stolen away by RRQ. And now they go under the bridge and literally just hoping to survive as one player. That is just not the best way to go, meaning this is going to be pretty much a non-game for them. 103, you needed, what is that, 13 points to get in the smash zone. Nongshim Red Force are just not going to make it happen this match.
Yeah, it ain't happening, that's for sure. RRQ are down to 3. Got a little glimpse of the map feed there. They're all the way on the south side. Tianba are actually in a really damn good position here for the zone. And with on top of the leaderboards with 111 points, they are looking very, very set up. Aurora, man, just because of where they dropped, they had such a tough time getting in here, at least on time. And so they are down over by Ruins. They are still outside of the circle, but they have all 4 players up. All it takes is one good team fight to turn things in the green for them. But KRX battling it out there. Nice nade there from 33Z. throwing it down the mountain. Benny's going to try to get his revenge, and he almost does. 33Z getting peppered big time here. As QXZZ does get a knock there. Okay, so they should be able to get the reset.
Yeah, Sook joining up with the hovercraft in the distance, just trying to delay the engagement a little bit further so they can be back up as a 4-man's crew. But I like this. The KRX are willing to be aggressive from their position in leaderboards, 13th position, 60 points. You know what? Just to try and increase that prize pool, it would be good to see them take the fight, be a bit more aggro, because so far this event they've been very passive as a team. And that's going to be another piece of utility connecting on 33Z. You just can't catch a break. Toxie, ooh, I thought he was going to walk around that Molotov there for a split second. But the utility's looking pinpoint accurate from KRX. But Sook in a distance, sure, he's maybe not in CQC, but he's definitely got the ridgeline control, making sure they can't peek aggressively. But now they just flood over the wrong side. Hoxie first of all, TRE, QXZ, Binny. Can they redeem it? The shot's not quite connected. Has to swap over to the M4, and he's just dodging all the bullets, but Suki will get picked off eventually. And Sook in the background, getting surrounded. And E-Arena here, Hot Jukes, going for a third party, but so are Aurora.
Here comes Aurora. This is the perfect rotation for them. They found a way to get into a fight in this zone, and they are looking to third-party this and possibly get a ton of eliminations. Meanwhile, TRE getting down. KRX are out of there. Here comes Yol now, applying that pressure. Gets the knock on the Joker.
Yeah, you got 5 nades. The circle is favoring you. They have to cross you if they want to try and get to that play zone. So Aurora, don't overcommit. Don't over-peek it. Just play with your utility and you should be good. But you know what? Yeah, quick retreat, Aurora. They see the circle like, this is a little bit of a waste of time. Let's move back. Respectful play from Aurora against being so close to the smash zone. Got to be cautious as Top does get one tapped. Can they get him back up?
They can, but that's going to delay their rotation so bad.
It allows the Arena to fight them too. Ooh.
Yeah, that was the rough knock right there. That literally just like slashed Aurora's plans. Deerin just, wow, applying pressure. I'm surprised RRQ are paying so much attention to this. Like, they need to focus on getting into zone. It's 5 seconds left on the clock. Let's see what they do.
I mean, if they flushed out top, they might be like, oh, it's Aurora. Let's push it. They only have 3 players, so maybe they'll want to play a little bit slower here to just make their way into the zone. E-Arena, good move. They see top struggling to get knocked and also get rezzed, so they're trying to go for swift exit. Quick Western rotate. I do enjoy it as top here with a Mini 14, just trying to get more damage to become your tournament MVP, but they just make it way too far out of range, so those taps are going to be really hard to connect as they make it over to the bridge, but so do Al-Ula for that wide Western rotate. Aurora need to pivot now. Hot Jukes, most of the positions in the zone are taken up. Aurora has to go for a crash here to get a playable position.
Yep, they're going to have to make a play. They're going to have to fight their way in, and that's honestly what they do best, but the hardest thing about that is you got to be able to even get there. So let's see if they're able to make this rotation. They're going to be going down this bridge here. Doc's going to stop. Going to try to get some room for his team. I like that. So Doc is going to be that counter position. And the rest of the team driving on up here. Are they going to be able to make it to this hill? No, they're not. Reefus popping out the vehicle.
Schweppes, instant respect, not willing to compete against Aurora, but that's going to be Reefus knocked out. In a very hard position to get the reset here because so many teams are just looking in your direction and teams also going for a bit of a wide rotation. E-Arena, Hyunbin also there for Nocturne Red Force. No place is safe to the west. Sure, it's a decent mountain, but it's not in zone. They got about a minute to play here. Otherwise, they need to push up. So Aurora, you got to be quick. Or you eliminate everyone, or you push in the zone. You just don't have many options here. You need to be quick about it.
Hyunbin is right behind him. There's Nongshim Red Force. Oh, but he is going to go into the blue zone there. So Aurora doing a great job of leapfrogging. This is a very difficult game, but they are executing it the best they possibly can. Or pretty much anybody can right there. Having Doc on the back line, applying pressure. Oh, what'd you see?
This is terrible. Look at that. Aurora almost out. RRQ down to single player. Nongshim Red Force just one player. The big teams at the very top that are looking to make their way into the Smash Zone, Hot Tricks, is just not panning out as Hyunbin gets top. What a play as a solo, dipping right into the water, hoping to dodge those incoming bullets. Zyol Doc, though, can they redeem as a duo? As E-Arena leapfrog their position. But again, many teams look in their direction. I feel like surviving here is going to be tough. Quick is going to be in that shit, not playable position. Where are they going to send it?
Just trying to find a way into this next zone. They do end up in this next circle. The next one will pop right now as well. So let's see where they decide to go here. They're going to be passing up Sitting, but it does look like they are able to make it to safety.
For now, we'll see if that's going to be rewarded with Circle 5. Actually, goes hard to the western edge, so that shed of Quick was going to be in the zone. I'm sure they wish they went for that position
Lucky.
instead, away from all these teams. But Tiamba, any elimination secured on E-Arena is going to get them one step closer to that smash zone. They're hoping for it, as Quick now going to get a straight-up huge defense play onto Schweppes. As QZ just going to try and third party from a distance. But Al-Ula, the dream is still not dead. 81 points. If you can make it a little bit further, he gets some placement points. Who knows what the MENA team can do.
32 players remaining. This zone has just been so brutal. Okay, now Quick in trouble. Joker up close and personal, getting peppered, but Quick, never mind, shuts that down and getting another elimination for his squad.
Maybe Aurora are happy they didn't crash it. Right. Because Quick is, again, he's clutching it up every single game, it feels like. Never underestimate Quick. Otherwise, he will make sure you remember his name. Doc, as you could see in the elimination feed, he just got taken out, and so do the entirety of Aurora. They remain on 106 points. That's a 0-point match for Aurora Hot Jukes. They couldn't afford when all the teams below them are so close to that smash zone.
Unreal. Now Tiamba, 0 points so far, but they have all 4 up, and they have the north side. So you could just see them poised, ready to go, and finally start getting active here. As all like the mid upper teams have been eliminated. There's just all the squads with 4 up are going to be pretty much at the bottom of the leaderboards minus Tiamba. But this zone has just been so chaotic. It makes sense why everybody is so damaged just trying to get into this next one. Little boy, yeah, just trying to snake it out for his team on the south side. And there's Tiamba. Let's see how they're able to make things happen here against Thunder Talk.
Oh, did I see an MG3 there for Tiamba? I feel like I did. Oh my goodness. Of course, makes sense. They drop in Yasnaya Polyana. They get 1, maybe 2 loot trucks, meaning they could get some airdrop weapons. So that weapon could really make the difference here up against Thunder Talk. That not willing to take that smoke realistically. They got the vehicles here, thinking what their next move is going to be. They do have a few options, maybe crashing on the garage of S2G or even Cube compound of LGD. But Tiamba also looking at the western side of the circle, really good off angle from Eagle, just getting a bit of insight, making sure they don't get surrounded by maybe all gamers or Fury as they cross the bridge side. So Tiamba, just again, their map awareness is just top tier, playing fully around their information. But here, as Thunder Talk get closer, maybe it would be a good time for Eagle to regroup to take this fight in a 4v3.
So quiet right now. And that's because it's only stage 5, but this zone was so chaotic that we lost so many teams. So now everybody just waiting for this next circle. Nobody trying to get into a crazy engagement. They do not want to get third-partied. Lauren's in, gets taken out to the play zone there. And Influence Rage. Oh, yeah, getting beat up as they try to hit this shoreline. S2G doing a great job at gatekeeping them. This next zone is going to go ahead and pop, and it goes up to the north there. And Lil Boy eliminated. That's Influence Rage out.
Basically a non-game, also no placement points. But now we do get to top 8, meaning placement points will be going the way of all of these teams. And Tiamba, you know what? Because they get at least 1 placement point, that means they need at least 4 more total points that can get in. Eliminations, in placement points, it does not matter. And actually, when it comes to the center of the circle, Tiamba do have priority. It's going to be QZ that's holding a really solid rock here on the front line. The only real threat to their position would be Thunder Talk. I'm going to say right now, Hardtrix, I believe if Thunder Talk get eliminated, Tiamba making the smash zone because that's the only real threat to their game here on Erangel. As Sitting, constantly scouting ahead with his vehicle, trying to get a bit more insight. And actually putting their focus onto S2G, so I feel like this fight, if it happens fully, that might be the win headed the way of Tiamba.
AJ getting some nice impressive shots, but then they're going to see S2G push on up, but AJ shuts them down. We're seeing some other teammates, though. Yeah, look at that. LGD actually stealing some of those eliminations. And then here comes Sitting, roaring on over to his squad. But is it too late? And it looks like it's going to be. That's Thunder Talk out of there.
Yeah, LGD, good third party here from this compound. Up to 8 eliminations. Makes sense. I mentioned it literally on like circle 2 or 3. That compound is just an absolute godsend if you can play there the entirety of the match. So, well done execution-wise. S2G, Thunder Talk, pretty much out of the entirety of this match. Not going to get much done. But up the top of the rankings really is doable for RRQ. If they can keep snaking their way in here for GenForce, it would be massive. But of course, looking at the circle, they have to push in the water. The LGD, they're looking at every bush, every rock and tree to make sure no stragglers can survive. But Tiamba, he got himself 1 placement. But actually, that's going to be 2 placement points now with that 1 extra elimination. I think Tiamba, it's done. I feel like unless a massive throw happens, Tiamba will reach 116 points this game.
Yeah, they're looking just so rock solid here. They've kept everybody up, and now they're starting to put some eliminations on the board. RRQ not able to go for the triple win, as they only have 1 player up left, but everybody's just so hurt. Just trying to get into this end zone here. Beautia, gotta have to make a play. Maple's got that nade. Airburst is good. Catches silence and even peppers up Chief. But he's got a nade of his own. Oh, this cancels it. I thought he had it. Now Maple going for the shots, and that is Beautia gone.
Yeah, good play there. Chief still able to survive for quite a long period of time, but it's not going to be the win up against All Gamers. All Gamers finally showing signs of life on these finals games. So making it now to the lower bridge section. That's going to allow them to get a good transition point. And realistically, the big 3 teams you've got to pay attention to in this game is going to be All Gamers, LGD, and Tiamba. It's going to be a 3-way finals for the Chinese teams in this game. The circle, the next shift, you still got 2 more shifts here. Circle 7 and 8. As Gemforce made it to the water, which I really did not expect, Hot Jukes. And this could actually allow them to push just ahead of Aurora. Pretty much already happened because he is making in top 4. They're going to get placement points. If he can actually get to top 2, whew, RQ could be really back in a position where they can take the trophy away from Aurora and Tiamba.
Genfoss, just a straight snake in the water. But yeah, good luck here now. The zone going up north. Tiamba looking ready for this one. This looks like a chicken dinner in the books here for the team on top of the leaderboards. This could be the game that secures their championship here. Let's see what they could do, as they are looking locked at this point to be able to at least reach into that smash zone. But even then, even if we don't see a smash finish, these points are so critical, as all the teams at the south are gonna have to battle it out. Yeah, there's no way Tiamba loses this, right?
I mean, normally, I said that about D plus Kia early on Rondo, and they lost it, so you really never know. It depends on who pulls the trigger first. But even if Tiamba don't get the win here, it's all about those points. If we don't get a smash at the end of the day, it's going to be down to natural points, as OG Esports would go here for PUBG Mobile. As All Gamers going for a little bit of a wider rotation now on the road, trying to play this ridge, which really is not playable because LGD has a direct line of sight onto you. Yeah, of course, your car is going to get absolutely wrecked to smithereens. All Gamers here, I feel like, kind of gave up on a potential win, because that position, completely unplayable, especially headed into Circle 8.
And we hadn't talked about All Gamers a lot. This could have been a good one for them here. If they win this one somehow, that'll actually put them, it should actually put them in a really good position to try to make it happen. But now with those nades, LGD pressuring them, it is not looking good.
Unfortunately, it does make sense. LGD, they know your cars are in no working condition. They gain nade range. Actually, a lot of those nades do barely miss out on Flower. That's a good one. Is he going to get the double? It puts Flower and Maple extremely low. But look at Tiamba from a distance trying to get the nade. Can they steal it? They get one onto Flower H. It's down to Maple on All Gamers. Can he get the reset on his teammate? I don't think so, as QZ just wants to become the MVP. The day comes out. It's an airburst, but it does not connect.
Just a little too overcooked, but it's LGD gonna get the last of that one and put some points on the board. But Tiamba, oh wait, no, Tiamba got it? What's going on here? This is crazy. You got Tiamba with 113. Genfoss peeking out, but just a little bit too late. The blue zone doing the damage, and now it's LGD versus Tiamba.
It was like, it was a guy there and disappeared. I swear, guys, I didn't hallucinate. It was really a player out in the blue zone. The LGD, good spray, connected from Milu. I mean, yeah, look at the circle. There is no way LGD can bring this one back in the smoke. Few more one-taps coming out. A little burst, making sure he cannot exit that wizard tower. And even, yes, come on, one bullet. There you go. And the fact it's especially in the way of QZZ is just terrible for top, because he is really looking to climb back up in #1 position here on the MVP rankings.
Tiamba looking to take it all at this point. I mean, they got the zone. Everything just went right for this team in this game. And there you go. That's another elimination for QZZ and some more damage as well. Rest of LGD. What do you do if you're LGD at this point? Like, do you go for the 2v4 or do you just try to deny?
I feel like you just try and crash a rock of a solo player, maybe on QZZ. Actually, you just send it there and try and play off the back of it, because it is stage 8, so they don't have a lot of time to work with. This would be the best player, sending on one player, trying to overwhelm with your 2 players, and then hopefully you can have these, which is what they're going to be doing. It's Mau on the front line, leaving Apple behind. Not the way I was expecting it to go down, but he does get a bit more of extra elevation. But as you can see on the minimap, he still is not in the play zone, and like Tiamba, they're comfortably here in that playable area.
Well, here comes the utility usage. Mau might not even get an opportunity to hit those shots. All it takes is one nade to do it, and they are trying to hunt him down. Not able to hit the mark just yet, so Eagle, you're gonna have to use that Eagle Eye here to get these last 2 eliminations. They need every single one they can get. Now Tiamba in the vehicle, gonna start making some moves here. As a triple, cannot afford to get blasted out. Here comes the MG3 though. They do end up getting there in time. That's 1 player done, 1 more left to go. Wide out in the open, goodbye. Tiamba gets the chicken dinner and have reached the smash zone.
It's a double MG3 elimination to wrap it up. I'm loving it out here, but as you said, Tiamba indeed will lock in their position as the first squad to go in the smash zone. And now, if they get a single chicken dinner during the rest of today's games, they will be crowned your Macau Invitational champions, taking away the flame from Weibo. And you can see ecstatic after that win. But you know what? The fact that they got that win now, can they do it back-to-back? Because back-to-back wins, we saw it's hard. RQ did it. Can Tiamba make it happen on the second Durango?
Oh, man. All it takes is 1 more, guys. If Tiamba win any game here on out, this tournament is over. They are your PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational 2026 Grand Finals champions. And we will see them lift the trophy, and whoever's below them gets 2nd place. And after that game, Aurora going out early, I believe 2nd place could be RRQ. We'll see. Or we're not sure who will be in 2nd place, but it's going to be pretty dang close. But what a way to start things off here.
I love that I said, attention, a team has passed the smash zone. 116 points, and it is Tiamba. Red alert throughout the arena. They are the team, the one threat that everyone needs to take down. 1 win could decide if they will secure the trophy, as our game MVP will be Milu with the MG3, the best weapon in the game, Hot Jukes. It makes sense.
Yes, indeed. Milu making it happen there. QZZ getting some points on the board as well. That's going to make things interesting when it comes to the entire tournament MVP conversation. But yeah, Tiamba played it very, very carefully. You know, they were holding that northern position. They got a beautiful zone shift in their direction, and then it was just easy dubs after that. So, man, we're going to have to go into this next Erangel and just see what happens. I think at this point, Max, if you're any other team in the lobby, you see Tiamba starting to get some momentum, I think you have to go out of your way to make sure you take the squad out.
I mean, Yasna Pollyanna definitely could happen, even if you just want to camp out the outskirts of the city. It's definitely a doable plan if you want to commit to it as you go through the highlights. But I'm going to say, even if Tiamba don't end up winning because of some mishaps in the next few games, for me, their PMWC slot is just locked in. There's too big of a gap between themselves and the other Chinese teams here. Again, they want to be in top 2, and I feel like after that win, especially, they're going to remain in top 2. But if I don't see them making it to PMWC, I would be genuinely surprised and also upset, because this is a team from China that I feel like could maybe win PMWC with the level of gameplay we've witnessed from these 4 players the entirety of PMMI.
Right, you are here. As we look at Fudia getting taken out by All Gamers. All Gamers had a really big opportunity to put themselves in contention, and unfortunately just weren't able to make it happen. Great nade usage there from the side of LGD. LGD making a little bit of noise, but just a little bit too little, too late at this point in the stage.
Look at QZZ. He was like, no, I need those points. No! I need to be top. Please, give me the points. I was really hungry for those extra eliminations. I definitely do get it, because, yeah, of course you want to be MVP, right? You want to try and take that spot away from Federalis, from Bigatron as you look at this game. It's a low elimination game, right? But if you're Tiamba, you must feel so bad, because if they got enough points in a previous rondo, this would be it. That would have been 2 games and game over. Tiamba would be your champions right now, but the rondo was just cut short for them, and they couldn't reach 116. So you got to do it again. You got 1 chicken dinner. It's not going to be enough. You need to get a second one here out of these potential 6 games.
Yep, that's what it's going to take here as we look at the match rankings here. LGD ending up on top, okay, with 17 points, 11 eliminations. Great game from them. But, oh, wow, look at that. Top 4, all China here in the final day.
It's definitely not like that on the leaderboards. Most of these guys are towards the bottom, except for LGD, of course. Sorry, Chamba, which is going to be the exception, getting 16 points. But all gamers, Thunder Talk, and LGD make sense, especially for LGD, playing their compound next to the bridge. I always say it, if you are in that position and the circle favors that compound, if you get less than 10 eliminations, I'm going to say you threw the match. So LGD finally showing up a little bit here, showing some signs of life. Are they going to continue that kind of push forward to maybe catch up to the likes of Cham at the very top and maybe make their way at PMWC? Definitely their work is cut out for them, but there is a chance LGD could be making it, but they need to go absolutely ham here on the next few games, depending on how many we have again, because we just don't know at this point in time.
No, we do not. As we take a look here at the overall rankings, Tianba in the smash zone. One more game. We got to keep saying it here because they are the biggest threat without a doubt. RRQ moving up to second place with 111 points. And Aurora, man, Aurora just not having the start they were hoping for.
I mean, really, when you look at the Rondo, getting chased down by BTR makes sense. It's always Indonesian teams chasing down Aurora on Rondo, by the way. It was boom in PMGO Season 1. Now it was the side of BTR. Maybe it's the new Falak versus Rosemary drama. It's Indonesia up against Aurora. Maybe we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Though Nocturne Red Force only a 1-pointer. Quite unfortunate after their massive 16-pointer on Rondo. Teams definitely slowing down. And I feel like it's to the point of the tournament, Hodrix, where teams are already feeling the pressure and doing pretty big mistakes that should not be happening at this stage of the tournament. So teams are going to be kicking themselves after missing out on potential big games at that point.
Yeah, that's what it's all about here, man. I mean, what a way to start things off. It's so crazy to see here, right? Will Aurora make that comeback? Will we see one of these other teams do something special? But now you have Tianba with just one game. They could end this tournament here. So it's been a great start here, and now we look at the elimination leaders. Yeah, QZZ just moving up little by little here, 32-28. I think with this game, he is now definitely your top contender for MVP.
It really also was interesting because last game it was a 2 elimination difference, if I'm not mistaken, between QZZ and Top, and now it's been increased to 4. So Top, he's got to catch up, man. These last 2 games, if you want to become MVP. Actually, you know what? I'm going to say I don't want Top to be MVP. Reason why, every time Top becomes MVP, they barely miss out on the trophy. So I feel like Top, you got to decide. Champions or MVP, you can't have both. At least historically speaking, he could not get both. As Top will be #1 in terms of overall damage. Again, makes sense playing with the Mini 14. And he got some big shots while he was on Everest. So really impactful. But QZZ, it's about, what, an 800 damage difference here? That's literally one good game from this guy. He could easily jump back up as he will be now #1. It keeps changing.
It's back and forth.
It's all Top in #1, all QZZ in #1. It's going to keep changing until the very last match, I feel like.
Yep, literally. I agree 100%. And I think that, top damage definitely does matter. But, eliminations carry their weight in their own. And QZZ just keeps getting them every single game. But you know what? I will say, what's going to happen if the zone decides to go south? Here we go. We are back, but the battleground has changed. There's a thickness in the air now as they know the tension's at an all-time high. Tianba, one more chicken dinner, and this tournament is over. Here we go. Now, Tianba, the biggest threat in the lobby. There are quite a few teams, though, if they get a good game here, could reach that smash zone as well. Now, with Tianba winning that last game, they have such a point lead, okay? But even if another team reaches 116, if they win that next one, they're the champs, right? So let's see what happens as we get ready for one of the most important Aaron Gale matches of this tournament.
It really could be the last game of PMMI. This could be it. If Tianba get themselves the chicken dinner, that is it. All the other teams, their opportunities for comeback are going to be cut short. You have all these players on screen on the arena. And yeah, Tianba and Aurora, a little bit of a fist bump before the game, because they know it really is going to be mainly between these two guys. But it was initially between these two guys at the start today, but now RRQ, Nocturne Red Force, Influence Rage, Furia all joining the fray as we have a good overview of Erangel. And Pochinki, man, again, Influence Rage, if they can get that loot truck, if they can get an MG3 like Milu, who knows, that could make the difference on this match.
Here we go, folks. The plane path is out here, and it's going to be a southern one. Okay, we are heading from Primorsk to Lipovka. Our Aurora are going to be going to a military base. Now, I asked the question, right? Aurora weren't able to make it happen in that last one. That zone was tough. Let's see. If the zone goes down to military, though, how are they going to fare? Let's see where that first zone decides to go.
When you have a plane path like this, I think it might be a bit northern. I feel like it might be throwing a bit of a spanner in the work here for these guys. As Weibo actually, look at Weibo on the minimap. They didn't send it to Primorsk. They actually sent it to Quarry right onto, here's that LGD.
Okay.
Maybe trying to take away a contender for that PMWC slot, which actually, if Weibo, if that is the game plan to fight LGD to make it to Paris, that is a very, very strong idea. As we have Phase 1 Circle Hodrux, it's not northern, it's actually somewhat kind to most of these teams, as it's a very eastern Phase 1 Circle that just popped.
Super eastern. Okay, all right, let's see what Aurora's going to do. Let's see what Tianba's going to make happen, because Tianba are going to be heading straight towards Yasnaya. That is in this next circle. They're going to be looted up out of their minds here, so not a bad zone at all for the side of Tianba. Now, I wonder, what is the lobby going to do here, okay? You know where Tianba lands. If the next zone pops, you have a good idea of where they're going to rotate from. This could be a good opportunity for teams to try and possibly camp their rotation, trying to find any way to be able to slow them down. But it's going to be difficult because they are going to be set up in this match for sure.
It is really tough right now to eliminate Tianba, literally Phase 1. The reason why is you would have to go in as Nai Polyana, and as you can, I mean, just look at the mini. Oh, okay, as I say that, and we swap the POV to RQ. But if you saw there for the on the minimap, there's so many buildings, intricate little positions to play around in Yasnaya Polyana. If you chase them down in there, you literally can have no idea where Tianba will set up. So I would say, as you said, right, maybe just camp out the exit, but chasing them in the city, not a good idea. So got to be very careful against the Tianba Chinese threat. As over to Aurora's POV, just getting their car, looting up. And also, actually, one thing that's important to say, you do have a loot truck that does go around military base, but from what I've seen, Aurora don't really try and go for that, and I kind of wish they did, because like Influence Rage, like, oh yeah, all the all that loot for themselves. I feel like Aurora could do something pretty damn similar on Military Island.
Yeah, they definitely could. They definitely could. Honestly, they could use any little tip and trick they had in the bag at this point, because they've had a 4-point game and a 0-point game to start things off, allowing RRQ to pass them up and allowing Tianba to create a very thick lead on them. So if it does end up coming down to points and there is no smash ruling, I mean, Tianba are doing great so far. They have one heck of a lead. Let's see where it all ends up, though. As right now, I'm going to be looking at where these players are. Arena, this is all the way in South George, so they got a big trip to go. They had 92 points.
Typical Arena, really, right? They love their late blue zone rotates. They're trying to pull a 2 years ago kind of plan where you would camp out the blue in Sanok. Yeah, really, I'm not scared when we see Arena in the blue zone. It's been pretty typical, and they tend to always make it in the mid game, so don't worry too much. Trust in E Arena, as Chamba did get himself that loot truck. I do not see an airdrop weapon in the arsenal of Chamba just yet, so maybe they got unlucky and did not get the MG3 this time, which I would say that weapon, that last game, was so impactful. They're really going to feel that kind of void without that particular weapon this time around.
Yeah, fortunate there. Tiamba, they're going to take full advantage. Milu not able to find anything in those crates. He is going to get moving. And let's see where the Tiamba decides to set up here. So yeah, they've already looted Yasnaya. They are set up. They are going to be moving into the next zone. Aurora are still in military base. It looks like they're going to decide to take the western bridge here, which is not a bad idea. RRQ, yeah, RRQ are starting to keep an eye out though. That could mean really tough things for Aurora.
By the way, I feel like this tournament, I've been saying the C word, camping, a lot. I don't mean it in a negative, just to be very clear. They're just holding position, right? Maybe I should stop saying that, just like they're holding the position.
Why not? I don't even care. Honestly, like if I was in this tournament, you got $400,000 on the line, you camp, do whatever you want, right? I mean, there's money on the line here, folks. You know what I'm saying? Like now, if this is just a regular match where you're just playing, you're camping, that's a whole different story. Here, you do anything you possibly can to win, period.
Okay, you know what? Don't camp, Giga camp then. Sure, screw it.
Straight up, do whatever it takes. Camp, you know, 4v1, 3v1. There is no honor here, right? I mean, this is where you do whatever it takes. You know, hot drop, whatever you can do to possibly win. Now, you know, don't hot drop unless you know you're absolutely desperate. But yeah, I mean, there's money on the line here, folks. You cannot mess around.
By the way, quick resolution to the quote-unquote hot drop we had between Weibo and LGD and Quarry. Weibo went for the quick southern rotate. I feel like they saw they couldn't catch any of the members of LGD off guard, so they went straight back into Primorsk to initiate their looting stage. So that's pretty back to just typical gameplay from Weibo, which, well, their typical gameplay has not been great, right? 40 points so far throughout the tournament, 16th position. Really big upset compared to what we saw from these guys last year in Hong Kong. So that is quite upsetting to see. Out of all these teams, yeah, Tiamba, again, this is great for them because it was such a southern plane, Hot Jukes. They dropped Yasnaya Poliana. Really, there's no massive threat up north that's going to be coming to just go for the quick backstab onto them, so they know they can scout pretty proactively in front of them. They do have to be careful about one thing, though. I'm looking at the map. Bigatron did go for a big rotation up north in Severny, and they have two other players in Boatyard / Rozok. So sure, right now it's unlikely anyone's going to be behind you, but do be careful. Teams on this in this lobby are willing to go for these wide wraps. So if you are a little bit too comfortable in these zones, BTR might be there to put you to sleep. So got to keep your eyes open on those potential backstabs.
Gotta keep an eye out. RRQ finding the position here, second place. 5 points is all they need to reach the smash zone. So you can tell they're playing this very, very carefully here. Aurora now is starting to move into that play zone. Let's see what Aurora is going to do. As they made it into the main island, now they are just carefully rotating on in. Do not want to lose anybody on rotation here. As majority of the team... Okay, yeah, there goes Aurora. They're picking up some more loot. That is still in the blue zone, but they got to be careful. Now they're coming in pretty late here. Doc going to be passing up KRX, and now Tiamba. Uh-oh, QZZ. I saw it. He's got the P90.
Ooh, okay. Now that's going to be big, especially for him. Do you feel like they gave that weapon to him in particular because they want him to be MVP?
I would like... instantly. I mean, P90, QZZ, hello, right here. Why not, dude? Dude's going for MVP. He's absolutely cracked out of his mind when it comes to gun skill. You got to give your MVPs every advantage possible.
Look at that split from Aurora. I actually don't hate it because if it was a southern shift, they had an easy rotation down there, but some northern shifts that are going to go straight onto Doc and Reefus, maybe sending it straight to Alamo, which we know was a very big point of conversation yesterday on that D plus Kia win.
Lucky.
No, got to be careful though. Yeah, lucky. For who?
For Aurora.
For who are we talking? For Aurora. I don't think it was a lucky shift. I feel like they made their luck because of that 2-2 split. It was possible because of that initial macro decision. So I would say that's not lucky. That's just strong macro decision. But then now the fight is happening. It's Al Ula straight onto Chamba. If they go out here, the smash will not be happening, Hot Shoots.
No, it won't, but this is also going to let the whole lobby know what's going on here. So I wonder if other teams are going to be heading in this direction. As QZZ, he's got that P90 looking for some action. It is Milu, though, to get the first blood. Now popping some shots over towards D+, applying pressure to them. QZZ getting those eliminations and more damage as well, even on the finishes. And that is 3 eliminations for Tiamba. They have now reached 130 points.
I love it how QZZ, they're actively fighting Alula, and he's like, oh, D+, yeah, sure, screw you.
Damage.
Starts spraying it down onto them. He's like, I'm never ending. The fight continues. When I say it, when it stops, then it might stop. So really good sprays here coming out from QZZ. Though you can see in the elimination feed, Noxian Red Force, XUI taken out of the game entirely. Bad match for this team that had a really good comeback initially on Rondo. Not quite able to deliver on the first angle. And here, it is not the start they were hoping for. As Aurora do indeed, as I thought, get Alamo thanks to that initial 2-2 split rotation on the western edge.
Yeah.
And it's a strong spot. It's really hard to breach because it's very open all around it. So if a team decides to commit to this breach, you'll see them from a mile away. And if the sprays are accurate, maybe that could get them up there and finally secure the 10 points they need. But the thing is, even if they make it up there, they're just scared that Tiamba could get something done. They saw Tiamba, right, maybe in the elimination feed, like, oh, they're getting a few points here. It's getting a bit risky here if you want to win it out. So Aurora need to be very cautious about what their next move will be on the battlegrounds.
They do have Alamo. Alamo, like you mentioned, strong position. Only weak to that hill right behind it, but there's nobody even near them right now, so they don't even got to worry about that. Meanwhile, I'm looking at this position here. We have one team out already, so Alula are completely thirsted. That's going to open up the door, at least for one more position to be available in these final circles. But it is stage 2, so it's still very, very early here.
Look at Tiamba. They're actively scouting outside of their compound, which is good because their previous compound, it doesn't offer many lines of sight on the southern side in particular. It gives you a lot of info on the west and northern teams, but down south, you're kind of limited on info. And that's where Alula decided to breach from. So it's good to see Milu and Eagle flex out, get some free information, and just, you know, even if a team gets close, I'm pretty sure they would quickly regroup and play it slow. Circle shift, and it goes hard down southwest towards Shelter. Influence Rage going to be loving this one. But so will Furia, as they do have Museum in play in that split. Might want to try and regroup, but team that is also comfortably in that zone, it's going to be Aurora, just driving around, trying to get some insight, maybe looking for a few free eliminations. But All Gamer and Tiamba now sending it towards that play zone.
Oh! Milu, though, getting knocked by Chips and Thirsted, so Tiamba are going to lose a player here. Tiamba are on the move. This is all the way towards Shelter. Are they going to be able to make it happen here? But meanwhile, Influence Rage and All Gamers are fighting it out. It's a battle in Shelter, and Tiamba are very, very close to this.
This is the issue. In a lobby of this caliber, so many teams have the same idea at the same time, and Tiamba, as you said, do lose a player, but luckily enough, they do find one little hidden spot in Shelter. They're going to park up one car, nice and safely, just to keep their late game rotation potential up there. At least 3 players. I mean, 3 players when it's still in the cards for them, but the main issue, and we talked about this when it comes to Shelter, when you have to leave, if a team has a line of sight onto you, you're so predictable because literally, you can see here, there's only one way for them to leave Shelter, which could be an issue later on.
Yeah, but you got your vehicles protected. It is such a strong position, especially with this being so late in the circle here. Tiamba are going to be in a great position to get some placement points, most likely, if the zone especially heads in that direction. Meanwhile, we got RRQ battling it out with LGD. LGD going on the offensive. Narpeko not able to get that nade off. RRQ, again, only need 5 points to reach the smash zone. They could get quite a few of them here, but it's going to be up to the rest of the team as Narpeko is gone. Oh, never mind. I think they're taking off. Yep,
yeah, it's not worth it.
They're just going to leave them. Yep.
Just leave. I do respect the idea of RRQ. They wanted to set up the defense, but they were just split up between so many different buildings, and LGD just pushing up together. Great synergy, by the way, from LGD, which is surprising to see them in 13th. But that is exactly how you get rid of that solo player on the Peko. And now they see RRQ just quickly shift away from the compound. You know what? It's free real estate. They just set up shop here as a 4-man. RRQ going to go for the insanely OP dip instead. Godly position. The main threat is going to be those northern teams. But you know what? With the vehicles in a decent angle here, it could keep them safe for the time being. And they just need a few more points, right? 5 points and RRQ are up to 116. They will be joining Tiamba in the smash zone. They need to get these points right here, right now, if they want to have a chance to be crowned your champions.
Yes, Aurora ended up getting 1 elimination. So now they are slowly putting some points on the board. There's Doc with 1. And they need a few more in order to reach that smash zone as well. Nongshim Red Force down to 3, Influence Rage down to 2, and Furia. Will this be the game for Furia to finally roar back? Well, let's see. As Jimmy from Thunder Talk gets knocked. And let's see if his team is going to be able to pick it back up. Where's his next zone going to go, though? That's the question. Is it going to be a shelter circle? It just might be.
We see on the main map here, it is going to be going down south on the roadside, west of shelter. So all these teams in shelter, really, you got to start thinking about how you're going to do that exit outside of shelter, which is going to be incredibly tricky. Thunder Talk, Jing also going to be flushed out of the match. Influence Rage over there, S2G, Tiamba, and All Gamers all kind of locked in here. But Tiamba aching down below. And I feel like that's a good idea from Tiamba, which is even if QZZ and Eagle get eliminated, they got one player just hiding to get maybe a few salvage points. I don't hate it. I feel like it's a good idea to make sure you at least get some points out of this match.
That's why Shelter's so strong. Like, if the zone ended up in this direction, they would have been just so super set up. And even though it didn't, they're still in this next circle. So they have 2 vehicles completely protected. They're using this UAS that's blown up as extra coverage, so QZZ can try and hunt down some extra damage. And yeah, still a ton of ammunition. Tiamba's looking very, very good here. You know,
it's not blown
as
up
far
yet,
as
by the way. So I would even recommend blow it up yourself. Maybe pop the wheels and just get rid of it. But unless they want to actually allow their cars to move out later on, so they might actually need to move it a little bit if they want to go for that later rotation. Though E-Arena, always so willing to commit to fights. They've got 95 points. Could be making a bit of a jump in top 5. And Zyol, good respectful play, not willing to commit to it. But E-Arena, they want to chase it down. They love going for these engages. They're one of the most aggressive teams in this lobby, Hot Jukes. And it doesn't matter who it is. Aurora, RQ, Tiamba, doesn't matter. They will push you if they have the advantage.
Hey, great driving, though, on the side of Aurora to be able to get out of there safely. And now Refis is going to be putting some shots onto Joker and just making things more difficult for E-Arena, as the rest of Aurora are going to be trying to join their squad, and they should be able to get there safely. Man, Joel, he was zigging and zagging to get to safety, and he was able to. Fortunate enough for him. But you have Doc there on the other side, just keeping a nice little off angle to try and apply pressure against E-Arena so they don't make the push up onto that building. And Schweppes down to 1 HP is going to be able to get to safety for now.
I would say be careful, though, because LGD's just behind Aurora. They're so split. I'm not going to lie, not a big fan. I would like to see a little bit of a tighter split. Even just a 2-2 would make me a little bit more hopeful. As Doc is pushing forward. No docketing, please. Is this vehicle now going up in smokes, maybe flames very soon. But your main threat here for your Aurora is going to be E-Arena. Got to be careful with potential LGD third party. That could be also a bit of an issue.
Here they come. How's Aurora going to be able to defend this here? They don't have the angles to get those shots onto E-Arena, except for top. But man, E-Arena are playing this so differently. They're spreading out, and Aurora are like, okay, are you coming? Are you not? What are you doing? Are we fighting?
This is a bit scary if you're an Aurora fan, because this building is very nadeable. Got a few windows, you can very easily chuck even just a Molotov or grenade in, and you can easily get some damage dealt to the Mongolian team. Though circle about to shift, that's going to be D plus Kia taken out of the equation entirely by S2G. That's going to be a really good push. Tiamba, though, still waiting inside shelter. Aching still underground, and they are still in this game. Hot Jukes gonna be in the play zone, meaning they can still create a little bit of a healthier lead for themselves as a 3-man team. But these northwestern squads in particular are going to be in the hot seat. Aurora need to move up and do something of significance if they want to be relevant in this game.
Hey, speaking of significant, Furia now starting to make some moves. They now have 107 points. They're in 4th place, so they are creeping up to the top. They have tied with Aurora, so do not count them out yet. Tiamba, obviously the biggest threat, still in this circle. They win this game, tournament's over. So everybody in the lobby needs to make sure that doesn't happen. As far as points go, they still have a monstrous lead now. They are now 20 points ahead of RRQ. It was in 2nd place, but still a lot of different teams could reach into that smash zone, that 116-point mark. But now, stage 5, all these teams need to find a way into this next zone, Aurora included.
I'd rather have a play of Aurora just sandwiched between two vehicles, just trying to save it. And not a bad idea. What could keep you alive, though? This is going to be a push. It could decide the fate of Tiamba. STG setting in a 4v3 scenario. And so far, QZZ is going to be out. It's down to Eagle. Can he save the day? Going back into the depth of shelter. Instantly chucking a few pieces of utility as he goes back down below. Aking going to be crawling his way over there, but QZZ, the MVP contender, has been taken out, Hot Jukes, meaning the P90 is not usable anymore.
Yeah, but here comes Fudia as well, looking to apply some pressure, and that is Soulk done for! So S2G, the threat to Tianba is gone, at least for now, and now Aurora are going to be pushing on into this zone. They end up finding a dip, and they're going to hold this spot for as long as they possibly can. But Tianba are beat up right now. They're going to try to get that res, they do, but now with that nade, oh, that does pepper up Eagle, but it's so difficult to get these knocks on these players inside of shelter.
Just wait. I mean, really, if Influence Rage was to get eliminated, they can make their way to the other exit of shelter, so they could actually get something out of this match. Don't count Tiamba out just yet. There's still an opportunity at redemption. But Furia, yeah, with that 3-1 split, I'm loving the engage here, but that utility of Eagles looking pretty strong. Now their own nades coming on through. And Silence, the Italian Furia don't want to push down and shelter itself. I feel like they kind of don't have an option. It's or you leave Tiamba alone or you chase them down, because Tiamba do not want to take that fight whatsoever. They really want to play it slow.
Tiamba's going for the win here. That's what they want. They want that chicken dinner. It's not looking like it's going to be likely. So right now, just, hey, you know what? Put some more points on the board. You have a massive lead that you will definitely take. Taking, just making sure there's nobody hiding here in shelter. And nobody is. But let's see what happens here. Is Tianba on the hunt? Uh-oh, the other side of you, they know, like, oh, you coming this way? Come on down.
Yeah, you could see Tiamba, a few alarms ringing in their head. Just, oh, they've seen that buggy, they've seen the crates, like, oh, something happened over here, we just don't know what. And they go straight as Influence Rage leave the opening of shelter. What a rotation from Tiamba. And now actually do get a bit of a backstab angle onto Influence Rage, but they go straight back into shelter themselves. It's a whack-a-mole game happening here on the eastern location as Akin drops down into the blue. It's fine, it's still resable. They got 40 seconds to work with. Don't worry, Tiamba will still be up as a 2-man. But it's getting incredibly scary in this match because you still have so many top teams alive. You've got RRQ, Furia now overtaking Aurora. Aurora still got a full squad. And even E-Arena could do something in this game up on their western position. But they need to push up very soon.
Aurora finally getting a favorable zone shift here. So in a great spot in this next circle when it comes to position-wise. But they do not have a lot of coverage at all. So they're going to have to make that work with their vehicles. But yeah, Fudia on the southwestern side of the circle. They're a big threat as well. But Tiamba are going to have the points here. Weibo making the rotation. Aurora trying to get some eliminations. Oh, people pushing on the RRQ. RRQ need to defend this. Fearing gets knocked. Where's the rest of the team? Genfoss gets one.
That was so quick. What? Okay, you blink and you missed it. That's it. Weibo fully eliminated. RRQ, good defense. Lepar, Genforce remaining. Trying to get Theorem back up, but KRX, they're going for the angle. And they're pushing up in the weak spot of OP Dip. Right in nade range for TRE. As QXE going for a little bit of a surround play. But E-Arena could also look at fourth party, realistically, this skirmish. As the nade doing some big damage. Lepar taken out. It's down to Theorem as a solo. And the buggy squishes him. That is it. End of the game for them. The smash zone will not be reached. 2 points away for RRQ. They are going to be kicking themselves after that fight.
Oh, so close, too. And I think that KRX, they're at the bottom of the leaderboard. So they're like, hey, RRQ's getting eliminations. We got to stop them. Let's go ahead and make it happen. And they did.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing to lose. Might as well send it on that position. But Tiamba, now I feel like they might be at the end of their rope. That rotation away when teams are set up beautifully, such as KRX, Aurora, even E-Arena to the west. The Tiamba dream of a win here, I would say it's pretty much down the toilet as Aking Eagle try to send it. Aking put low, knocked out. It's down to Eagle. And as he just stays hidden behind his 2-seater, he's in nade range. Lorenzin's got 2, but he does find Fitter. Oh, Eagle, how does he make it happen? As Lorenzen will get the spray, and that's it. Tiamba fully eliminated here from match number 3.
Tiamba are gone, but there are quite a few teams that can still make it into the smash zone. Fudia right there. Aurora. Nongshim Red Force with 2. Trey, though, from KRX. applying the pressure. That was Bianba in 8th place. Look at this. 7th through 3rd are still alive here. Who is going to win this match? Let's find out.
Aurora need 8 points if they want to make it to the Smash. Furia need an extra 6. So Furia is going to be the big focal point here as Aurora. Their position was playable, but now that teams can actually play this ridge line, one nade and it's going to be game over. It's out there. And Aurora get taken on out. The Smash Zone again will not be headed their way. Mongolia eliminated. 6 teams now remain. It's all about Furia.
Can Furia make it happen right now? KRX are just making some noise now. I mean, this is what happens when you got nothing to lose. You just got to put it all on the line. And now they're finally starting to play the game that they should have been playing in the first 2 days. But now, Benny going to be rotating on over. And QXDZ with the run over onto Lorenzen. That is Influence Rage out. And now the placement points are in effect.
Furia, you know, they counting. They're like, we just need those placement points, a few more eliminations. Not even a win. They don't even need the win. And they will still make it over 116 points. Which again, as a reminder, is the point threshold here for the Smash ruling to take effect. But Furia, oh, so many vehicles.
All 4.
Fully functional here, so they could use it as TRE just get some big damage onto Mormon. And the entirety of E-Arena, so E-Arena, their Western rotate going to be cut short. And LGD also suffering a very similar fate where those use of those nades are doing so much work in these very small locations. The sprays are never ending, but Nongshim just can't get it done. And by the way, Nongshim, we kind of forgot about them this match, Hot Troops, but they are looking in a very strong position. A decent finish here. They could be overtaking Influence Rage and Aurora in one fell swoop.
Let's see what happens. They have 2 up. They have a Shack and a Dream. That nade looks good. Oh, that one hurt. Igor gonna have to back up a little bit, but now here come the nades from Furia as So Easy gets knocked. Hyunbin now in the Shack, and Ayala thread the needle. Oh, that Molly. Oh, I thought it was inside, but it was just outside the building. But yeah, Hyunbin is in big trouble. He's throwing out all those smokes so they can't get that nade, and their silence goes down. All it takes is one, though. One nade to thread the needle into the Shack. Doesn't do it. Hyunbin still alive here, refusing to go down.
The nades just can't be threaded through that needle. The window being smoked up, that is literally just keeping Nongshim Red Force alive. That smoke is the difference between them going out and surviving. But you know what? It will be a nade, but actually it's not Furia. Furia don't get it. They really wanted those eliminations, but it's denied by the other South Korean team. It's KRX up to 14 eliminations. Wait a minute, going massively hard in this game. Can they make it out from the bottom of the rankings and reach a position where, who knows, they can actually make it on the podium?
Would be a comeback of the century here as Furia just want these last few remaining points, but they are getting peppered from all over the place, and KRX is just hard focused on them. Meanwhile, you got E-Arena on the other side. All they need is some more placement points, or at least a 2nd place if Furia wants to do it just with placement alone. But man, KRX looking unstoppable. They have the lay of the land here. This is out of the zone though, so this deadly angle is going to be gone.
As you said, Furia, they need top 2 or podium with a few limbs. Even top 4 could be doable, but they need to start fragging out at this point. And you know what? We had one 30-point bomb coming out yesterday from Oracle Miramar. We might just get another one.
No way.
17 eliminations, 3 more to be secured, and they can make it happen. But keep in mind, LGD are up there. They're in circle. And Afu's got himself the MG3. And this split from KRX, though, is a thing of absolute beauty. Literally, there's 2-2 splits keeping Furia and LGD in check at the exact same time. Now, this is some top-tier IGLing. Unless a massive upset happens, this has to be KRX's win.
I like how QXZZ got in that vehicle. He was trying to get some extra sight lines by using that 3P peek in the car. That nade's going to do it, though. Chief is down. Igor, last player alive. Can he snake his way to 2nd place? Will he last long enough? It's not looking likely. As LGD, KRX, okay, now starting to battle it out. This is huge for the side of Furia. And now with Ling S gone, this could be looking good. Furia might be able to get 2nd place and go to the Smash Zone. It's just Mau Mau.
He needs to get one elimination. Can he steal it away? Can Igor pop up in the elimination feed? He's going to be pushed out by the blue zone. Igor is still alive. Somehow, some way, the dream is not over for Brazil. The nade is huge. It connects, and that is it. That will push Furia in the Smash Zone, but the chicken dinner will head the way of KRX. Oh my goodness, he got literally as a sole survivor, Hot Jukes, making it happen for Furia.
Are you kidding me? And then, not to mention KRX busting down the 30 bomb. Where did they come from? I mean, they were all the way at the bottom of the leaderboards, and with this game, I mean, man, they've got to be so pumped.
Really loving what we saw from KRX. Genuinely, I see a game like this, Hodge, and like, where was KRX until now? Were they sleeping? This was one of the best games, literally, of the entire tournament. That is what we just witnessed from this South Korean squad. If they can maintain it, who knows? If they can pull an RRQ, there is some hope for this team. But Furia looking a bit confused. Unless our math is completely wrong, Hodrix, but I do believe that will be enough because they got that one extra survival point by making it from 3rd place to 2nd. I think they're in. They should be, but they're looking a bit sad. Weirdly enough.
Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. I don't know. Well, they're gonna find out. That's for sure. Oh man, Igor, keep that elbow safe, brother. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make sure, that you are making it happen. There's the coach, Coach Knight, a legend in the biz. It's just you can see the round of applause there. He's like, you guys did it, able to hold down Igor, making it happen, and now you can see it here, folks. Another team actually, never mind. It's KRX winning the game. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about okay. QXZ is going to be taking it home with almost 1.4k damage, 12 eliminations. Oh my goodness. And the fact that he got 12 eliminations, Hot Jukes, and his team contribution is only 32%, clearly shows that everyone they just popped off.
Crazy, dude.
Loving it. KRX going absolutely crazy, as you say, Hot Jukes. Really happy with their performance. And just before this game, I want to check it out. Just before this match, KRX were actually standing. Let me scroll down a little bit here. KRX were in 14th position with 63 points. They got half of their total points pretty much in one single match, Hot Jukes. What just happened?
What's going on, dude? What is going on? I mean, we've seen it happen before where a team at the bottom, they're like, all right, we got nothing to lose. Let's go crazy, right? But not that crazy. KRX, especially to go that crazy in this game. We still got 3 more to go, potentially. So with KRX busting down a 30 bomb here, man, that put them in the show. It really, really did. I mean, if they're able to do it again, I mean, good luck with that, right? But if they do, man, who knows what can happen.
I was seeing a lot of people early in chat during the break saying, oh, Tiamba were gifted the circle. That was an easy win last game. Not this one. Not this one. They had one of the toughest transitions to execute, leaving the eastern coastal side and making it straight to the zone. So definitely had their work cut out for them. Not an easy win, as we did see also Aurora there for a few seconds. It was a good position until teams can actually play the ridgeline, and then those nades instantly eliminate the entirety of the lineup. As there you have it. It is not a 30-point bomb, Hot Tricks. It is a 32-point bomb, outdoing the previous record of RRQ.
A record has been broken. KRX, I mean, I think all of South Korea is making the face of that player there in the back right now. They are so excited because that is a legendary comeback, guys. 32 points in a lobby like this with 3 matches left to go. Are you kidding me?
Look at the pose in the middle there too, ready to drop a gun pistol right now. He's making his way up. 32 points here for KRX, and then second place, still a massive gap between the top 2 teams in terms of overall points. But Furia getting themselves a total of 14, and with those 8 eliminations, it was not just they needed to survive and get a few more points right. They were closing that gap pretty much the entirety of this match. It was down to getting that top 2, and Higor, maybe not MVP in terms of overall damage because, well, duh, that would be KRX this game with the insane bomb they just dropped. But Higor really deserving a lot of respect. I mean, Higor and Chief, just the survivalists of their lineup. Without those 2 players, they would be quite far away, actually, from 116 points. So, got to give them their flowers and respect in PMMI.
Yes, you do, man. Let's take a look at the leaderboards. Just as you can see, Furia have done it. So they are now in that smash point range. So now we have 2 squads. If either of these teams win, they become your champions. So yeah, even though Tiamba has a big lead over Furia, if Furia win the game, it's over, right? They're your champs. Tiamba second place, and then it goes down from there. KRX, though, the big storyline from that last game, 32 points, pushing themselves from, what was it, 14th?
Yep.
To 8th.
huge, absolutely huge. 32 points, that is of course going to do a pretty significant dent. And actually, now that they have 95 points, I think win is still really hard from Chamber. As I said, they need to pull an RRQ, but top 5, top 3, achievable. It is in reach for KRX, so we'll be really excited to see if they can maintain their kind of performances so far today, going into match number 4. The second page, a lot of upsets, a lot of things just not lining up the way these teams were hoping for, and really one of the biggest upsets for me, I have really two big upsets for me. It's Al Ula and D+Kia just not able to bring back any of their group stage performances and remaining stuck on that second page.
Yeah, another one for me is going to be Bigatron. I think I saw in the group stage a lot of signs of life from them. I thought that, you know what, we're going to see it happen. But you know what, it's kind of a similar situation that we saw during PMGO Season 1, right? Great group stage performance, and then come finals time, just not able to make it happen. As you look at now, the elimination leader is still going to be QZZ, Top, and Aurora. Again, a rough game. So the first 3 matches of the day, Aurora just can't seem to get it started.
Actually, I really thought it was just going to be a 2-man race the entirety of this game, but Top is losing a bit of steam. QZZ keeps on getting a few eliminations here and there, increasing that lead, but Hyunbin's behind them, and now even we do have a player of KRX looking to close the gap, who could get involved in that convo, as though when it comes to overall damage, is still Top, which with the loadout he plays with, it does make sense. But damage, as you stated earlier before this game started, Hot Jukes, sure, it's good to get good damage, but eliminations is really what truly matters in the MVP formula.
Yes, it does. All right, man. Well, what a way to start things off today, folks. That is the first 3 matches in the books. We're going to be heading into the second half of the final day of the grand finals for your PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational 2020. Welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational 2026 Grand Finals. Here we go. Second half of the last day. We have two teams in that smash zone. It is still anyone's game, though, to try and make something happen. But in order for that to work, you got to make sure that Tiamba and Furia do not get a chicken dinner.
We saw, right, Tiamba, Furia, they keep consistently getting to the late game, Hot Jukes, which means that the odds of a chicken dinner happening just doubled, because now it's just not one team that you got to be careful of. It's two squads that could be the ones to lock down the Macau Invitational Trophy and Championship in one fell swoop. You can see, oh, okay, one player smiling. Okay, I was like, okay, there's a lot of tension here in the arena, but no, some players can still smile a little bit here. But RRQ, oh man, they must be feeling so bad after that last game, Hot Jukes. 2 points away from 116. It could be 3 teams in the Smash Zone right now, but they just barely missed out after what genuinely was an amazing push-up from KRX. They deserve it, but RRQ, they just got that stolen from them. Feels bad, man.
Dude, you know how, imagine how just pissed RRQ would be if they win this next match. Could you imagine?
Yeah, but that would hurt, man.
Right? Like, oh, it'd be so exciting, right? You're like, oh, we had 114, we win this game, all right, we're in the running for first place, but tournament could have been done, over with, you know? Oh, wild. I mean, that would be like the most bittersweet chicken dinner we have ever seen. As, man, these guys are lock loaded, ready to go here. You can tell these players excited. They are in the lobby. E-Arena, 7th place, 99 points. Not too far away either. I mean, it's so crazy. Is like there's still so many teams here, Max, with one chicken dinner. They're in the show, right? Especially with 2 more matches left to go. So there's quite a few squads that could reach the Smash Zone. And honestly, anything's possible here because we see a 30-point game. I didn't think anybody was going to even touch that. And then KRX plus down 32. It's just wild. But this is it. Last Aaron Gale of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, really, KRX said, hold my M4. And they just popped off. Really happy with their game. Yeah, E-Arena and KRX, as you bring them up right now in the middle of the rankings, could be the dark horse that everyone just completely overlooks. Doesn't even think about them because they're also focused on your Auroras, your Nongshams, your RRQs, your Furias, your Chambas. All these squads could be making it up there. And then you just forget about the middle pack teams that are just another 30-point game. You know what comes out of nowhere? Well, wait a minute. This team could actually go and claim the win for themselves and the championship. So you've got to be very cautious that all these teams realistically are a threat. Even Weibo, S2G, Bigatron at the very bottom of the leaderboards, don't forget about them because they have nothing to lose at this point. That is when some of these teams can become the absolute deadliest version of themselves, when they can just send it and you know what? Why the hell not? At this point, the tournament's over. Let's take you down in a fire pit of glory.
Oh, man. Here we go. Last Aaron Gale of the day. Where's the zone gonna go? Who's gonna be favored? Aurora, when are you gonna wake up? Right? It's the last chance in Aaron Gale to make something happen. Is now gonna be the time? It definitely needs to be, because so far today, man, I think if they had less than 10 points in 3 matches, rough start.
Really tough. Nongshim Red Force need to see just a bit more. 110, 6 points away from the Smash, and actually so many teams just single digits away. Influence Rage need, what is that, 8 points. Aurora needs 7. 6 needed for Nongshim Red Force, and RRQ need 2. Because it's getting so close, we could have more than one team getting a Smash in this time, but again, only if Furia and Tiamba fumble the chicken dinner on match number 4.
Well, let's see. Match number 4. It's about to happen. We are going to Aaron Gale for the last time in the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational 2026 Grand Finals. Now's the time to make it happen. Make your dreams come true right here, right now. Tiamba, Furia, looking for the win. And if one of those teams win, this tournament is all over. It's going to be up to all the rest of these teams to try and hold them back. But here it is, Aaron Gale. Last time we're going to see it here, Maxman. And players are already hopping out the plane. Ooh, and we got a northern plane path. So Aurora are going to be heading to their second legendary drop of Severny.
But LGD used to go there also sometimes, so it seems like we're going to have an Aurora hot drop. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad for actually the two teams, but especially for Aurora. But they're very stubborn. That is the big issue about this team, Hotchukes. So even losing a single player would really hinder their opportunity to make it up there. If they're going to win it, it needs to be flawless. As though, looking at the other teams, RQ, very safe in Zaki. But yeah, as you can see on the left side of your screen, the hot drop is committed to... I did not expect it, and it's a military island, Aurora. Oh, okay, that feels bad for them. I feel genuinely bad. My heart aches for Mongolia.
Oh, man. I mean, worst case scenario. But let's see what Aurora can do. Can they make something happen? They got the gun skill, that's for sure. But they're going to have to put it to work. Here comes Yol. He's got the over-under shotgun, looking for some angles. Not able to find something just yet. So Aurora backing off. Honestly, when you see a zone like this, it's time to move back. But Reefus opens it up as he gets the thirst onto Mau Mau. Huge elimination for Aurora.
Yeah, massive. Now they're going to be tied up with Nongshim Red Force. They need 6 more eliminations. If they get 3 more, they're already pretty much halfway there for what they had to achieve this game. And Mau Mau is a very important player to take down. Reason why, he's always the off-angle player trying to surprise you and take you down really quickly. So the fact that Mau Mau, out of all the other players of LGD, gets eliminated, that is a huge advantage secured by Aurora. But now they've got no threat behind them, meaning they're just going to be pushing building by building. The only issue for Aurora is, and we see it happen quite a bit, Hodgix in the past, they push 1 by 1, and that happens for Zyol. He's knocked. The flush has yet to happen. It might still not be over, but these solo pushes is really what's hindering their chances.
Nice nade there from top, putting some damage on Afu. Doc trying to get there. They're starting to throw some smokes out. They want to get their whole entire team up. Reefus is isolated, though, and Doc getting peppered. That is going to make things very, very tough on the side of Aurora. They're going to have to make something happen, though. Can they keep their whole team alive? That's going to be the question. Right now, it's not looking too good. Top needs to make a play. Ooh, barely makes it into the building safely. That's a great nade from Doc. Ling is down to 1 HP. Reefus is going to have to make something happen with that Uzi.
Yeah, also, we did hear for a few seconds there, Lelouch Truck has long gone from this drop location, Severny. As Doc will try and get a reset on Zyol, so that's going to be then back up, but Reefus here getting surrounded, getting pushed up in the 1v1 by Tian, and he's fully out. No way for him to come back this game. No recall tower, as now it's going to be down to an even Steven fight. The nade is big, but the wall, oh, yeah, the door just tanks it. Tian will have some really good mobility, able to dodge that incoming utility damage. Aurora, you can see, using up all the meds. That was actually the final piece of medicine available for top. He's just going to be using that energy drink. LGD looking to retreat, maybe maximize their loot slightly, as they are mainly down to a tier 1 helmet, tier 1 vest, so any big damage they take is going to be taken pretty much down to 100%.
This is cooked. This is cooked.
But I mean, they're fully surrounded. There's no escape for Aurora. You can't cross the road, or otherwise Afu's got an angle on you. You have to commit. And if they're eliminated, Nongshim Red Force, Influence Rage, E-Arena, even KRX could push Aurora for the very first time outside of the top 5.
Yeah, this is just the worst. And you know what? Who knows that this fight is happening? It's RRQ. They can come over here and just make chaos for both these teams. But honestly, this is just a terrible fight in general. I think that once they realized, or once they saw the play zone, both these teams should have just said, all right, guys, we got to leave. Because we can't fight this. This is taking way too dang long. Half the lobby is already in military. You have a long way to go. And for LGD, it's a dumb fight in general, considering that if you want to make a chance of trying to make it in the top, you need a 20-30 point game, and this is not how you're going to get it, right? In general.
I mean, they're trying. I don't think it's that bad of an idea for LGD. Really.
I think it's terrible. I personally.
Okay.
We disagree. What do you think, though? Why?
I feel like, I mean, they just want to commit to it. They've already played in Severny in the past, and I feel like only big games can put LGD back in a race, and by doing a hot drop here, I feel like that is one of the opportunities you can actually start to do a push towards the middle portion of the leaderboard. So I feel it's not a team that I'm like, I instantly hate it. I'm like, if they want to commit to it, fair enough. But actually, one thing that's very important, LGD, they have so many more buildings they can loot up. So they're coming back, they're pretty much all full HP, which is not the case for Aurora. Zyol, down to about 50%. Top, he's still not up to 100% HP, and Doc just instantly left the vicinity. It's going to be turned basically into a 3v2. Zyol's got himself a great back angle with the JS9, swapping on over to the pump, jumping out of that window to avoid them with grenade damage as Top gets fully overwhelmed, but Zyol redeems it onto Ling S. But Top, unfortunately for him, that's him, the MVP contender, fully eliminated. It's down to Afu and Tian to shut down Aurora. But RRQ in the distance, you talked about it, Hot Jukes. They could be looking for that third party to get the 2 points to enter the smash zone.
And let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Zyol gets Afu, gets the better of him, and gets return shot on Tian. Going to get the thirst. But now it comes down to 1v1. It's Doc. Jumps out the window, gets the elimination, and that is LGD gone. Aurora putting some points on the board. 3 points away from the smash zone, but Narpeko is there, ready to try and shut down Doc and the dreams of Aurora.
I was so scared for Doc because he did the leap animation through the window. I was like, okay, he's dead. But no, he still wins it. Great moves from him, but now he was able to get a few bandages, but still not enough. He's solo HP, getting surrounded by the entirety of the Indonesian squad. He would need 3 eliminations solo here, which is he's not even getting remotely close to that. That's it. Aurora stuck on 113 points. They were so close to 116 at the start today, Hotchicks, but they just can't convert it. Fumble after fumble, and Aurora just really struggling to get anything done on Erangel.
Bigatron popping on some shots onto Pedrino. Influence Rage, man. They had a big opportunity to reach into that smash zone, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen as they're now down to 1 single player. Tough start for Influence Rage. Just to tie up kind of what we're talking about, the disagreement on LGD, I do see your point, and I do agree that, yeah, if a hot drop situation to try and get a 30-point game is great, the issue is the zone, right? As soon as it went south, if you're going to do that hot drop, you have to have that fight finish within like 2 minutes. I think the second that they were holding back and just realized, okay, this fight's going to take a little while, they should have just ejected, because a hot drop like that could work, but you need to get all 4 eliminations and keep all 4 players up. But the thing is with a northern play path, you know Aurora's going north, so you're going to try that battle against Aurora. I don't know. It just, to me, there's too many X factors for to make that fight make sense.
I'm going to disagree to your disagreement to my initial point, because leaving Severny when you're involved in a hot drop is really tough, because if you know Severny layout terrain-wise all around it, it's very flat. And if you try and leave, I feel like that would have been an instant chase from Aurora. So the moment you go for it, even despite that circle that goes heavily down south on Military Island, it is just a tough exit. It's kind of one of those cities that when you drop into it, you have to take the fight or you just can't survive the encounter. Unlike maybe Yasnaya, which is so big, you could easily escape. Severny, bit of a different ball game, so they just couldn't escape. And even then, RRQ, even if they did win it, RRQ kind of wanted to surround them, which they did thanks to some amazing scouting from Genfos, though. Pops, it's western side. And, you know, I'm sorry, I feel like we sound very biased for Aurora, which, no, I am a little bit. I like the team. They're pretty cool. They've won so many circles exactly like this.
Yep.
It hurts. It really hurts to see this, and Aurora already being out, one of the first 2 teams eliminated this game. Yeah, the stars just align against Aurora, it feels like.
Yeah, really unfortunate. I think if it was another team that was like high up on the leaderboards, I think both of them would have left, because they're just like, hey, we can't afford this. But LGD being so low, I think they're just like, yeah, let's just fight this out. And it just didn't end up working out for either of these squads, as they're both done for in this game. But enough talking about that. We really got to dial in on the rest of the lobby here. We have RRQ 1 point away from Smash Zone. Nongshim Red Force very close to it as well. And of course, Furia, a team we got to have our eyes on here, because if they win this game, the tournament is over. Doesn't matter how much of a lead Tiamba has.
Very
you smash,
big reply.
You are the champs.
Yeah, very big reply from Furia, though, not looking to contest that location away from KRX whatsoever. I feel like that is a great response, because all you need is a win. It can be literally a 0 elimination win, which is very hard to do, but it happens rarely. All you need is that chicken dinner. Same for Tiamba. You don't need to go aggressive in the early stage. Just take it slow. Avoid any early to mid-stage encounters, unless there's literally so much value to gain that it is actually worth it. And it'd be worth it. And then so easy with this hovercraft. This is the best way to do it. You see a hovercraft, you shoot it down. That one is going to explode normally very soon. It is smoking, about to be lit on fire. Always the best kind of approach. See hovercraft, Hot Jukes, just blast it into oblivion, because you don't want to let that one be in functional condition.
No, you do not. Looking at RRQ, RRQ moving super late in the zone. They did that camp onto Aurora, shut them out of the tournament. Looking to hopefully at least secure a top 3 finish. And yeah, if you're Aurora, and if the game ends right now, I mean, yeah, you got top 3. You're gonna be in the money, that's for sure.
But they're top 4 now, actually. So
yeah,
they're getting pushed down quite a bit. It's looking pretty bad.
What, RRQ?
Aurora. We're not going to talk about them anymore now because you know what,
I meant RRQ. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, my bad. I guess I said
like,
Aurora. Yeah, no, they passed up Aurora, but yeah. So RRQ, 115 points. Not doing too bad. Tianba, this is in the blue zone still. So Tianba, they are eating a lot of blue damage as they're worried about Thunder Talk behind them. There are still so many squads hunting down this eastern bridge. This is looking chaotic.
I mean, I do wonder if Tianba are aware this is RRQ because they saw the elimination feed light up. They know, well, it's probably Tavernier, right, between LGD and Aurora. It's the only fight that really makes sense. It's the only team that makes sense. So if we hold the Eastern Bridge, maybe we get very lucky and deny another team's entry into the 116-point club, which would be massive as QZZ, great line of sight over the water, gets that one done. And by creating a little bit of a power vacuum on the other side of the bridge, that just opens up a massive rotation, which they're instantly going to pull off because they CD Plus don't want any of that smoke, not willing to commit to the defense whatsoever, and that is actually a pretty decent reply from D+. As Tianba, quick rotation, got 4 vehicles, QZZ staying on the backside just in case they do get re-engaged from a team going for late rotation, which could be or Thunder Talk or RRQ. So do keep that in mind, as they do find that loot truck, which... Who got that loot? I didn't see it earlier, but if it was a good weapon, who knows? That could be a team with a P90 or an MG3 in their backpack.
You're going to need it, that's for sure, with this kind of circle, as we're going on over to the bridge on the west side. And all these teams are already kind of holding those positions. Tianba moving in super late, but it's still stage 3. They can afford to eat a little bit of blue zone here. But yeah, you know, when it comes to these late rotations like this, usually a lot of these top squads, they know better, right? They're like, hey, you know what? We can't afford to do an engagement in this place because we're both just going to go out. So they kind of do this little raising of the white flag, unless of course a player just is too obvious, then yeah, you got to get that elimination. But at a certain point, you got to just look at the other squad and say, guys, it's either we both don't shoot and get into this next zone, or we both get eliminated right now. And usually you want to pick the former.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ, as they just reached 116. If you spot any player of Tianba and Furia, if you just see them in elimination feed, just send it. Because it doesn't matter, RRQ don't need a win at this point. All they need is to make sure Tianba and Furia don't get a chicken dinner. So hopefully they change their mindset. As Influence Rage, yep, taken out of the picture entirely. And 116, not happening for them.
RRQ have reached the smash zone. 116 points. They have done it. So now they can't, if they win this game, the tournament is not over, right? Because they just reached that threshold, everybody. So they are in the zone. So if they win the next 2 games, or just one of those next Miramars, the tournament is over for them. But they are now in that smash zone. Still, Tianba, Furia are the biggest threats in this lobby. Nongshim Red Force are looking to cross that threshold. E-Arena, so many teams can make it happen as well.
Well, Nongshim Red Force is going to be the next one to focus on. I mean, they got a decent compound here. It's going to be on the road trifecta in the valley, west of military base. Can't afford to get eliminated at this point of the match. Got to get still a pretty decent 6-pointer. It's Tianba looking to push up. This is actually a very good position on this circle. Are they going to think it's valuable? It's worth committing to the fight onto all gamers. Because generally, if you get this fight, Hot Jukes, and you don't lose a single player, and you control the entirety of this mountain range, it's a game-winning position. I've seen so many chicken dinners happening here, so if they go for the push, I would not be shocked. And actually, Tianba, they're rocking up, going for the high ground. They're looking to get involved. They might just be passing on by. They're not committing to all gamers because the circle went up north instead. It's not worth any more. They're moving on by.
How did they get this position? How did Tianba be able to secure this coming in this late into the zone? Are you kidding me? Tianba, with that zone rotate, that perfect timing, somehow clutch up a dominant position in the zone.
I don't know if I would call it dominant, because in terms of terrain, all gamers have got a perfect line of sight on you, and all you can really play around is this shed, which is exactly what they're doing. They do park the cars behind it. This doesn't strike me as like a game-winning position, unlike what all gamers currently hold down, but S2G looking to claim that real estate concept. If S2G push up onto all gamers, we need to see a third party from Tianba. That could be the massive deciding factor of this game. So Tianba's got to be very aware of what's happening across the board this game. Bigatron, as they make a quick cross over the bridge with Weibo, Furia and D+ Kia both kind of looking in their direction, having to use up a bunch of their utility and especially Smoke to survive. They're looking good, but same for Tianba. They go for the low ground on the road. I said it, it's risky, and instantly they get one player taken out by all gamers.
I don't know why they went on the low ground there. That's just makes no sense at this point. QZZ gonna be holding the shack for now. They had a central position, but losing a player like that's gonna be tough. Still, sneaking away a central position after having to come that late into the blue zone, pretty wild. But you gotta be able to take what you can get. Tianba, when it comes to just points, doing a great job. But that smash zone is the concern here. Now, RRQ are eliminated, but they did reach that smash zone. There goes S2G. And now all gamers looking to have a good game here.
Yeah, they're loving it, having a great time. S2G, that could have been good. Finally able to pull maybe a KRX even if they go really hard. I mean, a 30 pointer will do that for you. But all gamers so far, one of the best defenses we've seen from this team, right? Especially for a squad that missed out on the group stage. Not sure what they were going to do. They had a good opening day. After that, it's been kind of downhill from there on out. As they did go for a slight flex out. Thunder Talk did snatch away their own high ground spot. As Liu stranded, cooking up that nade, 1 second left, and Liu will get taken on out. But actually, he goes for a great counterplay. Awake, that's going to be a huge one-on-one. Now, down to AJ, sole survivor for Thunder Talk, and if all gamers are quick about it, they can even get the reset onto Liu. The third party is also in the cards down south. D plus Kia looking for a piece of the pie.
Hey, all gamers are starting to game, I'll tell you that right now, and with 7 eliminations, maybe they're trying to hunt down their 30-point game. This could be huge for them if they do, because if they do get 30 points, that could be in the smash zone. Meanwhile, you got D plus, yeah, starting to creep up onto all gamers. Maple gonna have that high ground. He has an opportunity to hit some shots. Nope, gonna go ahead and back off.
Tianba still, I feel like, don't want to take this fight. I mean, especially after losing one player who was Eagle. Not gonna be willing to get involved. I feel like their game plan is just hold on to that shed, hope for the best. Hopefully the circle just favors that spot. I mean, maybe get a very low elimination win, which is, again, all you need if you want to smash it up. D plus, as expected, go for the push on the mountainside. Circle is closing up in about 40 seconds worth of time, so D plus don't have a lot of time to work with. They need to start thinking about how they're going to commit to this fight or escape if they want to go for another location instead. Because phase 5, as we know, that's when the circle really starts to tickle. And you don't want to exhaust all your utility and meds at this point of the match. You really want to try and keep it for the late game.
Oh, man. This is going to be a tough circle. I mean, there's a lot of open terrain here. Sure, there's some elevation, there's some spots, but it's going to be a tough zone. Look at how much open space there is here. And Fudia are right there on the edge. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Fudia just kind of play this very quietly for the most part. Just kind of hold this position, wait for the next zone to pop. Oh, but he spots Hyunbin. He's like, no, I'm going to take this elimination if I can get it. But yeah, he made a lot of noise, gets caught, and now Ayala knocked. Will Igor be able to throw the smokes out and get his teammate back up? It looks like they just might be able to.
He's like, you're shooting the Mini 14 out in the open? No, sit down. that is the kind of response you want to see.
I was expecting more of him to wait.
Yeah, me too. But no, Nocturne Red Force, though, they cannot wait too long in this game. 2 minutes, that position would be out in the blue zone, though. They're taking too long. I believe even crashed their car for a split second there. So that's going to delay their rotation just even further by an extra, what, 20 seconds. Furia need to hold the line, because if they do so, actually, this is really big. Furia being in the smash zone, 117 points. If they eliminate Nox and Red Force, that are in this match, I would say, the main threat to their potential win, Furia could actually wrap it up. They could get the win from that northern eastern position in this zone. Or even Tianba. Their position, I said, was a bit risky, but they're dead center of phase 5. It's kind of king of the hill for them. If they keep remaining there and all the teams eliminate each other on the edge, Tianba, Furia, it's not impossible, Hodges, to see them wrap it up and finally get an international smash ruling taking effect.
That's what I'm saying here. These guys are both big threats here. Tianba somehow stole a central position after being one of the latest teams to enter this circle. Yeah, it doesn't have the coverage that they're looking for, but man, dead center in a position like this, with how many teams are going to be forced to fight on the edge, it could be enough. We'll have to wait and see, though, because Furia are still awaiting with a really good spot. All 4 players up, but they got to take out Nongshim Red Force first.
Got to win this fight. Igor, he was saving the day last match, getting them into the smash zone. But now he will be one of the early casualties. That res, unless they eliminate all of Nongshim Red Force, it ain't happening. He might even just nade his teammate. Oh, he got to put solo, no friendly fire, activated Furia. Not the way to go, but they do get some damage onto XEY. They've got to be careful to overpeak it, Chief. That's a good spray. And the nade! He gets taken on now. It's Silence on Ayala.
The top two from this roster, but they're getting surrounded by South Korean players. It's Tizzy, Hyunbin looking to rock up. Hyunbin gets the angle on silence. And with that said, that's it. Furia fully eliminated from this game. Only Tiamba can now smash out this tournament.
Well, now with that, Nongshim Red Force are now 2 points away from reaching into that smash zone. But you are correct. It's all up to Tiamba. If Tiamba win this game, this tournament is over. RRQ with 116. If Tiamba win and Nongshim Red Force get no points, that is Furia ending this with second place. Meanwhile, Nongshim Red Force now getting knocked. Tizzy, KRX are on a tear here. So easy, needs to get another elimination. He doesn't. Are they going to reach enough? Did they get enough placement points? Only one. That isn't going to do it. Nongshim Red Force not able to reach that smash zone. Now let's see what happens as Tiamba are still alive.
Oh, so many teams got like 1-2 points away. Last game it was RRQ. This time it's Nongshim Red Force, as you said, Hodrix, 1 point away. Feeling quite unfortunate, but you know what? It might not matter if Tiamba get the win. As though going on this mountaintop that we've been talking about for the last few minutes now, it's finally going to be committed to for D plus Kia looking to snatch away this position for themselves. It's going to be Chips on the front line, pump in hand, tier 2 helmet, tier 2 vest, able to tank up maybe a little bit and more extra damage coming his way. They're looking to swarm it. Flower H going to be doing all the heavy lifting with Maple. And that is them up to 10 elimination. All gamers were sleeping until this point, but they're finally waking up.
Will it be enough? Could you imagine all gamers get a crazy second place finish and somehow push themselves all the way to the top 3? And then if Tiamba somehow win it, that is it. The leaderboards are locked. Let's see what happens though. It's all gamers making some noise here in the last Erangel of the day. Last 2 players up for E-Arena. Just trying to snake it to make it at this point. But the blue zone is closing. Things are not looking good for the side of Tourney K.
By the way, I did see for a few seconds there, Al-Ula, you can see actually on the left side of your screen, Claus has got himself a hovercraft, and an open-ended finish like this is a very important resource. Could really kind of dictate how this game is going to wrap up. So yeah, Tourney K going to be spotted, and so many players are just being thrown in his overall direction, fully overwhelmed. There's not much you could really do at that moment. Another elimination, up to 11 so far, having their best game, not only of today, but also the entire tournament for all gamers. Finally seeing some presence. Is now putting their focus onto Joker out in the open. Gonna have a really tough time surviving this one, but this is now down to top 5, and Tiamba are still in this game as a 3-man looking to deny all gamers rotation hot shoots. If they get it, they could be going for the insane comeback and the game.
Headshot, and now XCZ is knocked. He gets another heady. QZZ is adding that damage up, and with top out early, QZZ is looking really good. That rock being so supportive for him. Gonna go ahead and throw smoke now. Oh, they gotta watch about KRX. KRX coming from behind. That is gonna be deadly for the side of Tiamba.
I mean, this is an issue. You don't want to let anyone get nade range, and they are, in fact, in nade range. You want to smoke up the window from your shed. Ouch. That's a good nade. It gets a bit of damage. Forces
get out of here.
that car out of position, and they're instantly sending it to the west onto actually the side of Al-Ula, and all gamers. They're going aggressive while leaving QZZ behind. It's Milo and Aiken looking to take it home, and they get those 2 eliminations instantly. All gamers falling apart. But QZZ also taken away. He was in the center. He's out of the match. It's down to Aiken and Milu. As Aiken is knocked, the smash will not happen. Tiamba eliminated in top 5.
Tiamba are done, but they put some placement points on the board. They have a massive lead here. The biggest threats to them are now going to be those smash rule teams. But that is it for almost all of our top squads in the lobby. But let's see what KRX can do. 100 points on the board. They have 4. They can put themselves in a great position, especially if they're able to get all the rest of the eliminations here.
Come on, do it again. I mean, I feel like actually counting all the points available, it's impossible for KRX to get in. Actually, I know. If they get the chicken dinner, they get 10 points. They need 16. There's still... wait, 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's
no,
enough.
It's not possible.
No, it's not.
I don't think so. No, it's not. Yeah, I counted. It was like, wait a minute. No, it's not doable. So even a chicken dinner
have a 4-man. It'd be 1 short. Yeah.
Yeah, just try and get as many points as possible, because if they get a huge elimination game, actually, Hodrix, they would overtake pretty much everyone. Maybe also included Aurora. So this could be them finally making a massive jump from 4th position up to the podium in 2 games. Hodrix, what is going on for KRX?
Hey, Maple's gonna go ahead and deny that point though. He's like, you ain't taking me out. So KRX looking to finish strong here with another crazy game. Unreal.
Still got the hovercraft. Claws and an MG3. Okay, well, literally you can't have better loot than what Al-Ula have, and also with the hovercraft, they are looking insane. Just put the MG3 player in that hovercraft and send it. Might work out for you. But KRX also looking to get themselves a back-to-back win, trying to execute the RRQ game plan. Well, actually, still Bigatron as a solo up there, right? It's Axel. And because of his position, Hodgix, I feel like no one's going to really look his direction. Axel could get a second place this game.
That would be good. Why not, right? Bigatron puts some points on the board, makes something happen for the Indonesian team. KRX, the big threat, though, when it comes to the leaderboards. Al-Ula and BTR way too far away at this point. Let's see what KRX can do. Calm before the storm. 47 seconds on the clock. The zone is going to start to close. Let's see who's going to be able to win this one out. You got Al-Ula very set up. Yeah, Axel gone. That's going to be a third place finish. And Claws, wow, that hovercraft getting just straight demolished.
That's fine. It's a tangible defensive setup now. You can stay right behind it. There's no real threat as Bigatron do lose their final player. Axel taken out. Now it's going to be down to a 4v3 man advantage, fully in favor of KRX, but they're going to go for the setup here, getting in their vehicles, Hot Troops. They're looking to get in CQC range of all the players of Al-Ula.
Here they go. You got Reb there with the MG3 locked and loaded, ready to go here. KRX, like you mentioned, with the man advantage. Going to go ahead and throw a nade out. Going to go ahead and hit that monster truck. QXDZ gets peppered up just a little bit by that nade. How about that one, though? That one looks good. Oh, actually just a little too far.
A little bit too high. Not working out, but look at the rest of KRX. Man, they got so much utility. I feel like that's all the loot they got from Furia early on this game. So the utility, again, this is why you maintain that grenade count really high. And look at the top side of your screen. They still got 15 grenades available, but only one smoke. So denying those angles is going to be a little bit tough for KRX to pull off. But those nades, doesn't matter. Throw them until Kingdom come, because you got a lot to work with. Wait, still 15. They just used some. Oh, maybe the number lies.
Yeah, maybe the number is stuck there. Maybe that's how much they had whenever the graphic came up. But now, we're going to just see KRX just trying to spread their wings. Everybody just throwing out their util, trying to catch a knock to give them a little extra advantage. Going into the last zone here. Zone won't shift, but it will go all the way down to the center of the circle. So let's see what happens. As 8 seconds on the clock, the zone will start closing, and we're going to find out who is going to be your last Aaron Gale of the day winner.
By the way, this is not just an insane comeback story from the entirety of KRX, but Hoxie was on our MVP ranking earlier, also doing some insane damage and elimination secured. So who knows, when Tiamba are out, Aurora are out, maybe we could see one of the KRX members do a mad dash for the MVP award. As now with all the I feel like we're getting close to 15 grenades being thrown. I feel like KRX kind of extinguished most of their utility that they had available. So without that util, they might make Al-Ula just a little bit more confident to send it out in the open. But one of the players of Al-Ula, I did see for a moment there, does have an M79. If he still has some ammo available, that could create a decent smoke road to just get closer in range of the likes of Benny.
Let's see what happens. Benny moving up now. The zone is closing. All right, now we're going to see who wins it. I think that KRX is going to have a little bit more retail here. Hopefully they reserve some of that util. Yeah, now it's starting to ring out. They're going to be throwing out all their utility here. Al-Ula are going to have to make a crazy shot in order to take the advantage.
How do they still have grenades? I swear there's been more than 15. I don't know how. They just keep pulling them out.
Now it's one. Now it's one.
Oh, now it's one. There you go. One final grenade has been fully updated. One actually grenade available for the side of Al-Ula.
Nice
but
shot.
Red, finally, the off-angle play is going to be secured. Knocked on out. Claws might suffer a similar fate, and he does indeed. Yasser here against the world. It's a 1v4. They just can't win. And KRX make the back-to-back chicken dinner happen, and they do it in style.
With some serious eliminations. KRX from the bottom of the leaderboards from 14th place. Where the heck are they going to end up after that game, man? Okay, the South Korea team just straight clutch here on the last day. That's it for Erangel, though. We are done with Erangel. We are going to Miramar. The next game, Max, will be the last chance for teams to enter the Smash Zone. So now more than ever, and this is time to just talk to your squad, get the plays correct, make sure that you're all set up, because this next game is going to be so dang important.
It's going to be really intense for these squads. As you said, the final opportunity for some teams to go and enter the Smash Zone. And keep in mind, even though we might have a match 6, even if you smash in match 6 and you're not number 1 in terms of overall points, you still win the tournament, because there's been a pretty healthy gap created by Tiamba in the last few games. So
yeah,
even if you are not number 1 in overall points, there's still an opportunity for you to literally steal from their hands the trophy for the Macau Invitational, as our game MVP is going to be Hoxie. And I'm really curious, actually, to see, is that going to put him in top 3 in terms of MVP contenders? Because Hoxie's been having an insane day 3 in these finals.
And KRX in general, I mean, wow, just a crazy, crazy comeback here. Like I said, we saw the comeback from RRQ. I didn't think that was going to get touched, but KRX said, hey, hold my M4, like you mentioned, right? And they made it happen. But it all started off with this initial engagement. Ugh, not a fan of it. But I don't think either of these teams were, because none of them were able to make it out alive.
Yeah, I'm going to call that the Aurora throw. Unfortunately, quite typical. We do see that happening quite a lot. You're just a bit of a head scratcher. Why were they doing that? We don't know. The only way to really know would be to ask the players. And especially when, which I do get why they would go up to Severny as the secondary drop location, and the plane path really favored Severny. But LGD also have set up shop over there, so maybe there were better options available. Maybe they could have gone for Meshki instead and went for a wide eastern rotate. But adaptability is unfortunately not the middle name also of Aurora. That is something that they need to work on for sure. Looking at some of these fights, the Nongshim Red Force kind of allowing this tournament to go further. I feel like if Nongshim Red Force don't Furia, I feel like that might have been the Furia win, but they just get snuffed out, and the win is just not headed their direction at all that game.
Tiamba is still putting up points on the board regardless. I love that push that they did there, and just boom, taken out by Al-Ula. But a great game at the end of the day here. KRX, 7 total eliminations. That's going to be 17 points. With that last game that they just did, 49 points, Max, in 2 matches. Wow.
Dropping another Gum Gum pistol right now. You know, maybe turning into a Gum Gum Gatling, because he's able to get himself so many eliminations, 17 points total. And all gamers. Sure, the tournament run, I would say, is pretty much done, right, for the actual win. Though, I am looking at the rankings, so I'm not going to spoil it just yet, but all gamers not too far away from some big names at the very top of the leaderboard, so we'll see if they can try and convert into an actual massive comeback. So on the rest here, S2G also showing some signs of life, but Aurora, sure, they get 4 eliminations, but we know they needed way more. They're missing out by 3 points. Aurora, you can't afford to fumble here, otherwise that smash ruling is not going to be headed your way at all in PMMI.
Nope, not gonna happen here. Let's take a look at the second page. A lot of different names on there. One of them in particular, RRQ with 2 points. Now everybody's like, oh, just 2. But guess what? That 2 was just enough to put them into the Smash Zone. So now we have 3 teams that could end this tournament in just 1 single match. Let's take a look at the overall rankings, though. This is where our eyes are going to have to be locked on. Tiamba, of course, on top with a major lead. So at this point, Max, I think we can confidently say, if you want to win this tournament, you're going to have to do it via Smash Rule, because Tiamba have a massive point gap here. And there's 3 teams that can do it, Furia and RRQ. Looking at the bottom of the leaderboards, though, Max, like you mentioned, all gamers there with 104.
Yeah, genuinely 12 points. They're up there with the likes of Nongshim Red Force, RRQ, Furia, and Tiamba. So got to keep an eye out for the boys from China as your PL Spring champions. But I was going to say, the only way, actually, Furia could win it without a Smash ruling if they get a win. But then if they get a win, they win by Smash.
Exactly.
So that's something to keep in mind. But it could be the case for the likes of Nongshim and Aurora. If they get a big game, they could also look to close the gap between themselves and Tiamba on literally the penultimate game.
Well, this next game is going to be so important, right? Because all gamers, you talked about them, they're in 8th place, right? They could still win this tournament. They could, right? And that's if they get 12 points minimum in this next game and then win the last one, right? So it's still possible. For Influence Rage, you know, absolutely possible as well. Even going down to E Arena, right? They have 102 points. They need minimum 14 in this next game. So a lot of different possibilities here, guys. You know, will it happen? Can it happen? That's a different question, but it is possible. So we'll see just how this next Miramar is going to fare. It is going to be just a critical one. But at the end of the day, the only way for that to be possible is you're going to have to make sure Tiamba, Fudia, and RRQ do not win.
I feel like the MVP race is done, actually. Looking at the overall eliminations, that's a 10 elimination lead that's been created. I think it's done unless we see literally a 10 solo game happening for one of these players. Actually, it's really close. Top, Hyunbin and QXC, really close, 29, 29, and 28. Really good showing. As now, the other graphic for the damage, Top is going to be number 1. And actually, the gap has been closed significantly. It was almost like an 800 damage difference. But now QZZ is also going to be up there. Just literally only double-digit damage points away from Top. So that's pretty huge. Lorenzen's there. And then Flower H, for the very first time of the tournament, Hot Jukes, is going to be in the top 4 damage dealers with 6,197.
The trophy is within these players' grasps. You can see it on the looks on their faces. These guys are locked in, ready to go. The second to last match of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational Grand Finals is now. Here we go into Miramar.
Let's get it done. Let's see if we're going to get someone in our top 3 teams to get the win, or other contenders are looking to take them down and make it a total of 6 games played on the final day of the Macau Invitational Grand Finals. Here we go. Great shots. Taking a quick look at Partona of this Battlegrounds. And by the way, I did a little bit of research, Hot Jukes.
Okay.
So far, the current record, globally speaking, for PUBG Mobile Esports, with the amount of teams to make it in the Smash Zone, has been 3 that was reached, and actually was tied, but it was reached last year during the PMGC Grand Finals, with it was secured by Alpha 7, also Ulf, and Alpha Gaming back then, now Aurora. We could beat this record right now. It could be pushed up to 4, 5, maybe even 6 teams entering the Smash Zone, but of course, that is if our current top 3 lobby leaders do not get the win.
Oh boy. Well, let's see what ends up happening here. As we're going to see Fudia hop in the vehicle in the Marauder real quick and get moving here. Tianba going towards Valle del Mar. They're going to be all the way down south. And
sounds so nice. I love it. It's like ASMR. I don't know, man. I love it. It's great.
Yeah, I love to be able to use some of that Latino heat here, as the heat is going to be turned up to 11 in this circle, as it's going to be on the left side. Now, there is some unplayable area in this zone, so that's going to take up about 15% of it. But Tiamba are not going to have to move fast here because they're in this next circle.
But they're fine, right? It's going to be Valle del Mar. They drop there. There's literally... There's a massive wall to the west of them, so there's no potential threat of a team just wrapping behind you and instantly eliminating a few players on your squad. So they're fine. I actually really feel like this is going to be an easy early game setup for them. So Chamba set up pretty nicely. Furia looking at their position. They're Montenuevo. Not as close to the wall, so teams could easily surround them, but in terms of looting stage and position in the zone, they're looking pretty much set up for success, and same for Aurora. Is also in the play zone in Chumacera, so they're going to be having a good early stage. Actually, all 3 teams that are going to be in the Smash Zone are looking pretty comfortable because RRQ is in Picado. So all 3 of them, phase 1, unless a massive, literally first 5-minute breach happens, Hodrix, which I'm hoping does not happen, but if it does, that would be the only way for them to have a bad start, because otherwise the circle is being gifted to them.
Yes, it is. You got RRQ up in Pecado. That is right. You know what Pecado means?
What does it mean? What
Sin. Sin City.
What happened to LGD?
Mau Mau. Hello?
Was it the loot truck?
It was the loot truck! All right, they got a little bit too close for comfort, but hey, you know what? They're gonna be safe. But look at the player's streams. He's just like a little wipe on the forehead and just like, I hope they don't catch us on stream.
Yeah, sometimes you want the loot, but sometimes the loot fights back.
That's right.
Oh, that's fine. They get the full reset. It does suck a little bit though, because as you know, in PUBG Mobile, when you get knocked, the next time you get knocked, you bleed out a little bit faster. So it's a very funny, tiny mistake, but it actually could have a little bit of a knock-on effect in the later stages of the game. So doing it once is fine. Just don't do it twice, because then you're really going to bleed out fast later on in the game. Be careful.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully they get P90 for their troubles, man. Hopefully it'd be worth it.
Right? Get something extra. That thing hurt. But you know what? At least they'll make sure to get all their new armor. They'll be all set up. As right now, okay, teams just, getting looted, getting moving here. No kind of crazy rotations that we're seeing. This is just straight loot phase at this point. Fudia are dead center. RRQ, they already moved out of Pecado, and they're going to be moving towards Montenuevo. So they should be centering up. Now Tiamba are actually starting to make that charge up north too. So literally all the Smash teams, Max, are already pretty much in the center of this first circle.
Yeah, they're incredibly set up, as I talked about. And what's going on? The loot truck again? Round 2?
Not again.
Imagine just seeing the loot truck chasing down LGD. Like, actually, you know what? I feel like an absolute noob of a caster right now. I didn't know you could get knocked by an exploded loot truck. So that's news to me, because I've never been in CQC range of a loot truck when it explodes. I'm always like maybe 10 meters away. So that's some good information to have. And I'm sure LGD will never do that mistake again. They're going to stay clear from that loot truck. So good info to have.
Yeah, I found that out the hard way, personally.
Oh, you knew?
I blasted it with a shotgun and boom, dude, it blew up in my face. You know? But it is what it is. It is what it is. It was still a great game, regardless. Top ends up finding a level 3 vest. That was nice to see. And there goes Tianba. Milu. Looking for some high ground action. He's going to find it too. Igor is very, very close to him though. Got to be careful.
Igor would not stay. He would not stay here. I feel like they got. It's a pretty interesting split from Furia, by the way. They got the entire mountain range to the west, southern western side, should I even say, of Monte Nuevo. You see anyone get remotely close, you get any audio cue, that should be an instant regroup from Furia. And I'm actually kind of surprised that Igor is not already looking to pull the trigger on that move back to his squad mates. He's looking to linger, remain on the off angle. So be careful. Losing a player here, Furia, your odds of a winner chicken dinner will dwindle down pretty damn quickly. But it is not any team, by the way. It is Tianba. So this is really a fight, Hodgix, that these two teams don't want to take.
Nope.
Because that chicken dinner might just slip right under their nose if they lose a single player.
Yeah, if Milu can find the opening knock, though, he's going to take it. That's for sure. He wants that point. But Igor going to have to be a little careful here. Uh-oh. It's QZZ. Your biggest MVP contender getting very, very close to the side of Aurora. Throws a nade. Yeah, he just lets Doc know, hey, I'm here. You want some of this? No, he does not.
Good. Doc, the dockening, give it up. It ain't time for these memes. Just looking to reposition. Especially when Chumasera is so sent off the circle. I understand you want to scout, but I'm talking not just for Aurora, but really all the teams, even Furia and Tianba, the way they were playing is kind of like really proactive scouting. Scouting is great. I'd recommend doing it every game if you can. It's not worth trading information for players, right? If you can keep your entire team alive, it's better to keep your full team alive than being down to 3 and having extra information. Unless it's like a very extreme case scenario. Otherwise, for players, it's always more valuable than information in a lobby like this. Sigor looking to move the car, and I feel like he's not looking to regroup. He's just making a bit of noise, just making known this building has been occupied. Someone is here.
My building. My building.
So please leave.
Yeah, please get out of here, dude. Get out of here. Yeah, that's what everyone's doing. I like that. I like how these pro players, they just shoot shots and say, hey, this is taken, right? Because they don't want the fight. You know what I'm saying? They do not want to deal with an engagement here because and transitionally, if you have to end up into an engagement, you're going to get third-partied. So,
like for Firem, was that a misclick, or was it just him trying to take some shots to scare away what was down the east of them? BTR? I feel like it is just trying to make some sound to say, hey, we're ready to fight. Don't mess with us right now. It's phase 1. It's not worth it. You don't want to take the fight. We don't want to take the fight. Let's agree to disagree and just call it a day. And I feel like that's what RQ were trying to do, and I respect it. Though this circle for Tianba, actually, if you're Tianba, Hodgix, I would even say you drop Valle del Mar. Might as well just go straight back to the city and avoid all those northern and eastern teams pushing in phase 2.
I don't know, that the city's good, but that mountainside on the left side is like the best position in this circle.
It's good too. I agree.
Yeah, it's such a dominant position. So either or will work, but I think that mountainside's right. Yeah, you can tell they are taking it here. So Tianba are going to be rock solid for this circle positionally.
King of the mountain, king of the mountain. That's Tianba. Gotta be careful though, because this is pretty bad ridge to keep your car safe. I would say if you can find a better parking spot, that would be huge. But Fury are looking to just jump ahead of their location entirely, just cruising their way through the valley. And actually going for the mountain that you talked about, which as I was looking at the map, it actually kind of is a better option than Valle del Mar, so I fully agree. But Tianba, I feel like we're scared to have to go downhill, over the valley, back uphill. It's a bit of a risk, especially when you don't know where teams are going to rotate from and where they're going to stop. So, I get it for Tianba, and I do respect the approach. Suki from Weibo will be the first blood secured by Influence Rage, so keep in mind they could also look to make a little bit of a push in the Smash Zone. Now just 7 points away from 116. They could make it happen here on Miramar.
Yeah, you have to hit 116 and then win the next match. So this is the last chance for all these teams to reach that Smash Zone, and now Bay is looking to shut down the dreams of Influence Rage as they're trying to pick their team out. Lawrence is going to get thirsted 100%. Little boy getting pieced up. Yeah, this is just worst case scenario for Influence Rage.
Hey, Weibo, you know what? Sure, take the fight. You won it last year, PMHI. I don't think they want to be known as the team that were first and then literally last place in the finals. Just overtake S2G. I feel like that's really all they're aiming for, because the PMWC dream is pretty much dead in the water. The Arena, very aggressive. On 90 team, it's currently the lobby leaders, Tiamba. They can't afford to fumble Hot Jukes. They need a straight up, easy, landslide victory if they want to have a chance to go for the win. But the Arena, they're committed, they're aggressive. They want a piece of Tiamba.
QZZ now able to get the bounce nade down. Now E-Arena are going to have a good opportunity to get on in here. Joker knocks down QZZ. That's a huge initial knock. Milu is down. Tiamba is falling apart. This dominant position. E-Arena want it. They want the chicken dinner. And are they going to get it? They are. So E-Arena have eliminated Tiamba.
He just had a little hug there. He literally touched his character model before getting eliminated. But what an easy fight for E-Arena. Those grenades in particular just beautifully executed. That is how he made that position of Longhouse. The Influence Rage also involved in a bit of a, well, I would say cheeky skirmish. It's a really bad skirmish for them without Figurino, as he's getting surrounded. And not only by Weibo, it's also KRX wanting to get involved, looking to get an extra few points to maintain this comeback opportunity. As that's it, Influence Rage not getting anything done in this game. And actually, looking at the elimination feed and also the leaderboards, Nongshim Red Force reaching 116 points, Odrix. We now have 4 teams in that smash zone.
There we go. So if Nongshim Red Force win the next game, that is it. They will become your champions. Aurora, KRX, all looking to push into that smash zone as well. Man, this is going to be crazy. The next game, if we get there, is going to be wild.
Oh,
KRX though getting hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really bad. You just need 3 more points. Even if you get eliminated, it does not matter. Just 3 more points, KRX. And you'll not only overtake Aurora, but also join Nongshim Red Force, Fioria, RQ, and Tiamba up in the smash zone. RQ, they're also looking to go for the win, but they lost a member. Fioria also lost a member. As a 3-man, the result of a chicken dinner go down significantly, Hot Jukes. No more room for mistakes.
I want to see that KRX fight down on the bottom left. Show us that right now, because that is so important. If KRX get these 3 points, they will reach the smash zone. I can see him there with the nade. I'm going to be casting that little mini perspective. It looks like they did get a couple confirmations, but now can they get the next one? They're going for the res. Here we go. Shotgun play. Going up. I don't know why we're looking at Gen Boss. Meanwhile, KRX don't want to lose your players. They're going to get the confirmations on them. Oh, so KRX are going to lose those. But can he get this elimination? Let's see.
We'll see if he can get the reset on his teammate. That's going to be the hope. That's only 2 points, man. They don't want to pull an ROQ where they're just 2 points away. And he does secure it onto Bay. What a play. That pushes them up right up to 115. 1 point needed. If they can just survive to top 8, that will be them also joining the other teams in the smash zone. But over to another position here on the map. It's going to be Bigatron. In the middle pack of the leaderboards, 86 points. Still an opportunity to increase their prize pool winnings. As S2G here, it's going to be standing between them and an extra elimination point. Should be an easy one. With their utility, decent Molotov going to spread down on the concrete, trying to force him into a very small area. Bigatron, if you try to send at the same time an overwhelm loss, that should be an easy 1v3 scenario.
Yeah, inconsequential fight when it comes to leaderboards here, but a fun one to see regardless. Federales with the explosive bomb! Ooh, huge! All right, we got to see it. Gets lost. Very, very nice.
Sook is watching it from the lobby. He's like, I'm so proud. Now that's how you use an explosive bow. I mean, actually, it is a very good way to play it there because it's one of the few buildings where you can easily use the explosive bow on the roof inside and get that damage dealt. So that was a very, very tricky play, and he pulled it off beautifully. Well done indeed. Gem Fosto looking back at his POV, playing with the M1 Garand and just taking a few shots to show again they're willing to fight, scaring teams away. But really, looking back at the overall scheme of this game, as the circle's about to shift, Furia, will they be rewarded once more with a very central position? And it does go down south, actually, towards Valle del Mar. So yeah, if you're Tiamba, they didn't leave that previous location we talked about, Hodge, because we were kind of theory crafting. Where should they go? They didn't go anywhere that we expected, and by doing so, I feel like that was a mistake, and E-Arena instantly shut them down. That is a very unfortunate way for them to end this first Miramar.
Well, let's see what Aurora can do. How are they going to end it out? They need 3 more points to reach that smash zone. And I'm going to say it here, guys. If KRX don't get that one, if Aurora don't get, their chance of winning this is 0. There's no way they win this tournament. If they're able to get to that smash zone, they have a chance. Because all they got to do is win 1 game, and that's the last game of the day. Let's see what Aurora, though. Aurora, now, battling it out with D plus Kia.
Come on. I don't even care if Aurora win or not. I just want to see 6 teams in the smash zone.
Me too.
KRX need 1. 3 more points needed for Aurora. Even if they get fully eliminated after this fight, they just need 3 points secured on D+. This would be a record-breaking global event if we can get 6 teams over 116 points. And meaning a third of the lobby would be in the Smash Zone.
Yep.
The likelihood of us getting an actual Smash, internationally speaking, the very first of its kind, Hot Jukes, would be through the roof. We need to see it happen. This is maybe one of the only opportunities we'll have this year of this situation going down.
And it's not a big ask. It really isn't. KRX just needs 1 point. Aurora needs 3. Can they get it, though? Man, if Aurora doesn't reach Smash Zone here, it'll be just one of the biggest fall-offs. I mean, they were a lock for it coming into today, but just 4 matches in, hardly putting up anything on the board. Can they do it now?
They're being very cautious. I mean, really good use of the ridge from Aurora because they see that D+ don't have circle advantage. Same for BTR at
Third
North.
party?
And as they see D+ getting peppered, getting knocked, they want to try and steal away that point. Oh, this is good from top. Really good response. We don't want to take that line of sight. We just want to try and get that elimination for free. We don't care how we do it. And Ace coming out, and it gets that knock confirmed. That's Yol now pushing them up from 3 points away from the Smash Zone, now down to 2. And Chips instantly, knowing that position is nadeable, looking to go down below in this ridgeline. Two more. Can they secure those eliminations, Hot Jukes? Can they make it happen?
2 more. That's all they need. Doc moving around. They should be able to. I think they have the gun skill to do it. It's just got to make sure you put yourself in a good position. Don't spread yourself out too thin. This is 2 different teams you're fighting here. Reefus all the way in the back line, not able to really help out his team just yet. Okay, let's figure out what they're going to do. Doc moving up towards Bigatron. You know, he's itching to fight.
Oh, this is bad. KRX down to just a solo player. If he gets eliminated, that's it. They won't enter the 116-point club as D+ Kia looking to go for a quick surround play, trying to wrap it all around the side of Aurora. And Doc is just solo up north against the entirety of BTR. The docketing, will it work out in their favor or will it be their downfall? As Top going for the cheeky jump shot, trying to get something. God, he does get the damage. It's Reefus.
One more.
Connects onto Noble. They confirm it. And with that said, they gave himself 3 eliminations. We wait for the leaderboards to update, and Aurora will enter the Smash Zone. And now just looking for the flex as they eliminate the entirety of D+.
They got it going on here. Aurora have reached the Smash, and where are they going to end up in this game? That's going to be the question. So now it's up to KRX with 1 player up to get 1 more singular point. But now Aurora have woken up. They are starting to dominate this lobby. The next zone, though, does go away from them. They're going to have to get looted up, and they're going to get going really, really quickly here.
I'm not even playing the game, and I'm feeling just so much pressure right now. Of course, looking at this, if Aurora or Noxian Red Force get the win, it will not count towards the Smash ruling taking effect. The only teams that can really smash right now would be RRQ and Furia. You can see that with the little target symbol on the rankings. Only those 2 teams can end the tournament on this 5th game of the day. And Furia actually talking about their position. They're in circle. They got a great valley spot. It's really hard to breach. They just want to try and zone teams away. One of those teams being actually RRQ, the other team that could end the tournament right now. Any casualties would be massive as Lepar, out of nowhere, just finding Razak on BTR. Whew, these guys just constantly fighting. Even in a bad position, they can still take home some points.
Uh-oh, trying to catch Sweats and Squad, trying to reach that Smash Zone as well. They're not out of the race for it just yet. 106 points. They got to cross the road, though. Turney K able to make it to safety. How about the last one? Here comes Mormon. And he should be able to make it as well. So E-Arena forced to do a northern wrap rotation. Does look like they are able to get to somewhat safety, but they're going to have to battle it out with Al-Ula and Claws up on the north side.
By the way, quick map update. QXC, the sole survivor of KRX, he's inside Valle del Mar, so he's just trying to survive. And I feel like from that position, he's looking really safe. There's no team behind him except for Aurora. If he doesn't get spotted, I feel like KRX will also make it to 116 points. It's looking very likely unless a massive upset happens. Al-Ula, really strong defense onto E-Arena. That ridge push-up is instantly getting punished.
Quick.
So quick, getting himself another one. And Al-Ula really today just waking up, getting so many big fights. It started on Rondo and it continues on the Dusty Dunes. As E-Arena suffering, meeting their maker here as Mormon, the last player, just looking to go for a quick reposition, maybe leave the entire ridge. But I don't think Al-Ula are going to let it happen, and I also think they should not let it happen. We need to see them go a little bit more on the offensive.
Yeah, Al-Ula need to go crazy. They can still enter Smash, but they really need to almost wipe out this whole lobby and win the game.
Wait, by the way, Aurora just jumped up in 2nd place off the back of that fight. So that even if we do not have a Smash ruling, Aurora they could secure the silver medal. But we know these guys have gotten the silver medal so many times in the past. It will not be enough.
Silver Kings.
To quench their hunger. They want to go the entire way. Come on, we need to see them get the points. But they're losing everyone. It's down to just one. I believe that's them fully eliminated. As Reefus gets taken on out. It's down to just a solo, actually. The win is done.
Yeah, the win is done. That is Aurora out of there. So now we're going to be looking at the rest of the lobby.
Down in the valley. They got a few neighbors here in Furia and BTR as Nopeko spotted. Again, a player that goes out so early in these recent games for RRQ. Not looking too good. The Furia now kind of left alone. They've been chilling, able to really play that ridgeline. He got in particular being very adventurous with a cliff position. Maybe one nade if he has it. He does have one piece of utility right onto Genfos. Could be massive as the circle is gifted over to Al Ula. BTR also got a decent position to call home. Out of all these teams, who knows who's going to get it? But we did see also in a few seconds ago, KRX got eliminated. It will be only 5 teams in the Smash Zone in this final game.
And down goes Genfos. So RRQ will not smash in this one. It's all up to Furia. If Furia win this game, it is all over. So Furia eliminates RRQ. That pushes them up to 2nd place. Igor. You could, yeah, just look at him. Keeping an eye out on the rest of these teams. They got a really good position in the zone. They can make it work.
They definitely could, but with the low ground, it's definitely a massive advantage created for Al Ula. As all gamers here over down to the southern side, leaving Valle del Mar. It's going to be Thunder Talk, but really Thunder Talk need points if they want to make PMWC, but I just don't see it happening. All gamers, the beast has awoken inside them, and they've been taking so many big fights back to back in these last 2 games. They don't even need to get anything done, Hot Jukes, if they want to make it to Paris. Their position is already locked in. But just for the fun of it, they take down Thunder Talk, and that's a top 6 for them. Really not getting anything of value done this match.
Man, all gamers, though, they can reach the Smash rule real quick. The Smash Zone, at least. If they win this game, or even just do a little bit more here. Only 6 more. Actually, no. Yeah, they can. They can. They have to win this game with some more eliminations.
Not even win it. A 2nd place would be enough if they purely get placement points, or even just a top 5 with eliminations, which they are in top 5, right? So actually, yeah, I kind of forgot about all gamers entirely for a big portion of today, which is my bad. Which is definitely my bad, because they are making it happen. It's not over for your PL Spring Champions. But I feel like this is tough because there's so many teams you have to pay attention to. Anyone can take it home. This is one of the toughest tournaments as a cast, I would say, Hodrix, because there's too many storylines, literally all intertwined and clashing at the very end. We just don't know what's going to go down at the very bitter moments of these games.
Yeah, I mean, Al Ula, if they take out everybody and win the game, they reach Smash Zone, right? All gamers right there, they could do it. Furia win this game, it's over, right? It's the only team that really can't do anything is Bigatron at this point. So Razak getting knocked by all gamers, that's going to help them out, that's for sure. But let's just see what happens here.
Yeah, BTR not looking too good. Hyunbin, MVP contender, rocking up good Molotov inside of that building. And BTR, all the control has just been completely lost. The grasp on this game has been completely denied. And that's going to be another Molotov by XEY this time. But though he doesn't have time to flush it out, it's Nongshim Red Force for the win. Keeping all 4 members in a very healthy position. The Furia looking for the 3rd party. We saw earlier, it's very nadeable. They get 1, get a 2nd. Nongshim Red Force. They still making a Smash Zone, but the chicken dinner here, it's looking to be taken away by Furia. That could, again, end the tournament right now as they reach the top 4.
Furia's on a tear. They are on the move right now. Now it's, Chief getting knocked by Hyunbin and gets thirsted. That is huge to the side for the whole lobby here. As Silence and Igor, it's up to them to make something happen. 1v2 situation. Hyunbin holding the angle. Igor throwing that molly into the building. That's going to shut down that angle. He is actually on fire, and that is Nongshim Red Force out. Furia with 2 players up. Gonna try to steal this chicken dinner away and the whole tournament away from everyone.
The circle is not looking too good for Furia, and really good play from Hyunbin. He flushes out Chief, meaning it's not a trio, it's down to a duo, and it's the man advantage headed the way of all gamers and Al Ula. It's looking bad for all gamers, as you said earlier, right? If they do go the entire way, Smash Zone is available. They could make it 6 teams entering the 116-point club. As great spray from Silence, making the numbers of all gamers dwindle. But in that position, it still seems like a pretty reasonable spot, so I'm not too scared. All gamers should remain as a full team. But the team that scares me the most really is Al Ula from the high ground position, looking really comfy in Phase 7. Might be the case in Phase 8. They can just rain absolute hell upon every single one of the enemy players.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, the whole lobby has to realize that where Fudia is, right? They have to know, okay, Fudia's still alive. They are down there. So, honestly, the smart thing is all gamers and Al Ula just focus right here on this position. Take them out. Allow yourselves a chance to continue in.
Group A, the group of doom here, Max, man. I mean, this is absolutely a stack squad.
Yeah, I mean, Group A is looking insane. Of course, we'll look at some of the names that are going to be on that group, but come on, out of every single region, we have so many region champions here in this tournament. 5 regional MVPs here also for this group happening today. So, man, this is going to get real hectic in these 6 matches.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at the format in a bit. I don't want to spoil anything, so we'll wait for it.
Let's go. Let's take a look right here, right now. You can see it, guys, right? We got right now Group A, the top 6 teams are going to be going straight to those finals here, Max.
Yeah, of course, finals, that's where you want to be at the end of today's 6 matches. But of course, the bottom 2 do get fully eliminated. So normally you're like, oh, group stage, it's chill, you're making it to the next stage. No, if you underperform significantly, 7, you're fully out, but the middle teams will go straight into that survival stage.
And if you think this group stages are cutthroat, wait until we actually see what's going to happen at the survival stage, because it's not going to be the top 6. It's actually going to be the top 4 that are going to be moving over to the grand finals, and then we'll have our sweet 16 teams on those grand finals June 6 and June 7. Jukes?
Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. I'll tell you one thing, boys. I do not want to be in that survival stage. That's for sure, right? I mean, this is going to be so crucial for the squad. And one thing, Max, I know that you want to mention something.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the finals, you might have realized that's 2 days only.
That's right.
That's a bit short, isn't it? And also, we got the Smash ruling in play.
Yes, so we could actually end up seeing just only 8 matches.
Only 8 matches is crazy. Yeah, you know what? We got some serious cheddar on the line here. $500,000 here for just a few days of work here, 7.
Some players are going to be making it rain, not only with those $500K, but also my favorite point of all time that I always have to mention, that 1 point per elimination, because it is going to be 6 matches. It is going to be so compact, and we have seen through the years how much that 1 point per elimination comes into play, either teams getting disqualified by just 1 point or going to a tiebreaker too.
I've seen so many regional tournaments where even if you remove the placement points of a team, they're still in number 1. Like literally, off of eliminations alone, they could become your champions. But of course, $500,000 on the line. And keep in mind, it's not just about PMGO Season 1. Also, if you do well in this tournament, chances are you will be qualifying later on for PMWC. So there's not just money on the line, also a spot in one of the biggest tournaments of the year.
How much money?
$3 million.
Baby, well, hey, you know what? You got to be able to make it through this. And these are our participating teams. We got some serious squads here, Max.
I mean, I'm especially happy for South Asia. Hora is here. Train to Kill are here. Finally, we do have Nepal back in the global. We had no Nepali teams in PMGC 2025. They took a while, but remember back in PMWC 7 last year, Hora did really well for themselves. Maybe they can bring that heat back at PMGO.
No cursing this time, no choking this time. It's time for them to show us what they got. And not only that, I'm happy to see some of the other teams there from Southeast Asia. And the one that I'm looking at is none other than Team Flash, because this is going to be their 2nd global event. And I'm hoping that confidence is going to shine.
And they're going to wait for the airdrop to come down to save them again.
No. All right, let's it was a lucky one. It's not going to happen again.
I mean, during the qualifying stage, Team Flash did great, right? It was just, you know what? It takes a little time to get warmed up, get things going here. And you can just see also we got some squads from the other side of the globe, Max.
I mean, looking at Turkey in particular, you got 5 teams, which are of course some big names, but Ulf 2nd place, right? Going back in PMGC of last year. They were so close, yet so far, losing out barely to Alpha 7. And now with also Kelsey on the team, I'm telling you, Ulf, they're going to be hungry for that trophy, for that championship title here on the global stage. So Ulf going to be a big contender for the entirety of PMGO Season 1.
Talking about another Turkish team, S2G, no longer having to do a hashtag invite S2G on social media. They were actually able to qualify based on their skill, and I'm hoping that that skill is going to showcase here in PMGO Season 1.
They're in the same group as Alpha 7, and we know there's a little bit of drama over on Instagram, but keep in mind also HamCG on that team has won here in Jakarta in the past with S2G in that PMGC, so who knows, maybe he's going to have that area advantage here in Indonesia.
Dude, I'll tell you what, there's been tons of drama online here. I love it. This has been so intense coming up to this year's first major event, and you can see the different time zones, and also, again, 7, look at that, the group stage, just 2 days. Group A today, Group B tomorrow.
Cutthroat, honestly. That's what it comes down to. Just absolute cutthroat. You're only going to be able to play 6 matches. I can't wait to see how some of these teams are going to get started, because this situation, if for everybody currently watching at home, we'll be able to get a chance to see it earlier, the matches that we're going to be playing, but every map counts. You cannot sleep on any match. If you do have a bad match, you got to be able to bounce back. You cannot go onto a downtrend with only 6 matches to play.
Yeah, and you can see here, this is that Group A, guys, right? You can just see the different names. So much work that has to be done right here. One team, though, we got to talk about. And Max, I'm going to ask you about this, right? Because we are in Indonesia, right?
Yes.
Team Panda, right? Had a breakout year this year.
I mean, won right away from the get-go in PMGO Indonesia, able to win in the last game on Rondo. And we know Rondo is going to be very important in the format of PMGO Season 1. But everyone on the team is looking insanely good, able to qualify in the last game just over PMGO. And even then, going into PMGO SEA, they didn't have to perform well because they were already in, and yet they still made in top 5. So this is a team that's a lot of momentum and looking strong here.
Hey, well, speaking of strong teams, right? 7, I know you want this one here. Alpha 7 is here, and they got a big goal they are hunting.
2026 might be the year that we might establish the greatest team so far in PUBG Mobile Esports. We're talking about a PMWC champion. We're talking about a 2025 PMGC champion. And if they're able to get that Grand Slam, Max, honestly, the best team of all time.
I mean, PMGO, if they make it happen here, I think the GOAT status could be in the cards for the likes of Alpha 7. I feel like you in particular will be happy to call them that, I think.
Yes, 100%. I'll get to Brazil.
Yeah, but of course, looking at the other teams, you have S2G here. We already talked about it, right? This organization has won in the past here during PMGC in Indonesia, Jakarta. Different roster, right? Except for HamCG. Are we going to see them try and reclaim that past glory? Because they failed to qualify to a lot of global events as of recently. So that's a team that we know has a lot of expectations. They need to perform.
And we were talking about Team Flash earlier. I mean, you can see the top 16 PMGC. I know it looks bad, okay? But that team wasn't even supposed to be there because of that crate that you were talking about, Max. But they got that confidence. And so far, I want to see what Win, the standout player for this squad, is going to be able to do here in Group A.
It's actually very interesting because off the back of PMGC alone, they've got so many fans now. Like, this team came out of nowhere just last year, realistically, and now just dominating out of nowhere. So Flash looking like a potential contender for that #1 spot.
Well, you know what? They're going to have to do it here quick, guys. These are today's matches. Normally, we're just like, yeah, it's okay. This is what we normally play. But I'll tell you what, this is it, right? So 1 rondo will be played, and that could be make or break for so many of these teams here, 7.
It is the make or break for a lot of teams, especially for teams that like to start hot and stay in that momentum. They need to be able to get those eliminations. Now, I don't want to see a team end up camping and not end up getting any eliminations. And I'm calling it out right now because that's just not gonna work, especially on just 6 matches on one day. I need to see at least minimum 5 eliminations and try to get into a top 5. And I definitely have some teams in my head.
Hey, Hotrix, he said the C word. He said camping. You can't say that.
That's right.
That's illegal.
That's illegal.
We used to camp before. Oh, that team.
Exactly. Well, you know what? Rondo is so incredibly important here, guys, because I mean, one good solid Rondo match could just lock you in for that next stage. And one team in particular I know that you were really impressed with when it comes to Rondo is Aura, right?
I mean, Aurora have been looking really good onto that one. I mean, so many teams have been able to really hard focus their strategy on that one. But Aurora, they hot drop you in, and they have this really cool strategy. Top goes for the quick recall, and then they kind of alternate the entirety of that hot drop to try and just get as many players as possible in that city to get, of course, high eliminations. But they're not the only one. There are just so many teams that on Rondo are looking so damn good.
I mean, some of those teams, 4 Thrives. We gotta talk about Fourth Thrives a little bit, because this squad is usually a squad that ends up performing really, really well on the first rondo of a tournament. They have won it in the past, and I'm hoping that that's gonna continue. And I'm intrigued because you and I were talking to them, Max, and they were still trying to figure out who was the player that was gonna go to recall. They said T24, somebody ended up saying IQ. Let's see what actually ends up happening for that squad.
I think Falak also wanted to be the recall
Do
player.
not send Falak to the recall.
He's the South Asia MVP. Put him in the fight.
You're going to send your best player to a recall? I'm actually going to be livid if that happens.
Okay, but genuinely, we talk to so many players, coaches, analysts in the background. So many teams are so adamant this event to commit to the hot drop, because you go for the 3-1 split. You lose 3 players, guess what? You got a second chance at life. You can still get a bunch of points on board. But if you do get a good rondo, that one map alone here, Hotchukes, could be a one-way ticket straight into the finals.
Hey, speaking of, we're talking to some of these players and coaches, right? I know you got a chance to talk with Coach Knight before this got started. He kind of told you what he was kind of thinking about rondo, right?
So they want a hot drop, but passively. It might sound a bit weird. So they want a hot drop from a distance around, right?
Which team, boys?
Hopefully none of the players are listening and getting the strats. But no, they want to actually third-party it from a distance and maybe send it when teams are at their weakest.
And for everybody that doesn't know, where Knight coaches, where does Knight coach?
Furia.
There you go. And it is a super experienced coach. Now, some of the other squads that I actually want to keep an eye on, it's going to be GOAT, because GOAT, even though they ended up getting that second place in ECA finals, this was actually one of their weakest performing maps. They ended up getting an average placement of 12th place in only 6 eliminations. And when you actually convert that into just points, ladies and gentlemen, it's just the elimination points. That means you end up with just 6 points, and that's just not going to cut it in the situation that we're currently here in PMGO Season 1.
They can do well on Rondo the day we have the hovercraft on Rondo. Moxie loves that hovercraft, but it's only on the Wrangler and Miramar right now, so maybe a future update.
But it looks like we are about to get started here for match number 1. It's Rondo, the only one we're playing today here, 7.
I'm excited. I want to see those plane paths. Are we going to be getting a double plane path?
Give me a double plane on top of Neox Factory? Oh, it's a single one. But it is on Yulin and Test Track. It is reachable, so meaning Yulin, Neox is going to get real busy here.
And something that we got to keep an eye on, too, for some of these drops is I wonder if anybody is going to be targeting those solo players. Because this is something that we saw happen last year. And I think, Max, if I'm not mistaken, you were talking about this, too, off the stream, before we even started here. I think it's going to end up happening.
I think if you want to try and weaken a potential competitor for that top 6, it's maybe the best way to do it. Send 3-4 players on one solo. Unless it's Refus, you might win it.
Not only that, I mean, you might end up just getting a full squad elimination, and if you don't have to worry about the squad anymore because that's the last player of them trying to get that recall, it could end up working out massively in your favor. Now, let's go look at some of the drops here that we're seeing. We're seeing Pandem there with the 3-1. Any jumps that are currently just popping out to you, Max?
As of right now, no, we're just seeing real hectic drops on Yulin. Test Track, Neox Factory is going to be reached by a few of the squads. I'm not seeing Aurora right now. Where did Aurora go?
That's the question. You can see Alpha 7, they got a whole spot to themselves right there. They're looking good, but the action has begun. Let's take it to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Thank you very much, guys. Over on the desk, we're already on board with Furia here, down on the south side near Yulin Gardens. These hot drops are popping off. We're ready for the action, Black.
We're ready. We're in it. Welcome to PMGO Season 1. We're here in Indonesia. It's going to be a fantastic little time here for us. Furia, like we just said, aggressively, passively, hot dropping, a different type of style that seems to be working out quite well at the start here at least.
Ooh, Ayala doesn't even need to be the one to pull the trigger. Another player from 721. Gonna get clipped down now. They're on 1 player alive, but remember, they can't go for those recalls. They do have a player over towards Hangshan. They will be back in the fight. Furia wanting to stay alive as 4, trying to play it 3 on the spot here. And it looks like they're gonna survive in the center of this one with Aurora potentially around the corner.
Indeed. I mean, Aurora was able to pick up at least one of the eliminations there. They were able to get 2 on board. 1 player fairly low on HP. You've got Doc over towards the eastern side of this. He's playing in just underneath Neox Factory. He has himself a recall beacon there to work with, but it is Ida. Swain going down here. This is over on the other side of the map. This is far over towards the northeast. This is around Test Track Neox Factory.
Alola locking horns with Ida in Test Track. It looks fairly deserted, actually, over towards Test Track to what we may have expected here. Yulin is popping off, but even then, a lot of teams sending out to the 4 wins blank. It seems like maybe people have decided to take a little bit more of a reserved approach here. 4 Thrives, do take a knock on the forefront against Hora as the regroups look to come on through, but I'm not expecting anyone to go down just yet, Blank. There are so many opportunities to go for these recall beacons.
Falak taking the knock there and the flush, but we're happy to see him in the fight. A bit of a weird one here for Thrives, because this is the team that quite likes to drop over towards Neox Factory. They gave up on that. They've moved down towards that southwest side, towards Yulin. I think part of that is choosing that plane path. Not really ideal to go over towards Neox Factory, but it is funny. You only get 2 teams there, and I think it's exactly like you say, John. Teams are really taking today at face value in terms of it being incredibly difficult to mitigate that variance. So the way to do it here is you play a slow rondo. You try and get as many consistent points as possible. You ignore those teams getting all these points in the early game and hope you can make it towards that late game.
But someone is potentially going to earn a whole lot of points. Furia wanting to add 1 more to the tally with Joel going down. Aurora going to have to go for another recall there. Top, we saw him earlier beam down a player on the southwest side, and it looks like they're not really going to go for those rotates. They do have quite a decent position closer to the circle. Might look to try and recall up there. Boars in the meantime, Blank a little bit further over towards Stadium, west of Neox Factory, are going to be back and forth with S2G. Now, Boars seem to be on the back foot. The nades pouring on in through the windows. They are answered, but nothing really finding its mark right now. Finally, some damage come through from a nade, but Vagnazada's on the back. Snowix playing it quiet on the ground floor, might be able to catch a player unawares, and nearly Vagnazada goes down, but no, he just about stays alive on a sliver. Snowix still holding his nerve, waiting for a corner to turn, not going to hop in just yet. Spots one as he darts through the window. I don't think that they saw him in response either, Blank. And he's waiting. He hears these footsteps. Huge. One on the broadside. Looks for another. Second to breach through. It's from the back. He needs to worry, though. And now he'll be back into the plane almost immediately on the recall.
Yeah, it does go down now, unfortunately, but almost had the slip on them. I think Snowix has been putting a huge amount of work behind the scenes alongside Vagnazada as well as Robs. You know, this team has really been trying to get things into contention. Terminus looks like a good player on the team, but I do think this guy needs to bring the levels up a little bit to closer towards Robs as well as the other boys on Boars. But overall, a pretty good team. Pandem now up against the Flash. A similar situation they faced before here. Win on the front side towards Zeus, sending some nades in over towards Leo.
Pandem with 3 players in location. Here to test track, just on the outskirts of it. Team Flash. Putting nades forwards. Furia getting lit up in the Elim feed in the meantime as well. Jubran holding the cross, doesn't quite spot the player. The smoke bloomed in time. The shotgun now around the corner, jousting back and forth, and Jubran able to win out that trade. And able to get away pretty healthy as well there. Nice and tight amongst it. Team Flash going to lose 1. Zeus is down, but they can definitely still get him back up. They just need to make their way to a recall tower. As the hop forwards for Leon, trying to get some more extracted from Team Flash. If they can keep these points coming on through, they're looking to try and raise the bar on Rondo.
And they are. Flash went down to a 3-man in their final match in their region, but was still able to put up a fantastic performance, getting themselves that #1 spot. So going down to 3-man here, it doesn't feel like it's going to hurt them too much. They are up against Pandem at the moment, though, who are doing a good job to pen them in. Win looks to hit this challenge well, but won't quite find it. Luckily, Bozy is here as backup. We'll find one player in Leon's.
Hopping through the window now, a 1 versus 1, Jubran versus Bozy. Not too important to go for the res here. Will actually allow the flush. More important to be on the trigger, but he's not going to be able to find it. Pandem win out the fight with 3 players alive. They will again get Leon back up. They win out the trade. 3 elims on the tally for Pandem.
Tapping the shots off here as well. I'd say that's a little bit of vindication felt for them there after their last matchup against Flash in their region. But good stuff. Aurora. This is a team that a lot of players are very worried about, and a lot of fans at home are cheering for. They're a slow starter usually, but the 5 elims they have so far, not a very good indicator for that. It looks like they're coming off the blocks looking very, very speedy.
Yeah, and over towards Yulin Gardens. They only have Horror to deal with now, but they might want to get a move on fairly soon with the circle moving up towards the north side. clearing this one out is going to be great. They add a 6th point to that tally blank, and they are looking pretty fearsome. Reefus leading the charge with 3 elims already, doing a lot of work for the roster. And they'll be happy with that. Horror looking to get those recalls out. They've got an outpost over on the east side. But the recall towers are going to start to get occupied towards the center of the circular area. So you might have to go a little bit further afield to get your players back now.
I love the way that Aurora has developed over the years, where you've got the likes of Doc, Top, Zyol on that team, all players with huge name value, and it was always Reefus. It felt like he was catching them up all the time. This guy is now full-blown MVP caliber. From his 4-man nade in the final match to hit the smash, to now looking extremely good on the main stage with 3 elims and finding himself 1 more there. It just looks phenomenal. 7 elims for Aurora Gaming. Oh, I think they're going to be just going straight for it today.
With a west shift on the circle, they do have access to the southwest portion of this zone that a lot of teams may not be able to get to quite fast. But Aurora have been fighting this whole time. They haven't been grabbing those vehicles. They are a lot less mobile now, and that is what they should be worried about. Teams are going to start to get in front of them.
Now, we haven't had much chance to actually talk about the circle, to talk about the rotations. That's understandable. It is Rondo. It's action-packed. But what we're looking at right now for Aurora, it's not a terrible rotation in for them on the western side. They can make their way up, swing through, they're right on the edge. Most teams are playing on the northeast here, which is a little bit strange considering that initial playing path. I think Aurora Gaming, though, they've kind of taken out a lot of their competition on this southwest side. Obviously, they'd like to see another south shift on this one if they want to get something good done, but I like this heavy rotate coming in from Boars. They are quick, they are fast to the mark, straight towards the center of the circle. On this western side, a little bit of terrain to play around with.
And they've got that, I think they're on control of a recall as well, so a nice position to stop teams, if not use it for themselves, to stop other teams from using it. A very important position to hold on that southwest point, potentially very profitable. Oh, the EMP zone's just popped up blank on the north.
Yeah, EMP zone's going to be a bit of an issue for some of our teams, especially on that northern side. It has limited rotations a little bit, makes it slightly more difficult to make that full send towards the center. Dissipated now, so teams can start to get themselves a little bit of a move on. Alpha 7 is marshalling that north side right now, though. They've got E-Arena underneath them. E-Arena, definitely not a team to be scoffed at either. Looking fantastic at the moment. But in this game, 0 points. Nothing found just yet. But they are a full 4-man. They are towards the center of the circle. Hope they can start to pop off a little bit soon.
There's only one team with 2 players alive, and that is Team Flash, who are struggling to get a recall, it seems. They're up on the north side near Stadium, so they could potentially go in there. In the meantime, Alola and Furia. Ooh, what a turnaround there, quick. Able to do a lot of damage to Furia. This is over near the south point of Test Track as well. And the recall opportunities are going to start to become a little bit slimmer over time. Alola on the front foot of this fight, but a nice nade from Chief, able to get an answer back in through the door. And that's going to maybe slow Alola down on their roll. Furia happy to see a little bit of a falter in the step. But can either team swipe fully through the other roster blank? It, again, as I say, may be impossible now to go for these recalls with the density of teams we're seeing.
Yeah, it gets very difficult. You need to have full control of that position to make it happen. Circle does move over towards the eastern side, which gives a real good chance towards our teams on that center edge. Looks very good for the likes of S2G. Ida also moving in. Our Turkish teams mainly, it seems here, are having a good time of it.
Chief for more, able to find one on the hop. Needs to get back behind cover. That was risky going for the flash, but it comes off good. And now Chief with a second challenger. Might have to try and find something pretty deep on this one. Furia branching out all the way into the blue to try and make it work. Quick wants to shut him down on the inside, but Chief's not giving up without a fight. Won't go down without swinging once or twice, but will fall in the end. Not able to do the damage to get another knock there, and Alola claimed the south side of Test Track.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, that is a really, really hard fight to win as well. For Alula, that's what I would call an upset. But the boys over on Furia, it's kind of the successors to the Team Liquid squad, right? They have some extremely good players on that team, but not being able to win against Alula is a rough position to be in there. But they should be able to get themselves back up on their feet, back into action. They're down towards the south side, got themselves a bit of a recall towards Igor as well as Ayala.
Got to find a spot to go for it though, Blank, and that's not super easy right now. Team Flash are trying to send on through. They only have 2 players, and they are putting all of their eggs into this basket on the south side, trying to get through this roadblock. Maybe make their way out towards a recall, potentially, over towards Yulin, maybe? That's still technically open, but no, okay. They're committing to playing as 2.
Just play the shack here.
4 units already.
Yeah, it's the best thing you can do. I think, honestly, once you get to this stage of the game, you're sort of forced to play this sort of style, try and get as many points as possible, confirm yourself up towards that top 6, which will get you through from the groups. Look at the map feed, though. It's a strange part of the map, honestly. You look over towards that western side, a lot of fielded areas around here, around Boars. For Boars, I think it's most important for them to clear this portion of the map. They will likely be looking over to 4 Thrives. Falak has just arrived on the scene towards their northwest. If they can clear him, their movement over towards the east becomes a little bit easier.
Alola now have to fight through Aurora with their outposts. A lovely shot from, actually, this comes through from Reefus. Okay, I thought it was top. It turns out it's Reefus. You were singing his praises earlier. He wants a little bit more of that sauce. He's going to layer it down on top of Alola. 1 more player on the inside there, trying to make their way through.
Nightmare.
4 players are alive for Alola, and there's potential for them to still get a recall, but it's going to be really, really tough, as it will shut down an opportunity. The backline's being solidified as well by Doc for Aurora, playing that more adjusted, supportive role.
It's a great position to play for Doc as well. He's playing elevation right now. He's gathering as much information as possible. They're mainly looking to control this southeast side. Once again, the circle moves away from them, up towards that north edge, towards Team Vicious. Now, Team Vicious actually has a surprisingly damn good squad. The likes of Narvala on side, Koa, a lot of names you'd recognize from Western Europe, playing from a different region this time around. But this is a good squad. I like the way that they formed this team. It seems like they've got a lot of synergy on board as well from watching their regionals.
See if they can bring that to bear on the world stage. Alola still going for this fight. Yasa is down, but R38 wanting to find those angles a little bit faster. Aurora do have to leave this position, Blank, so it's not really a holdout at this point. 721 having a tough time against Go, as they are getting lit up. The nades, the volleys are just sailing on in, unless S2G as well chiming in. Okay, yeah, Vicious are there to party too. It is a tough spot, and I don't really see 721 getting out of this.
Yeah, it's sort of like mini Hungshan, honestly, over towards this side of the map. It's an area that can hold quite a lot of teams inside of it, but it's pretty sparse, pretty open, not too fun to play around with. So for teams getting over here, it's a bit of a mad send. 4 Thrives, though, they do manage to get a send on towards the north side of things. They're currently playing with 2 players, though, which is a tough thing. I think that for 4 Thrives, a bit of survival options right now. Having Falak up and alive, though, is useful. Those CQC grenades are going to come mighty handy for the squad right now.
Oh, you're definitely going to need them. Aurora on the send out. They're happy with their tally of 7. They're going to move away from the test track South Point and move over to a really important part of the map. They've just gone straight central and unchallenged.
Yeah, unchallenged indeed. A lot of scouting coming through from top, apparently. He saw the lines. He saw the vision. Moved straight through. There was absolutely no clap back from any other squad. Retaliation nowhere to be seen. Aurora Gaming moves in. They've dropped a ton of emergency cover flares here. They're trying to light up the lobby in a big way. They've taken quite a bit of damage so far, down towards half HP at the moment, but they're looking to recover on this. Doc consistently having to move around the edges of the Doritos.
And these are the angles that you were talking about, being so surprised that weren't clapping. That's Panda and that's Alola on the north and on the east. Just doing nothing to slow them down. Really interesting approach to that one. Boars are going to crash into the compound in the meantime as S2G look to defend. A nice opener, 1-for-1 on the trade. Boars are happy to storm through the gates here, but they may lose Terminus in the process. A nade in, looked like it might have done a little bit more, and there's more shots ringing out over towards S2G as Horror get involved out towards that east side, and in he goes. Robs with the shotgun. Name a more fearsome duo.
Hey man, we were talking to him before the event started. We were talking about the shotgun, saying he's the shotgun king, and he said, I'm going to deliver this tournament. And he certainly has already from the inside of the building. He's a terrifying player to come up against if he's got an S12K, if he's got a pump shotgun, and if he's got the DBS, you are in trouble.
S2G, S2 going, S2 gone. They are the first team to drop here in a vital map. And they are not going to be too happy about that one. So we'll see if Ida can keep the banner running for Turkey.
It's kind of an interesting one as well. What a nade from SnowX over the top. It lights Horror up. They were not expecting that one. High ground control completely eliminated there. But for Boars, it's interesting because S2G, they had a run-in with them earlier. They must have known the general path they took. They were able to recuperate, restabilize, and get straight back into the mix. Good stuff from Boars.
And they get the points to prove it. And they're on the south side now with the circle shifting up north. Will have to make a dash for it. Fury are moving in on the west side. Could be a challenge into the center of the circle there as well. Might be dangerous to make these maneuvers. Horror trying to go toe-to-toe now with the Boars. Of course, those recalls are now completely unavailable. They have been shut down, so no more getting your players back up and onto their feet. Aurora still giving it large over onto Furia from the opposite side of those compounds. We see those maneuvers over towards the central area as Horror get to a bit of a standstill with Boars.
It was a good thing that we had no fear get himself up towards the top side of the building as quickly as he did, because they lost that aerial superiority. In the meantime, Irina up against the Flash, able to take them down, and Flash will fall with 4 points despite a decent start to their game here. That is not where you want to fall here on the Rondo, the first one of the day. This is where you can pick up a lot of those points, get yourself an early buffer.
I have to question the decision to not go for a recall that early for Team Flash going down to 2. I think they have the opportunity to do so. It is not going to work out for them this time around. I'm going to say the same thing about 4 Thrives as well. I think they were too fairly early on. They made a big push down towards the south, and they're not prioritizing the recall, which I find interesting here. We'll see if 4 Thrives can profit more off of this match as another team falls. That's Furia out as they try and make their position in the center tenable. It will not prove to be so. Alpha 7 with a challenge now, with Etch bearing down upon them. Looks like they're doing okay, but it is not without scrapes, cuts, and bruises all over.
Alpha 7, the big squad, the big boys in the lobby. Looking for the Grand Slam here at PMGO Season 1. It is an incredible roster, coming off from a high from last year. Now looking to set the pace here over on Rondo. They came in from that north side, so they were slightly isolated. They haven't been in too many fights. It's the first time we're seeing them on camera so far. They already find themselves in a spot of bother, though. We're back on side with Boars. Turney K steps up to the plate, has a nade in hand. Boars are running for their lives.
Ooh, they've sent up to this north side, leaving their position on the south. They're doing okay, though, Blank. They're doing okay. A big nade onto the back, and Schweppes falls as well. Damage is done to Vagnazada. It will bring him down, but SnowX charges forwards, moving in to envelop the Fury laid down upon them by Irina's regroup. A nade onto the backlines, and there may still be a res here. It's going to be enough for SnowX to bring it down, and there goes another for Irina. A beautiful hold for Boars, but the blue zone will not give them a break.
Yeah, I mean, Boars got to keep moving here. They just about get themselves in one vehicle. They're going to try and move out, try and create an anchor point for the rest of the squad. Great shots over towards Mormon. That was the big problem. He's down to very low HP, trying to get the first aid kit off, realizes he has no time, and Boars somehow, some way, get themselves into the circle.
Vagnazada, the sacrificial lamb there on the southwest side, but he will be the cost that they pay for a very solid position. Points now starting to rack up for Boars. They're on to 4. As Aurora, who did go down to 2 in that central location, a little bit leg swept on that one. Unfortunate, but Pandem able to step up to the north side. I mean, I said Pandem right there. It's going to be the big opportunity here to put massive points on the board. They're on the top of the tables when it comes to Elim's. Horror struggling to weather the storm. As forwards the Goats charge, it will be Horror falling down. There was an answer though, a knock over towards Goat team, but I don't think anyone's going to capitalize.
Yeah, a bit too much there for Horror to handle. But now the Vicious, like you say, look to get some nades over the top. It's a good time to try and stymie the approach here. Coming through from Goat, they're one of the direct competitors on that south side. But the Vicious, they can wait things out. The difficulty is that 4 Thrives on their front side, as is Aurora Gaming. These are 2 wildcard teams with 2 players each. Dork, though, gets a nade in the window. T24 is down. Now Falak might be receiving the same.
Ooh, the answer doesn't come through from 4 Thrives. Instead, from Pandem, who are making their north side pressure felt. A nice outpost coming through as they make sure that 4 Thrives have a little bit more
to say into this game. And Doc going down is pretty nasty for Aurora, leaving them just on Reefus.
Yeah, trying to get over towards the bowl here. It's the best thing he can do. Try and step up, get a position for the Reefus to move up here. If Reefus can get to Doc, a res is possible. The sightlines within the bowl here are not great for a lot of teams, and you can kind of hide yourself away, but it's getting there that is the issue. Good shot there from Reefus over to one of the players on the Vicious. He might just make it through on the barest amount of life. Gets towards his buddy Doc and is looking to pick him up here. Revo finding shots over towards Dark, and it's an instant flush from his side. 600 damage on the game for Evo.
He's going to be able to find a little bit more on the north side. Plenty of fights stepping his way. Ida want to find a bite back over towards them. With Ida on the west side, Blank, they are in a solid spot to hold. They want to hold that ridgeline to their south because the Boars are going to try and push over fairly soon as well. And they're going to have to be worried about that too. Look at the Doritos littering the parking. Oh dear, no parking available for any cars, but Goats not going to be worried about that. They're surging forwards, but a sideswipe comes through. A massive light up comes in. Everybody's chiming in, and the Goats get cut in half on their push.
Yeah, decimated there. Reefus even got involved. Just picked up Doc here. He will get instant re-knock. Bay goes down there to Reefus too. He is just not giving up this game. This man is on a thread right now, but refuses to finish his run. Dimsy though, Pandem, like you said, they had a good run in from this eastern side. Doc as well as Reefus looking to finish off the final players here from Go, or at least get some more points off the back of them. But it is Toblerone Valley over on that side of the map. The amount of Doritos is oppressive on those sightlines. Luckily, they're going to be out the zone soon.
One more knock over towards Goats, and that's Pandem up to 11 now. They are really starting to gather momentum. Up he steps and down he goes. No way Goats were getting away from that one. Doc is still down in the middle of the bowl as Reefus tries to pick it back up. The Boars are trying to move on through now, trying to fight off against Vicious, doing a lot of damage, but not quite finding that final tick. There it is. The nail is going to land square into the edge of the coffin, but the Vicious are now flagging. Look at how low they all are.
I mean, good run from Boars, though. You got to respect it. I mean, they were fighting the entire time, but the circle comes down towards this. The Vicious were just able to hold on just that little bit longer. Ida's going to come in from that western side. Revo looking mighty strong over towards the northwest at the moment. 600 damage, and that is just counting up right now.
You just want to keep those tallies rolling. MVP, maybe, in his mind already. We'll see. Pandem on 13 on the north side. Oh, man, this is a real big breakout for them. And in a command seat of this circle.
It's just snaffling up points everywhere they can. They have been so present inside this lobby. We talk a lot about rondos, how you just cannot be passive, right? And I think that despite Pandem's position on this eastern edge, you would think to yourself, these guys aren't getting a lot of eliminations here. Suddenly, they're on 13 elims. They have been capitalizing on this endgame, and they just keep going.
More and more, but Forthrives managed to pick one back, I think, as they are picking up the points where they can. Forthrives finally do go down. Jubran looking to try and take the Vicious out of it entirely, and the Vicious will fall. That one, I think, yeah, that goes towards Ida. So, no extra point for Pandem, but there are still a couple more for them to earn. We'll see how far they can go, because right now, it is looking like the tide is undeniable.
Yeah, still. But Reefus, though, at least secures the team a minimum of 4 extra placement points on this game. He has been looking very, very good this match. Real boon to the team. Ida makes the mad dash in. It's the best they can do here. Try and look for a dip created by the nades. Work off the back of that. Alpha 7, though, a little bit quieter on this northwest side. Clearing ahead, you can see Pandem, the 44% on the winner-winner chicken dinner percentage. I'd agree with it.
It's looking pretty good for them right now. Alpha 7 trying to move forwards. The potholes from these nades for Ida are giving them a significant amount of cover here. Alpha 7 may be giving them a helping hand with that bombardment, but in goes Reefus. Yeah, they know he's here. There's no way. There's no way he gets further forwards than this, right? Surely not.
Yeah, the cover flare, it just isn't in either. So he's going to have to push out this position. He's just hoping Dimsy peeks him and then he can make a run across. Basically relying on the gun skill here. Throws out a last-minute nade, but that will be Aurora Gaming going down. 8 eliminations, 4 points, 12 points on the match. It's not a bad start to their day here.
Ida and Alpha 7 needing to settle their differences, or Panda will just run away with this one. Look at the high ground ridge that they've got against these two teams, Blank. It is a shooting gallery out there for them. They're looking to rack up a 20 elim chicken dinner on the first game of the day, potentially put themselves into the top 6 and stay there no matter what happens.
I mean, we all say you get a massive game on Rondo here during this initial Group A, it's almost a guaranteed top 6. Right? If you can continue to just do a little bit throughout the rest of the day, you are living life to the large. So for Alpha 7, they've got to make good use of this rock, but the circle moves down towards the south side, pulls them out, and suddenly all these holes that Alpha 7 made earlier are a big issue for them. They created the cover for Ida.
They've got to play a game of whack-a-mole here, Blank.
Yeah.
It is going to be Ida popping up, popping down. You never know where they're going to be coming from. It is dangerous to try and move out, but then you've also got Pandem with a big hill that sits on top of you and say, you want to play whack-a-mole? We're taking your mallet away. You just can't play at this point if you're Alpha 7. It is nasty business.
The big deal right now for Alpha 7 is there is hard cover to work around with. Whether it's in the circle or not is a very, very different idea. There's a good nade from Revo. Again, he's just revving it up this match and he just keeps going. The nade comes back. It's off target. Never mind. It's towards Carleo. Guizhou looking to get the res off, but Pandem, they see their opportunity and they look to strike.
And they want to add those points, remember? Those points, if they go down now, go down towards Ida. And they do not want to let that happen. You want those points in your bank. Push yourself even further beyond. Guizhou looking for those reses. The nades are bombarding back from Alpha 7. May be able to find him, but in come Pandem. The side swipe comes through. They are marshalling their forces. They are not going to let these points get away from them. Now Revo goes down, and Pandem slurp the whole milkshake.
This is just everything going their way. They've got tons of utils still left remaining. Pandem looking to secure it right now in the first game of the day here. There's nothing clapping back towards them. There's no retaliation, and it's over. Pandem with a massive game 1.
What a way to break it out. First day, first match. They are here to play on their home turf. Pandem put the Pandem in pandemonium. They go crazy.
Insane stuff. I mean, for them, this is just such an easy day for the rest of it. That buffer is very hard to catch up to going forward. For Alpha 7, it's not a terrible game. They showed that they're still some of the best in the lobby, some of the best in the world, but versus that position that Pandem had, it is so difficult to work with. They almost
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. You waiting on the boy to fail, then hold your breath and face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex.
If you're asking the question if hometown advantage is a thing in PUBG Mobile, this game just proved it. A massive win for the hometown heroes of Pandem and for Indonesia as a whole. This is the group of Death Boys, and they just popped off.
I mean, Rondo is their empire, and their reign of terror continues. They've done it back in PMGO Indonesia on the very last game to qualify here. And you know what? That one game might just be their ticket for the finals, because it's a high elimination game too with that chicken dinner. Woo! And the execution macro-wise, a thing of absolute beauty here.
And I gotta give you credit. You were able to call it
when we were watching this match, you said if they were able to clear Alula, they would just be having so much freedom there towards the east of the map, and that's what happened wonderfully. And you said it too. I mean, for this squad, great start for Indonesia as well here in the hometown.
I'm really happy with the performance, but exactly, if they get rid of Alula, they knew they were going to win it because so many teams are just over to the western side of the road, and especially in that southern compound, just all busy in fighting each other. They were just chilling at the very end, able to actually get a few more eliminations too. They played aggressive. I was scared, Hotchukes, they might play a bit more passive, not willing to go for those extra limbs, but man, oh man, Leon in particular, he sent it.
You literally were like, okay, Leon, calm down a little bit right here. This should be in the bag, but no, they wanted every single elimination they could possibly get. And Max, you were just talking about how powerful the squad is on Rondo. The biggest stage this year, they proved that they came to play.
Oh, they get all the Rondo milkshakes every single time.
I drink your milkshake.
Oh, yeah, but at the end of this play here, a little bit of an overpeak right here, Seven.
Yes.
We were talking about it. I think it was for Guizao in particular that went a little bit too far and did get punished.
Yeah, Gisao overextending there. I thought he was going to be able to maybe pop back a little bit more, pick up that other player that was knocked, but ultimately he ended up being Revo. But for Alpha 7, what a performance to even be able to survive Bamboo, because at one point they were just being cornered and they didn't look like they were going to be able to make it out. Something to keep in mind, though, from Alpha 7 is they played so passive at the start until they finally decided to end up making a push on, I think it was Circle 5 on ETSH, but they ended up losing one player.
I mean, normally you go in Bamboo, you don't come out alive from Bamboo. So indeed, as you said, really good podium finish from the entirety of Alpha 7. But here we go with the overall player stats. And my boy Jubrenki putting up the numbers, followed up also with Frenzy and Leon's getting 6 eliminations apiece. But Leon, when it comes to SEA, he's a standout player with that utility, and those grenades and Molotovs, whew, those were good to wrap up that match.
Man, they were just straight money. I love the fact that, when you get to such a big stage here, the nerves can kick in. You might have that slight hesitation in some big decision moments, but on Rondo, Pandem, they didn't hesitate at all, and they shut things down here.
Boys, 19 eliminations? Woo! Are you kidding me? To start off the day, too, especially with how much we've been hyping up. I honestly was kind of joking around a little bit when I say, show me that 20 elim match with 10 points that you'll get from that chicken dinner. Boy, did they end up performing. You can see there Leon with the MVP, and yeah, I mean, he was scaring us a little bit there towards the end, but the confidence just came in full flush.
I mean, it was a really strong position, maybe overly aggressive, but all of the nades of Alpha 7 and also the other side were just completely used up, right? So they were not able to really fight back efficiently, so he was really safe with that utility, and peeking so beautifully too. So his peaks were amazing, and because of that, he was one of the main catalysts for this chicken din on Pandem's side. And sure, one big game, but if they just get a few more points here, Hotchukes on Erangel and on Miramar, boy, that top 6, it's locked in.
It's a lock at this point, all right? I mean, there's no way they screw this up at this point because, I mean, with a performance like this, you should be able to see them in those finals here because there's only 5 more matches left to go. These numbers are just crazy, Seven.
Talk about a lock when you have the top 3 players out of the top 4 players for Pandem right there. Not only Leon getting that MVP, we saw the stats from Frenzy, we saw the stats from Jabrenki, and it's just a full sweep for Indonesia because it is another player from Indonesia, a player that was able to win the Southeast Asia Finals, Seta from Boyne.
He was the MVP of SEA, right? So they're definitely able to get himself some good points. 29 points are coming out from Pandem. Insane stuff, but hey, Aurora not trolling really on the first game. And no stepping up, able to clear the entirety of Yulin against Aurora, using that strat of having top going for the quick recall and then joining the fray in Yulin itself. They got rid of Furia, then Hora. Man, that was a great hot drop for the entirety of Mongolia.
Yeah, that's how you got to get it done right there. I mean, we saw them put up some serious eliminations right off the rip for Aurora. Unfortunately, they weren't able to finish it off there, but they put some points on the board. 12 to start things off is definitely not something to shake your head at here, Seven.
Let's rewind that a little bit. You said series eliminations. 10 minutes into the match, they were already up to 7 eliminations. We do have to talk about them a little bit in regards to a push that they were able to do that we didn't quite like because they ended up just crashing onto a fence that was just open on the parking lot, and they ended up being forced to use just all their cover flares.
Yeah, it was a good response. You get in the parking lot, it's very open, especially when you have teams like Pandem that literally have the game-winning position right up north of you. So they used all the cover flares, which was a good idea, but unfortunately, cover flares can only take you so far, and it was down to just Reefus that, again, the guy just keeps keeping Aurora in the conversation, but at the end, the Rondo win does head the way of Pandem.
I mean, that's what you got to do at that certain point, right? I mean, Alpha 7, they were there on on that edge. I think they did a good job for the position they had, right? They put up some good points on the board, but Pandem just proved here that if they have that dominant position, they are not going to lose it, 7.
Yeah, and Alpha 7 show what happens when you end up getting blessed by the circle, because my goodness, that was a blessing if I've ever seen one. And yeah, Pandem, I mean, the way that they were able to play, you already mentioned it, Max, too, and I'm just going to double down on it. I love the way that they were able to just execute that. They were aware of where everybody was, and they were able to take full control of the map. Now, I want to see them, if for some reason the opportunity comes about where they can actually do that again, whether it's in Erangel or maybe later today we end up seeing that in Miramar. I want to see that kind of consistency now to some of the other teams that we ended up seeing there on the leaderboard towards the bottom. I want to talk about 4 Thrives. I was expecting a lot out of this squad. 4 Thrives, they're used to known to being able to perform really well. A very low start for this squad in regards to eliminations. They didn't really have many. They ended up finishing the match, if I'm not mistaken, with just 2 eliminations. So I don't know what's happening there, but the main question and the main thing that's always hindered this squad is that mental, and with only 6 matches, now 5 matches, you can't really get into your head about it.
Yeah, you know what? Speaking of, rough performances, S2G, first team out in this one, and you know their rivals, Alpha 7, did good. What do you think's going through their head here, 7?
With their owner doing a watch party, you best believe they're probably like, we got to perform. If not, they're probably going to end up switching us out, because that squad loves to change their rosters every single month.
Yeah, I mean, it was very unfortunate because Boars initially go for a fight onto them, and they initially have a really good defense, right? Able to actually get a few knocks onto it, but then Horror were very opportunistic, fully send it right back into the compound. And not only that, they had, I believe it was Jiggle, who was onto the mountaintop trying to also get an off angle, so they can't even leave the buildings without getting instantly shut down. So Horror, sure, only gets 7 eliminations, no placement points, but the overall aggressiveness and also passiveness and the macro around the map was just well executed again for the first global event from Nepal in a long, long while.
I'm with you. I got to double down on that point that you just made. For them to be able to adapt the way that they were able to do, to make those pushes, to make that third party, to have the awareness to live that last player on that mountain, making sure that he didn't overpeak, because even though there was 2 players from Furia looking there, if it would have gotten knocked, that's not a position that you want to be able to put your other teammates in. So great awareness out of Hora. They might not end up getting the win, but it's a good showing nonetheless.
It was also not just an off angle to be aggressive on Boar and also S2G. If they wanted to leave, which eventually they did because of the circle, they go to the anchor point player, which was Jiggle on the mountaintop. So it was an aggressive position, but also that kind of saved the day in case they do have to play it a bit more slowly.
Love to see that kind of macro play there. You got to know when to flip on that aggressive switch and when to say, hey, you know what, this ain't worth it. Let's back off and live a little bit longer here, because this is it. We got 5 more matches left to go. Bottom 2 teams are out of here. We're going into Erangel, though, right? Now, when it comes to Erangel, we got to talk about something here that's been meta changing completely, and that's the loot truck, Max, man, right? Just how huge is this going into Erangel?
Oh, I love myself some loot truck goodness. You got 4 of those happening all over the place in Erangel. Teams dropping in Saverni, Yasnai Poliana, inside of Pachinki, gonna have a big advantage. And actually, as I talk about Yasnai Poliana, I believe we're going to have Horror versus Team Flash happening over there. And there's a bit of drama online that they might actually commit to the fight. And if you do win the fight, you get 4 eliminations and access to a loot truck here, 7. That's a big early game win.
Hear me out. Even though Team Flash, I think they ended up getting some eliminations this match, they didn't end up having a good rondo. And if there's anything we know about hot drops, and especially with, I have to keep saying this, especially with only 6 matches, now 5 matches left, you don't want to waste that time. You really don't want to get into an ego battle here over just a point. You have to have those backup places where you're going to end up landing.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit hectic there. Hopefully they don't commit, because Yasnai Poliana, in particular, is a city where you can have 2 teams. You don't have to commit for it. If a fight does happen, it's purely out of ego. Though, just to wrap up my point on the loot truck, which is where the conversation initially began, you're going to see late games with so many P90s and maybe a few MG3s. It's absolutely mental. The loot truck, if you do go in one of the main locations where it spawns early, it gives you such a significant advantage that you can take any fight at that point and possibly come out on top.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if that's going to spark an engagement in Yasnaya here, because, I mean, that loot truck is pretty broken. I mean, in the games I've played, you go and you get that thing, you're going to be fully level 3'd out, so much ammunition. The whole looting phase is pretty much just done right then and there. So we're going to see how that's going to work out here. But, you know, we're going into Erangel. This game is, I think, extra huge for the teams that didn't perform well in Rondo. I think they really need to bounce back here early, because we're going to see some of these top squads continue to dominate here, Max.
Yeah, and it's going to get really hectic. You've got 3 Erangels back to back to back. It is your bread and butter. So any team that took a massive L on Rondo, this is their time to redeem themselves, because normally group stage, you don't make it to finals, don't worry, you still got the next stage. You know, if you're bottom 2, you're fully out. You're eliminated on day 1 of PMGO Season 1 2026, which, of course, 7, you don't want that to happen to your favorite squad.
I want to see some teams starting to be a little bit more aggressive, especially just kind of set the pace here in this match. If they do end up getting in a position, kind of like what Pandem was able to do in this last match of Rondo, I want to see them being able to do that too. And I mean, if we're calling out teams there towards the bottom, Hodjux, you got to call out S2G.
Yes.
Hey, we didn't plan this, but it ended up happening. If you're seeing S2G, if you for some reason can hear us, we need to see a reaction out of you here as we're going into the first Erangel.
Here we go, baby. We're going into Erangel, the main map here in PUBG Mobile. Let's see how this is all going to turn out here. Remember, guys, there's only 5 more matches left to go.
And with this playing path right now, I mean, you know Aurora's gonna end up going military, and I'm wondering where all the other teams are gonna be going because Fairy Pier might end up being contested. Just Naya, we're not really gonna have to worry about this one as much, but I'm looking at Milton Power as well.
I mean, Yesnaya Polyana is out of reach for some of these teams, right? Flash, Hora, are they going to try and go for a secondary option? This is the perfect playing path to have a secondary drop location up your sleeve, just in case this kind of situation comes your way. Of course, you have a very southern playing path. That means Aurora. They drop Military Island.
Yes.
That is their main location on all the battlegrounds on Erangel. That is their bread and butter. If they get a circle off the back of that too, man, oh man, that could be a big Aurora win.
It depends where they end up getting the circle as well, because you can see Goat is going to end up going towards Novo too, and we know Goat can be aggressive with what we just saw them do, especially in Rondo. You don't want to end up getting too long or taking too long there looting in military base. We have seen this in the past from Aurora when they were APG, so they got to be aware of that.
I mean, don't think about, also you've got to think about it. For Goat, Moxie will get the hovercraft here from Novo.
Well, let's get it going, guys. Going into Erangel. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Thank you so much, Hot Jukes. We are ready for our first Erangel, but I wasn't ready for that blank. The circle just gives us the fright of a lifetime.
I mean, this playing path into this circle is absolutely devastating to so many squads here. It's a really, really rough start to the day here on Erangel for our teams. A super southern playing path into a heavily eastern shift on this one, with still chance to head down towards Sosnovka here. It's not out of the realms of possibility. For Alpha 7, like the guys on the desk were talking about, it's very important to have those alternate drop spots, and Alpha 7, they have quite a few. They've got Zaki, they've got Georgopol, they've got Lipovka, and here that really supports them, where they're able to instantly head over towards Lipovka. This is a very good spot to start from. They can move down towards the crates on the roadside. This is a very easy peasy game here for Alpha 7.
Well, to start off, right?
Yes.
Because it is going to get tough. There are a lot of teams going to be shunting into the southeast side of the mainland here. Pivotal points include places just north of Milta, around that Lumberyard Hill. Controlling the rotations along that stretch of land will be so important to make sure that you're keeping all of your players alive in that location. That's teams like S2G, like Al Ula, like Alpha 7 on the north side of all of that up and towards Prison, as well as potentially looking at control over a bridge when you get closer down towards Milta. That could be important in the future.
I mean, for Goat, Aurora, you're absolutely right. Having control over towards that eastern bridge, super important here. It's a really, really big factor for how this game's going to progress, because you know a lot of teams are going to go for that southern rotate. It's a rotate that makes sense a lot of times. If you can squeeze in on this western side early, it works out quite well. And Alula's already tried to go for something like this. They've headed on towards the Dead Woods, just towards that northwest side of Mini Milta. Not a lot of loot down here, though. I mean, they can play up towards Lumberyard. That's a potential. But they're not going to be getting a huge amount of crazy loot on board early in this game, but they have position. So that's the trade-off.
They may be able to find 1 or 2 goodies in the process, but it is going to be tough for them. Over in South George, one of our furthest dropping teams, and out late on the plane, remember, it went from east over to west. E-Arena probably were one of the tougher rotations coming into this one, but they might wait for that second circle, wait for it to give a little bit more clear intention moving into this one, and see if they can find that one going. Leon obviously topping those damage numbers there, breaking that 1,000 barrier for Pandem, and they will sit pretty atop the pack right now. A lot of points on offer this match, not quite as many as over on Rondo.
Rondo is always a fire starter, though, really, and the fire is just getting started as we're going to get ourselves into a bit of a bonfire towards the end of the day, looking towards our top 6 who will remain around that bonfire. Maybe cooking some marshmallows, quite happy that they'll be moving straight through towards that grand finals, whilst the other teams will be heading through to survival stage, which is brutal. Like we say, a 4-team finish there at the top there is really quite rough for our squads. But we get a first elimination of the match, and it is over towards GOAT. We don't have any recall beacons this time around, so GOAT will be playing on as 3.
Yeah, they try and move into S2G turf. That's not going to go well for them. Although S2G have moved over towards a little bit more of a bridge command position here, Blank, which is interesting. They've decided to sequester themselves on the southeast side, the south side of Milta to maybe get that overlook over towards the bridge approach to sideswipe onto that angle. GOAT trying to control it as well. 7-2-1. They didn't start their first match too well. They got 0 points on the game. The only team, in fact, to go down on a big goose egg there. And that maybe something they're looking to change, but not quite able to connect on the spray. Alula, in the meantime, with Alpha 7. 2 of our more central teams actually clashing as Alpha 7 goes south. Alula try and move all the way out to the east, and Guizhou is the casualty for it. Alula pushing all the way over the Lumberyard Hill.
It's greedy, right? I think that's the only way to describe this for Alpha 7. It is very greedy. They try to play through over towards Lepovka, which makes a lot of sense. You're trying to get these 2 players really looted up to assist you in that endgame. So they've got the frags, so they've got the smokes. I think taking 2 buildings is too much from Alpha 7. They should have known there's going to be tons of teams heading down towards the southeast side. Everyone wants to try and commit a position around the dead woods, give yourself a nice rotation later on. But for Alpha 7, I think that knock and flush was totally unnecessary.
They certainly could have taken an opportunity to get a little bit more on board. The rest of Alpha 7 are moving south, and maybe they've got revenge on their mind, or maybe they're just trying to play on the east side of the circle, because a lot of the teams are going to be approaching from that west, and that's really what prompted Alula to actually go over that hill in the first place, right? The knowledge that everybody's going to be pushing in there.
Yep.
It's going to be really tough to hold out all of them. Let's give the better position, potentially, to another team who comes in a little bit later for our own survival.
Well, the thing is, in a weaker lobby, that play would have been totally acceptable for Alpha 7. But I think as we come into this year of 2026, we have so many tournaments this year with cracking teams, unbelievably good teams, over 4-5 separate events. It is amazing to see, and Alpha 7, they're going to wise up here, realizing that they can't really be taking these similar tactics they would versus feeder team lobbies. They don't exist here.
You heard it here first. Blank called South American lobbies a feeder teams. It's his words, not mine.
Hey, there's some in every region.
There are some in every region. Whichever team I'm on, mostly, it seems. Don't know why that is. Draw your own conclusions. Alpha 7 looking to try keep it together, but Revel is now the second casualty of their approach towards the south. Team Flash move in unabated, potentially with Aura breathing down their necks, but it's not going to stop them from taking these shots out. They're going to take these buildings from them. Alpha 7 have no choice in this game.
They've just haven't met the speed of the lobby yet.
Ooh.
And again, the players on side for Alpha 7 are very good, but it hasn't been the gun skill that's been letting them down. It's the macro here, 100%.
OZ struggling here, needs to reload, doesn't have a lot of ammo, has to step in with the DBS. Will quiet it down a little bit, but Obscure's giving it a good go there. 2 players from the Team Flash are going to go.
In.
And yeah, Horror, they were up at the top of the hill. They were expecting this one to be a clean sweep, so they weren't stuck in earlier, but now a big opening is presented. A res happening on the backline for Team Flash. A big nade to hold it. The forward position. Zeus is a stalwart defender, but it's just all too much. Horror able to crash down the door. The reses have now come on through, and 2 players from Team Flash looking to try and roll back on in. The off angle, Sleepy, not really going to have an impact now as Top Z is into the fight. Sleepy regroups, knows that they need to keep it together as they lose one of their own. Forwards he goes, the nade, the knock, it's good.
But sadly, Horror will... Actually, they're able to get themselves back up to all 4-man. That's actually an incredible play from them. I'm actually very surprised. 3-man, sorry, apologies. Up to 3 players here, which is very, very good. I mean, losing 1 player isn't great, but the amount of third parties here, they've dwindled. All right, most of them have come through at this point. Aura was the last of them. Flash had to hit the Flash step there, but didn't quite happen. Weren't able to immediately get themselves back into position versus Obscure. Obscure actually has a huge impact on that fight.
because he was able to get knocks when it should have been an easy cleanup.
Let's take a look at this circle, Blank. It's gone over to the mainland, so we're cutting out that military island finish. It's a little bit kinder than the first circle shift. A lot of teams have already put themselves in position here, though, which means that not a lot of shuffling is going to happen at this stage. We're sort of already in that stage 2, in towards that stage 3 idea, moving forwards into this one. So surprisingly, not quite as dramatic a shift. The Boars looking to play on a very central position, looking pretty good with it, and all of the teams from that military island have crossed.
Ball's around Milton, right? But they're on the north side. They're not quite fully fixed in it just yet. Goat's in a little bit of a better position, but we still don't know where the circle's ending up. There's still a lot of water in here. There's still the bridge involved. It's difficult to know. If this heads down towards Milter Power, Mini Milter, becomes a little bit more difficult for these teams to rotate through. Alula, I think they're going to go for a gamble here. I don't think they're going to leave. You just want to secure this position. You've heard the amount of fighting around you. You know this should be a safe space to play.
They've got a lot of latitude over there. And again, it's that pressure from the west that they read into. They sent over that hill early. They are doubling down on that, like you said, taking that gamble. We'll see if it's going to pay off, though. There are plenty of other teams who want the top of this hill, who want this area around Milter. Ball's in command of it. The Vicious, they had a very central position in that previous rondo as well, playing on the edge of what would be the death sentence for everyone who wasn't Pandemonium. On that location, they had a good position. Aurora, we've got the pressure level up as well for you, a new little indication of how much pressure they're going to be feeling potentially in whatever location a team ends up being. It's looking around the 30% there, I think it was, 30 to 40% for Aurora, and they are fairly late on this rotate. They went west bridge to come into the west side of this circle.
We're not quite deep sea pressure just yet for their mild amount of pressure, right? We're just pressing down on the forearm right now. It's not a big problem for them. Should be able to get themselves in here. Going through from that western side. Again, that shift back over towards the mainland really helped out a lot of teams. I think so many squads are worried this was going to end up over towards Milter Power. They tried to secure a location over there early, but we did cut out like a lot of teams earlier on. Alpha 7 just down to one player now. One team completely out in the flash earlier on, which is very sad for that team as they weren't able to put up a massive amount of points. Next circle does head direct Milter, though. This is around Farm, this is around Milter. You still have those compounds on that western side that are playable and workable. It's just difficult, right? There's going to be a big old funnel around Prison on that north side as teams attempt to get themselves down. There's a fair amount of elevation on that southeast side. It's an interesting bit of terrain here and difficult to navigate.
I think this is good news for S2G. They were all the way on the south side of Milter. Everybody was crammed into the north. The fact that they're now very central is great for them. It means they don't have to move. It will take the risk out of it for them. Ida trying to move now around the edge of these hills. And at the moment, they're doing okay. They're on 4 players alive. They are just beneath Hora, who, remember, lost one of their players. And with Ida now ahead of them, it's going to be a difficult descent from that hill. But everybody else is out of that hill. They are moving so much closer to Milter.
It's difficult, though, right? With the northeast side just blanketed in fields, how are you going to make this cross? How are you going to make these movements? You're dealing with Lumberyard right now. You don't have a load of information on that side of the map, so you're trying to navigate around there, skirt your way in. 721 doesn't want to move. Neither does the Vicious. Pandem's on that north side. 4 Thrives are coming in. You wonder how much information Pandem has on 4 Thrives as they make their way down from that northern edge. You can see shots here coming through from S2G, trying to ruin the day of Alula, who did make this bit of a mad run across those fields early on, and that was when the circle shifted. That was probably the only time they were going to make that cross happen.
Absolutely. They managed to thread the needle there and get on in there. Playing, I think, as 3 now, as they have lost 1 on that crossing, on that move from the east side. And nobody will really be running them down at this point, Blank, so they do just need to weather the storms. And the big thing there is that teams aren't going to want to commit all of their nades at this point, right? So they can hold out for quite a while under very little threat of actually getting crashed. So the timing on it has paid off very, very well.
It's one of those things where, up until the end of the game, if you're playing in that fielded area, unless it centers up on that field, teams aren't going to want to put that much effort into dislodging you. This is not a great position to play right now. It's a workable spot. It's a placement-giving spot. Is it a game that's going to give you a ton of eliminations off the back of it? Probably no.
Unlikely stuff. 4 Thrives on the northwest side, playing from the angle close to Arena, just across the road.
who are on a wide west side split. So not all of their forces are close to it. Aurora navigating very well. They're playing that roadblock to the northwest side of Milta. Looks like the Boars haven't been able to control that one. Despite having 4 players alive, they are much more concerned with staying alive. All as 4. You can see the circle sits dustily as the next one just about to pop. That west side. Ooh, 4th Rise are poking their noses over the road, but have to get turned around there. No entry. Not allowed in. Circle up north on this.
What I'm really curious about here is how Aurora's going to play this, because Checkpoint is not fun. It really is not fun to play. It's a place that gets easily overwhelmed as more and more third parties come through. You could probably deal with the first team if you're Aurora Gaming, but as you can see, they all cross the road. They're looking to put themselves a little bit further over towards the hillsides on that northeast edge. That makes sense to me. You can still take shots towards the teams leaving Milta as well, but a good game, potentially again, for Pandem.
Yeah, it's going to be a big opportunity to just lock that one down even further. Arena going toe-to-toe right now with 4th Rise across the road. Schweppes gets knocked, but there's an answer. There's a flush coming through. T24, huge with this Mini 14 on the backlines. Needs to go for the reload to get his teammates back up into the fight if they want to stay alive. Let's keep as many as he can forwards, but Falak goes down. IQ is gone, and that is nasty. Half of the players for 4th Rise now out, and T24 not enough on that Mini 14 to be able to slow Arena. Instead, they now have to send the backup. They have to draw that line in the sand, step forwards in the arena, have the challenge for them, but there's the rundown. Hits the E-brake and swivels it around, doesn't go down in response. Potential third parties, they are already trying to move, and T24 is not quite as stylish with it, not quite as slick. And now it's a 1 versus 2 on the angle. Orman charging forwards with the S12K, wants to find it, but won't quite get it done. Tourniquet now in position, and Mormon just about able to lock it down. 4th Rive's fall.
It's a good nade. It's a good nade to open that up, makes the initial shotgun shot much easier. There's a potential there. He goes down to 10%, is able to clap back, but on 50%, it's almost certainly a one shot there. So it's an important nade to send through. T24, after what started as a really, really key pickup over towards Schweppes, the main off-angle player coming through from E-Arena, and to play like that, that's tough from 4th Rise. Frustrating as well. I think they had a bead on that fight, and it just gets thrown away towards the end.
It's unfortunate stuff. That northwest side getting a little bit too hot for them. Not the sort of business they want to handle. Ida, in the meantime, they moved in around the foothills of that lumberyard on the south side, trying to play that rake downhill. Looks like they're doing so fairly successfully. No elims just yet, but they're able to hold out towards Etch on that north side. Pandem, as you said before, with a big opportunity on that north edge. And I'm interested what the Boars are going to be able to capitalize on here. They are on 0 elims currently, but they are really secure at the moment.
Yes, nice spot. From where they came from, they played far up towards Rozhok, actually, because the usual spot towards Apaz, as well as Skull, a bit taken, right, by Horror. And I don't think they wanted anything to do with that. They know that Horror's a pretty damn good team. It's not worth trying to fight for that hot drop here when you've only got 6 matches to play today to try and qualify. But you're right, Boars, it's not a bad spot. They are very congested over there, though. They don't have a lot of sidelines. They're not playing a 2-2 split. Go trying to make the move, and are decimated by the likes of Furia. Chief grabbing all of those, with Soul K getting 1.
Big pickup there. Of course, we saw Goat losing one earlier to S2G on that south side, who have since been fairly quiet on the backs of Milta. They have managed to rack up 4 elims, though, so starting to take control of the settlement on the south. Furia will have made their presence known. That's a great circle for the Boars. I mean, in terms of survival, as you were highlighting before, maybe the sightline's not quite as strong. It's also going to take a little bit of the wind out of the sails of Pandem, but they can edge guard over towards Horror, over towards Etch, over towards Ida as well on the east side.
Look, man, I'll tell you right now, this is a horrendous circle for the teams on the south. How are you getting out of here? They're going to be shots at one another the entire time. Fury is going to have to contend with S2G, though, because both these teams can't really let each other leave too easily. Furia desperately doesn't want to have to play over towards Checkpoint. They know they're going to be running into teams there, so they have to push through S2G or push through the fields. And I think there's going to be sightlines available to 721 as well as Alula. Alula and 721, similarly, they're just weighing things out. I think Alula's been played for full here a little bit by 721. We were able to get ahead of them. They just weren't fast enough, but I also feel for Alula. getting out those fields, not impossible. So it's a hard thing to do there. So I do feel for them.
They've taken 2 gambles in this game, right? Committing to that southeast side towards Mini Milta, and then moving over to that shack before. This second one, not going to play out super well, but maybe they can find an outpost.
Oh!
Big burn underneath his own feet there as Doc toasts his toes a little bit too close.
Well, Tony K is going to come in over towards Mormons, and Mormons basically prepping himself for a massive fight there, only to find the Doc goes down on the upstairs, and Tony K is happy to pick up the points for the S12K. Easy peasy for him. Not sure what that was all about. Now Aura has to send their way in with Ree first, but it's Swain looking over towards the guys here on Edge who tried to step up towards position, but Ida is happy to hold on. Now these guys got themselves on some nice little bits of loot here and there. Might have been dropped out the back of a vehicle potentially, maybe.
Oh, could be. Either way, Ida gonna be happy to hold with the PP Byzant in the hands. He's spraying it down. Swain doing a lot of business with it. Etch struggling to get out of this spot on the top of the hill. I mean, it's been the position that Ida's been holding out for a while now, Black, so it's good to see them get some points out of it. With 2 elims now on the cards, they may have just let one through the nets. We'll see if they're going to be able to close that one down. Alula, I was going to say this before, right? They sent an outpost far east, and they actually have wrapped around over towards the roads to the east of those fields, and have managed to slide on in whilst Ida were taking the fight.
I take it all back a little. You guys are somehow threading the needle every single time. This is the sewing squad of the lobby. They can't quite sew themselves back together here versus Ida, though. That is where they will finish. I'll give them that, though. They are able to find some miraculous runs in towards the circle. Don't know how that happens. 7-2-1, though, you can see them here. They're inside a shack, practically all of them playing around this position. This is a death trap.
It's looking pretty inescapable for them right now, I think it's safe to say, on the north side of those Milta fields in their shack, with the downhill advantage for Ida as well. The only reason that Outlaw were able to get into that position was because Ida were taking the fight uphill, right? Trying to fight against against Etch. There is no way that they make that move if there are those sightlines available. And as soon as Ida did turn their attention down that way, they were immediately wiped out. So there we go. New circle though, hard north.
Igor looks to sniff over towards the northwest side here. Snoix though has got his hands on a Lynx AMR. That just dropped as well. He's just picked that up and instantly gets himself a quick knock off the back of it.
That's a bargain. Coming on through, what a trade-off. Able to immediately pop those shots. Nades in over towards Horror. Pandemonium on the north, sorry, just Pandem on the north side. They were pretty loud in that first match.
Oh no, they've caught you off guard.
They really have there. As 4 players alive, they did manage to get the res. Horror very, very low. Looking to get those heals going.
Oh, great shot.
2 first aids getting popped, and there's a backline insurgency coming through from Wagner Zada on the boars, who are able to take a long shot angle. There's one of those sightlines that they can have.
That's a beautiful team shot coming through, because it was both Robs and Wagner Zada getting those shots over towards them, but you know it's team shots with how quickly Wagner Zada was able to pick up the elimination afterwards. And that's a big pick off. That seems like a team that's on fire right now, and for Boars to find one of them, cripple that team a little bit, drop them down to 3, really increases their chance of success. Ida now moving in from that eastern side. We've got Furia on our screens, looking to clear our S2G. They had a little peek over towards that northwest side. Igor, he didn't like the look of it. So this time, they're just going to try to push through S2G, hopefully get further over towards that north side.
There's Aurora in the way. 3 players alive on the hillside, but they're sending towards it anyway. They don't really have much choice, though, Blank. Into the zone they go. They managed to hop out unscathed. And S2G now playing as 2. They've left 1 player for Furia to face off against it and lost. Can't quite find the face.
Well, he's lost the rest of Furia, that's to be sure. Igor left as a bit of a sacrificial lamb here versus the guys on S2G, but he's doing his best to put them in the graves before he gets in it. Gets 1, will find the first. Now looks for the jump shot. It's disgusting. Igor's not having to pick himself back together. He is going to be dismantling the likes of S2G.
The Milta mashup going well for Furia. They look for the scout, leave him behind, but he is thriving in the chaos there. 7-2-1, going to be able to pin a few through Ida as well in the meantime, and that might give the route out from the north side a little bit more latitude. That's going to help teams on that south edge, specifically Furia, and
7-2-1. Although the backline there not looking super healthy.
Arena finding one player there coming through from Aurora Gaming. Hasn't gone down yet, so they might be able to get top back up again. That was a shot from Arena on that northern side. Oh my days, Boars get yet another loot crate just over towards their west. These guys are getting kitted for the late game.
Oh yeah, they are going to have it all delivered to them really on this one. This is Boar's game to lose, I think, in this position, at this stage. With Furia on the south having to deal with Aurora, I don't think anyone's getting out of this unscathed, but I may be wrong if Furia can bare their fangs over towards the team on the west side, but the uphill battle against Arena may be the ones to topple the western edge.
Yeah, playing Watchtower right now, they have a huge amount of sightlines. And the thing is Doc was protecting that position for this exact reason. It has sightlines down towards the south side. Doc had to hold on a little bit longer for that assist, but it's Aura coming in, removing Pandem from their rock, and it's so swift you can hardly believe it.
A west side shift on this one. They've sent all the way out to the east. They need to get back fast now, Blank. As Ida charging in from that eastern side as well. The Boars need to hold their nerve against Furia because with the diminished power of Aurora, all of a sudden, Furia have more opportunity to move up the hill. But there is a knock that's going to slow Aurora down.
The Boars at the moment, mainly they need to start taking some more shots towards these teams, but they just can't quite get the sightlines on them just yet. You can see it's all uphill towards them. E-Arena, not likely going to be leaving their position either. They're currently playing the Watchtower. Reefer's got himself back up again, only to instantly be felled by the boys from Horror on that top side. Now they know we got to go east on this one, lads.
Got to send it, got to get out of there. Try and play on the edge now. Aurora playing as two. Really no hope of getting Reefus back up unless he can make a mad crawl across. Or want to try and challenge from this north side. They spot Reefus, get that flush coming on in. 8 elims apiece for Ida and Ora. They have really been getting stuck in, but so are Furia on 7. And on the south side, with 4 players alive, they may have a better opportunity here. But again, it's the Boars who have been so quiet. With 1 elim only so far, and Ida looking to try and snatch 1 or 2 more away from them. Nades over the top from Aurora, not quite landing, but there's more coming on in, and the Boars finally open the cannons.
And this is what they've got to do. They understand that from their position, they have a huge amount of control over the map, and they only have 1 elimination right now, but I think that's fair from when they're playing. I don't think it's near enough what they need at the moment. They have to get this chicken dinner to have a chance to get up towards this top 6. At the moment, I think that's the only way, or get involved in some more of these fights, because at the moment, Ida is just cleaning house. 9 elims on this match.
They are, but they are only playing as 2, and the blue zone breathing down Darkin's neck is going to force him forwards. Rob steps up, and Chief goes down for it. Furia now cut down to 2. That's going to give Swain a little bit more opportunity to move forwards, and a big nade over the top sees Chief down, and the Boars don't get the point for it. They get the knock, but that's another on the tally, and it is Furia now with a raucous volley sent their way, not quite able to close it down, however. Furia have flagged, and the Boars have been delivered this match.
Aurora Gaming just going for the crash here, and his Boars looking to hold them out, but Robs goes down immediately. Someone might try to capitalize off the back of this one. Boars might just be able to get their player up. Terminus goes down on the back line. Ooh. This is a disastrous moment for the Boars. And Horror, they're sending it. It makes sense.
No fear first forwards. 2 players on the back line for Horror. In he goes. 1 res comes through. So Blank, we've still got Robs in action. He's got that pump action around the edge. And Vagnazada on the upstairs looking with that P90. A good smoke. A good stunner out the window as well. And No Fear is slowed. So Horror don't quite have the same opportunity to find that opening. A little bit too slow potentially to capitalize.
Potentially that. I mean, for Boars, they're looking just to recuperate here. Robs, I don't even know if he's got a first aid kit. It's a good smoke, though. He wants to deny as many sightlines as possible from No Fear as he moved up, but he's going to swing back towards the rest of his team, potentially hoping for a northeast shift on this one. If it does shift northeast, Boars have to fight uphill, which is a nightmare. And the question is, how much util do they have left? And if this is to be believed, they have 1 smoke, John. 1 smoke to work with.
But then you look at the other supplies, and it's only E-Arena who have more than that, right? So potentially a little bit difficult. I don't think this counts smoke launchers, though. So there may be a little bit more utility in the pocket than that may lead you to believe. So we do need to be wary that that could be the case. We'll see if they're able to unveil some of those. The garage has been strong for Boars. Those sightlines, sure, cut low, but the survivability is strong. Robs, though, trades 1-for-1 with Furia. That's not the sort of angles you want to be going for. Magnazada with the nade cooking, looks to try and stop Igor moving forwards, but he's not going to be able to do it. Okay. Good. He gets the flush, though. Onto Robs, a big step up for Furia, and now, with the Boars on 3, it's a little bit more open for Horror.
Yeah, this is playable, but the dot, it's off the high ground and it's off the building. For Boars, the big benefit for them is they can stay indoors for quite some time. The P90 from Magnazada, he picked this one up earlier on the crate that dropped over towards the western side. Terminus will drop down Mormons. A great pickoff for them. Will flush him as well, dropping E-Arena down to just 1.
Another point taken away, though. That went over to Horror, who were able to third-party that Elim point. Even the Boars only on 4 so far, Blank. With 3 players alive, they need to take charge of this one to get a big total on the game. There are 4 more points in the lobby for them, potentially. So they might be able to get an 8 Elim chicken dinner, which would be fairly low, fairly quiet, but it would still be 18 points towards that 6th place, and that is no slouch. Magnazada moving on up now with the nade. The cook is there.
Oh, that's
and
big.
Terminus on the back line with a pick onto Sleepy. The knock goes through. Oh, the blue zone picks Terminus off, and I don't think you're getting him back up.
I mean, to be honest with you, though, for Terminus, that's a huge pick for him. They had to make this one happen. TourneyK has completely smoked himself off. He's not a problem right now. Another knock goes through. Only no fear left remaining. One more player goes down. Magnazada having the battle off against Chu. He goes out, and the Arena able to pick up the win from nowhere.
Aura go down from the top. Boars can't make it out. Did it go to the Arena in the end? I think it did. They do. They find the chicken dinner. What a mad turn of events from that northwest side. Earlier on, Blank, I was looking at the chicken dinner predictions. It was like Boars 18%, and then it was like E-Arena 18.8, and I was like, no way, E-Arena, way too far, way too close to the edge. There's no way, there's no way. But they make the way happen. They find it.
The thing is, for E-Arena, they have the dot, right? He's playing further towards the dot. He has hard cover to work with. He has the smokes. I think what was unexpected was the fight that Boars put up there. Terminus gave his life for an opening over towards Horror, which I think was a really big play, because Terminus, let's be honest, during Western Europe, it felt like Terminus was the player lagging behind. For him to step up like that there at the end, incredible stuff for the Boars, but they don't get a lot of points off this game.
I feel like the Boars really stumbled over their own feet there, Blank. Magnazada not getting that nade onto Igor, allowing the flush onto Rob, 2 players 4. That's a different match entirely. You're confident in those angles. It is so unfortunate that they won't be able to find that, but Aura, a great game from them playing up on that northeast side, getting deep into that match. E-Arena, obviously, with that chicken dinner.
The White Rabbit emerges here to get that chicken dinner in match number 2. Man, that was a close one here, 7.
E-Arena out of nowhere just getting that win. And I gotta compliment them, because this team, for some reason, 4 Thrives decides to fight them, which, oh my goodness, 4 Thrives. That was one of the dumbest pushes I have ever seen. You were pretty much gonna end up gatekeeping them, but E-Arena was able to come clutch on that, and then they just ended up playing this out perfectly, Max.
They were staying to the western side, just biding their time, waiting for all the other teams to get involved in those skirmishes. Then the numbers are just not there anymore, because Boars are so hell-focused right onto Horror, and he gets to backstab play, and as a solo, TourneyK is able to snatch away that chicken dinner from the jaws of the French team and also the Nepali team.
And the splits that they were able to do, especially after that fight with 4 Thrives, they were just making sure they got ground, and they were able to be aware. They were just scouting for all the players that were there towards the northeast, and it ended up working out perfect now with you know what, I might hold off on what I want to say for Horror, because it was a great game for this team, and I felt like they could have definitely gotten the win.
I mean, we could talk about it here, actually. You know what, I think this is actually a good opportunity as we have the replays happening for them, because they have such a good high ground position the entirety of that time. They bully, Pandem, out of position, eliminate the entire squad. And then eventually, which is your main gripe with this team, they start to play very passive, very slow, wait on that ridge line, and eventually the circle just makes them push out in the open in a terrible spot.
And we know what they were doing that, right? They were waiting to see what E-Arena was going to end up doing. I don't think they were expecting E-Arena to be that passive, but you're going to have to be forced to fight at some point, Aura. We know you for being able to third party. That would have been a perfect scenario for this squad to third party. And I'm talking about when Boar was fighting Furia, that would have been the perfect example. He's going to see it later into the highlights, but I mean, oh my goodness. It was a bit of a throw for me when it comes to Hora. They could have gotten the win, especially with the amount of limbs that they were able to get this match.
I mean, I do have a theory that they were waiting for E-Arena to clash directly with Boars and just pick up the pieces for the win. But playing passive will only take you so far, and eventually Boars see the mistake and they just push it up to the mountaintop, and then in nade range, Hora just completely fall apart.
How do you allow them to push up on you? How are you not just being able to get angles right there? Hot Jukes!
I mean, they could have held that left side and they could have taken him out immediately. But man, I'm telling you, one little mistake and we'll see a team take advantage, man. E-Arena clutching it up that win right there.
I want a new drama. I want Tony K versus Tony K on Instagram. Who's the better one?
Honestly, I'm surprised this squad doesn't end up having even more eliminations or even more damage with everything that they were able to do, because whenever they did end up finding a fight, it seemed like they were able to just execute it perfectly and do it fast, too.
I mean, especially punishing mistakes, which we have to talk about that 4th Thrives push of earlier, right? Sending it for no reason whatsoever, and E-Arena just, what the hell are you doing? That's a terrible push. That's a free, 3 eliminations they got off the back of that.
And honestly, for 4 Thrives fans and for 4 Thrives, if you for some reason end up hearing this, and first of all, congratulations, Tourniquet, that was an MVP performance. You were able to get that win with those 4 Helims. But going back to what I was saying with that bad push from 4 Thrives, even after they saw Falak go down, just sacrifice the player. Be willing to sacrifice a player. You don't have to push outside of the circle. You're going to end up gatekeeping them. And imagine if 4 Thrives would have actually stayed in that position. They would have been in the same position that E-Arena was in, meaning that they could have gotten a win. But no.
You know what? I'm feeling an evil mood here on the desk. I want to talk about another team. Alpha 7.
Oh my god.
What's going on with that early game? They have a good split in Lipovka. I like it, but the thing is, if you want to play for an early game split, if a team gets close to you, you play passive, you regroup, but no. I think it was Gizao to just like, I'm staying here, and well, what can you do?
I think that's one of the times that we're actually going to have to disagree. You said it was a good split. I was just scratching my head. I was like, that is way too split. Way too split. And it's Gizao, once again, you said it, he was able to just stay in that compound. He didn't even give himself an option to just back off. And that is the 2nd time today in this 2 matches out of 6 that we're playing that Gizao has made a mistake for this squad.
Look, we might disagree on the small details, but at the end, we both agree it was not a good play.
And you know what?
Horrible play.
Hey, but you know what? We all can agree on what was a good play, right? And that is Igor, right? We thought we saw him in Milta. We thought he was the sacrificial lamb. He said, not today, baby, with that 1v2 on the S2G.
And that was another play that we actually thought it was a bad play, but boy, did they shut us up, Max.
I was like, there's no way they're just going to commit to the fight onto S2G, leave a player behind to kind of actually keep them busy, which that was not a terrible play, but I think they were going to go out instantly off the back of that rotation, and Igor's like, I'm going to take that easy 1v2.
Yeah, and you can see right here, these are the rotations that we saw here in this circle, all the way over to Milta, and you can see Furia, right, holding down that Milta side. They thought it was going to work out, but you know, then that zone started pushing north.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really strong 3-1 split. That one place to the west, I thought they were going to send it onto Aurora's dip, but instead go back into the city of Milta, sweep the entirety of SGG, thanks to Igor in particular, and then get to that ridgeline. So I thought it was not going to work out, but they actually shut us up.
They definitely did, and I thought that they were going to be able to maybe get away with it a little bit more when they went up against Boars. But for them to be able to do that and actually clutch up a top 3 finish for this match, that's great. For them to get 13 points in E-Arena, they're 17, but Hora, oh man, what it could have been there with those Illims.
I feel so much for Hora because it was right there, and we haven't seen a chicken dinner in so long for a Nepal team here.
Now, I'm looking at number 6 right now. I'm looking at Aurora Gaming because this squad, at one point, Max, they had a perfect setup. But for some reason, Doc, which usually ends up doing the docketing, what are we going to call this now? Because the man ended up Molotoving himself.
The dog Molotov. We got to work on it a little bit. But no, he goes barely outside the smoke sometimes, acts a little bit, interestingly, around these staircases. He goes a bit too far outside of the Wizard Tower, and the entire setup falls apart. If he doesn't get knocked, we saw for, I think, 5-10 seconds there, Hot Jukes. Actually, they got some good suppressing fire from that dip down southwest, but the moment he goes out and gets knocked, the entire game plan just does not happen as intended.
Great setup, but unfortunately, poor execution right there. You can see the overall rankings. Team Pandem is still on top. I do want to talk about Team Pandem here because As far as that crazy aggression that we saw in Rondo, at least from my perspective, they kind of slowed things down a little bit, Seven. What do you think about that?
Slow it down way too much for my liking, if I'm being honest. They had a good amount of control, and honestly, we were looking at it, Max and I, we're saying they might end up getting the win here. With what we saw there out of what they were able to do in Rondo, I wanted to see a little bit more proactiveness, but I know you don't necessarily agree with that, Max.
I mean, I think this was kind of the complete opposite of their previous Rondo game, of the way they played it, where they knew their main weakness was the team placed behind them. In Rondo, it was Alalula. Here, it was going to be the side of Hora, and they just let them get way too close, and the peaks are just not there, and the nades in particular were just allowing Hora to get the full reset and then push up on their location, and they get bullied out of position entirely. I think there was a lot of potential in this game for them, but unfortunately, they were just not able to follow through on a wrangle.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, guys, right? Remember, we got 4 more matches left to go. Bottom 2 teams, you can see are highlighted there. If you're in the bottom 2 at the end of the day, you are
Assalamualaikum. عمرك يا الرايد يكتب. Budak itu miedo que la khatmiri. Budak jauh budak. हमारा ये बारिश है इंटरनेट नहीं खुला कड़ाई हमारा बारिश ये इंटरनेट नहीं खुला हो कहता हमारा ये शायद चली जी खुना network issue
السلام عليكم رفيق
वालेकुम अस्सलाम हमारा बारिश ये इंटरनेट नहीं खुला हो सभी आई
نشطة ورئيسا نشطة Vevre there 48 hour EI verdi o the Peshawar Shaya
48 hours हम बिजार चमोड़ गई
Era corona to Mada puzzle system is shirikada
तो स्टार्ट कर यू
I need a weapon. Got it. Come on, let's go.
Rafika jump Rafika Dale que ये वो नेटवर्क चार में की oh shit जो सुनो MS
Someone is
Desita na Rafika رفيق ده غزي ده سيدا مو مبارك shit. Shit.
I need a weapon. Got it. Nice.
Casa. Edagan o casas. Casor sí. Help me rofosto tur otra. Paušeće.
Someone has been here. Watch out. Got it.
Нышта. अच्छा दादा खुदा से उधीरो रफीका का सही
Not a problem.
तेरा स्क्वाड रो गए रफीका दा पिंदे कातोनी
Not a problem.
हाँ वो ठीक तो 0 एमोर 0 पसी क्यों में वाला ही
Please recall me. Please recall me.
Da medicina recalta asta? Da vaqt rasiya. Tablon shardadon rasawada dartlaish.
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
Help! دلته دای خو بس شاتګن دی ورسره قصه وکي
Oye, Lani, bro. Clo, ya.
و چې په داسې سره ګیریو Ay, moriyo. Net में शायद Rafika nizam yuda network yuda ya. Shaurni je sabat ter tarosh da system ol. Pobani shows Rafika daleva shiri kadiye 20 ms kind direct
Recalling a
fine.
teammate.
Can it be 30? Kasinde.
Thanks.
Nadai kas real da ya mobile da real kas hai Rafika.
Awesome. Awesome. Great. Help! Someone has been here.
Pustay sida runashe. Arbachi.
Well done.
Da inelunde jump krab grass sarafta. Cierszy daj.
Watch out. Got it.
Good. Da daj. Finish में तो da Corina sono nauzi. Sura पचाली पैसा फुटे रहती 25 रुपए की ओके
Watch
ना
out.
बना दो offline show paint issues Padara Rafika ora sa Da
I'm recalling a teammate.
بوت وبيشتغل
Thanks.
قسم خداي مولا يونا راح يشتغل كده ده اسمه
The teammate ये विनोर पैदा खास बहुत तेज जोन Grafika machta in round aí. زه د اوس مې درته ویل چې سکي زون ته ودی تفکر چې په دا سایډ تلی وای ایته نه ایته طرف شit تیرا سکواډ دی
Yerusha mutari wai ruka che dekita kill nashi milau kata halode no tatul no vida marshal Pakistan ne Nasir de mir roge wali way arsay bia che mir rowali gemeta bedai workshi तो तरह से जना सिर्फ मैसेज होगा
डायरेक्ट
Nasir offline extra camera
Rafika de tu ID تصيج tu soci surar să خاصة și de așa do. Pol soci amata.
Salut bizela ka zaka ni chawoku zaka ki aga 7 lakh bande yawakrla 87 level nemula 81 level do
نو د تو خپل زړه جامه دو د سړی وریر ته وایي چې تور نه کړی وای رفیقه ته لینډینګ کې روټیشن ورولره
Let's jump and land together.
$10 نه 6 लाख रिपेयर सी तकरीबन पड़े छे
5,60,000 280 شنو دی
اوسه شده ته په باینانس خو په 302 شو کوي دنه په 298 شه تر ट्रांसफर په باینانس کې ظالما
السلام علیکم بوډا صاحب ویری ګډ تھینک یو ناصر بھائی په سپر چیټ باندې د وګه لیډر واقعا دا خلق شنه وی گیم ته ورول به ته ورک شه الله په د بوډا داسې په
ناصر درې
بیان سره وشر بیان سره وشر مې
That was a damage in there. Tool dealer da nawati. A few guns. That's the neighbor, though.
Watch out!
Kasson rohle.
Someone has been here.
Dagan around ay. Good. Amuk gun par reload waka sam do. Apple side से कसम दे रखी क्या? का side? Push की रफीका?
push 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 push
وشول
ऊपर से आ रहे ऊपर से आओ आओ ले push tak push push push
Czegierzo? Wow. The zero HP, yo. Blonde na dai rafika. رفيق لندن دي forse partimana da
والكين كركياتا وجل بوست تغفروا لنا سير بميش بجيم شوبر وغيه بيتكلا شزي سرا بيزي بيكلا تشا سرا بيزي تشا سرا بيزي والله خد بانتي وشر ما بوسو
Marked a location.
casa era ah
كاستاي
You're laggy.
ये ऊपर वाले पे चलते आओ राजाई को ما بخير كفانية يا राजाई
Watch out. Someone has been here. Someone has been here.
Oh shit! Real castle.
Very good number 3.
Okay.
Rafika da se kawan da stanove. MSC. Casa hai Rafika.
Someone has been here.
Rafika board hai.
Watch out. Someone has been here.
Knocked hai. Good hai.
Watch out.
They just recall now.
Your teammate hai.
Someone has been here.
Good.
Marked a location. Help! Someone has been here.
Da pusa na ti Rafika.
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Watch out.
Push ki ka saki. Dosto rotate hi ekkada hi vichi rahe.
Watch out.
Rafika dilta board tai.
Marked a location.
Wali है इधर ना वली है De tăli de a pus casa. Nu de tăli și pasiva și...
Marked a location. Got it.
Răjeavatcă. Rafika indada ya. Te taka na control ka de puti. Dara unda.
बड़े कुत्ते जैसे भाग रहा है
De finish ca o era.
Someone has been
Rafika luni de casa ai Free Fire și round ai gole.
bro someone is coming from there
Watch out.
Da, e.
Nice. Appreciated.
हाँ बंदे रिकॉल नहीं हुए कि क्या हुआ वो हाँ नहीं कुछ तो नजर आया
Recall
Marked a
pușta.
location.
Da, e. Damage.
busy रखो busy हो
Help.
अच्छा रोटेट की.
Watch out. Marked a location.
देख लिया नंबर 3. देख लिया.
ये मेरा वाला किधर गया उमरा
Pau مختوطة مختوطة.
Help.
Taus casa. Atâta مختوطة și kim taraf na tăie. N-ai de puțin, da. पीछे रफीका पीछे हुआ ना الزون طرفنا متسول ده الشوال الثرطة وصي الثرطة أنا في كده دروازة مو تيجي كده أنا مو تيجي
come bro
Watch out.
رفيقة ده نمبر 4 إشارة ديرتا كي مدخ طرف تكاسول ده نمبر 4 مار ديرتا كي
Marked a location.
ده عيني ده
reload
गुड और पत्थर के साथ है नंबर 3
0 HP किया था भाई कुत्ते को मेरा
गुड
जाओ उस पे जाओ
Что на чего خبره وکړی وای رفیقه د غناک پلیئر په طرف لوټ شه روټیټ په Aure Rafika, Wedelda Rafika puse aine aure kore sara da ya چې کیم کورې aine په دغه پوسټ کور دی ناس ورشه دا غرات سره اوره straight number 3 طرف ته نه اوس لون د کیز وی ځکه دا مره تیس پاور دی رننګ ول
एक बंदा है भाई ये सामने है राजा ही नीचे तरफ में किया
Marked a location.
भाई बंदा ये दूसरे घर में
دغ کور نه دی رفیق
یا مو ته په خپل کور لیدل شي
Reka Sony popušna na pouka i
The winner is us. We are number 1.
अच्छा
मुझे साउंड है बड़े कमरे में रखना
Rafika تاسو سټرایکر ته مخته که د هغه چې سینډ کول پرایس پاته اوس ویل نشته در سره آی ته شي سره شي خو تاسو ته فری نه درکول اصل طریقه نه دو
نشته فری چې رشتہ کله ونه یوسی نه امید ته سینډ کړو
چې 25 रुपये 25 विचार तकड़ पानो साड़ी रील पर सरता की अच्छा अच्छा ये समझ गया बस स्टार्ट कर یا رفیقه د دوره ته تدو د دوام دریم سیزن چې دای لوډي په ټیم چې په 20 سکند نه مچره وخت نه دای سٹارټ د دریم سیزن دای په 20 سکند نه یو نه دای په 34 35 45 دا سٹارټ کیږي مینس په 35 سٹارټ شي
I won my last jump match. and land together. I got the hawk-eyed medal.
Rafika usse joystick tai ka joystick ta adre tik tai.
Come on, let's go.
So khuda udher ta save ka ya screenshot da note lagi kai po.
القمر هو اتبع عندك دعوة القمر
Rafika to dure ta real pass da ikada.
خليك وراي يمكن احميك يمكن لا.
Sam da kalam ko sadai das khali shi. Allah zamadato ki mishtara. Na bilkul غير خبران.
رقم 3 ما حديث ما كان اسكت.
Rafika lunde purnata. Rafika katon roglo.
Someone has been here. Someone has been here.
Hills ta der tara. Wait.
Well done.
Thank you, number 3. Number 1.
Gai musta. Certa namuta footstep arti. Camera غلط game होगा.
Namoli chawo klamada. System में उल्टा.
इधर side नहीं जिस part वो problem.
Great.
ये किलो नशी में था. Lunde ca sunt ștampă crești. Uite. Practic da shotgun diye ama.
Marked a location.
Someone is there.
Brother, suppose that you were.
Watch out!
Someone is here.
Help!
Da pus in
Someone
around
has
there.
been here.
Let's see that line.
جاز دي خرب شيء.
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Well done.
Come, number one. Help! This camper from Aero.
Someone has been here. I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
Wait, number one.
Bro, he's...
Help! Please recall me.
No. Good number two.
Him taraf tadai number two good दिया है.
दावी ने finish ताई. दोबारा हो भाई.
No, वज़ा मारा मसाले.
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks.
Dilor Shahil kilder sara rokala. Tabo kuban ka.
Awesome.
Rafika shotgun को डर कौन की चीज से मलावे?
I got supplies. I got supplies. Marked an enemy's death crate.
I'm not using IMP. Let's go. Where to go?
Shots.
Come.
Watch out.
बंदा रफीक का है.
Someone has been
रफीक का
here.
बोर्ड है. زدر روايك.
Watch out.
Number one.
Help.
Hey. What the minus now again?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम नूब भाई, कैसे हो?
वालेकुम अस्सलाम, मैं ठीक, तुम सुनाओ?
मजे अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, आप सुनो कैसे हो भाई? तो मैंने पबजी के गांड में डंडा दिया भाई,
मैं
ईमेल
ठीक
किया
हूँ।
कि गांडू लोग भाई, मैंने इतना कर रहा
क्यों?
हूँ, कभी कुछ नहीं दिया कुतियों, 6
क्या?
साल से मैं कर रहा हूँ लाइव स्ट्रीम्स, कसम से भाई।
फिर
वही से फ्री बैठा था, उनको ईमेल डाला, मैं इतना ईमेल करूंगा रोजाना।
अभी तो मैं तुम्हारी क्लास लेता हूँ, मैं 100 बंदों को उठा के तो पॉपुलैरिटी बेचो।
वेरी गुड। नहीं, आपने बोला था कि लास्ट में मुझे बताओ, आपने खुद नहीं बोला था, याद आया?
अबे 10 बजे मैसेज कर देता, तुम 9 बजे मैसेज कर, सो रहा
भाई
था।
मुझे क्या मालूम था कि ये अब किस टाइम है कि सो रहे भाई। सॉरी उनके लिए कुत्ते। तो उमर स्टार्ट करो या नुब भाई को लीडर करो, स्टार्ट करेगा 10 मिनट में, 10 सेकंड में।
10
नुब भाई अगर हमें रैंकल खेले और वो ट्रायल वाला गेम आ जाए, मजा आएगा। ये रैंकल ना खेले कुत्ते।
औकात से बाहर नहीं जाने का, लिमिट खेलो तो। हाँ, 10 रुपए लेके आइए मेरे लिए। तू 10,000 लेके आ, बंदा यूसी ले। तू 10 रुपए लेके आइए हैं। ड्रम बता ना, वो भी लेगी खींच के, देख जरा। ठीक है। Oh, कुत्ते।
Let's jump and land together.
हंसी हो क्या, लड़ गए मेरी।
कौन सा वाईटी है भाई? वाईटी जी, वाईटी भाई। जी वाईटी भाई साहब, कैसे हो भाई? और पे कोई भी गांड नहीं मरवा रहा है भाई, क्यों?
Someone has been here.
घंटा में उतार के जा रहा है, इस एरिया में जाएंगे। नंबर 1 ओपन।
Watch out! Help!
दरवाजे से जाओ, ये फिनिश करो।
Marked a location. Watch out!
मर गया वो, मर गया। रफीका बच के पीछे। नेड आते ना सर। गोलियां दी हैं, गोलियां दी हैं।
I got supplies.
पीछे से भी एक नेपाली थे।
तुझे कहाँ से पड़ी बूढ़े?
दो तरफ से।
Help! Help! Please recall me.
तुला तो होगला ही भी शटगन भेटता होगला था मस्त है
मेरी माँ की ये भाई अब पे असर है सिर्फ
देखिए मनाओ नो भाई ना अब तो इवेंट में जाओ
फिर कहाँ? मैं इवेंट पे जाऊंगा, इवेंट पे जाके मर जाऊं।
ये बोट है कि
किया भाई
किधर भाग रहे हो भैया वही से अपने आप को
छोड़ रहा हूं।
ये क्या कर रहे हो?
रिकॉल है ना मेरा।
बाहर मर गए भाई।
कौन कहाँ मरा? कौन कहाँ मरा?
भाई बोल नहीं रही है कि मेडिसिन में भाई इतने डंडे खड़े हैं भाई किसी पे घुस जाएगा कोई ना कोई ओपोनेंट आप पे घुस जाएगा ये नहीं बोल रहे उमर उधर किया है भाई मैं क्या बोलूं इनको
ये छोड़ो नीचे वाले के साथ फाइट करो
ये
ऊपर से आपको मारेगा
तो अटक जाता है ये पता क्या बीमारी है इधर एक बंदा है ओ ये देखो
इधर लेटा है भाई
अब बताओ किधर जाऊं मैं
ओल्ड
प्लाजा
नहीं प्लाजा रफी का मार्क ये चेक करो उनका मार्क चेक करो
जाओ ओल्ड प्लाजा के ना जो कुत्ता बोलो तो सही
ओल्ड प्लाजा पे जाओ प्लीज पहले बाहर लैंडिंग करना बाहर
मरा बाकी ओए
I'm recalling a teammate.
रफी का तो जीता वो लोड शी Full tapa. कि इधर 3x पड़ा है ओके इधर M4 भी पड़ा है
I got supplies.
बोर्ड कुत्ते बोर्ड
वेट कुत्ते
बात
मेरे फुल एम पे है, फुल मेरे एम पे। रफीक फ्री फायर में नहीं जाना, लोग ये अच्छी आई है। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह عندها 3x وفلا रफीक दिल टाइम 4 लाइक هذا नोबू फसा इश करती
इधर जाए।
Watch out!
इस साइड आओ।
Watch out!
थोड़ा होल्ड करते ताकि प्लस मिले।
10 मिले मैं कॉन्फ्रेंस कॉल
0 HP। रफीक का 2 हेड लगे इनको।
एक नहीं है, ज्यादा है।
नहीं 2 बंदे। ये आ रहा है रफीक। नो बाइक का हो रहा।
Watch out!
ये एक ये है रफीक।
Watch out!
एक इधर तक आया। रफीक
यार जीरो ये पैड कितना मारूंगा।
रफीक का बल खदा है उसका।
नाइस।
भाई ये कुत्ता लो भी है भाई।
पीसी का भी है।
हमारा भागा करो, छलांगे लगाया करो, पावर है आपके पास। हाँ
नासिर किधर है?
नासिर भाई है, भाई से क्या बोलूं।
तबाह हुआ है।
भाई मैसेज पे मैसेज करते हैं आओ आओ। जब हम रोजाना आते फिर गायब हो जाते हैं ये और ट्राई करो। और इनकी वजह से मैं व्हाट्सएप आओ आओ
क्यों
खूब मैसेज करते आओ आओ भाई। अच्छे खासे व्यूज चल रहे थे
भाई। रफीक भाई तुम्हें पता है वो अगर तुम
जो मैं वो लगाता था भाई, ये दोनों मेरे पीछे लगे थे कि नहीं आओ आओ। मेरा बर्बादी किया, बस अभी गायब हो गए।
Let's jump and land together.
तब पहन तुमने ये आईडी कौन सी कॉपी है? इधर उधर तू
साइड पे जाएंगे एक साथ।
मामा भाई ऑफलाइन हो, एक साथ खेलो, जाते जाते ऑफलाइन हो जाते हो।
ये ऊपर वाला कमरा पकड़ते हैं।
छत पे जाएगा?
नहीं छत पे तो बहुत ज्यादा लोग आएंगे भाई। क्या ख्याल है?
रफीक वो छत पे ठीक है, छत पे ठीक है, वो कमरा अच्छा है। थोड़ा जल्दी लैंड देखो रफीका। ये किलो एयर ना पटका
अच्छा खासा मैं माइंड बनाया था कि उधर मैं वो करूंगा लैंडिंग, आप लोग बोल रहे थे
अभी का हट स्प्रिंगा Rafika KD एक किल सर जीती काय मॅच कळले सर
किल सर
हाँ तो ये हो रही है
ये नुक किधर था अभी तक
दिल
मैं इवेंट पे था
रफिका मुसारा बोर्ड था रफिका मुसारा बोर्ड था तो सम ब्रश की रफिका रोशा करता सर
भारतात का ननदाई
ननदाई मुसारा KM मेरी का ड्रॉप टाइम हमेशा रे KM ड्रॉप ज़्यादा है
I got supplies.
ऐसा नहीं अरे फरुखला
6 हमारा मुसरा
मुतार होते हैं फरुखला Glacier Pazius a Pololem, Podai Gakimen Podai. Ajaba Sarguzia and Forfan. I some bravo.
तो ग्लेशियर से यूना रासी से जब PUBG उल्पना मेरे को
Now the Glacier who I would take the Juan Glacier or Podai. Rasadu, if a punch stops.
я живу в мусора что пошли
Rafiki Fudin al Dashe.
वो आगे लड़ रहे हैं
Tu sai.
नो पे ऊपर आओ क्या कर रहे हो दिल तो इधर है ये इधर
मैं जाता हूँ आगे कहाँ जा रहा हूँ
इसने मारा शॉटगन से वेरी गुड
The shotgun performer is dying. 3x. M4.
छत पे जाने का रास्ता किधर से है
इधर से है आओ
Esta da casa era fight daí. Versi? Ok.
रिकॉर्ड टावर पे तो सीधे
नहीं आओ
Fica de
Enemies ahead.
Dá o carregar. Rafika shotgun verta lagida. Parana. Rafika lunde da pureșile ca sunt sta, alunde curina.
Someone has been here.
A pureșe dai.
Watch out.
नहीं मैं तो पीछे अपने मामू की बेटे पे जा रहा हूँ
Sam user free. Finish का Rafika. Eu mă pe 3x deja tu kim scup pe legal.
ओए नंबर 4 को रिकॉल करना है
वो नंबर 4 मैं नंबर 4 को रिकॉल करता हूँ नंबर 4 वेट
किधर चाचू
इधर आओ भाई
मैं आ रहा हूँ
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Watch out.
रफीक भाई को रिकॉल कर
ये मेरे लूट कर रहा है
I'm recalling a teammate.
Finish.
Thanks.
मैं इधर ही आ रहा हूँ
ठीक है
Asta ana ठीक है
नूप को मैंने बोला कि मेरे पे आओ भाई नूप भाई उधर चला गया प्राउड ऑफ यू नूप अल्लाह आपको ऐसे
आंटी दे
ये मेरा किल नहीं मिला इधर वाला
Enemies
इधर जो
ahead.
किल था मेरा
और रिकॉल वाले बंदे खत्म हो गए
Enemies ahead.
Rafika casa igual ولا का ولا Rafika are you pe bot șmeră Rafika mă pe tine o dai loot ki
I'm recalling a teammate. Thanks. Enemies ahead.
Rafika za tu te zdrava
Temuta naravno umare tu loot ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಕಿರಾಕಿರಿ ಮಾಶಾಅಲ್ಲಾ
Poze shotgun ta emo shotgun ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು
Marked a location.
भाई ये मार्क लोकेशन कौन कर रहे हैं भाई
Enemies ahead.
बंदा है तो जाओ
आ जाओ आजा मचे को रफीक भाई ग्रोजा है इसके अंदर
गोली नहीं है ये तो भाई इस
वो देख वो मेरा वाला
उसने अपने आप को रिवाइव किया कि बंदे ने रिवाइव किया उसको। आओ आओ
देख मेरे किल ही नहीं मेरे पैन तीसरा बंदा नॉक कर चुका है।
Number 4 season action.
सामने बंदे हैं भाई।
चाचा ये चादरा कैसे बूस्ट होता है? उस फिर
भैया वाह वाह वाह
गोलियां नहीं है मेरे पास लफ्ट थ्रू।
कौन सी गोलियां चाहिए?
ये बंदा
हाँ?
चल थोड़ी सी
दो बंदे लाई
आज की हम हमारी सी में
ये ऊपर चढ़ो भाई।
M4 की एमो मैं देता है M4 की एमो ये लो
आओ तो सही
और
भाई।
क्या चाहिए?
टाइम चेक करो आप लोगों का लूट चेक करो।
बस एम नहीं है।
ये घर में तो नहीं है बंदे। आओ हे
गरनेटिंग करो।
0 है
Enemies
इधर
ahead.
मार।
एक और भी है।
बहुत है यार
एक
अगला भी
था।
बहुत है।
ये अपने क्यों मरा है मुड़ी इधर से?
एक और
बहुत
भी
है बहुत।
हाँ
ये बोट था।
हाँ ये बहुत था।
दूसरा वाला छोड़ लास्ट वाला बोट था उधर है। मैंने स्ट्राइक पर 2 केडी रखे हैं।
तो जोन से ना मर जाए बाकी है रे।
Enemies
इसमें देखा
ahead.
तुमने?
और दूसरा घर से मुझे साउंड आया था मगर उमर तक मैं हूँ।
तो कौन सा पता हो तो हो वैसे मोली मो खड़ी है तो और दूसरे घर में जोन भी है अभी। चलो मैं देखता हूँ। नहीं ये कोई भी नहीं।
ये रफीक भाई आय शेख भाई
शेख हकीकत सा
तुम लोग कितने देर से घूम रहे हो? कुत्तों
Well done.
मुझे लग रहा था काफी देर से शेक में क्योंकि ग्लिच हो रहा था मुझे गन का।
मेरा लाइव चेक करो। मैंने चेक भी किया। क्यों नहीं मिला?
क्या मैं दरवाजे के पीछे छुपा उस टाइम? आ नहीं सकते थे बंदे इधर।
भाई मैं तो बोलता हूँ भाई ये एंगल लगाओ भाई अगर वो
हाँ भाई
ट्रायल वाला गेम आया
ट्रायल में क्या करना है हमें क्या पता
ठीक है
भाई हम तशाई हमारा
रोटाई पूरा भी यारसा
ओके ओके इनको निकालो और
क्या है
लिविक लगा लो या टीडीएम लगा नहीं ये वाला एंगल लगाओ कोई नहीं
रेडी तो करो
भाई 28 पॉइंट दिया था वो उसका
क्या
पॉपुलैरिटी में बहुत ज्यादा
हाँ
28 तो विन पे
मैंने कितनी मारी है तुम्हें
नहीं देखा भाई नहीं मालूम नहीं वो अपने 4000 ऐसा मारा था
दफा जो
कितना मारा था
20,000 तो शायद मैंने मार दी तुम्हें
हाँ 20,000 मारा होगा
20,000 मारी ज्यादा मारी होगी मैं तो ये तुम्हारा फिर मैच लग गया
फिर भेजो
नहीं भेजता कल भेजूंगा अभी क्या टाइम आखिर में भेजूंगा सर मेरे दोनों टॉप्स भूल गए मैं भूला जा नहीं रहा मुझसे
वही लिविक ठीक है भैया अगर नहीं स्टार्ट हो रहा है भाई ये क्या ड्रामा है नहीं एंगल लगा कोई नहीं वन सेकेंड एक स्टार्ट क्यों क्या हुआ किक तो नहीं किया कुत्ते
मैं उसको लीडर बता मैं उसको लीडर बना रहा था मेरा लग नहीं रहा तो किक हो गया कुत्ते का उसके 5 ऑप्शन क्यों आ रहे थे मुझे एक ऐड फ्रेंड का आ रहा था शायद
इसने आपको लीडर बना रहा था तो फिर अब किक हो गई अस्सलाम वालेकुम कैसी हो
अस्सलाम वालेकुम अल्लाह का शुक्र पठान तुम सुनाओ कैसे हो
मजे मजे मजे
पठान गेम बहुत क्रैश कर रही है क्या रोल है ये
वो तो लाजिम बात है नया जो इवेंट आई है ये पीसी का ये है पीसी ज्यादा से ज्यादा 3 सीजन अच्छा खेलता है अब पीसी नया खरीदो उसके बाद बर्बादी